Yi Tan unexpectedly traversed through time, binding herself to a cosmic sign system. After contending with her unscrupulous father, stepmother, and half-sister, she found herself in the countryside, where she thrived thanks to the sign system. As the cosmic sign system continually upgraded, Yi Tan was astonished to discover that she had signed in a tall, dark man. A celestial being remarked, "I, the celestial lord, have inadvertently found myself in this precious land. Alas, the spiritual energy here is scant, and my cultivation has been suppressed, preventing my return to the celestial realm. Moreover, I have unwittingly developed mortal affections. What shall I do?" You didn't raise an eyebrow. Just chill. Chapter 1. The Cosmic Sign System. Yi Tan felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body, particularly in her head, where it throbbed like 1,000 needles, accompanied by a sensation of suffocation. Remembering that she had gotten caught in the rain while returning home from work and had been burning the midnight oil lately, she sighed inwardly. It was evident that she was unwell. She attempted to rise to drink some warm water and take medicine, but what was happening? She found herself unable to move. Not only was she immobile, but the world around her spun violently, and stars danced before her eyes. Faint voices began to filter into her consciousness. "Mom, I want to buy new clothes and new shoes. I have to report next month, but I have nothing new to wear." "All right, once we finish eating, I'll take you to buy some," a gentle voice replied, laced with affection. "Make sure to bring enough money so we can pick out some nice things." "That's wonderful. You two are the best." "Mom, I want new clothes too." "Of course, when we buy for your sister, we'll get you something as well. You just focus on school this afternoon." As these unfamiliar voices reached Yi Tan's ears, she felt a sense of confusion, and suddenly, an onslaught of memories that did not belong to her surged into her mind. Once she absorbed all the memories, the piercing pain in her head vanished, and the speakers exited the room, leaving a tranquil silence in their wake. Yi Tan slowly opened her eyes. Though the pain in her head had subsided, the dull ache at the back of her skull persisted. She removed the rag that had been stifling her mouth and threw it aside in disgust. Gently touching the back of her head, she felt a large bump that throbbed painfully. Surveying her surroundings, Yi Tan stared blankly at the mottled walls and the clutter strewn about. At her bedside lay a small, antiquated calendar that bore the date prominently. August 18th, 1975, the 12th day of the lunar month, a Monday. The 70s. Yi Tan could hardly believe she had become part of this era, having traversed time into the life of another girl who shared her name. Regarding the original owner of this body, her circumstances were indeed pitiful. The original owner, aged 16, had parents who were villagers from Yunling village, Lin Xiaoxiang and Yi Liqing, who grew up together and eventually married. After their marriage, Lin's father leveraged connections to secure jobs for both Lin Xiaoxiang and Yi Liqing 10 kilometers away in Fengtang town, where Lin Xiaoxiang became a textile factory worker and Yi Liqing worked at a machinery factory. Both were formal employees, which meant their household registration followed suit, making them bona fide city dwellers. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiang was allotted a room in a communal building, and shortly thereafter, the original owner was born. However, tragedy struck when, at the age of 3, Lin Xiaoxiang died while on night duty, attempting to protect company property. To appease the Yi family and honor Lin Xiaoxiang's contributions, the textile factory allocated a two-room house with a small courtyard to the Yi family. Additionally, they preserved Lin Xiaoxiang's formal employment status and promised that when Yi Tan grew up, she would be granted a formal position in the factory, along with monthly stipends of 5 yuan and 10 kilograms of rice and flour, until she officially became an employee. This news reached Yunling village, but Lin's parents, unable to bear the loss of their daughter, fell ill and soon passed away. Lin Xiaoxiang's younger brother, just coming of age, mysteriously disappeared after handling their parents' funeral. Thus, the Lin family was left in ruin. Less than 3 months after Lin Xiaoxiang's death, Yi Liqing remarried to Qianhua, a widow with a daughter, who was 2 months older than Yi Tan. The daughter, originally named Du Xiaozhen, changed her name to Yi Xiaozhen upon joining the Yi household. Qianhua not only took over Lin Xiaoxiang's role, but also bore Yi Liqing a son named Yi Xiaobao. Yi Liqing dotes on both Yi Xiaozhen and Yi Xiaobao, leaving Yi Tan as the sole outcast in the family. From a young age, Yi Tan was tasked with household chores, from sweeping and mopping to cooking and washing, effectively shouldering the family's domestic responsibilities. Physical punishment was a daily occurrence. To prevent neighbors from discovering Yi Tan's mistreatment, Qianhua would stifle Yi Tan's cries with rags while hitting her with a feather duster, pinching her, or even pricking her with needles. Yet, in public, Yi Liqing and Qianhua feigned a semblance of care towards Yi Tan, which, in the eyes of outsiders, seemed commendable. After all, Yi Tan was not Qianhua's biological child, and, compared to many stepmothers, she was treated relatively well. It was not unusual for Yi Tan to wear the hand-me-downs of Yi Xiaozhen, as she was Qianhua's flesh and blood. Yi Tan's frail appearance was attributed to Qianhua's discussions on how to encourage children to eat more. After all, who wasn't thin in this era? Possessing a gentle disposition, Yi Tan was intimidated by the oppressive presence of Qianhua and Yi Liqing, rendering her incapable of sharing her plight, not even with her paternal grandparents. Consequently, Yi Old Man and Yi Old Lady remained blissfully unaware that Yi Tan's life at home was far from bearable. Were it not for Yi Liqing's fear of exposure regarding Yi Tan's abuse, she might not have even had the opportunity to attend school, as the neighbors were well aware that Qianhua's job was a legacy from Lin Xiaoxiang, and that Yi Liqing's employment and housing were also due to Lin Xiaoxiang's sacrifices. This August, Yi Tan graduated from junior high and was set to begin working at the textile factory next month. She brimmed with hope, believing that once employed, she could apply for accommodation in the workers' dormitory and escape this home. She thought her suffering was finally coming to an end, but unexpectedly, Yi Liqing and Qianhua, one playing the villain and the other the victim, pressured Yi Tan to relinquish her job opportunity to Yi Xiaozhen, who had also graduated from junior high and was still without prospects. Naturally, Yi Tan refused, viewing this as her sole chance to escape. However, this morning, she inadvertently learned from Yi Xiaozhen that Yi Liqing had already filled out her application to be sent to the countryside as a youth worker. Within days, she would be sent to the northeast, leaving her no choice but to comply. The entire family had conspired against her had Yi Xiaozhen not let slip this information. She would have remained oblivious until the day of her departure. With her application submitted, there was no turning back. The opportunity would undoubtedly fall to Yi Xiaozhen. At last, Yi Tan summoned her courage to confront Yi Liqing, only to be silenced and beaten by him and Qianhua. When she awakened, she found herself transformed into the modern-day Yi Tan. The original owner truly had a tragic fate. Yi Tan gingerly touched the swelling at the back of her head, throbbing painfully. This family was brutal, and it was no wonder that her soul had been reborn into such a harsh reality. However, the current predicament of this body is indeed dire. The job has been usurped, and she has been sent to the countryside, far removed from Fengtang town. It seems the family is eager to distance themselves from the original owner, wishing for her to never return, so they can live their lives in blissful harmony. What a delusion! Setting aside the thought of avenging the original owner, this affront is something Yi Tan cannot endure. Yi Tan gradually sat up from the bed, feeling a persistent dizziness, her stomach grumbling incessantly. It suddenly dawned on her that she had not eaten anything. As she contemplated rising to the kitchen in search of sustenance, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her. Suddenly, a magnificent golden character appeared before her eyes, nearly blinding her. Congratulations on acquiring the universe check-in system. Would you like to bind it? Beneath the golden text were two large buttons, one shimmering with golden light labeled yes, and the other a dull gray labeled no. The no button was encased in a drab gray frame, leaving Yi Tan bemused. How fearful could they be of her accidentally pressing it? Chapter 2. No one is as ruthless as Zhou Bapi. To her astonishment, Yi Tan discovered that her journey through time came with unexpected benefits, a sign-in system that she felt compelled to bind to herself. Without a moment's hesitation, she clicked yes. However, as soon as she did, the golden text vanished, leaving Yi Tan bewildered. Was that it? Where was the explanation? The artificial intelligence? What was she supposed to do next? Surely, a manual would be in order. Is anyone there? She wondered. No. Is there a system that can respond? After waiting for quite a while with no response, she rubbed her growling stomach. Never mind, the world is vast, but food is paramount. She decided to find something to appease her hunger before she fainted from starvation. Yi Tan leaned against the wall as she exited her room, more accurately, the storeroom. In the Yi household, she did not have her own room. The two main rooms were occupied by Yi Liqing and Qianhua, while another partitioned room served as quarters for Yi Xiaozhen and Yi Xiaobao. As for Yi Tan, she had a makeshift bed in the cramped storeroom adjacent to the kitchen. The room was cluttered with various items, leaving little space to move. A wooden stool served as a makeshift table for her meager clothing and a calendar, while her textbooks were haphazardly stacked on the floor. It was afternoon, and the house was empty. Yitan turned and stepped into the kitchen next door, where rice, flour, and eggs were stored in the cupboard, along with several coarse steamed buns. Hanging from the beam was half a piece of cured meat. Due to the original owner's cowardice, Qianhua had never bothered to lock away these provisions, knowing the original owner would never dare to steal. Doing so would surely result in a beating. But Yitan was different. "Go ahead, try hitting me," she mused. The martial arts training she received from her grandfather, a renowned master, was not in vain. Although she had only learned a fraction of his skills, they would suffice to deal with these rogues, provided, of course, that she was well fed. Regarding the frail body she inhabited, Yitan examined her slender wrists and thought, "I know exactly where it hurts the most." Rolling up her sleeves, she ventured into the yard. Plucking a few tomatoes and a handful of green beans, she sliced half of the cured meat, preparing a dish of beans stewed with meat, a stir-fry of tomatoes and eggs, and a pot of rice made with both millet and regular rice, finishing it off with an egg drop soup. With 2 dishes and a bowl of rice, Yitan felt rejuvenated. Once satisfied, she had the energy to contemplate her situation. Based on her limited understanding of this era and the original owner's memories, it seemed that the rural work quota, once registered, could not be retracted. In other words, her assignment to the countryside was a done deal. So be it. She had no desire to live under the same roof as those so-called relatives. However, she would not allow Yi Xiaojin to benefit from her work quota, especially considering that Yi Liqing and Qianhua's jobs were obtained through the Lin family. Particularly, their current residence was procured at the cost of Lin Xiaoxiang's life. While they enjoyed these benefits, they bullied and mistreated the original owner, the last descendant of the Lin family. No one was as cruel as Zhou Bapi. She needed to devise a way to rectify this injustice. But for now, her immediate concern was to resolve the issue of her work quota. After careful consideration, she concluded that the matter should be addressed with the head of the labor department at the textile factory. She vaguely recalled that the director's surname was Kong, and he had been quite friendly to the original owner, even advising her to seek his assistance whenever needed. Unfortunately, the original owner's timidity had prevented her from ever reaching out to Director Kong. Now that she was here, she could not let this opportunity go to waste. However, it would be inappropriate to visit Director Kong empty-handed on her first visit. She needed to bring something. Presently, she had a small amount of money, around 70 to 80 cents, secretly given to her by her grandmother during a visit. Yi Liqing and Qianhua were completely unaware of this money, and if they found out, they would likely take even the last penny from her. Yet, 70 to 80 cents was evidently insufficient. Even a small purchase would require a token. Thus, Yitan turned her gaze toward the house occupied by Yi Liqing and Qianhua. The 2 main rooms were off-limits to Yitan, who had never been allowed near them. To her, those rooms were a forbidden zone, always locked tight whenever the 4 of them were absent. However, the locks were of little consequence to the current Yitan. They were the ordinary kind that she had learned to pick during her university days, often forgetting her keys and having to break into her dorm room when the dormitory manager was absent. After many attempts, she had honed her skills at lockpicking. Eden hadn't anticipated that her past experience would come in handy. To be safe, she wrapped her hands and feet in rags, which were plentiful in the house due to Qianhua's attempts to silence her. After retrieving a piece of wire from the vegetable garden's bean trellis, she effortlessly picked the lock to the room occupied by Yi Liqing and Qianhua. Upon entering, she surveyed the room's furnishings, and a surge of resentment welled up within her as she thought of the storeroom where the original owner had lived. The textile factory provided the original owner with 5 yuan and 10 jin of rice and flour each month, all collected by Yi Liqing. Coupled with the fixed monthly allocation of 26 jin of rice and flour, even without Yi Liqing's support, the original owner should have been able to eat reasonably well. Yet now, she was confined to that dismal room, burdened with unending labor, unable to fill her stomach, and had not received a single new piece of clothing in years. Gazing into the mirror at her gaunt, pale face, Yitan gritted her teeth. Now that she was here, she would reclaim what was rightfully hers. Without further hesitation, Yitan began to search through the room. Soon enough, she discovered an iron box in the bedside drawer. Inside, she found a considerable amount of money, totaling 123 yuan and 87 cents, along with numerous receipts, including ration tickets for grain, snacks, fabric, meat, and oil, as well as a dozen industrial vouchers. Yitan did not hesitate to gather them all, although she felt something was amiss. Given that the household consisted of 2 working adults with a divided living space, there should be no expenses incurred. Yi Liqing and Qianhua's combined wages amounted to 50 to 60 yuan monthly, in addition to the rice and tickets they received. Not to mention that they grew their own vegetables. After so many years, it was implausible that their savings amounted to only a little over 100 yuan. Could they have been saving the money? Yitan proceeded to search the room with great care. After several minutes, she found no bank books. However, at the very back of the wardrobe, she discovered a hidden compartment containing jewelry and 3,000 yuan. Seeing the treasures, Yi Tan's eyes narrowed. She would take everything. They should not benefit from her misfortune. Yet soon, Yi Tan found herself in a dilemma. With so much cash and jewelry, where could she hide them? If the members of the Yi family discovered her stash, it would surely lead to trouble. As Yi Tan pondered whether there might be any effective solutions, a strange room suddenly materialized before her eyes. Within this space stood numerous cabinets, each boasting 20 to 30 drawers. The cabinets were divided into two sections. The left side was adorned with zeton wood, from which she could faintly detect a fragrant aroma, while the right side appeared dull and gray, reminiscent of the unappealing color of the character No. On the wall directly ahead, two resplendent golden characters proclaimed warehouse. Chapter 3. The pitiful Yi Tan. Could this possibly be the warehouse of that so-called cosmic sign-in system? Yi Tan grimaced. Such an advanced system seemed to exude an air of nouveau riche. As if sensing her disdain, the room quivered slightly, and she immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Yi Tan exclaimed, "What on earth? This thing actually employs magical attacks." Grasping her head, she was grateful that she had eaten well, for otherwise, that sudden jolt would have left her dazed on the floor. Let us not dwell on whether it possesses a vulgar ostentation. The most pressing matter now was that these jewels and money should have a place to be stored. With a determined focus, Yi Tan attempted to use her thoughts to deposit the treasures into the warehouse. As soon as her intention was set, the jewels and coins vanished from sight. Glancing into the warehouse, she couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. The jewels had indeed been neatly tucked into a drawer of the zeton wood cabinet, but the money was carelessly piled on the floor. She tried to store the bills in a drawer, but they wouldn't fit. Were these bills deemed undesirable? Never mind. If they couldn't be stored, at least they were in the warehouse. Yi Tan decided not to dwell on it any further and meticulously searched the room again, finding nothing more of interest. After restoring the room to its original state and locking it up, she returned to her own room to stow her student ID and diploma in the warehouse before heading out. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, and the textile factory had not yet closed. Yi Tan resolved to visit the grocery store first to purchase some snacks and candies, as in this era, giving sweets was considered a substantial gift. Xiao Tan heading out? Not long after stepping outside, Yi Tan encountered an elderly lady who greeted her with a smile. This lady, surnamed He, lived just 2 courtyards away from the Yi family. Her children worked as laborers and they lived quite comfortably. She was a kind person, albeit a bit gossipy and fond of giving unsolicited advice. Before Yi Tan could respond, the lady earnestly advised Xiao Tan, "It's not that I'm saying this to you, but now that you've graduated, you ought to be more diligent. You should help out more at home. Given that your stepmother is in charge, being industrious will only benefit you." Had this been the original owner, she would likely have lowered her head in silence or nodded in agreement. However, Yi Tan was different. She refused to accept such baseless accusations. With a look of feigned surprise, she replied, "Aunt He, who told you that I don't work at home? I handle all the household chores, washing, cooking, sweeping the yard, tending to the vegetable garden. None of it is neglected." And he was taken aback. "Wait, you're not." Yi Tan immediately pouted, tears welling in her eyes. "Did my stepmother tell you I don't do any work at home?" Aunt He, somewhat bewildered, observed Yi Tan's pitiful expression. Her heart softened. "Xiao Tan, has something happened?" "Fine, if my stepmother says I don't work, then I won tea." Yi Tan sniffed, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Please just assume I'm not working at home. Aunt He, I mustn't delay. I need to go to the hospital to check on my head." "Oh dear, what is wrong with your head?" And he was taken aback again. Yi Tan hurriedly covered the back of her head, shaking her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "No, it's not that my stepmother hit me. I must leave now." Without waiting for Aunt He to respond, she rushed out of the alley. Aunt He watched Yi Tan's retreating figure, deep in thought. Suddenly, she stomped her foot and clapped her hands. "Oh dear, that girl Yi Tan has been beaten. That woman Qianhuahua told me she was just lazing around at home." At that moment, Aunt He felt she had uncovered a significant secret. The Yi family had a story. She had to share this with someone. It was certainly big news. Chapter 4. Purchasing pastries as for Aunt He's revelations. Eden chose to ignore them for the time being. Given Aunt He's typical behavior, it was only a matter of hours before news of her beating would spread throughout the alley. Once outside, she headed straight for the grocery store. Feng Tang Town was not particularly large, and since the Yi family resided in the town center, it wasn't long before Yi Tan located the grocery store, relying on the original owner's memories. The town had one main road, lined with grocery stores, general stores, hardware shops, and state-run restaurants, all in a row of single-story buildings. As she gazed at the quaint shops and the predominantly drab attire of the townsfolk, Eden once again felt the reality of being transported to an era marked by scarcity. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she resolved to enter the grocery store, curious about what pastries might be available in this time. The original owner's memories held little information on such matters. It was a weekday, and the grocery store wasn't crowded. After surveying the offerings, a range of candies, canned goods, tea, pastries, and alcohol, Yi Tan found herself at the pastry counter. In this era, salespeople enjoyed job security and did not hold the notion that customers were kings. The 30-something salesperson behind the counter barely lifted her gaze to acknowledge Yi Tan, continuing her knitting as she blandly asked, "What would you like to buy?" Feng Tang Town being modest in size, the variety of pastries was also limited to a few options like zhatzi cake, rice strips, and honey 3-cut. Yi Tan inquired, "How much for the zhatzi cake?" 72 cents per pound, plus 6 liang of grain tickets, the salesperson replied, still uninterested. "And the rice strips?" 90 cents per pound. "No grain tickets needed. I'll take 2 pounds of zhatzi cake and 2 pounds of rice strips, each to be packaged as 1 pound. That'll be 3 yuan and 24 cents, plus 1 pound and 2 liang of grain tickets. Are you certain you want to purchase? Pay first, and then I will pack them for you." Upon hearing Yi Tan's order, the salesperson scrutinized her attire, which bore the marks of age, and couldn't shake the impression that she didn't seem like someone who would spend lavishly. Yi Tan nodded, promptly producing the necessary money tickets and placing them on the counter. It was said that pastries from this era were made with sincerity, and she intended to keep a pound for herself to sample, as she was not short on money at the moment. Besides, the tickets she possessed were local and would become useless once she returned to the Northeast. It was wise to spend them before leaving. Seeing Yi Tan lay out the money tickets, the salesperson raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, accepting the payment and wrapping the pastries before handing them to Yi Tan. Afterward, she made her way to the candy counter, eyeing the selection behind the counter. "I'd like 2 pounds of white sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 2 pounds of fruit candy, each packaged as 1 pound. One person can buy a maximum of 1 pound of white sugar and half a pound of brown sugar," the salesperson replied, busily clicking away at the abacus before stating, "White sugar is 78 cents per pound, plus half a pound of white sugar tickets. Brown sugar is 49 cents per half pound, plus 3 liang of brown sugar tickets. Fruit candy is 20 cents per pound. The total comes to 1 yuan, 67 cents, plus half a pound of white sugar tickets and 3 liang of brown sugar tickets." Yi Tan paused momentarily, nearly forgetting that in this era, supplies were restricted, making it impossible to purchase as freely as one wished. Noticing her silence, the shop assistant furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you buying or not?" "Ah, yes." Yi Tan quickly nodded, retrieving her money and handing it to the assistant. She was about to continue browsing when she lifted her gaze and, from a distance, spotted 2 familiar figures speaking with the pastry counter assistant, her stepmother and stepsister. Yi Tan had no desire to encounter them at that moment, so she turned and exited the grocery store. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaozhen was persuading Qian Huaihua to buy some rice cakes. But Qian Huaihua had forgotten her ration tickets and was coaxing Yi Xiaozhen to return later. Yi Xiaozhen, however, pouted and refused to leave. The pastry counter assistant, growing impatient, glared at them, saying, "Are you buying or not? If not, step aside, others wish to shop." With a roll of her eyes, she glanced at Qian Huaihua, who had come out shopping without ration tickets, and remarked on how earlier a little girl had purchased without hesitation, clearly a wasteful child from some family. Indeed, Qian Huaihua had no ration tickets, and after much persuasion and promises, she finally convinced Yi Xiaozhen to leave the grocery store. Having already exited, Yi Tan recalled her earlier conversation with Aunt He about going to the hospital and turned to find a secluded spot to store her pastries and candies before heading to the Feng Tang Town People's Hospital. After all, she needed proof of her injuries. Chapter 5. The first check-in point. Upon arriving at the hospital, before Yi Tan even entered, she noticed a button suspended in the air at the entrance, adorned with glittering golden words. Fong Tang Town People's Hospital Check-in Point. Wow. Yi Tan's eyes widened in astonishment. The system had finally made a move. However, she blinked, realizing that while the hospital was not overly crowded, there were still enough people around that it would be quite odd to reach out and press the button in plain sight. If someone were to witness her, it could easily be misconstrued as some form of superstition and lead to unwanted trouble. She silently recited the confirmation phrase, unsure if it would be effective. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the button vanished, and a message appeared in her mind. Ding. Check-in at Fong Tang Town People's Hospital successful. You have received a medical kit. Instantly, she found a small box in her system warehouse, marked with a red cross. Opening the box revealed it was filled with an assortment of commonly used medicines from this era: fever-reducing anodyne, hawthorn pills for indigestion, licorice tablets for coughs, red medicine, and even several tubes of Jing Wanhong ointment. Yi Tan recognized Jing Wanhong as a miraculous remedy of the 1970s, effective for burns, scalds, diaper rash in infants, frostbite, bed sores, and sunburn. It was truly a universal salve. Additionally, tucked in a corner of the small kit was a white porcelain bottle, devoid of any labeling. While curiosity piqued her interest, she decided against inspecting it further at the hospital entrance, opting to wait until later that night. To her surprise, this universe's check-in system appeared quite intelligent, providing items relevant to her era, which left Yi Tan eagerly anticipating what other check-in points might yield. However, she found herself puzzled. If the hospital could yield medicines, why had there been no activity at the grocery store? Shouldn't she have been able to check in for food items? Was there some restriction she had overlooked? Tomorrow, she resolved to explore further. Stowing the small box in her warehouse drawer, Yi Tan proceeded into the hospital. Her brief pause unnoticed by passers-by. Once inside the hospital lobby, Yi Tan approached the registration desk and provided her name. As a worker's child, her records were on file, requiring only a 5-cent fee for registration. The hospital would settle any medical expenses directly with the factory, deducting necessary amounts from Yi Liqing's wages. What seems to be the problem? The afternoon was quiet, and Yi Tan soon found herself with a doctor in her 30s. I would like a full-body examination, she replied, biting her lip and lowering her gaze, her tone laced with a hint of vulnerability. Noticing her timid demeanor, the doctor softened her voice, gently urging, "Please, tell me what is going on." "I have a headache, and my body aches," Yi Tan cautiously replied, rolling up her sleeve, concerned about revealing her injuries. Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua had insisted she wear long garments year-round. Upon seeing the bruises adorning Yi Tan's arms, the doctor inhaled sharply. "Have you been hurt by someone?" "By family," Yi Tan whispered. The doctor was taken aback. It was her first encounter with a girl so severely injured by her own family. However, recognizing it as a personal matter, she refrained from commenting. "I will provide you with a form for your examination," she said. "Okay," Yi Tan nodded. Knowing that in this era, child abuse was often overlooked unless particularly severe, she didn't expect to hold Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua accountable. She simply needed the hospital's documentation. After a series of examinations, the doctor examined Yi Tan's results, trembling with anger at the severity of her injuries. Bruises covered her body, and there were signs of malnutrition, with a significant bump on the back of her head. It was a miracle that the injury hadn't been more severe, otherwise, it could have cost her life. The doctor prescribed medication, issued a certificate of injury, and provided a note for nutritional supplements, allowing her to purchase a can of milk powder and half a pound of brown sugar at the grocery store without needing tickets. Finally, the doctor advised, "Young lady, this situation cannot continue. If they strike you again, seek help from the community or contact the labor union if necessary. Understood?" The doctor sympathized with Yi Tan, but could only offer this guidance. "Thank you." Yi Tan expressed her gratitude to the kind-hearted physician. After securing the injury certificate, note, and prescribed medication, she left the hospital. At this hour, many factories were letting out, making it an inappropriate time to visit Director Kong's home. As it would be near mealtime, not wishing to return to the Lin family, she decided to head to the state-run restaurant. As expected, there was no check-in point at the state-run restaurant. She ordered a bowl of meat sauce noodles, a heaping serving topped with several pieces of braised pork and some vegetable dumplings, all for just 25 cents and 3 ration tickets. Yi Tan marveled at the prices, reflecting on how such a meal would cost much more in the future. Perhaps due to the energy expended on her journey or the binding of the universe's check-in system. Yitan found herself inexplicably hungry today. Despite having eaten a substantial lunch, she devoured the large bowl of noodles with ease, her stomach still yearning for more. It was quite remarkable. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, Yitan glanced at the sky outside before rising to head towards Director Kong's residence, blissfully unaware that chaos had erupted at the Yi household. Chapter 6. The disappearance of Money Qian Huaihua had taken the afternoon off to accompany Yi Xiaojun to purchase clothing. Upon returning from the store, she instructed Yi Xiaojun to head home while she continued on to the textile factory. When Yi Xiaojun arrived home, she failed to notice anything amiss until Qian Huaihua returned from work, ready to prepare dinner, only to discover a significant reduction in the kitchen's provisions. Xiaojun, did you prepare dinner this afternoon? Qian Huaihua immediately noticed that half of the cured meat was missing, along with several eggs, and the rice had clearly been disturbed. Not to mention the oil bottle had also lost a considerable amount. Her first instinct was to question Yi Xiaojun, assuming her diligent daughter had simply been more industrious than usual. As for Yi Tan, Qian Huaihua had not even considered her involvement. After all, the timid girl would never dare touch her meat, oil, or eggs. She wouldn't have the audacity even if she had 10 times the courage. However, as Qian Huaihua searched for the prepared meal, she was perplexed. Despite the substantial consumption of meat and eggs, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, given their family's comfortable circumstances, a little waste from her daughter was inconsequential. Upon hearing her mother's question, Yi Xiaojun was taken aback and shook her head. Mom, I didn't tea make dinner. You didn't tea make dinner? Qian Huaihua echoed in surprise. Instinctively, she dashed to the vegetable garden in the yard, only to find several tomatoes and green beans missing. Fury surged within her. It was evident that someone in the household had pilfered from their own supplies. If a thief had come in, it would be a ridiculous scenario to think they had feasted on their food before fleeing. How absurd. A thief at home. With this thought, Qian Huaihua rushed towards the storage room adjacent to the kitchen. As she flung open the door, she hadn't even discerned the situation within before muttering an expletive. Yi Tan, you wretched girl, why can't you just... Only to realize that the troublesome girl was absent from the storage room. In that instant, Qian Huaihua felt as if she had struck a fist into a cotton ball, her anger rising and yet unable to escape. Infuriated, she kicked the door of the storage room, which had already seen better days, and it splintered upon impact. Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Xiaojun hurried out and inquired, Mom, what is wrong? Qian Huaihua recounted the missing provisions, prompting Yi Xiaojun to exclaim, that lazy girl has grown bold enough to pilfer from the kitchen. Mom, when that wretched girl returns, you must give her a thorough scolding. Rest assured, the mother and daughter spoke in hushed tones, mindful that their voices carried to the neighboring courtyards, so Qian Huaihua had always resorted to discreet reprimands. Before long, Yi Liqing returned home, and Qian Huaihua swiftly informed him of the diminished supplies in the kitchen. Yi Liqing furrowed his brows upon hearing the news. That girl still hasn't returned? Indeed, Qian Huaihua replied. She wasn't home when Xiaojun came back, and now it's time for dinner, yet there's no sign of her. Who knows where she has been? Yi Liqing, seemingly unfazed by his daughter's absence, merely replied, Fine, let us not wait for her. If she doesn't return, she can go hungry. We'll eat first and have a word with her when she comes back. The implication was clear. He intended to reprimand Yi Tan. Very well, Qian Huaihua smiled, feeling exhausted after a long day's work. Typically, Yi Tan would prepare the meals, allowing her to simply sit down and eat. Now, having worked all day, she was tasked with cooking for the family, which was exhausting. She resolved to teach that girl a lesson for disappearing. Once dinner was served, Yi Xiaobao returned home, drenched in sweat, clearly having enjoyed himself outside. Immediately, he begged Qian Huaihua for new clothes. Smiling, she wiped his sweat and showed him the new garments. The family of four sat down to a harmonious dinner. After the meal, Yi Xiaojun sweetly approached Qian Huaihua, saying, Mom, could you give me the food coupons and some money? I want to buy some sweet cakes tomorrow, all right? Upon hearing sweet cakes, Yi Xiaobao's eyes lit up. I want to eat some too, Mom. Buy sweet cakes. All right, Qian Huaihua indulged her children. Wait here. I'll get the money coupons for you. As she headed into the house, the summer heat made it customary for the Yi family to dine outdoors. Yi Liqing said nothing. He had long relinquished control over the family finances to Qian Huaihua, trusting her to maintain their standard of living. However, moments later, a startled cry echoed from the house. Heavens! We've been robbed. The three others rushed into the house to find Qian Huaihua seated by the bed. An open iron box before her, which was now empty. Upon noticing their arrival, Qian Huaihua turned to Yi Lai-Ching, exclaiming, "Old Yi, our money coupons have been stolen. Not a single cent remains." Staring at the vacant iron box, Yi Lai-Ching felt a buzzing in his head, but managed to retain his composure. How much money was in that box? Qian Huaihua's eyes flickered as she answered, "Over 1,000. Yi Lai-Ching shot her a disapproving glare. "Why did you leave so much money out in the open? Didn't I tell you to keep only a few hundred?" Before he could finish, Yi Xiaozhen chimed in. "Perhaps it was an inside job." "Exactly." Qian Huaihua seized on Yi Xiaozhen's words. "Old Yi, if a thief truly broke in to steal money, they wouldn't also make themselves a meal in our kitchen. There are no signs of a struggle. It's likely that the thief was someone from within our own household." "You mean?" Yi Lai-Ching's thoughts turned to Yi Tan, though he found it hard to believe. Although he had little affection for Yi Tan, she had always been meek. Could she really engage in theft? Moreover, the house was locked, and she had no means to enter. Still, Yi Lai-Ching harbored doubts. "Who else could it be?" Qian Huaihua retorted angrily. "It must be your precious daughter, Yi Tan. I wondered why she hasn't shown her face today. Turns out she was feasting at home and absconded with our money. No, old Yi, we must report this to the authorities and bring that wretched girl back. We cannot let her steal our hard-earned money." At this moment, Qian Huaihua was convinced that Yi Tan was the thief. "Suredinot, ye leikin hesitated." "Dad, I believe it was Yi Tan," Yi Xiaozhen exclaimed, furious. She had been looking forward to buying sweet cakes tomorrow, but now the money was gone, and she was uncertain if her parents would allow her to go. She must have known you registered her for the rural placement and harbored resentment, stealing the money and running off. Otherwise, where could she be right now? Chapter 7. Visiting Director Kong. As for Yi Tan, she was currently at Director Kong's residence. After dining at the state-run restaurant, she found a secluded spot to retrieve a pound of rice cakes and a pound of fruit candies from the system's storage, opting for these instead of sweet cakes, considering the potential complications if Yi Lai-Ching and his wife discovered her plans. Thus, rice cakes seemed the safer choice. At this moment, Director Kong's family had just finished their meal when they heard a knock at the door. Zhao Hong, Director Kong's wife, opened the door and, not being familiar with Yi Tan, smiled and asked, "Little girl, who are you looking for?" Although Yi Tan was already 16, her prolonged malnutrition rendered her pale and slender, and she stood at just a little over 1.50 meters, resembling a girl of 13 or 14. Yi Tan quickly smiled and inquired, "Excuse me, is this the home of Director Kong?" Upon realizing she was seeking him, Kong Changhao approached the entrance, scrutinized Yi Tan carefully, and uncertainly said, "You must be Yi Tan, right?" "Yes, Director, it's me," Yi Tan replied promptly. Kong Kangao Urjid." Upon hearing Yi Tan's name, Zhao Hong's demeanor softened instantly. "Ah, it's Yi Tan. Please come in. Have you eaten? If not, I can prepare a bowl of noodles for you." As she spoke, she warmly ushered Yi Tan inside. Yi Tan quickly replied, "Auntie, I've already eaten. Please don't trouble yourself. I just came to discuss something with Director Kong." Saying this, she handed Zhao Hong the rice snacks and fruit candy she had brought. "Annie, as this is my first visit, I wasn't sure what you might like, so I brought some rice snacks and candies." "You dear child, you needn't be so polite," Zhao Hong said, unable to decline the treats Yi Tan offered. Her tone grew even gentler as she placed the snacks on the table and poured Yi Tan a glass of sweetened water. "Here, have some water." "Thank you, Auntie." Yi Tan graciously accepted the water, expressing her gratitude. "Yi Tan, are you not doing well at home?" Kong Changhao observed Yi Tan's condition, frowning slightly, as she appeared markedly different from what he had anticipated. He had a close relationship with the former director of the textile factory, who had advised him to look after Lin Xiaoxiang before his transfer. Unfortunately, fate dealt a cruel hand, and Lin Xiaoxiang tragically lost her life while protecting collective property. In light of this, the factory retained Lin Xiaoxiang's position and arranged a new house for the Yi family, additionally granting Yi Tan a job opportunity. Consequently, Kong Changhao had kept a closer eye on Yi Tan. However, he had been exceedingly busy managing labor and personnel matters along with other responsibilities. When he learned that Yi Lai-Ching had remarried, he advised Yi Tan to approach him should she require assistance. Yet, Yi Tan had never sought his help. Unfamiliar with Yi Lai-Ching, he hesitated to intrude but discreetly inquired about the Yi family situation, discovering that Yi Lai-Ching's new wife treated Yi Tan fairly well. which assuaged his concerns. However, seeing her now, it seemed the reality was far from that. It was uncommon for a 16-year-old girl to appear so emaciated and malnourished. After all, the Yi family consisted of dual-income earners, and Yi Liqing's new wife had taken over Lin Xiaoxiang's responsibilities. Yi Tan pursed her lips and gently shook her head. Director Kong, I came here today precisely to address this matter. Kong Changhao felt a twinge of anger. He had neglected his promise over the years, failing to care for Lin Xiaoxiang, and now unable to look after her daughter. He felt regretful for having trusted others' words. Yi Tan, please, just call me Uncle Kong. I was colleagues with your mother. Speak freely. I will certainly advocate for you, he said. Kong Changhao suspected that Yi Tan was being mistreated by Yi Liqing and his new wife, and he felt compelled to stand up for the girl. All right, I will call you Uncle Kong, Yi Tan replied. Uncle Kong, I am here to ask if I can sell my job opportunity. Zhao Hong, aware of Yi Tan's situation, gasped in surprise. Yi Tan, you're 16 now. You should be able to work. Job opportunities are hard to come by, especially permanent positions. Don't be foolish. Indeed, Kong Changhao added, Yi Tan, you must have graduated from high school this year, and you could easily join the factory. Come by in a few days, and I will arrange the paperwork for you. Yi Tan shook her head. Uncle Kong, Annie, I graduated from middle school this year, but I couldn't continue my studies due to time constraints and ended up repeating 2 grades, so I couldn't enter high school. Moreover, my father has already enrolled me in a rural work program, so I wouldn't need that job opportunity. What? Gong Shangguo exclaimed. Rising abruptly, what is wrong with your father? You clearly have a position available. Why would he enroll you in a rural program? Yi Tan had no intention of shielding Yi Liqing and stated directly, it was to allow my stepmother's daughter to take my place at work. They found me a nuisance and wanted me to go to the countryside. Kong Changhao was furious, pacing back and forth. Let us go. I will accompany you home. This matter must be clarified. They're clearly bullying you. Uncle Kong, Yi Tan quickly interjected, you know that once the rural placement is registered, it cannot be changed. So I must go. Zhao Hong also chimed in. Yes, Lao Kong, Yi Tan is right. Don't act impulsively, let her explain. Being perceptive. Zhao Hong realized that Yi Tan had come alone, suggesting the girl had already made up her mind. Kong Changhao, having been angered moments ago, calmed down a bit after hearing Zhao Hong's words and said to Yi Tan, all right, dear child, please share your thoughts. Uncle Kong, I intend to sell this job opportunity. Yi Tan declared, this was earned through my mother's sacrifices, and I cannot allow it to fall into the wrong hands. With that, she rolled up her sleeve, her voice quivering. Over the years, they have beaten and scolded me at will. I do all the household chores and often go hungry. Upon seeing the bruises on Yi Tan's arm, both Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong were taken aback. Zhao Hong, who had a tender heart, felt immense sympathy for Yi Tan's frail appearance, but upon noticing the injuries, her eyes reddened. Gently taking Yi Tan's hand, she spoke with barely concealed anger. How could they lay hands on you like that? Chapter 8. Selling the job child, does it hurt? Come inside. Annie will get some medicine to apply. Zhao Hong urged Yi Tan to enter. Yi Tan quickly shook her head. Auntie, no need. I visited the doctor today and have already received medication. Even so, there are places you cannot reach yourself, Zhao Hong insisted. Knowing well that Yi Tan's injuries were likely not limited to her arms. Yi Tan realized this too. At least the wounds on her back were beyond her reach. So she gratefully replied to Zhao Hong. Then I will trouble you, Annie. No need to say trouble. Just call me Aunt Zhao from now on, Zhao Hong said, leading Yi Tan inside while instructing Kong Changhao. Lao Kong, make sure to boil 2 eggs for Xiaodan. Sure, Kong Changhao nodded and headed for the kitchen. Aunt Zhao, that's unnecessary, Yi Tan quickly protested. It's just 2 eggs, don't be so polite, Zhao Hong assured her. When applying the medicine to Yi Tan's injuries, Zhao Hong was horrified to see the multitude of bruises and distinct needle marks on her body. Anger surged within her. These 2 people are beasts. How can they treat you this way? Are they even human? Having been married to Kong Changhao for nearly 20 years without children, she was appalled that those who had offspring could be so callous, especially towards the children of their former spouse. In that moment, Zhao Hong's impression of Yi Liqing plummeted to an all-time low. As Zhao Hong caught sight of the bump on Yi Tan's head, she was so enraged that she could hardly speak. Is everything all right with your injuries, Yi Tan? When they left the hospital, Kong Changhao had already boiled some eggs and placed them in front of Yi Tan, turning to Zhao Hong with a question. In a fit of anger, Zhao Hong slammed down the diagnosis proof that Yi Tan had received that afternoon, saying, just look at this. That family is utterly inhumane. Kong Changhao glanced at the document, his temper flaring as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is outrageous." The sudden noise startled Yi Tan, causing her to jump, while Zhao Hong shot a disapproving look at Kong Changhao. "Don't frighten her." "Oh, my apologies," Kong Changhao replied, somewhat cowed by Zhao Hong's reprimand. He smiled reassuringly at Yi Tan. "Don't be scared, Yi Tan. I wasn't directing that at you." Yi Tan nodded quickly, responding, "I understand, Uncle Kong." Remembering Yi Tan's earlier mention of selling her job placement, Kong Changhao remarked, "Selling that job placement is wise. It prevents those people from taking advantage of you." He began to ponder potential candidates. Yi Tan's job placement had been specifically reserved by the textile factory. Given that Yi Liqing had gone to such lengths to have his wife's daughter take Yi Tan's position, he would undoubtedly not take kindly to the news of Yi Tan selling her job. Kong Changhao considered who could stand up to Yi Liqing, lest there be trouble. As Kong Changhao contemplated, Zhao Hong interjected, "Yi Tan, are you truly set on selling this job placement?" "Yes, and Zhao," Yi Tan affirmed. "I certainly won't let Yi Xiaozhen have it." Upon receiving Yi Tan's definite answer, Zhao Hong continued, "I have a nephew from my side of the family who is currently seeking employment. If you think it's suitable, I can have my brother purchase your placement. What do you think?" Kong Changhao, overhearing this, felt it was a viable plan. Zhao Hong's family lived in the countryside, with 3 brothers and 4 or 5 nephews, one of whom was looking for work. Her family was particularly close-knit. If any trouble arose, the men would band together. How could I have overlooked that? He thought, though he felt a bit guilty about benefiting his own. "Yi Tan, your Aunt Zhao's nephew would indeed be a good fit. As for the financial aspect, you needn't worry. We will ensure you are not a loss." Yi Tan replied eagerly, "That sounds perfect, Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao. With your support, I am completely at ease." Seeing Yi Tan's confidence in them brought joy to both Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong promptly said, "Yi Tan, we will offer you 1,000 yuan for your job placement and provide you with some nationwide vouchers. How does that sound?" In today's market, a formal job placement was typically valued at around 700 or 800 yuan, and a formal worker earned about 25 yuan per month, along with various vouchers and rations. Within 2 years, one could recoup the investment, especially since the position could be passed down to children. Thus, even Zhao Hong's offer of 1,000 yuan would not be a loss, as the return would be realized within 3 years. Moreover, despite the current market price for job placements, genuine offers were scarce, making them highly sought after. Yi Tan, having just arrived in this era, was still bewildered by the prices, but she was unconcerned about the sales amount, knowing she would profit regardless, especially with the 3,000 yuan she had salvaged from the Yi family. Even if she was unaware of the precise market value, she understood that possessing several thousand yuan in this era made one quite affluent. However, in a time when paper currency was paramount, having money without vouchers was of little use. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Hong's mention of nationwide vouchers, her eyes lit up. "I mean, Aunt Zhao, those vouchers would be excellent, especially when I head to the northeast." "Agreed, it's settled then." Zhao Hong's heart swelled with joy at Yi Tan's acceptance, knowing this would secure a formal job for her nephew. Yi Tan then took the opportunity to express her gratitude regarding the source of the money she had used to buy pastries. "Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao, thank you for your kindness. Apart from my grandparents, you have been the best to me. If it weren't for my grandparents secretly giving me money over the years, I wouldn't even have been able to afford notebooks and pens for school." "Oh, poor child," Zhao Hong said, her eyes brimming with tears. They agreed that Zhao Hong would return to the countryside the next day to bring her nephew, and Yi Tan would head directly to the labor department at the textile factory to meet with Kong Changhao for the job handover. This matter needed to be expedited to avoid Yi Liqing catching wind of it and complicating things. As for Yi Liqing discovering the handover later, that was of little concern. With Zhao Hong's brothers and nephews banding together, they had nothing to fear from him. After discussing the job situation, Kong Changhao addressed Yi Tan. "The mistreatment you endured from your father and stepmother cannot be overlooked. Tomorrow, I will reach out to the union at the machinery factory to help resolve this issue. Regardless of the circumstances, they must not neglect you during your time in the countryside." Kong Changhao felt a pang of guilt for not being able to assist Yi Tan earlier. However, since her relocation was inevitable, he was determined to advocate for her fair treatment. "Thank you, Uncle Kong." Yi Tan sincerely expressed her gratitude. In truth, they were not related, so it was understandable if he chose not to help. The bond between individuals is often defined by the willingness to assist one another. Chapter 9. Collecting interest after lingering at the Kong household for a while, as dusk approached, Yi Tin bid farewell to Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong, returning to the Yi family. By the time she arrived, the sun had completely set. At the Yi residence, apart from the carefree Yi Xiaobao, the other three were nearly frothing with rage. Under the incessant prodding of Qian Huaihua and Yi Xiaojun, Yi Liqing's suspicions towards Yi Tan had grown increasingly intense. Indeed, there were no signs of forced entry. It was clear that the thief was within the family. Qian Huaihua immediately suggested reporting the theft to the police, but Yi Liqing intervened. He reasoned that if Yi Tan was indeed the thief, it would reflect poorly on him to have a criminal in the family. After all, she was his biological daughter. It was better to wait and see if she returned that night, and, if so, he would simply demand she return the stolen money. If she failed to return, only then would he consider contacting the authorities. Yi Liqing assumed Yi Tan had nowhere else to go. Her household registration was still at home, and without a reference letter, she couldn't escape far. Therefore, when they heard the sound of the courtyard gate opening, their first instinct was that Yi Tan had returned. Qian Huaihua swiftly grabbed the cloth she had prepared and rushed out of the house. Upon seeing Yi Tan enter the courtyard, Qian Huaihua's fury surged. This girl, usually trampled underfoot, had audacity beyond measure. She not only took the family's money but also dared indulge in meat and eggs. Who gave her such boldness? You wretched girl! Qian Huaihua stormed up to Yi Tan, muttering curses under her breath. You dare come back? You've always been a troublemaker, stealing money. Just wait until I beat you to a pulp. With that, she attempted to shove the cloth into Yi Tan's mouth, a move she had perfected over the years. However, this time, Yi Tan was no longer the same. As she saw Qian Huaihua lunging towards her, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Let us collect some interest today, she thought. As Yi Tan tilted her head, she deftly evaded Qian Huaihua's claws. Before Qian Huaihua could react, Yi Tan swiftly raised her right hand and delivered a punch to Qian Huaihua's ribcage, simultaneously crying out in a piercing voice, "Aunt Qian, please don't hit me. It hurts so much. It really hurts." Refusing to address Qian Huaihua as mother was the original owner's final act of defiance. And Yi Tan was certainly not going to acknowledge a thief as her mother. Ouch! You! Caught off guard, Qian Huaihua was struck squarely by Yi Tan, the sudden pain radiating from her ribs, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. This wretched girl actually dared to resist. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Huaihua was so enraged that she momentarily forgot to silence Yi Tan, raising her hand to slap her across the face. However, Yi Tan skillfully dodged, despite the frailty of her current form. Having eaten well that day and relying on the martial instinct from her past life, she easily evaded Qian Huaihua's slap and stealthily jabbed at her body twice. Ouch! Qian Huaihua felt these jabs were even more painful than the earlier blow, forcing her to bend over in agony, momentarily forgetting about Yi Tan. The pain was unbearable. Yi Tan had specifically studied human pressure points, knowing precisely where to strike for maximum pain without leaving a mark, her specialty. Seeing Qian Huaihua doubled over, Yi Tan's eyes sparkled with cunning. She shouted, "Aunt Qian, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. Oh no." While crying out, she dashed towards Yi Liqing, who, taken aback by Yi Tan's audacity, instinctively scolded Yi Tan. "You are being very unreasonable. Hurry up and apologize to your Aunt Qian." Yi Tan narrowed her eyes. This despicable father was no better. He had often used a feather duster to beat the original owner. He would not be spared either. "Dad, please save me. I beg you. I don't want to be beaten to death," she pleaded, simultaneously delivering a sharp jab to his pressure point, causing Yi Liqing to bend over like Qian Huaihua. Having dealt with Yi Liqing, Yi Tan turned her fierce gaze towards Yi Xiaojun and Yi Xiaobao. Though the night had fallen, the moonlight was bright, illuminating the yard and allowing Yi Xiaojun to see the malice in Yi Tan's eyes. Yi Tan's ferocity frightened Yi Xiaojun, while Yi Xiaobao hid behind her in terror. Just as Yi Tan was about to apply the same lesson to Yi Xiaojun, the faint sound of footsteps and voices echoed from the alley. Today was Yi Xiaojun's lucky day. Yi Tan tousled her hair, pinched her thigh hard, and tears flowed forth. With her disheveled hair and pitiful appearance, she perfectly embodied the image of an abused child before she turned and ran towards the courtyard gate. Qian Huaihua, focused solely on her own pain, had completely forgotten that the courtyard door was still open and people were starting to gather outside. Seeing Yi Tan rushing towards her filled her with rage. Today, she had failed to subdue that little wretch and had even been struck. How could she endure such humiliation? With her long-held authority now challenged, Qian Huaihua was determined to reassert her dominance. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised a rag in her hand and lunged at Yi Tan, vowing to teach that little wretch a lesson for her insubordination. Why is that little wretch crying so profusely? Has she reverted to her previous demeanor? A flicker of doubt crossed Qian Huaihua's mind, but her determination to punish Yi Tan overshadowed it. However, before she could get close, a male voice thundered from the entrance. Stop! The voice belonged to Kong Changhao. After Yi Tan left the Kong household, both he and Zhao Hong had been unable to shake their concerns, prompting them to head towards Ye's home. If all was well, they could simply enjoy a post-dinner stroll, but if trouble loomed, they would be ready to assist Yi Tan. Indeed, upon entering the alley, they heard Yi Tan's cries. Though the distance made it hard to discern, it was clear she was in distress. The couple rushed towards the source of the commotion, unwittingly drawing a crowd of neighbors who had opened their doors to see what was happening. By the time they reached the entrance of the Yi residence, a throng of people had gathered behind them. Hearing the commotion, Qian Huaihua's composure returned. She had forgotten to close the courtyard gate. Yet, she was not alarmed. Today, she had not laid a finger on that little wretch, but had instead endured a beating herself, and her body still ached. Quickly, she turned to the entrance, and her eyes widened in shock at the sight of so many people. However, she quickly regained her composure and feigned a helpless expression. Oh dear, it's late. And Yi Tan has been misbehaving, even striking me and her father. I apologize for the commotion. Did you just say that Yi Tan hit you? Inquired Aunt He, who stepped forward, not waiting for Kong Changhao to respond. She glanced at Qian Huaihua and then at Yi Tan. Oh dear, I distinctly heard Yi Tan calling for help. Initially, I had my doubts about her earlier claims, but now it appears that Qian Huaihua, looking pristine and holding a rag, seems less like a victim. Meanwhile, Yi Tan stands here, disheveled and tear-streaked, a pitiful figure indeed. No matter how one looked at it, Qian Huaihua did not resemble a victim. Please excuse us, Yi Liqing interjected, suppressing his pain as he approached. Yi Tan has become uncontrollable, even striking adults. I apologize for disturbing everyone. Please return home. We will discipline her properly. Where did she hit you? Kong Changhao asked, his anger barely contained. Director Kong, what brings you here? Qian Huaihua, upon recognizing the voice, was taken aback. Isn't this the director of the labor department from the factory? Kong Changhao glanced at Qian Huaihua, and though he was focused on Yi Tan, he recognized Qian Huaihua as well. Previously, he had thought she treated Yi Tan well, but now, she appeared to him as nothing more than a wicked stepmother. What brings me here? Kong Changhao scoffed. If I had come, I would have known how you two are mistreating Yi Tan. How could you treat a child this way, to the point she cries for help? Zhao Hong, with concern evident in her eyes, called out to Yi Tan, child. Come here. Qian Huaihua's heart sank. She could not afford to leave a bad impression on factory leadership. She was still hoping to get her daughter into the textile factory, and dealing with Kong Changhao was unavoidable. Thus, she quickly smiled. Director Kong, you must have misunderstood. We have never harmed the child. Ask the neighbors. When have I ever hit her? If I did, they would surely have heard the commotion. Today, Yi Tan returned and struck both me and her father, shouting for help. Being a stepmother is quite challenging. In all honesty, her words were true. She had not managed to strike Yi Tan and had been the one to take the hits. The neighbors who had followed along began to murmur, recalling the earlier rumors of Yi Tan being beaten. However, they realized they had not heard any noise to confirm it. Could it be that Yi Tan was lying? Upon hearing Qian Huaihua's words, Yi Tan realized it was her turn to step forward. She wiped her tears and approached Zhao Hong, rolling up her sleeves, exclaiming, I did not strike Aunt Qian or my father. They're the ones who struck me. As soon as I returned today, they beat me without hesitation. Usually, they would gag me with a cloth, preventing me from crying out. As she spoke, she broke down into sobs. Despite having seen the scars on Yi Tan's body, Zhao Hong struggled to conceal her fury. This is outrageous, truly excessive. Look at what you have done to this child. Under the moonlight, the scars on Yi Tan's arms were clearly visible, drawing gasps of shock from the onlookers. It seemed the afternoon's rumors were indeed true. The Yi couple was exceedingly cruel. What a grudge. What bitterness. And he gazed incredulously at Qian Huaihua. You two truly have no limits. This afternoon, you deceived me, claiming Yi Tan was merely sleeping at home. In reality, she suffered a headache and went to the hospital. I suspect you two are the culprits." Upon hearing Aunt He's words, a chill ran through Qian Huaihua and Yi Liqing's hearts. What? Yi Tan went to the hospital? Yi Tan continued to cry. At noon, Aunt Qian and my father beat me mercilessly to force me to comply with their arrangements. I hit my head and lost consciousness. When I awoke, no one was home, and I could no longer bear it, so I went to the hospital. Such revelations carried immense weight. What arrangements? Someone inquired. Yi Liqing felt panic rise within him. He had informed Yi Tan about the youth program, and it was imperative that the neighbors remain unaware, especially with the textile factory's labor department leader present. What if they prevented Yi Xiaojun from entering the factory? Immediately, Yi Liqing hastened to speak. Family shame should not be aired, but since Yi Tan has spoken, I can no longer hide the truth. We did beat Yi Tan at noon, not to enforce any arrangements, but because this child stole money, our hard-earned savings. I did not. Yi Tan cried with rage. Your room is always locked. I can only stay in the storage room without a key to your door. This was another shocking revelation. The crowd gasped, glancing at the well-ordered main house of the Yi family, and then at the narrow storage room beside the kitchen. A few curious individuals rushed over and peered inside, clearly seeing the rudimentary bed and half-filled storage space illuminated by moonlight. Oh, someone actually lives in this storage room. It must be freezing in winter and sweltering in summer. How can one endure? The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly complex. Although the Yi family had many children, the main house was spacious enough to accommodate 3 children comfortably. Yet, the child of the ex-wife was relegated to the storage room. It seemed evident that the Yi couple was far from virtuous. Instantly, the attention of the crowd was captivated by the issues of theft and Yi Tan's living conditions in the storage room. Chapter 11. Unveiling the truth. Yi Tan did not wish for the youth program incident to surface at this moment, as the work had yet to be sold. In this regard, the father and daughter were surprisingly aligned. Thus, Yi Tan allowed Yi Liqing to shift the topic. Yi Tan's behavior today was exceedingly unusual, leaving both Qian Huaihua and Yi Liqing bewildered. This girl, usually so listless, was acting so differently today. Had the impending youth program, combined with the violent beating at noon, pushed her to her limits? Qian Huaihua secretly fumed at Yi Tan's reckless words, glancing at the crowd gathered at her doorstep. She understood that if she did not quickly devise a way to deflect today's events, her good reputation would be irreparably damaged. Consequently, Qian Huaihua slapped her thigh, a gesture that inadvertently reminded her of the pain from Yi Tan's earlier attack, causing genuine tears to flow. My husband has always said that family shame should not be publicized, but since all of you are here today, if we do not clarify things, we shall be wronged. Originally, Yi Tan lived with Xiao Zhan and Xiao Bao, but this child is unscrupulous and frequently steals their belongings, including money we have saved. We had no choice but to let her stay in the storage room. When the house is empty, we cannot leave the door unlocked, but unexpectedly, even with the door locked, she still managed to steal our money. Upon hearing Qian Huaihua's words, Yi Tan could not help but smirk coldly at the woman's ability to fabricate such an elaborate lie in such a short time. However, she was not a pushover. I did not, Aunt Qian. You cannot slander me. Tears streamed down Yi Tan's face, her voice trembling, enhancing her appearance of vulnerability. Since I learned to walk, I have been tasked with household chores, and I have taken on all responsibilities at home: washing, cooking, sweeping the yard, and tending to the vegetable garden. All of it falls upon me. As she spoke, Yi Tan opened her hands for all to see. After all these years, my hands are calloused. Do you see any calluses on Yi Xiaozhen's hands? The crowd, upon examining her hands, realized they scarcely resembled those of a 16-year-old girl. Instead, they were rough and worn. Do not listen to this girl-esque nonsense. It is all fabricated, Qian Huaihua exclaimed, her heart racing as she glanced at Yi Tan, who was behaving exceptionally strangely today. Indeed, you do not understand. This girl is lying. How could she do all the work alone? Yi Liqing interjected, also casting a covert warning at Yi Tan. Xiao Tan, do not be ungrateful. Consider who raised you. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances, unconvinced that such hands could result from mere labor. Yi Tan paid no heed to what Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua had to say. Today, she was determined to peel away a layer of skin from these two. Thus, she continued to wipe her tears. I am not lying. Everything I say is true. Not only do I have endless chores, but I also go hungry every day. Look at the comparison between me and Yi Xiaojin. She's only 2 months older than I am, yet she is much taller and heavier than I. Furthermore, you beat me without reason. My entire body is covered in wounds. Yi Xiaojin, caught off guard by Yi Tan's reference to her, opened her mouth to retort, but recalled the fierce gaze Yi Tan had cast during the earlier confrontation, forcing her to swallow her words. Yi Tan spoke rapidly, yet each word was clear, and those present heard everything distinctly. At this moment, the way the crowd looked at the Yi couple shifted dramatically. Yi Leikin, infuriated, moved to strike Yi Tan. How dare you speak such nonsense? Zhao Hong swiftly shielded Yi Tan behind her. What? Do you intend to strike a child in front of us? They had clearly witnessed the injuries on the child's arm. No, no, Qian Huaihua exclaimed, realizing the situation was turning against her. This child is lying. She has provoked my husband. We did not strike her. Those bruises on her arm are from her own clumsiness. This child is restless while sleeping and often falls off the bed. Qian Huaihua was certain that Yi Tan would not dare to reveal her injuries before so many men. After all, what of her reputation? Those bruises could easily be dismissed as mere accidents. Zhao Hong was taken aback by Qian Huaihua's shamelessness. She had seen the extent of Yi Tan's injuries earlier. Just as Zhao Hong was about to defend Yi Tan interjected, I went to the hospital today, not only for my head, but also for an examination of my injuries. As the words escaped her lips, Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. They understood that if Yi Tan truly went to the hospital for an injury examination, the scars on her body would be impossible to conceal. With this thought, anger surged within them, blaming Yi Tan for her thoughtlessness. How could she let such a significant matter become public knowledge? When the injury report Yi Tan produced came to light, detailing her injuries, the surrounding neighbors were taken aback. Hey, Yi Liqing, this is utterly excessive. How could you treat the daughter of Shao Xiang, your own flesh and blood, in such a manner? Have you forgotten how you and your current wife came to have your jobs and your home? A neighbor, who had known the Yi family for years, could no longer hold back her indignation. Regardless of the circumstances, this is appalling. With Yi Tan in such a state, she hardly resembles the daughter of the Yi family. She is treated more like a servant. You strike her at will, berate her, and deny her food. Those wealthy landlords of the past were not this cruel. Indeed, you two have gone too far. Living in a house that Yi Tan's mother sacrificed her life for while mistreating her daughter. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Voices of condemnation echoed at the Yi family's doorstep. At that moment, no matter what Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua said, it was futile. The injury report spoke volumes. While Kong Changhao could not intervene with Yi Liqing, he had means to deal with Qian Huaihua. He coldly regarded her, stating, your position replaces that of Yi Tan's mother. Does it not? Qian Huaihua was taken aback. Director Kong, I have made no mistakes at work. You cannot dismiss me. I cannot dismiss you, Kong Changhao scoffed. But your current position seems rather relaxed. It is time for a change. A chill washed over Qian Huaihua. Previously, Lin Xiaoxiang had worked in the textile factory storeroom, which was light work. Now that she had taken over, she too was in the storeroom, but if she were to be reassigned, it would mean moving to the front lines. She was all too aware of how exhausting that would be. Qian Huaihua sought to plead further, but Kong Changhao remained unmoved. Prepare for your transfer. Realizing Kong Changhao's determination, Qian Huaihua's resentment towards Yi Tan intensified. If she was to suffer, then she would ensure that the wretched girl suffered alongside her. That girl Yi Tan stole money. Over 1,000 yuan from my family is missing, and I will report it to the police. Chapter 12. Her oversight the accusation of theft was severe, especially with such a significant sum involved. Reporting to the police was inevitable. Although it was late, officers soon arrived, and everyone remained, eager to witness the outcome of the investigation. However, after a thorough search, nothing unusual was found. Yet Qian Huaihua insisted that Yi Tan was the thief and demanded her arrest. With no evidence, the police could not make an arrest. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Tan stood beside Zhao Hong, her face a mask of indignation and fury. Upon hearing Qian Huaihua call for Yi Tan's arrest, Zhao Hong rebuked. Qian Huaihua, you simply cannot stand Yi Tan, can you? After all these years of subtly tormenting her, you now seek to ruin her reputation. What malice resides in your heart? Understanding that she was likely to be reassigned to the front lines, Qian Huaihua felt emboldened, confident that Kong Changhao would not dismiss her. It was her. There was no one else. The police have confirmed that there were no signs of an outsider entering. If there are no external thieves, then it must be an internal one. Zhao Hong retorted, your family does not consist solely of Yitan. Besides her, there are no others, Qian Huaihua blurted out. Xiao Zhen and Xiao Bao have no shortage of money. As soon as the words left her lips, she realized her blunder. Ah, Qian Huaihua, and he exclaimed, her expression one of dawning comprehension. So you have been putting on a fade in front of us neighbors all these years. Your supposed kindness toward your stepdaughter. Your claims that Yi Tan was a picky eater and your efforts to care for her were mere pretenses. Look at it. Your own children are not lacking in funds. Which implies Yi Tan is the one in need. Kong Changhao turned to Yi Laiqing. Yi Laiqing. I recall that the textile factory provides Yi Tan with 5 yuan and 10 kilograms of rice monthly. Are you so greedy that you cannot even spare that? The neighbors began to murmur, pointing fingers at Yi Laiqing and his wife. Meanwhile, the 2 police officers investigating the case had gathered enough information about the Yi family's affairs and looked upon Yi Laiqing and Qian Huaihua with disdain, especially Yi Laiqing, who had indeed inherited a stepmother and a stepfather. Yi Laiqing felt utterly nauseated. He had never anticipated that Yi Tan's unusual behavior tonight would not only draw the attention of neighbors and factory leaders, but also expose all their misdeeds. His dignity had been thoroughly trampled. Indeed, this wretched girl was a source of misfortune for him. Yet, despite his revulsion, he had to offer some explanation to salvage his reputation. No, leaders, you misunderstand. I have not touched Yi Tan's money. I have been saving it for her until she finds work, he stammered, but now it's all been stolen. At this moment, one of the police officers inquired, how much money was lost in total? Yi Laiqing looked to Qian Huaihua, who hesitated but then declared, over 1,000 yuan, plus many banknotes are missing. Over 1,000? The officer paused, realizing that if such a sum was indeed missing, it would be a serious case. Where are these funds kept? Where do you usually store them? It was in a tin box on the bedside table. Qian Huaihua hesitated, sensing she might have overlooked something but could not pinpoint it. Where's that box? Yi Laiqing urged, quickly, fetch that box for the police. Oh yes, Qian Huaihua replied hurriedly, bringing the tin box from inside. The officer examined it closely, smiling at Qian Huaihua. This box can hold over 1,000 yuan? And banknotes? At that moment, Qian Huaihua realized her oversight. That small box could not possibly contain so much money, given that the largest denomination was 10 yuan, if there were indeed over 1,000 yuan. It would require over 100 notes, not to mention various other bills. Moreover, everyone knew that money kept out in the open could not consist solely of 10 yuan notes. And he exclaimed, Qian Huaihua, you are lying. I may have made a mistake, Qian Huaihua stammered. The police pressed, how much money was actually lost? The officer's gaze was piercing, and feeling the intensity of their scrutiny, Qian Huaihua's legs trembled. She dared not lie any longer. It was just over 100 yuan, along with some banknotes. The officer nodded, glancing at the tin box in his hands. We will do our utmost to investigate this case. If you have any leads, please do not hesitate to inform us. Qian Huaihua insisted. Officers, this money was surely stolen by Yi Tan. Without evidence, such claims cannot be made lightly. The 2 officers regarded Qian Huaihua with disdain, and one who had remained silent finally spoke. We will uncover the truth. Zhao Hong lashed out at Qian Huaihua. You're truly despicable, still attempting to smear Yi Tan's name at this late hour. Indeed, if you can lie about the amount of money lost, what truth can possibly come from your lips? Amidst the crowd, an unknown individual whispered softly. Yet their words were clearly heard by all. Yi Laiqing and Qian Huaihua were infuriated. They had unwittingly become notorious in the alley, particularly Yi Laiqing, who shot a furious glare at Qian Huaihua. Earlier, he had been informed of a loss exceeding 1,000, yet now the figure had dwindled to merely 100. Sensing something amiss, he resolved to confront Qian Huaihua when the coast was clear. Standing beside Zhao Hong, Yi Tan remained silent, though inwardly she felt a tinge of anxiety. She had carelessly taken money to purchase goods at the grocery store today, and she feared whether the authorities would uncover her actions. What if they did? The thought of such consequences sent a chill through her, realizing her negligence. The police documented their findings and departed as night deepened, prompting the neighbors to disperse. Concerned for Yi Tan, Zhao Hong proposed that she accompany her home, but Yi Tan declined, feeling safe for the moment from Yi Laiqing and Qian Huaihua. Thus, Kong Changhao issued a final warning to Yi Laiqing and Qian Huaihua before leaving with Zhao Hong. Yi Tan had anticipated trouble from them. Yet Yi Liqing merely cast her a glance before retreating indoors with Qian Huaihua, while Yi Xiaojin and Yi Xiaobao had already scurried back to their own rooms. With a dismissive pout, Yi Tan returned to her storage room, needing to contemplate how to respond if her actions were indeed discovered the following day. Chapter 13. The Pill. After much deliberation, Yi Tan found herself growing increasingly anxious, pondering whether her journey had already led her to the brink of being apprehended by the police. Although the money had been stowed safely in the system's warehouse, her visit to the grocery store could be recognized by the two sales clerks familiar with her original identity, making the source of those funds difficult to explain. Eventually, her thoughts became so overwhelming that she felt a throbbing pain at the back of her head, reminding her that her injury had yet to heal properly. At that moment, she remembered the medicine box she had received during her hospital check-in earlier that day. She recalled a white porcelain bottle inside it, which she had not inspected due to the inconvenience at the time. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to take a look. Yi Tan locked the door and windows of the storage room to ensure her privacy before retrieving the white porcelain bottle, removing its stopper. The moment the stopper was pulled, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth, invigorating her senses and alleviating much of her headache. This was indeed a remarkable find. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the bottle, and upon peering inside, she discovered a golden pill nestled within, gleaming with a rich hue. She would have mistaken it for a golden bean had it not been for the alluring aroma emanating from it. The cosmic sign-in system truly showcased its opulence. However, the pill's enticing scent tempted her to consume it, even as concerns about potential adverse effects lingered in her mind. Yet, reasoning that she had bound herself to this sign-in system upon her arrival, it seemed improbable that it would eliminate her so soon after just one day. This pill must possess beneficial properties, she decided, and with determination, she poured it into her palm. As soon as the pill touched her skin, a message flashed in her mind. Jinyuan Huchi brain supplement pill. A brain supplement? How fitting. Yi Tan wasted no time and tossed the pill in her mouth. It dissolved instantly, unleashing an indescribable essence that spread throughout her body, particularly invigorating her head, lifting the heavy sensation that had plagued her. At that moment, she felt as though she could easily outmatch an entire soccer team. Checking the back of her head, the bump remained, yet the pain had vanished completely. Truly, the system produced nothing but quality products. Just as she reveled in her newfound vitality, a haughty voice echoed in her mind. Yetan jumpit in surprise. Her body shivering. Who is it? Fortunately, she managed to keep her voice low. I am your adorable system companion. Dear host, the voice replied, sweet and cheerful. I've finally been able to communicate with you. Thankfully, you were clever enough to consume the brain supplement, allowing us to converse through thought rather than speech. What is happening? Yi Tan inquired, genuinely perplexed about the system, and pleased that a companion had emerged to provide guidance. You are aware that you are bound to the cosmic sign-in system, correct? The system companion eagerly explained. Yi Tan nodded. So, it was because I consumed that pill that you can now communicate with me? Precisely, the companion continued. When I was deployed, I nearly exhausted my energy due to an incident in the cosmos. Fortunately, I managed to replenish some energy mid-journey, which enabled me to land on your planet. However, when I bound with you, you had just traversed time and space, depleting your own energy in the process, which is what you commonly refer to as vitality. Yi Tan realized, no wonder I felt so hungry today. It seems I was consuming energy at a rapid pace. Exactly, the companion affirmed. Due to these circumstances, I was unable to communicate directly. The medicine box you signed for at the hospital was your beginner's gift, tailored to your needs. Regrettably, I couldn't alert you to consume the brain supplement sooner. Fortunately, you are quite astute. Otherwise, I would have been waiting quite a while to converse with you. Yi Tan raised an eyebrow. I am always clever, yet you still made an error. What will you do if the police discover your actions tomorrow? The companion chuckled playfully. That's too much. You can't just jump in and stomp on my worries, she retorted, fretting over the predicament. If given another chance, she would certainly act more cautiously. Wait, Yi Tan exclaimed. You know everything I did today? Of course, the companion replied proudly. Otherwise, how would the warehouse have appeared? I specifically released it for you to store your items. Aren't I wonderful? Yes, indeed. You are the best. Yi Tan brightened at the thought. So, if the police come for me tomorrow, you can help me resolve it, right? You must be capable of handling such trivial matters effortlessly. The companion beamed with pride. Certainly. Although I currently possess limited energy, These matters are mere trifles that I can manage with a wave of my hand. That's splendid. I am counting on you, dear companion. Yitan decided. Just watch, the companion confidently replied before falling silent. Yitan sat quietly, comforted by the support of the system. She reminded herself to be more thorough in her future endeavors, ensuring that she would not leave any vulnerabilities as she had this time. Had the companion not appeared, she might have truly found herself in dire straits. After a few minutes, the voice of Tongzi resonated once more in Yitan's mind. All right, it's settled. Those two salespeople will only say that you purchased a pound of rice bars and a pound of fruit candy. As for the money for the pastries, that was given by your grandparents. When they inquire about your grandparents, they will mention that they provided you with approximately $1.80. You merely need to present 70 cents as proof. As for the state-run restaurant, no one will remember that you dined there. Thank you, Tongzi, Yitan promptly replied. By the way, what is your name? I don't have a name yet. Tongzi's voice remained soft and gentle. Then I shall call you Tawanzi, Yitan decided. Great, great, Tawanzi exclaimed with excitement. I shall be called Tawanzi now. How wonderful to have a name. Yitan imagined that if Tawanzi had a physical form, it would undoubtedly be spinning in circles with joy at this moment. After a brief moment of elation, Tawanzi turned to Yitan and said, by the way, starting tomorrow, you can sign in regularly every day. If there is a suitable location for signing in, it will be displayed. The daily limit for sign-ins is 5 times. If you do not use all your sign-in opportunities for the day, they could be accumulated for the next day. However, this sign-in opportunity has a time limit. If it goes unused for over a month, it will disappear. What can be signed out? Yitan inwaited. That varies from person to person, Tawanzi replied. Moreover, it won't be limited to your blue star. I am a universal sign-in system and can upgrade. I guarantee there will be more surprises beyond your imagination. Wow. Yitan exclaimed in auge. This system is already impressive. It must become even more extraordinary in the future. It's practically a must-have for home and travel. Chapter 14. Interrogation on Yitan's side. Knowing about Tawanzi alleviated her concerns for the next day, and her spirits soared. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was quite tense for Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua. Upon returning to their room, Yi Liqing shut the door and confronted Qian Huaihua. What's the matter with the money? Didn't you say you lost over 1,000? How has it now turned into just over 100? It wasn't until the police mentioned it that Yi Liqing realized something was amiss. Indeed, how could such a small iron box possibly hold over 1,000 yuan? He usually didn't manage the finances, so he hadn't noticed anything unusual when Qian Huaihua spoke to him. I must have remembered it incorrectly, Qian Huaihua stammered. You know, I sometimes have a poor memory. What about the other money? Yi Liqing asked, frowning. Where is it? Ah, I saved it, Qian Huaihua replied nervously, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. Yi Liqing's suspicion deepened. Then where is the passbook? Show it to me. How much did you save? Although he didn't typically handle money matters, Yi Liqing had a mental tally in his head, calculating that their family should have saved at least 2,000 or 3,000 over the years. There's not that much. Qian Huaihua quickly averted her gaze from Yi Liqing. How much then? Just over 1,000. All right, let me see the passbook. Upon observing Qian Huaihua's reaction, Yi Liqing's suspicions intensified, and he insisted on reviewing the passbook. Old Yi, it's getting late, and the passbook isn't going anywhere. We can look at it tomorrow, she suggested. Still, let me see it now. Old Yi. Aye. Yi Liqing narrowed his eyes at Qian Huaihua. Huaihua, tell me the truth. Do you have the passbook? I do. Qian Huaihua hurriedly replied. If you have it, then bring it to me. But, Huaihua, why have you consistently withheld the passbook from me? Is there something fishy going on? If the passbook and the money are both missing, we need to inform the police and let them help investigate. Qian Huaihua was taken aback by Yi Liqing's words. How could she dare to report to the police? The passbook was safely in her possession, and reporting it would be tantamount to filing a false report. The passbook is here with me. She quickly fetched it. Yi Liqing reached for the passbook, but Qian Huaihua quickly pulled her hand back. Old Yi, there's something I need to tell you first. My nephew from my maternal side is getting married, so I borrowed some money from my elder brother. How much did you borrow? Before Qian Huaihua could finish her sentence, Yi Liqing snatched the passbook, opened it, and his expression darkened with fury. How much did you borrow? Why is there only a little over 100 left in this passbook? I borrowed 1,500. Yi Liqing's expression was terrifying. Although he rarely intervened when Qian Huaihua mistreated Yitan, he seldom lost his temper. However, when he did, Qian Huaihua felt genuine fear. Old Yi, listen to me. My nephew is getting married, and my elder brother is renovating his house, so they need money. Our family has some savings, and there hasn't been much need for it lately, so I thought I would help my elder brother in an emergency. Qian Huaihua never anticipated that she had just withdrawn the money for her brother and hadn't even had the chance to return the passbook before Yi Laiqing discovered it. Help in an emergency? Yi Laiqing scoffed. Qian Huaihua, you really are something, using the entire Yi family savings to aid your brother. What? Does your family intend to drain the Yi family dry? If I hadn't asked, would this money have just slipped away unnoticed? No. Qian Huaihua hurriedly protested. Old Yi, listen to me. What is there to listen to? Yi Laiqing's eyes blazed with anger. Listen to how you take care of your maternal family? Qian Huaihua, just because I don't manage the finances doesn't mean I'm oblivious. You frequently give money to your maternal family and buy them things. I've turned a blind eye to it, but when I just mentioned having 2,000 or 3,000 left, I was also accounting for the money you've sent to your maternal family over the years. And now you have the audacity to take our Yi family's savings to fill the holes in your family. You will return this money tomorrow. Old Yi, don't be hasty. My brother assured me that he would definitely repay this money. It just needs some time. Qian Huaihua was growing increasingly anxious, her hands and feet feeling cold. Plus, I only gave the money to my brother yesterday. How can I go back and demand it today? Old Yi, considering all these years we've spent together as a couple, please be more lenient. I promise my brother will repay it, all right? Yi Laiqing fixed his gaze on Qian Huaihua for a long moment before responding. Fine, I will trust you this once. 3 months, just 3 months. If it isn't repaid by then, I will report it to the police, and you and your brother can explain it to them. All right, Qian Huaihua replied, relieved that Yi Laiqing had relented. However, her resentment towards Yi Tan deepened. The money was undoubtedly stolen by Yi Tan. If it weren't for that troublesome girl causing this situation, how could Yi Laiqing have found out so quickly about her borrowing money for her maternal family? You troublesome girl. Once the police uncover the evidence tomorrow, I will ensure that you suffer the consequences. That night, while some of the Yi family tossed and turned in sleeplessness, plagued by nightmares, others enjoyed peaceful slumber. Among those who slept soundly was Yi Tan. Perhaps it was due to having taken the rejuvenating herbal pill the previous night. For upon waking, Yi Tan felt invigorated. Noticing that the others in the household had not yet risen, she swiftly got up, tidied herself, and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for herself. She made a pot of sweet potato porridge, boiled 2 eggs, smashed a cucumber, and sliced a plate of pickled vegetables. She had quite the appetite, finishing off the entire pot of porridge. By the time the other 4 family members arose, Yi Tan had just finished washing her dishes. The aroma of the remaining food in the kitchen incensed Qian Huaihua, causing her to exclaim, Yi Tan, what do you mean by this? Chapter 15. The frantic money. Huaihua, do you not understand what I mean? Yi Tan wickedly raised an eyebrow at Qian Huaihua, whispering under her breath before bursting into tears again. And Qian, I'm so sorry. I was just too hungry and took a bite first. Please forgive me. I didn't eat dinner last night, and my stomach is in turmoil. Oh, and Qian, I was wrong. Please don't pinch me. After the confrontation with the Yi family last night, she no longer concealed her true self. She would not allow herself to be meek and submissive like the original owner. That would suffocate her. After all, who couldn't pretend for appearances? As long as she maintained the faade of the mistreated innocent in public, that was sufficient. Tuanzi watched Yi Tan's performance with great delight, marveling at her host's dramatic flair. Qian Huaihua was infuriated by Yi Tan's antics, particularly when she saw Yi Tan smirking at her, compounded by the humiliation she suffered last night in front of the neighbors and the threats from Yi Laiqing. The thread of rationality in Qian Huaihua's mind snapped, and she shouted at Yi Tan in a frenzy, You little wretch. Just wait until I beat you to death. If I don't, I'll change my surname. It was breakfast time, and many neighbors had already heard Yi Tan's loud outcry, coupled with Qian Huaihua's curses. Several onlookers smirked, recognizing Qian Huaihua's pretentiousness. Now that her facade was stripped away, she no longer had the pretense. Oh dear, that Yi Tan is so pitiful. Many sympathized with Yi Tan, while their disdain for Yi Laiqing and his wife grew. Qian Huaihua grabbed a rolling pin and swung it at Yi Tan. But Yi Tan was no fool. She deftly dodged the clumsy blows. Qian Huaihua, in her fury, almost threw out her back from overexertion. You little brat. How dare you dodge? Qian Huaihua was driven mad by Yi Tan's taunting expression, her voice booming throughout the alley. Yi Tan nimbly evaded while making faces at Qian Huaihua. all the while wailing loudly. "And Qian, it hurts so much. Please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Don't cover my mouth. If you don't let me eat, I want to eat." Ye viaoshen, witnessing win huai huchasing, ye tan vita rolinping. Recalled her fright from the previous night and the nightmares that followed. Anger surged within her. Last night, she had been caught off guard, but today, armed with her mother-s weapon, she would not let Yi Tan escape unscathed. She rushed forward to assist Qian Huaihua. Seeing Yi Xiaojin seeking trouble, Yi Tan would not let the opportunity slip. With a few agile spins, she redirected Qian Huaihua's rolling pin toward Yi Xiaojin, causing her to yelp, "Ouch, Mom. Why did you hit me?" Realizing she had inadvertently struck her own daughter, Qian Huaihua became even more furious. The rolling pin whirled through the air. Yet it seemed none of her strikes landed on Yi Tan, who remained unharmed while Yi Xiaojin suffered several unintentional blows. Yi Xiaojin cried out in pain, while Yi Tan matched her cries, wailing even louder. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobao, oblivious to the chaos, joined in the ruckus, clapping and cheering. "Mom, beat that little wretch to death." Having heard the term little wretch directed at Yi Tan many times, Yi Xiaobao knew it referred to her, but usually he was instructed not to say it aloud. Today, however, the lively atmosphere made him forget the warnings, and he only wished to join the fun. In no time, the entire Yi household was in disarray. Ye Leikin, hearing the commotion from inside, burst out, yelling, "Have you had enough? Everyone stop it. I must beat that little wretch to death today." Qian Huaihua was truly enraged, glaring at Yi Tan with a desire to inflict severe punishment. Yi Tan, sensing Yi Liqing's arrival, knew the spectacle was drawing to a close. She tousled her hair, feigning tears as she dashed towards the courtyard door. "And Qian, I was wrong. I want to eat anymore. Please don't hit me. It hurts so much." As she spoke, Yi Tan bolted from the yard, squeezing her arm forcefully to coax out a few tears. Onlookers from the neighborhood witnessed a disheveled Yi Tan rushing out, tears streaming down her face, with Qian Huaihua in hot pursuit, brandishing the rolling pin and cursing. "Goodness, Qian Huaihua, do you intend to kill her with that hefty rolling pin?" One neighbor exclaimed upon seeing the weapon in Qian Huaihua's hands. "How ruthless you are, Qian Huaihua. Look at what you and your husband have turned Yi Tan into. She is utterly mistreated. Truly, a stepmother is no better than a stepmother, devoid of kindness." The events of the previous night had shattered any illusions the neighbors held of Yi Liqing and his wife, leaving them in shock. Now, witnessing Qian Huaihua wielding such a large rolling pin, they were astonished that anyone could still defend her. "I'm not the one at fault. That little wretch provoked me," Qian Huaihua stammered, momentarily dazed by the crowd's reaction. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Yi Tan had already escaped far away. "How can you speak like that? You dare to insult Xiaodan in front of us? Look at how fierce you are. Can a girl without a mother dare to provoke you? Do you think you can still fool us like before?" A neighbor, unimpressed by Qian Huaihua's behavior, looked down on her. At this moment, Yi Liqing rushed outside, catching the tail end of the conversation. Uncomfortable with the remarks, he forced a smile and said, "Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. My Yi Tan merely had a little spat with Huaihua. It's nothing significant." With that, he smiled at everyone and pulled Qian Huaihua back in the house. The onlookers exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at the couple's futile attempts to maintain their facade. As they glanced towards the alley, Yi Tan had long since disappeared, and the neighbor's sympathy for her swelled to new heights. The poor child couldn't even have a proper breakfast. Meanwhile, Yi Tan, who had garnered the neighbor's sympathy, stood beside the state-run restaurant, her face wearing a feigned look of dejection while her heart was filled with joy. She had learned her lesson. The town of Fenlai was small, and it was better to keep her identity hidden for now to avoid suspicion. However, she could still indulge in her secret delight. Gazing at the large golden button at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, she almost burst into laughter, wanting to sing a tune of good fortune. If only the timing were right. The sign above the restaurant gleamed with bright, golden letters, unmistakably proclaiming prosperity. "Check-in," Yi Tan silently recited in her mind. "Ding. Check-in successful at Fengdang Town State-Run Restaurant. You have received 10 large, juicy meat buns and a recipe for making meat buns." Chapter 16. I, Hu Huan San, have returned. There's even a recipe. Yi Tan was momentarily taken aback. Her cooking skills were decent, but she wasn't a master chef. She could only manage ordinary home-cooked meals. However, since the recipe was provided by the system, it should be reliable. A flicker of anticipation blossomed within Yi Tan. "Host, You can look forward to it. At that moment, Tawanzi's voice playfully echoed in Yitan's mind. As long as the system provides you with recipes and skills, there will be no disappointments. Wonderful! Yitan exclaimed with delight. When I have some free time, I will take a good look. All right, let us proceed to the next sign-in point, came the response. Ding. You have successfully signed in at the Feng Tang Town grocery store and received a food package. Ding. You have successfully signed in at the Feng Tang Town People's Bank and received 10 yuan in cash. After wandering around Feng Tang Town for a while, Yitan had already signed in at 2 points, both quite rewarding, particularly the 10 yuan from the bank, which made her eyes sparkle with excitement. 10 yuan a day amounts to 300 yuan a month. Over a year, that totals more than 3,000, without needing to do anything else. Merely signing in at the bank daily could make her a person of wealth. In this era, being a person with 10,000 yuan was akin to being a tycoon. In the future, she planned to buy a few apartments in the capital city, which could appreciate in value and provide rental income. Wouldn't that allow her to live the life of a landlord? Just thinking about it brought her joy. Cough, cough. Host, do not be overly excited. We're just getting started. Oh, indeed. The words of the system brought Yitan back from her excitement. Now that she had a system, she needed to adopt a longer-term perspective. Onward to the next sign-in point. Yitan intended to visit the recycling station to see if she could sign in there. She was somewhat familiar with the recycling station from the original owner's memories, as Qian Huaihua often sent her there to collect discarded newspapers to use for wall coverings or for firewood. A large stack of newspapers could be obtained for just 1 penny from the gatekeeper. Quite a bargain. However, Yitan did not plan to enter the recycling station this time. It had been thoroughly depleted over the years. Even if there were some good items left, they would not be available to her. In every era, there are always discerning individuals, and she did not believe she could find anything of value in this year of 1975. Are you here to find more discarded newspapers today? The gatekeeper, who was evidently familiar with Yitan, greeted her with a smile. Some books and newspapers just arrived this morning. You came at the perfect time. Huh? Upon hearing this, Yitan's eyes lit up. What a stroke of luck. While she did not aspire to find famous paintings, she hoped to discover some high school textbooks. In 2 years, the college entrance examinations would resume, and the original owner had only graduated from middle school, thus lacking high school textbooks. Though she had performed decently academically in her previous life, she was not familiar with the textbooks of this era. Regardless, she needed a complete set to study and prepare for the upcoming exams. Wonderful. I was just looking for some old newspapers. Go ahead. There are not many people inside right now, the smiling gatekeeper responded. Okay, thank you. As she expressed her gratitude, Yitan confirmed the sign-in button with her mind. Indeed, there was a sign-in point at this recycling station. Ding. You have successfully signed in at the Feng Tang Town recycling station and received a pair of jade bracelets. When the announcement resonated in her mind, it sounded like celestial music. Unable to contain her excitement, she bounced twice before swiftly entering the recycling station. The gatekeeper, observing her joyful demeanor, shook her head with a smile, sighing, "Youth is truly wonderful." Jade bracelets. Yitan held a few sheets of discarded newspapers while her gaze could not help but drift towards the system's warehouse. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Heaven knows how much she adored jade. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she was merely a 9-to-5 worker with no spare cash to indulge in jade jewelry. Who would have imagined that in this era of scarce resources, she would easily possess the jade adornments she once yearned for? Taking a deep breath, Yitan suppressed her excitement, reminding herself to remain composed. As the system had said, this was merely the beginning. After rummaging through the heap of discarded items for quite some time, she found that, indeed, they were nothing but refuse, always fragmented and broken. There were no famous paintings to be found, nor even the shadow of a textbook. Only scattered newspapers and torn remnants, barely recognizable, with the ink smudged from water stains. While searching, Yitan's gaze fell upon a torn piece of paper, on which 3 characters were faintly discernible. Min Tang Yin. Her heart skipped a beat. Most of Tang Yin's artworks bore simple signatures, often just Wu Min Tang Yin. If this fragment were genuine, it would be a tremendous loss. Looking around at the discarded items, Yitan realized that there might truly be some shredded masterpieces among them. However, even if these fragments were indeed notable works or precious book remnants, they would hold no value now. The torn papers tossed into the recycling station were a reflection of this era, steeped in grief and bitterness. Regaining her composure, Yi Tan remembered her purpose for entering, to collect some newspapers. She casually selected a stack of newspapers and handed a penny to the gatekeeper before finding a secluded corner to store the newspapers in the system's warehouse. Albeit still piled on the ground, whether money or discarded newspapers, they were treated the same in the system's warehouse. Looking at the sun, it was nearly noon. As a mistreated girl with no money to dine at the state-run restaurant, she had to return home for a meal. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, she entered the alley. Amid the sympathetic words and glances from the neighbors, Yi Tan responded quietly before returning to the Yi family's courtyard. At that moment, the meal was just being served. Without Yi Tan to do the labor, Qian Huaihua had to cook herself, as Yi Xiaozhen was of no help. Just as they were about to eat, the courtyard door swung open, and the family turned to see Yi Tan entering with a defiant look. As soon as she closed the door, her expression shifted to one of provocation, grinning at the Yi Liqing family. I, Huhan San, have returned. Chapter 17. Qian Huaihua is reassigned. Qian Huaihua glared at Yi Tan, especially at her smug demeanor, and felt her anger boil over. This morning, she had barely arrived at work when she was notified of her reassignment to the front lines as a textile worker, and as an apprentice at that, with only a slight increase in salary compared to temporary workers. Frustrated, she sought to speak with her supervisor, but was told that the decision was made at a company-wide meeting. She had two choices, either go to the front lines or find another place to transfer. Upon hearing this, Qian Huaihua had no choice but to relent and begrudgingly accept her new position. If she had the ability to transfer to another unit, she would not have schemed to take over Lin Xiaoxiang's position. As the morning wore on, her frustration mounted. When she returned home for lunch, she found Yi Tan absent, forcing her to suppress her anger and prepare the meal herself. Now that Yi Tan had returned, her patience was at an end. She sprang to her feet, ready to confront Yi Tan. You little witch. But before she could finish, Yi Liqing grabbed her arm, saying, Huaihua, let us discuss this calmly. Old Yi, don't try to dissuade me. This wretched girl got me reassigned. I'll have to work myself to exhaustion for a meager wage. I want to let this go with her. The mask has been torn away, and the neighbors are well aware of the situation. Qian Huaihua, in a fit of exasperation, decided to let it all out, no longer caring to suppress her voice. Yi Tan, if you have the ability, stop playing the victim. In response, Yi Tan made a face that could infuriate the dead, fully embracing her theatrical side. She turned, knocked over a broom, and with a swift kick, sent a water bucket tumbling. Aunt Qian, I'm terrified. Please don't hit me. Dad, will you save me? I'm your own daughter. Her antics left the Yi family in shock. If not for the mocking smile and taunt on her face, one might genuinely believe she was enduring a terrible beating. Clearly, those outside the courtyard shared this sentiment, but upon seeing the Yi family's door firmly shut, they could only shake their heads in resignation. That girl from the Yi family, if she cannot stand on her own, no amount of help from others will suffice. Old Yi, Qian Huaihua felt as if she might explode. Look at this. This is your precious daughter. It's south enough to drive me to my grave. Yi Liqing was equally furious. Yet he recognized that the priority was to placate Yi Tan. All right, let's all just calm down and take a seat. However, Qian Huaihua was unwilling to relent. After receiving a glare from Yi Liqing and recalling the 500 yuan she lent to her brother, she begrudgingly sat down, casting a venomous glare at Yi Tan, wishing she could tear out a piece of her flesh. Yi Tan was unperturbed by Qian Huaihua's glare. At that moment, Qian Huaihua resembled a toothless tiger, or rather, a toothless hyena in her presence. After fetching a large bowl of rice from the kitchen, Yi Tan nonchalantly sat down at the table. Unlike that morning, Yi Xiaowan cautiously distanced her stool from Yi Tan, while Yi Xiaobao, eager to continue his taunts, found himself silenced by a single glare from her. No one moved to pick up their chopsticks, but Yi Tan paid them no heed and began to eat heartily. After taking a bite, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Qian Huaihua's culinary skills left much to be desired. Lacking both oil and salt, the food was nearly inedible. Nonetheless, she understood that this was the reality of their times. As long as there was something to eat, it sufficed. Thus, the family watched as Yi Tan indulged unabashedly. Within moments, half of the dishes had vanished from the table. Qian Huaihua ground her teeth in frustration. What did it mean that Yi Tan consumed more than half of the family's meal? You all eat. Yi Tan quipit. Raising an eyebrow, don't say I'm stealing your food. I'm merely letting you eat. As she spoke, the dishes dwindled further. If you don't eat soon, there will be nothing left. Immediately, The remaining members of the Yi family fell silent, hastily beginning to eat. This wretched girl has truly become insufferable these past few days. After finishing the meal, Yi Liqing intended to have a serious discussion with Yi Tan. Little Tan, but before he could continue, Yi Tan interjected with a cold laugh. Little Tan, how peculiar. This is the first time you call me by my name. Isn't it? In the past, he had only ever referred to her by her full name or derogatory terms such as wretched girl or unfilial daughter. Yi Liqing was momentarily taken aback, choosing to disregard the issue and pressing on. Haven't you caused enough trouble these past few days? Haven't you vented your frustrations? I understand that you're upset about being sent to the countryside. I can empathize with your feelings, but there must be limits. Just look at the commotion you caused last night and again this morning. Your Aunt Qian's job has been affected as a result. She's exhausted, and her salary has been cut. Don't you think it's time to let go of your grievances? Listening from the side, Qian Huaihua felt utterly indignant. So it was that Yi Tan's tantrums only resulted in her own misfortune? Yi Tan laughed coldly. Are you suggesting that the suffering I endured for over a decade can be brushed aside with your casual words? Little Tan, regardless of the circumstances, your Aunt Qian and I raised you. You must remember that when your mother left, you were just 3 years old. We have cared for you since then. Surely. That counts for something, Yi Liqing said, trying to impart wisdom. Yi Tan had no interest in discussing this matter with him. It was clear from his words that he believed himself blameless, merely attributing her rebelliousness to the recent news of her relocation. As for the years of hardship she endured, to him, they were simply expected. I won't waste my breath on you. Since it seems I am destined to go to the countryside, you will need to prepare my belongings, money, and all the necessary items for the journey to the northeast, blankets, winter clothes, mattresses, and so forth, Yi Tan stated coldly. Upon hearing Yi Tan request money, Qian Huaihua immediately exploded with rage. Where is there any money left in this household? The 100 yuan we use for daily expenses has been pilfered by this wretched girl. Yi Tan, stop pretending to be oblivious. You know exactly where the family's money is gone. Is there any left? What a joke. How would I know if there's any money left? For all these years, apart from being sent to buy things, have you ever given me a single cent? Everything I've eaten, worn, or used was what you discarded. And now you have the audacity to ask me where the money is gone? Yi Tan refused to back down. Let us be frank, Yi Tan. You can't deny it. The money is simply what you stole from the family. Qian Huaihua asserted emphatically. Qian Huaihua, you must present evidence if you accuse me of theft. Otherwise, I will be forced to seek justice from the police. Very well. Let us see what the police uncover today. Yi Tan, remember this. If you have indeed stolen from the family, I will ensure you serve a lengthy sentence. The realization that Yi Tan had referred to her by name ignited a furious rage within Qian Huaihua, and she longed to punish Yi Tan as she had in the past, yet she was powerless against her now, her eyes burning with fury. Very well. Let's wait and see. Chapter 18. Transition of responsibilities. The midday conversation naturally ended on a sour note. Yi Tan ignored the others and returned to her storage room. As Qian Huaihua cleaned the dishes, she vented her anger in clattering pots and pans until Yi Liqing shouted at her to settle down, reluctantly bringing her to a halt. By afternoon, those who worked had gone to their jobs, and those who studied had left for school, leaving only Yi Tan and Yi Xiaowan at home. Yi Tan glanced at the tightly shut door of Yi Xiaowan's room and scoffed before stepping outside. She had arranged to meet Zhao Hong, who would bring her uncle and nephew to the textile factory that afternoon to facilitate the handover of her duties, preventing any further unnecessary delays. As luck would have it, there was still an opportunity to sign in today, and Yi Tan intended to see what could be achieved at the textile factory. Little Tan, just as she arrived at the entrance of the textile factory, before she could even notice the golden button suspended in midair, she spotted Zhao Hong waving at her. Flanked by 2 men, one in his 40s, appearing quite earnest, and the other in his 20s, with a dark complexion, resembling the older man. Aunt Zhao, I'm sorry for being late, Yi Tan said, hastening her steps toward them. It's quite all right. We just arrived as well, Zhao Hong replied. Patink, Yi Tan Sehant. With concern, she inquired, after we left last night, did your father and stepmother give you any trouble? No. Yi Tan pursed her lips and let out a faint sigh. Aunt Zhao, don't worry. Even if they did, I wouldn't be like before. I've come to understand that no matter how much I try to please them, they will never accept me, and I no longer need to endure it in silence. Eventually, she would inevitably revert to her true nature. Speaking in such a manner would lay a foundation for future changes and prevent others from feeling taken aback. Yes, this is indeed the way it should be. Recalling Qian Huaihua's arrogant demeanor from yesterday, Zhao Hong felt a surge of anger. You have grown up now. You must learn to stand on your own, slowly. Once you are in the countryside, adopt a firmer stance and refrain from being overly amiable. This way, when others attempt to bully you, they will think twice. Yitan did not anticipate Zhao Hong's guidance to be so insightful, but it resonated with her, and she promptly nodded in agreement, saying, Aunt Zhao, I understand your meaning. I will change and ensure that I am no longer bullied. Indeed, Zhao Hong replied with a nod and a smile. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just let Aunt Zhao know. Do not keep everything bottled up. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. At this moment, Zhao Hong realized she had not yet introduced the others, so she hastily pointed to the two men beside her, saying to Yitan, This is my elder brother and my nephew. She then turned to the two men and said, This is the young lady I mentioned. Her name is Yitan. At home, Zhao Hong's elder brother and nephew were already aware that a young girl was selling them the job. Upon Zhao Hong's introduction, they understood. But it was inappropriate to discuss business matters at the entrance, and both men were not particularly loquacious, so they merely smiled at Yitan. Let us go in quickly while there are fewer people, Zhao Hong said. The three entered the textile factory and proceeded to Kong Changhao's office. The job vacancy previously reserved for Yitan had remained available at the factory. If she were to come on board, she merely needed to report to the Human Resources Department. Now that Yitan had sold the job, she first needed to resign before Zhao Hong's nephew could be employed. As Kong Changhao was the head of the Human Resources Department, the process moved swiftly. Within an hour, the job transfer was completed. Since the factory workers were all on duty in the afternoon, aside from the Human Resources staff, no one knew about Yitan's job transfer. Once everything was settled, Zhao Hong took Yitan and her elder brother's nephew back home. Upon arriving, Zhao Hong took out 1,000 yuan and a full envelope of various vouchers and handed them to Yitan. Xiao Tan, keep this 1,000 yuan safe. Be sure not to let your father and stepmother see it. You can sew a pocket into your underwear to hide the money. This way, you'll be safer on your journey to the countryside, Zhao Hong earnestly advised. Alright, understand. Zaha, Yitan replied obediently. Planning to store the money in her system warehouse, Zhao Hong then showed Yitan the vouchers. I have prepared some national vouchers for you, including meat vouchers, grain vouchers, cloth vouchers, and a few oil vouchers. You will surely lack for many things in the countryside, so take these first. Later, let Uncle Kong help you gather some cotton. Yitan was surprised by the abundance of vouchers Zhao Hong provided and quickly said, Aunt Zhao, this is more than enough. Do not trouble Uncle Kong. Presently, cotton purchases require cotton vouchers. Even though Kong Changhao is the director of the textile factory, it is not as simple as just acquiring cotton. Do not worry about that. Let Uncle Kong handle it, Zhao Hong insisted. Yes, Zhao Hong's elder brother, Zhao Sheng, added, You have helped us immensely, otherwise my family Zhuzi would still be searching for work. We are truly grateful. Zhao Sheng, with his earnest nature, continually expressed his gratitude to Yitan. Zhao Zhuzi sat nearby, scratching his head and smiling. Initially, Zhao Hong intended to invite Yitan to stay for dinner, but Yitan declined. At this time, every household was tight on supplies, and besides, she needed to return home to confront her parents. Yitan was particularly curious about the expression on Yi Liqing's face when he and Qian Huaihua would learn that she had sold the job. However, regrettably, she would soon be heading to the countryside, and feared she might not witness their reactions. Upon returning home, Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua had not yet finished work. Yitan went directly to the kitchen, sliced a piece of cured meat, stir-fried a dish, scrambled an egg, and reheated a bun of mixed flour from lunch. Eating directly in the kitchen. When Yi Xiaozhen heard the commotion and rushed into the kitchen, Yitan was nearly finished eating. Seeing the remaining slices of cured meat in the dish, Yi Xiaozhen stamped her foot in anger, exclaiming, Yitan, you are too much. You ate all by yourself before Mom and Dad returned. Yitan tossed a piece of cured meat in her mouth and coldly replied to Yi Xiaozhen, What business is it of yours? Chapter 19. Inventory of Assets. Yi Xiaozhen glanced at Yitan, wanting to argue, but recalling her earlier misfortune, she hesitated, merely glaring at Yitan before retreating to her room. After all, with their parents around, she preferred not to provoke Yitan. Thus, when Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua returned home, they were met with a cold stove and merely a meager piece of cured meat left hanging from a beam. Upon seeing the diminishing cured meat, Qian Huaihua was ready to explode, but Yi Liqing stopped her, sensing that if she raised her voice, they would ultimately be the ones to suffer. In any case, that troublesome girl, Yi Tan, always found ways to make them miserable, and he could not understand why she had become so difficult these past few days. Furthermore, today, the union representatives had approached him, mentioning they had heard about his family situation and urged him to be fairer and better to his own daughter, which added to Yi Liqing's stress. He was even less inclined to let Qian Huaihua escalate the matter, reminding himself that in a few days, that troublesome girl would be heading to the countryside, and she might not return. He even secretly hoped the police would arrest Yi Tan, although he would never voice such a thought aloud, as she remained his own daughter. "All right, let us prepare dinner," Yi Liqing said, feeling somewhat irritable. "By the way, since Xiao Zhen is at home with nothing to do, let her handle the cooking to spare you from having to do it after a long day. Xiao Zhen just graduated a few days ago. She finally has some free time before starting work, and you still expect her to cook?" Qian Huaihua was concerned for her daughter and did not want Yi Xiao Zhen to be overburdened. "Fine, I'll cook every day when I come home," she decided. "Do as you please." Yi Liqing shrugged, indifferent, as long as there was food waiting for him after work. Qian Huaihua changed her clothes and prepared to head to the kitchen, muttering softly, "I wonder how the police investigation is progressing. I hope that troublesome girl Yi Tan gets arrested soon and spends a lifetime in prison." At that moment, Qian Huaihua wished for Yi Tan to disappear from her sight. She truly did not want to see that troublesome girl again, having suffered greatly at her hands these past few days. Meanwhile, Yi Tan was cheerfully counting her assets in her storage room. When she left the textile factory today, she had also signed in at the attendance point, receiving a wooden box. Upon opening the box, she discovered it was filled to the brim with fabric, all highly suitable for the era. Cotton fabric, dacron, woolen flannel, and even a few pieces of fabric whose names she could not recall. The little creature cheerfully exclaimed, "Host, these fabrics are Varding and military fabric, but they are considered high-end materials in this era." Yi Tan had never heard of these two names before. Indeed, the little creature continued excitedly. "These two types of fabric are rare in this era and can only be obtained through connections." "So rare?" "Absolutely." Yi Tan meticulously examined the pieces of fabric before placing them at the bottom of the wooden box. Such rare textiles implied that she would not be able to use them for clothing in at least the next year or two. Given her current circumstances, acquiring such materials was beyond her reach. After securing the fabric, Yi Tan reviewed her other possessions. She had over 3,100 yuan collected from Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua's home, along with some receipts from various places. These funds needed to be spent quickly before leaving Fengdang town, as they had an expiration date. The 1,000 yuan earned from selling work over the past few days, along with those national receipts, could be saved for her future needs in the Northeast. Additionally, she had 10 yuan obtained from the bank today. All in all, she could be considered a discreet, little wealthy woman, holding approximately 4,100 yuan and a considerable number of receipts. Furthermore, she had a pair of jade bracelets signed out from the recycling station and 10 large meat buns, along with a recipe for making them from the state-run restaurant. The system's warehouse had a preservation function. The steaming meat buns remained piping hot even after being stored. Yi Tan was immensely satisfied with this feature. Beyond these, she had also signed out a substantial food package from the grocery store, and upon opening it, her eyes sparkled with delight. The package contained white sugar, brown sugar, milk powder, malt extract, canned peaches, white rabbit candy, and rice cakes, along with an assortment of condiments, including oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and even a packet of monosodium glutamate. She combined the rice cakes she had previously purchased from the grocery store with the food package, stroking her chin as she contemplated how to extract another layer of resources from Yi Liqing and his wife. After all, their displeasure brought her joy. In the kitchen, Qian Huaihua had prepared the meal, but did not call for Yi Tan. The family of four sat in the courtyard to eat, with Yi Xiaozhen not forgetting to complain. "Mom, Yi Tan ate all the preserved meat for herself this afternoon." Hearing about the meat, Yi Xiaobao looked at the 3 plates of vegetarian dishes on the table and immediately protested. "Mom, I want to eat meat. I want to eat preserved meat." Yi Liqing, feeling irritated, snapped. "Eat what you have, just eat." "No, I want to eat meat." Yi Xiaobao kicked his legs on the chair, playfully whining to Qian Huaihuan. "Please make me some meat." "What meat?" Yi Tan ate it all. Yi Xiaozhen interjected with a huff. Upon hearing that Yi Tan had consumed all the meat, Yi Xiaobao became furious. Before he could finish his outburst, Yi Tan suddenly emerged from the storage room, glaring at him. Try saying that again. Perhaps her fierce gaze was too intimidating. Yi Xiaobao was immediately startled and scurried into Qian Huaihua's embrace. Unable to comprehend why the girl they usually bullied had become so fearsome these days. The courtyard grew quiet for a moment. Just then, a knock echoed from the gate. We are from the Fengdang Town Public Security Bureau. Please open the door. Chapter 20. The arrival of the police, the Public Security Bureau. Qian Huaihua's eyes lit up at once, convinced that the officers had come to apprehend Yi Tan. She hurried to open the door, not even waiting to see who was there before asking, "Comrades, you are here to arrest Yi Tan, right?" "Oh dear, Qian Huaihua. How much do you despise that girl Yi Tan? You can hardly wait for the police to take her away. With a stepmother like you, Yi Tan must have drawn the short straw in life," Mrs. Yi remarked, standing behind the officers. She previously thought Qian Huaihua was a good person, but now realized how mistaken she had been. Qian Huaihua finally noticed that behind the two police officers stood 7 or 8 neighbors, and her expression darkened. She had let her anger get the better of her and lost her composure. No, I was just upset by Yi Tan earlier and spoke out of turn. Please don't take it seriously." Yi Liqing cursed under his breath, annoyed with Qian Huaihua's indiscretion, but felt compelled to smooth things over. Among the neighbors, someone chuckled. "Oh, you were angered by that girl Yi Tan again? Did she expose how you treated her after you all beat her? Are you embarrassed now?" Several neighbors chimed in, leaving Yi Liqing and his wife reddened with shame. The officers remained silent, allowing the neighbors to finish before saying, "All right, let's keep it down. We are here to gather information." Qian Huaihua was exasperated. Y&T they said so earlier. It was just waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Now that the neighbors had voiced their opinions, it was too late for the officers to call for silence. Yi Liqing quickly pulled Qian Huaihua back and smiled at the officers. "Comrades, may I ask what information you seek? Please come in and sit down." The two officers entered the courtyard, and just as Qian Huaihua was about to close the gate, one of them said, "Please leave the gate open for now to avoid any misunderstandings later." "Yes, we need to keep an eye on things to prevent you from misrepresenting what the police did," the other officer added. Yi Liqing's face darkened again. This was plainly an accusation that they were known for spreading falsehoods. "Oh, your family of 4 can eat quite well," Mrs. Yi remarked, noticing the 4 sets of chopsticks laid out on the table, instantly realizing that Yi Tan had nothing to do with it. Her sense of justice flared up. "You didn't let Yi Tan eat breakfast, and now you won't let her have dinner either. Is she made of iron, needing no food as long as she works?" Seeing Yi Tan standing at the storage room door, Mrs. Yi waved her over, concerned. "Little Tan, have you had dinner?" Yi Tan shook her head. "Aunt, I'm not hungry." "How can you not be hungry?" Mrs. Yi started to reply, but Yi Xiaojin interrupted. "She made herself a meal this afternoon and almost finished all our preserved meat." Upon hearing this, Yi Tan remained silent, her head slightly bowed. To the neighbors, this seemed like Yi Tan was being bullied into silence by Yi Xiaojin. Mrs. Yi chuckled. "Xiaojun, don't tell such outrageous lies. Little Tan is 2 months older than you, and look at you, plump as a pumpkin compared to her. Do you think we can't see who is well-fed and who isn't?" Yi Xiaojin was left speechless. Qian Huaihua quickly pulled her behind her, signaling with her eyes for her to remain silent. Whatever they said now, the neighbors would probably not believe. Yi Liqing, sensing the tension, hastily redirected the conversation. "Comrades, what information do you wish to gather today? I will certainly provide what I know. Also, do you have any leads on the thief who stole from our home?" Qian Huaihua shot a fierce glare at Yi Tan, but dared not call for the police to arrest her any longer. The 2 police officers who had come to the Yi family were 1 man and 1 woman. The male officer, who had visited the previous day, turned to Yi Liqing and said, "We are here to gather information from Yi Tan today." Qian Huaihua's heart raced. "See, I told you. The money must have been stolen by Yi Tan. Otherwise, why would the police come to investigate?" With that, she fixed her gaze on Yi Tan. "Yi Tan, that money truly was yours, wasn't it?" The female police officer furrowed her brow and addressed Qian Huaihua, saying, "What is the matter? We are here merely to understand the situation. We cannot draw any conclusions without first grasping the actual circumstances." Hidanyang, defending Yitan, confronted Vin Huayu. The police comrades Haven T said anything yet you hastily label her. How can you be so audacious? Yi Liqing shot a glare at Qian Huaihua and promptly turned to the 2 police officers. "If you wish to understand the situation, please ask your questions." He then advised Yi Tan, "Whatever the police ask you, just answer truthfully, do not lie." Yitan lowered her head slightly, remaining silent. Laughter erupted from the onlookers as someone remarked, Yi Liqing, you caution Yi Tan against lying. Yet have you considered how many years you and your wife have spun your own tales? At this, Yi Liqing felt as if he might shatter his teeth from clenching them in frustration. It was indeed an ill-timed reminder. The female police officer chose to ignore Yi Liqing's comment and smiled gently at Yi Tan. You are called Yi Tan, correct? The two officers who visited your family yesterday reported back with the general situation, and they did not conceal the actions of you and your husband. Now, almost the entire police department is aware of the mistreatment Yi Tan has endured. The police officer felt a wave of sympathy for Yi Tan, who simply nodded in acknowledgement. I will ask you a few questions. Do not be afraid. Speak freely, for we will not wrong an innocent person. Very well, you may proceed. Yi Tan feigned a timid demeanor. Did you go to the grocery store yesterday to purchase anything? The officer inquired. Yi Tan nodded. Qian Huaihua, upon seeing this, exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. Look, police comrades, this is evidence. She has no money on her. I never sent her to buy any condiments. She must have stolen money from home to buy things. In the eyes of the neighbors, she was nothing more than a wicked stepmother. And Qian Huaihua no longer cared to pretend. Her sole desire was to see Yi Tan arrested and imprisoned, a fixation that had taken root in her mind. The crowd murmured in disbelief at Qian Huaihua's audacity to speak such words. Chapter 21. The search. The female police officer disregarded Qian Huaihua and continued her inquiry with Yi Tan. What did you purchase at the grocery store? 1 pound of rice noodles and 1 pound of fruit candy, Yi Tan replied. The officer nodded, finding her account consistent with their investigation. You bought rice noodles and fruit candy? Where did you get the money? Xin Huaihu interrogated Yi Tan. Upon hearing the mention of candy, Yi Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and he reached out toward Yi Tan, exclaiming, I want to eat rice noodles. I want to eat fruit candy. Hurry and give it to me, you worthless girl. Yi Xiaobao's rapid-fire words left Yi Xiaozhen no time to cover his mouth, resulting in a wave of derision from the onlookers directed at Yi Liqing and his wife, inciting a simmering anger within Yi Liqing. In a hushed tone, Yi Tan confided to the female police officer. The money I used to buy things was given to me by my grandparents. I have been secretly saving it over the years, fearing that if my father and Aunt Qian found out, they would take it all away. Upon hearing Yi Tan's words, the crowd's sympathy for her deepened, and their disdain for Yi Liqing and his wife grew stronger. This was precisely what Yi Tan sought. Having taken over the original owner's body and learned of her past hardships, she felt a mix of disapproval for the original owner's meekness, yet compassion for her long-suffered plight. Exposing the wrongdoings of Yi Liqing and his wife in front of the crowd offered a semblance of justice for the original owner, even if the poor girl herself might never witness it. At this moment, even Qian Huaihua dared not scold Yi Tan for saving money, knowing that the spittle of the neighborhood would drown her, having already been nearly submerged. Yet, deep down, Qian Huaihua cursed her in-laws, believing that their indulgence in giving Yi Tan money was unfathomable. After all, they were no longer capable of working and relied on Yi Liqing's monthly allowance to survive. Yet here they were, providing Yi Tan with money, clearly betraying their own kin. Officer, I did not steal any money, Yi Tan stated, pulling out a few dimes from her pocket and presenting them to the female police officer. This is all I have left. You may search me or my room if you wish. The female officer gently patted Yi Tan's shoulder. Rest assured, we will not wrong an innocent person. We will verify your claims with your grandparents. With that, the female officer presented Yi Liqing with a search warrant, stating, based on the information you provided, we need to search your home. Here is the search warrant. Oh, very well. Yi Liqing nodded, though internally he felt a tumult of confusion. His parents had always favored Lin Xiaoxiang. Otherwise, they would not have gone to her family to propose marriage, ensuring he brought her home. Consequently, they had also treated Yi Tan with kindness after Lin Xiaoxiang's passing, urging him to treat her well. However, due to their frail health, they had never come to the town, relying on their family to visit them in the village. Yi Liqing had concealed the situation at home from them and had warned Yi Tan not to disclose it, but now that the police were investigating the money, his parents would inevitably learn about Yi Tan's circumstances. The thought of his father's temper sent a shiver down his spine. The neighbors remained, crowding at the gate, eagerly awaiting the results of the police search. Yi Tan was unperturbed. Her money was now safely stored in the system's repository, and no matter how thoroughly the officers searched, they would find nothing. As expected, the officers emerged from the storage room empty-handed, though the room's dismal condition prompted several pointed glances at Yi Lai-ching, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. After inspecting the storage room, the officers intended to search the other two rooms. "Wait, aren't you only supposed to search the storage room?" Yi Xiaojun exclaimed in a panic as the officers approached her in Yi Xiaobao's room. The female officer looked at Yi Xiaojun, a hint of suspicion flickering in her eyes. "Since we have a search warrant, we must search the entire house." "But why search our rooms if it is Yi Tan who is accused of stealing?" "Yi Vyosen argued, het angieti evident." "When did we say Yi Tan was the thief?" The female officer's voice turned stern. "Do not speak of matters without evidence. I'm a girl. How can you search my room without permission?" Yi Xiaojun protested. He Dinyang interjected, "Xiaojun, Yi Tan is also a girl. Didn't the officers just search her room? Why is it acceptable to search Yi Tan's, but not yours? Are you afraid that the money is yours?" "I did not steal any money." Ye Vyosen retorted angrily. He Dinyang scoffed. "Then why are you unwilling to let the police search? If there is nothing to find, it will be evident." Before Yi Xiaojun could respond, Yi Lai-ching silenced her with a fierce glare. "Be quiet and do not hinder the officers." "Mother," Yi Xiaojun trembled. Knowing full well there was money in her room, though it was not stolen, she could not explain that it was money she had saved for a long time. Qian Huaihua found Yi Xiaojun's reaction curious, while Yi Lai-ching furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Yi Xiaojun's response raised suspicion among all present, and after a thorough search, the two police officers indeed uncovered money in Yi Xiaojun and Yi Xiaobao's room. While it was not in the form of notes, there was still over 100 yuan. It was discovered from Yi Xiaojun. The crowd gasped. This was no trivial amount. Was this money stolen by Yi Xiaojun? The onlookers regarded her with disdain, for despite living comfortably, she resorted to theft, revealing her unscrupulous nature, which made them realize they must remain cautious of her in the future. Even Yi Tan was taken aback. She never anticipated that Yi Xiaojun had secretly amassed such a fortune. While she was aware that the money was not stolen from her parents, it was evident that Yi Lai-ching and Qian Huaihua were completely oblivious to Yi Xiaojun's hidden stash, as their reactions clearly indicated. "This money is mine. I haven't stolen from my parents," Yi Xiaojun anxiously explained, her voice trembling, especially under the scrutinizing gaze of the female police officer. "Then please clarify the source of this money." The officer's tone grew more serious. I always ask my mother for extra money when I buy things. Plus, I've saved my New Year's money over the years. It's all mine. I really haven't stolen from my parents." Yi Xiaojun was on the verge of tears. Eventually, after the two police officers and Qian Huaihua re-verified the details, they cleared Yi Xiaojun of suspicion. However, the mystery of the theft remained unsolved. The officers proceeded to question the neighbors before taking their leave. Once the police departed, the neighbors dispersed, and the reputation of Yi Lai-ching and Qian Huaihua took another hit. Yi Lai-ching was furious, and ultimately, the over 100 yuan that Yi Xiaojun had was confiscated by him, as the family was in dire need of money. Regardless of Yi Xiaojun's reluctance, there was no alternative. Qian Huaihua cursed Yi Tan, but Yi Tan feigned ignorance. She realized it was time to initiate some small changes to demonstrate her growing resolve. Thus, Qian Huaihua's outburst served as a catalyst for her transformation. After witnessing the farcical dispute over money between father and daughter, Yi Tan coldly smirked, retreating to her storage room. She needed to gather her strength, for she would soon be heading to the countryside, and she had to contemplate how to stir up more commotion in the days to come. Chapter 22. Assisting Yi Xiaojun with registration early the next morning. Yi Tan prepared a pot of preserved meat and vegetable porridge, consuming all the cured meat hanging from the rafters without leaving a morsel for anyone else. When Qian Huaihua woke and saw the empty rafters, she nearly lost her temper, shaking her finger at Yi Tan in a fit of rage. However, aside from muttering a few curses, she could do nothing. If she went outside claiming that Yi Tan had devoured all the cured meat, she would surely be met with accusations of lying and slandering her daughter. Qian Huaihua could not fathom how, within just 2 days, everything had turned upside down. Under the furious gazes of her family, Yi Tan cheerfully stepped out of the house. She had decided that if she were to go to the countryside alone, she might as well bring along her sister. After all, Yi Xiaojun would no longer have a job, so they might as well go together. In this era, although there were regulations stating that at least one family member must go to the countryside, it was permissible to register additional participants if desired. "Young lady, what can I assist you with?" Upon arriving at the neighborhood committee, a middle-aged woman inquired, "I would like to register for a spot to go to the countryside." Yitan promptly replied, knowing that the application form for the youth's rural assignment could be filled out at the committee, though she was uncertain about the specifics of the process. "Oh, you wish to register for the rural youth program? That's wonderful." The committee woman beamed. Cool me. I'll get you a form to fill out." She led Yitan to the office. "Oh, it's not for me. It's for my sister. I've already filled out the registration form, but she's unavailable today, so I'm helping her register. Is that permissible?" Yitan presented Yevozhen as her sister, believing it to be more reasonable. "Oh, I see." The woman hesitated, then said, "In principle, proxy registrations are not allowed." Scanning the office and seeing it was just the two of them, Yitan pulled out a handful of white rabbit creamy candies, about 5 or 6 pieces. "Auntie, please help me out. My sister truly cannot make it today, and I fear if I register late, we won't be able to go together. We would like some company on the journey." The committee woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the candies. Given that white rabbit candies were scarce and in limited supply, she thought of how much her little grandson adored them. Looking around, she leaned closer and whispered, "Though proxy registrations are generally prohibited, if the registrant is a close relative and you know their situation, I can make an exception. I can see the bond between you sisters, so I will be lenient. But remember, keep this to yourself. Otherwise, I won't be able to assist you." Yitan smiled widely. "Of course, I won't tell anyone. Just consider this matter as though it never happened. Thank you for your help, Auntie. That's good to hear." The committee woman cheerfully accepted the candies, placing them in her pocket, and handed Yitan the registration form. "Fill this out, and I will expedite your application." "All right." Yitan quickly filled in Yi Xiaozhen's information and handed the form back to the committee woman before departing. She had registered Yi Xiaozhen for a farm in the northwest, where the conditions were harsh, hoping it would serve as a good lesson for her sister. Having successfully registered Yi Xiaozhen for the countryside program, Yitan felt elated. She rushed to several locations to sign in, withdrawing 10 yuan from the bank, collecting 30 large meat dumplings from the state-run restaurant, acquiring 2 pieces of pork from the grocery store, and managing to obtain an exquisite jade and gold necklace from the recycling station. For her final signing opportunity, she went to the hospital, which unexpectedly surprised her with a herbal medicine guidebook. Yitan, who had always been interested in traditional Chinese medicine, was overjoyed to receive the guidebook. With this resource, finding herbal remedies in the future would be significantly easier. "Young lady, is that you? How is your head? Is it still hurting?" Just as Yitan was reveling in her good fortune, she heard someone speaking to her. Upon closer inspection, it was the female doctor who had treated her a couple of days ago. Yitan smiled brightly. "I'm much better now. The medicine worked wonders, and the pain is gone." The doctor examined the bump on the back of Yitan's head, confirming that it had healed significantly, and nodded approvingly. "That's great to hear. Just remember to apply the medicine regularly. It's not completely healed until the swelling has entirely subsided. Understood?" "Yes, I will be careful." Yitan felt immensely grateful for the system's effective medicine, which had preserved the appearance of the bump. Otherwise, she would have been exposed today. The system chimed in smugly. "Host, the system produces only top-quality items." Yitan teased. "Are you implying that you're overweight, yet you're puffing up?" "I am not overweight," the system protested. As Yitan conversed with the doctor, she secretly mocked the system. "Are you sure you're not overweight?" The doctor exchanged a few more words with Yitan before hurrying off, reminding her to seek her out if she needed anything. Yitan appréciait her gratitude. Knowing she would soon leave Fengtang town and would not have the opportunity to visit this doctor again, yet she felt a deep appreciation. Indeed, most people in this era were genuine and warm-hearted. During lunch, Yitan chose not to return home to the Yi family, instead opting for a secluded corner where she instructed Tuanzi to keep watch. She indulged in a large meat bun and satisfied her hunger with 5 meat dumplings. Upon her return home, she found only Yi Xiaozhen remaining, who shot her a fierce glare before hastily shutting her door. Yi Xiaozhen darit not provoke Yitan, uncertain of when she might unleash her wrath, especially with no one around to intervene should she choose to retaliate. The kitchen was impeccably tidy, devoid of any food supplies. Rice, flour, eggs, and condiments had all been stowed away. Yitan raised an eyebrow at this, wondering if the intention was to starve her. She glanced at Yi Xiaozhen's tightly closed door, a mischievous grin creeping across her face as she made her way toward it. "What are you doing here?" "This is my room," Yi Xiaozhen exclaimed, taken aback as Yitan pushed her door open. "I haven't provoked you today. You need to leave." "Provoked me?" Yitan leaned against the doorframe, a cold laugh escaping her lips. You encouraged my father to send me to the countryside. Also, you could usurp my position at work. Do you honestly believe you haven't provoked me? Recalling how Yi Tan's shift in attitude began when she learned about the relocation from her, Yi Xiaozhan felt a pang of regret for having spoken too soon. Why had she hastily informed that insufferable girl about her impending move? Now, Yi Tan was ready to fight back. I didn't encourage anything. It was Dad's decision for you to go, Yi Xiaozhan replied, her voice betraying her guilt. Normally, she would have been the one to take that opportunity. But Yi Tan had a formal job, while Yi Xiaobao was still in school. However, Yi Xiaozhan was well aware of the hardships associated with rural life, which is why she had pleaded with Qian Huaihua to avoid the relocation. In the end, it was Yi Tan who was chosen to go. Whether you encouraged it or not, you know the truth, Yi Tan taunted, casting a challenging glance at Yi Xiaozhan. Feeling uneasy, Yi Xiaozhan began to speak. But Yi Tan dashed out into the yard, her voice ringing out, Yi Xiaozhan, you are crossing the line? To avoid going to the countryside. You actually persuaded Dad to sign me up for it, so you could take my job? Her piercing cry echoed through the alley, reaching the ears of several neighbors who were enjoying the warm weather outside. The commotion drew their attention, making Yi Tan's words clear to all, and he hurried over, knocking on the door. Little Tan, what is the matter? What's going on? Yi Tan opened the gate, tears streaming down her face. And life has become unbearable. My father signed me up for the countryside, just so Yi Xiaozhan could take my place at work. In a few days, I'll be sent away. What? And he could hardly believe it. Is that true? She was aware of the job Yi Tan had, which was secured through her mother's sacrifices. Even Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua could not stoop so low. It is true, Yi Tan sobbed, pointing at the agitated Yi Xiaozhan. She admitted it herself. How would T have known otherwise? Soon, neighbors gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. If she has officially signed up, there's no turning back. Even with a job offer, it would mean nothing. It would just benefit someone else. Indeed, Qian Huaihua has a cunning plan to send her stepdaughter away while allowing her biological daughter to enjoy the comforts of city life. How despicable. They've deceived us all this time. We thought they were decent people. As the truth unfolded, the community began to reassess their perception of Yi Liqing and his wife. Their disdain for Yi Xiaozhan growing stronger with each revelation. Yi Xiaozhan stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in public opinion. Having always been sheltered by Qian Huaihua, she was at a loss for words, feeling utterly out of her depth. Yi Tan, having faced the harsh realities of life, wiped her tears and addressed the crowd. My relocation is now a fait accompli, and I accept that. After all, it was my own father who signed me up. However, I implore all of you to help me seek justice. Alone, my father will certainly ignore my plight. The sight of Yi Tan's frail figure ignited the sympathy of the neighbors, prompting immediate support. Don't worry, Yi Tan. This situation is utterly unjust, and we will help you get the fairness you deserve. Absolutely. Many chimed in, and he asked, what are your plans, little Tan? Wiping her tears, Yi Tan replied, if I must go to the countryside, then my family should prepare some money and supplies for me. I cannot embark on this journey empty-handed. And he clapped her hands in agreement. Yes, Yi Tan, you're right. You've endured so much unfairness. It's high time you stood up for yourself. If you leave this family, perhaps life will improve for you. Rest assured, we will ensure you receive what is rightfully yours. Thank you, everyone, Yi Tan said, bowing deeply to express her gratitude. Of course, we are neighbors and friends, they responded, filled with a sense of justice. Yi Xiaozhan, stunned by how quickly the tides had turned in Yi Tan's favor, exclaimed in frustration, Yi Tan, you're just pretending. What about the times you've disrespected our parents? You only complain about us bullying you. You were the one who caused my mother to lose her salary. And he shot Yi Xiaozhan a disapproving look. Xiaozhan, speak with integrity. Look at Yi Tan. She has hardly a match for your entire family. It's laughable to think she could bully you. And what about your mother losing her salary? Were you blind to what happened the other night? Yi Tan interrupted, eager to regain control of the conversation. I plan to talk to my father about this. Will you all support me with a few words? The situation would need to unfold gradually. Yi Tan was certain that Yi Liqing and Qian Huaihua would be unwilling to provide her with any financial assistance, especially since their funds were dwindling to just over 100 yuan, which belonged to Yi Xiaozhan. Moreover, she did not want to come off too aggressive, as it would not align with the original character's disposition and risk ruining her carefully crafted persona. As the situation escalated, It was inevitable that higher-ups from the factory would intervene, and Uncle Kong would surely have been informed. With the support of the neighbors, Yi Tan was determined that Yi Lai-ching and his wife would feel a pang of regret whenever they thought of her in the future. That evening, the tension escalated further as Yi Lai-ching and Qian Huaihua returned home, suddenly realizing the uproar caused by their decision to send Yi Tan to the countryside. Yi Lai-ching glared at Yi Tan, unable to suppress the fury simmering within him. Yi Tan, to what extent do you intend to create chaos? Is it your intention to tear this family apart for your own satisfaction? Yi Lai-ching, do you mean to imply that Yi Tan should silently endure your bullying? The aunts and relatives, who had promised to support Yi Tan in the afternoon, brimming with righteous indignation, had already prepared dinner and were waiting. As soon as the commotion erupted from Yi Tan's side, they rushed over, encircling the courtyard of the Yi family. Yi Tan bit her lip, her stubbornness tinged with a hint of vulnerability, vividly embodying the image of a fragile girl feigning strength. Father, I truly can no longer bear this. For over a decade, I have toiled like a servant for your family. Yet in return, not only do you seek to usurp my job, but you also intend to send me to the countryside, planning to give me nothing at all. If that is the case, what future do I have? I have heard that the Northeast is particularly frigid. Without money or warm clothing, I would either freeze or starve. Father, are you truly wishing for my demise? Yi Tan, cease your nonsense. Yi Lai-ching erupted, furious that such words might circulate, leading to his disgrace. The notion of serving others like a maid or wishing for his daughter's demise, each phrase alone was enough to bring him trouble. Yi Tan, you are ungrateful. We have raised you, only to have you turn into a white-eyed wolf. Qianhua, too, feigned wisdom, stifling her cries while pretending to be aggrieved. Yi Tan vipped, her grievances exceeding even Qianhua's. Aunt Qian, if you truly believe that, let us tally what I have consumed and the expenses I have incurred. This house was exchanged for my mother's life, and your job was merely a continuation of hers. Each month, I receive 5 yuan and 36 jin of rice as a stipend, yet I have scarcely eaten my fill since childhood. I have performed all the household chores, and I have never had pocket money. The clothes I wear are merely what Yi Xiaozhen discarded. The only money spent on me has been for school fees, 2 yuan per semester, totaling 4 yuan a year. As for the notebooks I used, they were purchased with money given to me by my grandparents. Yi Tan recounted the tribulations she had faced throughout her life, detailing every aspect of her existence. The neighbors, witnessing this for the first time, realized the extent of Yi Tan's suffering within her own home. They had previously thought her life was already harsh, but the reality was far worse than they had imagined. Instantly, their anger flared, directing accusations at Yi Lai-ching and his wife, some even shouting to report them, demanding that they face public disgrace. Such actions were akin to those of landlords hoarding wealth behind closed doors. Yi Lai-ching felt a profound ache in every part of his body as he and Qianhua attempted to explain themselves, but the crowd refused to listen. The atmosphere became charged with indignation, and they were mercilessly berated. Even Yi Lai-ching's desire to shut the courtyard gate was thwarted as the crowd blocked it resolutely. Yi Tan, what do you truly want? As the situation spiraled out of control, Yi Lai-ching, fearing retribution, directly questioned Yi Tan. He felt devoid of any paternal affection for her. Standing beside Aunt He, Yi Tan lifted her gaze to meet Yi Lai-ching's. Aunt He, sensing Yi Tan's trepidation, encouraged her, "Little Tan, speak freely. Do not fear. We, your neighbors, stand behind you. Indeed, Yi Tan, just speak your mind. If your father does not agree, none of us will comply," others chimed in. Hearing these words, Yi Lai-ching clenched his teeth in frustration. Yi Tan, emboldened by their support, turned to her father. "Father, I am not an unreasonable person. You are being unreasonable. Open your eyes and see how close you are to driving me to despair." Yi Lai-ching retorted. Yi Tan continued, "Regarding going to the countryside, I accept that. I will become a sent-down youth. However, I cannot go to the Northeast empty-handed. First, you must provide me with some money and grain tickets, at least enough to prevent me from starving. Additionally, I need warm clothes and bedding, as well as some daily necessities. That is all I ask. I will not demand more." Qianhua, upon hearing this, nearly choked. These requests were already substantial. Why don't you just suggest moving the entire Yi family to the Northeast? Furthermore, where will we find the money for such things? Are we to glue them together? Absolutely not, Qianhua exclaimed, abandoning her pretense of grievance as she stomped her feet in protest. Just as the argument escalated, someone called out, "Step aside, make way. Someone from the machinery factory is here." Yi Liqing froze at the mention of the machinery factory's arrival. His anger flared as he scanned the crowd, knowing someone had undoubtedly reported this matter to the factory. However, he was puzzled. Why were they coming after working hours? Upon seeing the visitor, he forced a smile. "Director Zhang, what brings you here?" It was indeed Director Zhang from the factory union. He looked at Yi Liqing and stated, "Old Yi, I came to deliver a notice." "A notice?" Yi Liqing felt a sense of foreboding and inquired, "What notice, Director Zhang?" Looking at Yi Tan beside him, Director Zhang said, "I heard that your daughter Yi Tan is going to the countryside. Is that correct?" "Yes," Yi Liqing admitted, unable to deny it, mentally cursing the meddler who had brought this to light. Yi Tan going to the countryside has nothing to do with the factory. Why would they send someone to inquire? Earlier today, the leadership received word that Yi Tan is going to the countryside and that you do not intend to provide any financial support. Is that true? Director Zhang inquired. "That is not the case." Yi Liqing quickly denied, "We will certainly prepare some things for Yi Tan, but as you know, we recently suffered a burglary, and our finances are tight. We still need to discuss the specifics." "Discuss?" Director Zhang pressed. "For how long? If I'm not mistaken, Yi Tan is set to depart in 2 days, right? Will you have everything ready by then?" "That will be done quickly, very quickly," Yi Liqing stammered, surprised that Director Zhang knew the exact date of Yi Tan's departure. "Enough of the delays," Director Zhang said, disinterested in prolonging the discussion. He looked down on Yi Liqing's actions and, given that it was after work hours, was eager to return home for dinner. He pulled out a document and handed it to Yi Liqing. "The leadership has made a decision. Since your family currently lacks funds, your salary will be deducted to cover the necessary expenses for Yi Tan, amounting to 200 yuan and some essential tickets. These will be deducted from your wages each month." "What?" Yi Liqing was taken aback, his heart racing at the unexpected news. Qian Huaihua declared that she was done with the matter, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. My husband and I barely earn enough to make ends meet each month. Why should I give Yi Tan 200 yuan? Does she even need that much?" Zhang, the official, cast a sidelong glance at Qian Huaihua and replied, "This is a matter concerning our machinery factory, and it was a decision made by the leadership. If you have any objections, feel free to address them with the higher-ups." Yi Liqing, however, dared not approach the leaders after the recent debacle that had left him utterly humiliated. Rumors circulated in the factory, with some even questioning whether he had mistreated his own daughter, and others more bluntly accusing him of having a heart of stone. Zhang's arrival was clearly at the behest of the leadership. Approaching them would only exacerbate his troubles. Thus, Yi Liqing swiftly silenced Qian Huaihua and said to Zhang, "Very well. I shall heed the leadership's wishes." After all, he still had some private funds that even Qian Huaihua was unaware of. Seeing Yi Liqing acquiesce, Zhang instructed, "Then please sign the document." Yi Liqing sighed internally and signed, relinquishing not just 200 yuan, but a considerable amount of money. The onlookers in the vicinity burst into applause, their support palpable. Upon receiving Yi Tan's funds, Zhang produced a large envelope and turned to her, saying, "This is an advance from the machinery factory. Ensure you keep it safe from prying hands, understood?" The implication was clear, and a neighbor candidly added, "Yes, Yi Tan, be sure to safeguard it from your father and stepmother." Laughter erupted around them, and Yi Liqing felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, his frustration towards Yi Tan intensifying. After all, today's humiliation was largely her doing. Yi Tan accepted the envelope with sincerity, thanking Zhang, "Thank you. I will keep it safe." Qian Huaihua gazed at the envelope with a sense of anguish. It was their family's money. Yet, no matter her feelings, she was powerless against Yi Tan. The documents were signed, and even if she wanted to create a scene at the machinery factory, it would yield no fruitful outcome. Unexpectedly, another visitor arrived just as Zhang was about to leave. It was Li, the official from the textile factory. Li regarded Qian Huaihua with a stern expression and addressed Yi Liqing. "I am here to inform you about the disbursement of Yi Tan's maintenance funds from the textile factory." Yi Liqing's heart sank. He quickly forced a smile. "My daughter Yi Tan is 16 now and will soon be sent to the countryside. Isn't it time to halt the maintenance funds?" Li maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Our factory has learned that the funds previously allocated for Yi Tan have not been utilized for her benefit. Therefore, we will be reclaiming the misappropriated funds." "What?" Qian Huaihua nearly leaped in protest. "We have no money. That could be easily resolved, Li replied, casting a glance at her. We will deduct the amount directly from your monthly salary. On what grounds? Qian Huaihua retorted. I am not her mother. Why should my wages be deducted? Li Smirka. Simply because you have taken Yi Tan's maintenance funds while mistreating her. Your job is essentially to fill in for Yi Tan's biological mother. The leadership has stated that if you disagree, you are free to find a transfer. If you leave the textile factory, we will no longer be responsible for you. Hearing this, Hidejia couldn't help but feel vindicated. That's what you get for your ill intentions. Look at how you and your husband have mistreated a good child. Aren't you afraid that Xiaoxiang will come to haunt you at night? Yitan stood by Hidejia, discreetly wiping her tears, which only elicited more sympathy from the onlookers. Throughout the spectacle, Tawanzi observed with keen interest, commenting, Host, did you study acting in your previous life? Quite impressive. Yitan felt a surge of pride. One must adapt to their surroundings. This is merely a trivial affair. Li continued, since Yi Tan was 3, the factory has provided her maintenance funds, 5 yuan and 10 jin of rice monthly. Now that she is 16, that amounts to 780 yuan and 1,560 jin of rice. Given that she has not starved to death despite the meager provisions from your household, we have decided to forego the rice. But after deducting her tuition and basic living expenses, the factory will reclaim a total of 500 yuan. Ignoring Qian Huaihua's reddening face, he turned to Yi Tan, instantly switching to a warm demeanor that starkly contrasted with his earlier coldness towards Qian Huaihua. Yi Tan, please visit the textile factory tomorrow. Your mother sacrificed herself for the protection of collective property, so the factory has decided to prepare some essentials for your upcoming relocation to the countryside. You can meet with Director Kong tomorrow morning. Thank you, Li, Yi Tan replied with a smile. Li glanced at Yi Tan's pale, emaciated face, harboring disdain for Yi Liqing and his wife, before departing with Zhang. With the situation resolved, the neighbors who had come to support Yi Tan gradually dispersed. She expressed her gratitude to each of them before closing the courtyard door. As she turned around, Yi Tan found Qian Huaihua glaring at her with fiery eyes. Yi Tan, you wretched girl. Qian Huaihua's heart ached as she momentarily forgot her inability to confront Yi Tan. Fixating on the envelope in Yi Tan's hands, she lunged forward. That's our family's money. Hand it over. Yi Tan, determined not to yield, sidestepped just as Tawanzi warned. Host, someone is peeking over the left side of your courtyard wall. Aunt Qian, this is money I need for my relocation. I cannot give it to you, Yi Tan stated defiantly, evading her grasp. Qian Huaihua, propelled by her own momentum, felt a sudden jolt in her lower back and collapsed, exclaiming, Lao Yi Xiaozhen, hurry, support me. Oh, my back. In a moment of revelation, she shouted, Yi Tan, how dare you push me? I may not be your mother, but I am still your elder. You are utterly ungrateful. Xiaozhen rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Mom, are you all right? We need to take you to the hospital. You really hurt yourself? Before Qian Huaihua could respond, a voice from the left courtyard wall chimed in. Qian Huaihua, I finally witnessed how you bully Yi Tan. You were trying to steal her money, and when she merely dodged, you injured yourself, and now blame her? Have you no shame? And Xiaozhen, why don't you learn to do better? Xiaozhen's face flushed crimson, and disregarding her mother, she bolted into the house. Yi Xiaomoba, bewildered by the commotion, followed suit, frightened by the earlier disturbance. Qian Huaihua had not anticipated that a neighbor would dare to climb the wall to witness the drama, especially considering the 2-meter-high barrier separating their homes. Yet today, someone had chosen to observe her family's turmoil. You, Songdali, what business do you have climbing my wall? Qian Huaihua, now unsupported, clutched her lower back and glared at Songdali. Mind your own business. I do as I please, Songdali retorted. Songdali chuckled. I am merely standing by my own wall, not intruding upon your yard, yet you presume to impose upon me. Qian Huaihua raised her hand to scold Songdali, only to wince in pain from straining her back. Ouch. Haha, serves you right. Songdali clapped her hands in laughter, now thoroughly disdainful of Qian Huaihua. Enough. Yi Liqing felt that he had completely lost face today and shouted at Qian Huaihua, get back inside. After which, he turned to Songdali and added, rest assured, we will not touch Yi Tan's money. Do not concern yourself with it. Songdali pursed her lips. Good thing I was watching, otherwise. Poor Tan would have been slandered by you two. You two truly are something, one more despicable than the other. Yi Liqing had nothing more to say, disregarding Qian Huaihua entirely as he hurried into the house. Once inside, he called out to Qian Huaihua, Why are you still lingering? Come inside already. Qian Huahua shot a glare at Song Dali and then directed a fierce look at Yi Tan, limping into the house, supporting her waist. Seeing that Qian Huahua had entered, Song Dali smiled at Yi Tan. Do not fear, little Tan. I will keep a close watch to ensure that couple does not bully you again. Yi Tan obediently smiled. Thank you, Aunt Song. It is my duty. I had previously underestimated your stepmother and failed to notice the grievances you endured. Though Song Dali was unfamiliar with Lin Xiaoxiang and typically did not pay attention to the Yi family's affairs, she felt it necessary to offer comforting words. Yi Tan quickly smiled and replied, I owe you greatly today. Otherwise, I would have been left with no recourse. Before Song Dali could respond, Qian Huahua's voice echoed from inside. Yi Tan, since you have received so much money, you are no longer entitled to any meals at home. Find your own way to eat. Having lost both face and money, she decided to renounce any semblance of dignity. Song Dali called out, Qian Huahua, even Zhou Bapai is not as ruthless as you. Qian Huahua remained silent, having made up her mind that Yi Tan would not eat a single grain from her kitchen until she left for the countryside. Aunt Song, thank you for today. Do not worry. I am fine, and I will be going to the countryside in a few days. I can manage. Yi Tan demonstrated her capacity for patience, knowing full well that the benefits were hers to reap. Good, dear child. If you find it difficult, come to Annie's house for a meal. No need. I can find a way myself. Song Dali, recognizing that Yi Tan now had money and tickets, felt reassured and smiled. All right, if you need any assistance, just let me know. Thank you. Yi Tan returned to the storage room, closed the door, and opened the large envelope from the machine factory. To her delight, she found not only 20 large Unity bills, but also a significant number of tickets, including national grain tickets that could be used in the Northeast. Seeing the money and tickets, Yi Tan's joy was palpable. Tawanzi, I have struck it rich. Host, your smile could split your face. Tawanzi chuckled, relishing the satisfaction of witnessing the two adversaries' crestfallen expressions. If that unfortunate girl could see this, she would surely be overjoyed. Yi Tan sighed, reflecting on the original owner of her body, that pitiful girl who had never known a happy life. Because of her transmigration, she believed in the continuity of life, hoping that the original owner would find a good family in her next life, filled with happiness, health, and the love of both parents to compensate for the shortcomings of this one. It will happen, surely, Tawanzi reassured her, sensing Yi Tan's melancholy. Let's hope. Just then, Yi Tan felt her stomach rumble, reminding her that she had yet to eat dinner. She retrieved 2 pieces of fermented cake from the system warehouse, tasteless and unremarkable. She was not concerned about being discovered by the Yi family. The next morning, Yi Tan had another 2 pieces of fermented cake for breakfast before leisurely making her way to the textile factory. Deep down, she understood that the factory's assistance in resolving her alimony issues and preparing her for her journey to the countryside was largely thanks to Kong Changhao. She decided to find an opportunity to send him a token of appreciation once she reached the Northeast. Kong Changhao had truly helped her immensely. Without his support, many matters would not have unfolded so smoothly. Chapter 27. Departure. Kong Uncle. Yi Tan arrived at the textile factory, where Kong Changhao awaited her in his office. She politely greeted him before taking a seat across from him. Kong Changhao inquired with concern, Yi Tan, your father and the others have not been troubling you again, have they? Yi Tan shook her head and expressed her gratitude. I truly cannot thank you enough, Kong Uncle. Your help has been invaluable. Kong Changhao waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Your mother was my colleague, and it is my duty to look after you. He then retrieved a large envelope from his drawer. Tawanzi exclaimed, Host, more money. You are about to strike it rich again. Kong Changhao said to Yi Tan, This is the alimony your father has returned, totaling 500 yuan. Take it. Additionally, there are some tickets inside. You should prepare things you will need in the Northeast. I suspect your father will not be of much help. Oh, and remember, it gets very cold in the Northeast, so be sure to bring a quilt from home. If your father refuses, just come find me. All right, I understand. Thank you. Gongnak. Kong Changhao smiled and stood up, saying, Let us go to the warehouse. To the warehouse? Yi Tan's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if it was as she imagined. Sure enough, Kong Changhao chuckled. You know what our factory does. While we cannot sell you the qualified fabric, there are some defective pieces in the warehouse that you may purchase. Though flawed, they are not significantly damaged, just some patterns or minor stains. Please do not turn your nose up at them. Yi Tan shook her head vigorously. I would never. Thank you, Kong Uncle. I was just thinking of getting some fabric to make clothes. Her current attire consisted of leftovers from Yi Xiaojin and was quite ill-fitting. Let's head over now. The warehouse was not overflowing with defective fabric, as these pieces, despite their imperfections, did not require fabric tickets and were relatively inexpensive, making them quite popular. Ethan glanced around and decided against taking too much. She still had a large box in her system warehouse, and given that it was just her, taking too much would leave a poor impression of being greedy. Ultimately, she chose 6 meters of deep blue cotton and 4 meters of polyester. Just enough for 2 outfits and 2 shirts, costing a total of 6 yuan. Kong Changhao observed quietly, nodding in approval, his impression of Yi Tan improving. After leaving the textile factory, Yi Tan routinely used her 5 sign-in opportunities and headed straight to the grocery store and the state-run restaurant. She needed to use up her local grain tickets before leaving, otherwise they would go to waste. In the remaining 2 days, Yi Tan focused primarily on signing in, packing her belongings, and preparing food for the journey. Additionally, she bought some pastries and fruit candies to distribute among those who had helped her, giving each household half a pound of pastries and a pound of fruit candies, earning her commendations for her thoughtfulness. Under pressure from the factory and the community, Yi Liqing ultimately provided her with a thin cotton quilt, but refused to offer anything more. Yi Tan was indifferent as she gathered her belongings and set off early on the morning of August 24th to the bus station. Fengtang Town lacked a railway station, necessitating a trip to the city for a train journey. The bus ride from Fengtang Town to the city took 2 hours, with the train scheduled to depart at 11 in the morning. When Yi Tan left her home, the Yi household was enveloped in silence, with no one coming forth to bid her farewell. Unperturbed, she glanced back at the courtyard and the room of Yi Liqing and his wife. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. After Lin Xiaoxiang's incident years ago, the Lin family had soon fallen into disarray, with even Lin Xiaoxiang's brother disappearing without a trace. Yi Tan was unaware of the specifics of that time, yet the circumstances felt distinctly abnormal, prompting her instinct that something was amiss. If given the opportunity, she would certainly investigate the events of that year. Having taken over the original owner's body, she felt compelled to seek some semblance of justice on their behalf. Upon arriving at the bus station and purchasing her ticket, she was surprised to see Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong hurrying toward her. "Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao, what brings you here?" Yi Tan inquired with astonishment. Zhao Hong affectionately ruffled Yi Tan's hair and replied, "Your Uncle Kong and I came to see you off." She handed Yi Tan a bag, saying, "This is some food I prepared for you to take on your journey. Remember, you must take care of yourself. Don't skimp while you're out there." "Okay," Yi Tan replied, her eyes slightly misty, touched by Zhao Hong's genuine concern as a caring elder. "Also, keep your money and tickets secure and don't share too much personal information with strangers. You never know their intentions," Zhao Hong cautioned, her worry evident for the young girl who had never traveled far. "If anything happens, just call your Uncle Kong." "Understood." Kong Changhao handed Yi Tan a slip of paper. "This is my office number. Contact me if you need anything." "Thank you, Uncle Kong." Yi Tan accepted the note, discreetly storing it in the system's repository. After exchanging a few more words of caution, the bus was ready to depart, and Yi Tan hurriedly bid her farewells before boarding. The bus was filled with many passengers heading to the city. Yi Tan found a window seat and noticed that Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong had not yet left. Prompting her to wave goodbye to them, "Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao, please head back. I'll call you when I arrive. Take care on the road." "We'll await your call," Zhao Hong waved back. As the bus pulled away, Yi Tan turned her gaze from the receding figures, taking a deep breath filled with both trepidation and anticipation for the rural life that awaited her. "Host, perhaps we might uncover something remarkable in the Northeast." The system's voice chimed in, sensing her emotions. "Yes, indeed," she replied. Although she had visited the Northeast once or twice in her past life, she had never experienced its countryside. This time, she looked forward to the tangible experience, especially the renowned treasures of the Northeast. As the bus made its way to Taosan Village in the Luan commune of Yinshou County, the vehicles of that era traveled at a leisurely pace, and the roads were far from smooth. The bumpy ride jolted Yi Tan awake from her attempts to rest, and by the time they arrived at Qingshui City 2 hours later, she felt as if she had been jostled apart. With a quilt slung over her back and a bag in hand, Yi Tan walked toward the train station. Although her bag appeared bulky, it contained little. Most of her belongings had been stored away in the system, leaving this bag to serve merely as a fade. ensuring she wouldn't attract suspicion when retrieving items later. The bus and train stations were within a short distance of each other, and she arrived at the waiting area of the train station in mere minutes. Scanning the room, she noticed numerous young people with their bundles, many accompanied by family members. The atmosphere buzzed with mingled voices of farewells, some tearful, while Yitan sat alone in a corner, reflecting on the scene with a sense of nostalgia. "Are you also a sent-down youth?" A sudden voice startled her from a reverie. Turning, she encountered a round-faced girl with bright eyes gazing at her. "Yes, Yitan nodded, asking, 'Are you?' "Indeed. My train leaves at 11, the girl replied eagerly. "Mine too. Oh, how wonderful. We're on the same train, heading to the northeast, right?" the girl exclaimed. "Yes. I'm going to Taosan Village in Luan Commune, Yinsho County. What about you?" Yitan raised an eyebrow, recognizing their shared destination. "I'm going there too." The girl clapped her hands in delight. "That is fantastic. My name is Wenjing. What is yours?" "Yitan. Yitan. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Wenjing. From now on, we're friends. Ven gink grinnet, iktendink herhand tovard Yitan. Yitan similet." Pleasantly surprised by her enthusiasm, and shook Wenjing's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Jing, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you." Just then, another girl with an oval face approached, speaking to Wenjing with a tone that hinted at mild reproach. "Cousin?" Wenjing exclaimed, surprised. "You're going to the northeast too?" "Yes," the oval-faced girl nodded. "My mother said I should go to the northeast to look after you. You know nothing and are easily deceived. Some people, with their shabby looks, love to target someone like you." She cast a fleeting glance at Yitan as she spoke. Yitan couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing remark, realizing that in a single breath, the girl had disparaged both herself and Wenjing. As for her own attire, she wore the original owner's old clothes, which had been discarded by Yi Xiaojin, giving her a somewhat rustic appearance compared to the better-dressed city dwellers. "Cousin, why would you say that?" Wenjing clearly noted her cousin's tone and frowned. "Besides, why do you say I know nothing? Come on, I was just teasing. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Her cousin laughed. "I'm here to look after you. Why would you appreciate that?" "Cousin, if I can go to the countryside, I can certainly take care of myself. Please refrain from saying such things in the future to avoid misunderstandings," Wenjing replied, her expression turning stern, exuding a sense of authority. All right. I won't mention it again." Her cousin relented, glancing around. "Where are aunt and uncle?" "I didn't ask them to come," Wenjing replied, then turned to Yitan. "Yitan, this is my cousin Han Lulu." Yitan nodded, only to hear Han Lulu frown and remark, "Why didn't you let aunt and uncle see you off? I wanted to boast about having them here, and perhaps shed some tears to coax some money from them. At my age, how could I act like a child?" "When they came, I stopped them," Wenjing said softly. "You, really, what can I say about you?" Han Lulu expressed her dissatisfaction, but refrained from saying more, merely complaining before sitting down and scrutinizing Yitan. "You're not from Qingshui City, are you?" "I came from a town." "Oh, no wonder. You look quite shabby." Han Lulu looked down upon Yitan, pulling Wenjing into idle chatter, subtly inquiring about the money and goods her family provided for this rural trip, lamenting her own family's financial struggles, stating that she couldn't bring much this time. Yitan remained silent, observing Wenjing's demeanor with a cold gaze. Wenjing was clearly not foolish. She shared what was necessary and withheld what was not. Yet this made Han Lulu anxious. She hadn't brought much money for this trip. As her mother had said, all the family's funds belonged to her older brothers. Since she was with Wenjing, she could just ask her for anything she lacked later. Previously, Wenjing was easily deceived, but recently, for reasons unknown, she seemed indifferent towards Han Lulu, who found her less generous than before. Today was particularly evident. Wenjing's lips were sealed, as if she were a tightly shut gourd. Han Lulu couldn't fathom what had caused this girl to change so drastically. On the train to northeast China, many were young intellectuals, mostly concentrated in 2 carriages. Coincidentally, Wenjing and Yitan shared the same carriage, sitting close together. Before long, Han Lulu switched seats to sit beside Wenjing. "Wenjing, I'm sitting with you," Han Lulu said affectionately. "Oh, suit yourself," Wenjing replied nonchalantly. "Hey, Yitan, why don't you let little Jing sit by the window?" Han Lulu assumed Yitan was trying to curry favor with Wenjing, possibly aware of her family's situation, hence her proximity. Consequently, she spoke to Yitan rather curtly, believing that if Yitan wanted to ingratiate herself with Wenjing, she ought to show respect to her as well. "Cousin, don't speak like that," Wenjing said, clearly displeased with Han Lulu's tone. I'm helping you. Little Jing. No need, Wan Jing replied. Han Lulu shot a glare at Yitan. But Yitan was too preoccupied to notice as she spotted a line of gleaming golden characters before her. Young Intellectual Carriage Check-in Point. Chapter 29. Young Intellectual Gift Pack. To her surprise, there was indeed a check-in point. Yitan was intrigued and, without hesitation, signed in, noting that she hadn't utilized her check-in opportunity even once today. Ding! Young Intellectual Carriage Check-in successful. You have received one Young Intellectual Gift Pack. As the success notification echoed in her mind, a large package appeared in the system's warehouse, considerably larger than Yitan's bedding and 2 other bags combined. What a massive gift pack! Yitan exclaimed in her mind. The voice of the system was smug. Host, this contains all the supplies you'll need for your rural trip. Aren't I thoughtful? Thoughtful, indeed, Yitan replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Noticing Yitan's glowing expression, Wan Jing curiously asked, Yitan, what is making you so happy? I'm just excited about going to the countryside, Yitan replied with a smile. Han Lulu scoffed, rolling her eyes. Who doesn't know the hardships of rural life? She recognized Yitan's attempts to ingratiate herself with Wan Jing. Just moments ago, when she had asked a question, Yitan pretended not to hear. But when Wan Jing asked, she immediately responded, as if everyone couldn't see through her intentions. Wan Jing laughed. I heard that it snows heavily in northeast China during winter. I've never seen snow before, so I'm looking forward to it. Qingshui City is in the south, where it never snows in winter, and most people here have never witnessed snowfall. Yitan nodded and smiled. She had seen snow before, but couldn't disclose that. Instead, she chuckled. Surely, you're not going to northeast just to see snow, are you? Yes, Wan Jing nodded. My parents initially disagreed, but I insisted on going, and they had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, Han Lulu secretly rolled her eyes. Her cousin was so willful that she had ended up being sent to northeast China by their parents as well. The carriage was filled with young intellectuals, all in their teenage years, vibrant with youth. People in this era were mostly simple and unguarded, leading to a lively atmosphere where acquaintances and strangers mingled, chatting animatedly. In no time, the carriage buzzed with excitement. Yitan and Wan Jing were seated in a trio, alongside 2 boys and a girl. The girl initially listened quietly, but upon hearing Wan Jing mention snowfall in northeast China, she chimed in. The snow there is indeed thick in winter. They say one must stay indoors to avoid the cold, which is so severe that you can hardly go outside. Wan Jing looked astonished. Is it really that cold? I've heard so, but I've never been there, the girl replied. This time, you'll get to experience it. Having broached that topic, the atmosphere lightened, and the girl added, I'm going to Luan Commune in Yinshou County. Are you all going there too? She had gathered from the conversation that Han Lulu and Wan Jing were cousins. Han Lulu eyed the girl's attire and smiled. Yes, we're headed to Luan Commune as well, specifically to Taosan Village. What about you? What a coincidence, I'm also going to Taosan County. My name is Song Fei. Yitan and others exchanged names, and it turned out that the 2 boys sitting with them were also headed to Taosan Village. One named Li Chengji and the other Hu Xiaoqiu. Yitan speculated that perhaps the Young Intellectual Office had deliberately arranged for people going to the same place to sit together for ease of acquaintance. Song Fei was vivacious and cheerful, being the most talkative among them, often sharing amusing anecdotes from her childhood that had everyone laughing heartily. With Song Fei leading, they all began sharing their childhood stories, while Yitan chose to remain a quiet observer, as her own early years had been quite tragic, lacking any amusing tales. Although she had many entertaining experiences, she feared that sharing them might frighten these innocent youths, which she deemed a wrongdoing. Therefore, assuming the role of a silent spectator seemed most fitting. However, Han Lulu had other plans and soon steered the conversation toward Yitan. By the way, Yitan, we're all chatting so lively. Why don't you share something interesting from your childhood too? Yitan glanced at Han Lulu and smiled. Does fighting count? Fighting? Han Lulu blinked in surprise, asking foolishly, with whom? Who else? With those who provoked me, Yitan replied, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. Han Lulu seemed skeptical. She couldn't believe that Yitan, looking so frail, could possibly be capable of fighting. She let out a laugh. You're just blowing hot air. Yitan shrugged. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. If you wish to find out whether I'm boasting, go ahead and provoke me a little and see if I want to retaliate. Han Lulu bit her lip. Stifling a smile, and quietly gave Yi Tan a thumbs up. Yi Tan raised an eyebrow at Wenjing. Li Qingji sensed the tension between Yi Tan and Han Lulu and quickly attempted to change the subject, and soon the topic was forgotten. Han Lulu, feeling embarrassed in front of Yi Tan, refrained from provoking her further, yet her disdain for Yi Tan only deepened. As noon approached, everyone began to unpack their lunches. Yi Tan opened the bag that Zhao Hong had given her and discovered a large aluminum lunchbox, 2 jars of pickled vegetables stir-fried with diced meat, and a package of steamed bread wrapped in oil paper. The lunchbox contained half a portion of scrambled eggs with green onions and half a serving of braised pork with potatoes. Inside the bag was also a handkerchief that, when opened, revealed 5 yuan and some national grain coupons, accompanied by a note from Zhao Hong. It mentioned that due to the heat, the food would spoil quickly, advising her to finish it soon and not to be too frugal, encouraging her to use the money and tickets to buy some hot meals from the food cart. Reading the note brought a sting to Yi Tan's eyes, overwhelming her with gratitude for Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong. Wow, Yi Tan, your food looks amazing. Just as Yi Tan was feeling touched, Han Lulu, ever the provocateur, remarked sarcastically, "Your family is so poor, yet you can afford such good meals?" Han Lulu was consumed by envy. She had only brought a box of pickled vegetables and a few coarse grain buns, limited by her mother's budget. Although her provisions were meager, she prided herself on being a city dweller and looked down upon Yi Tan, who hailed from a small town, especially given Yi Tan's worn clothes, which were ill-fitting and bore patches. If her family were well off, surely she wouldn't be dressed like that. However, seeing the delicious food Yi Tan had brought sparked a sense of injustice within her. Why should a country bumpkin have such fine fare? The braised pork in the aluminum box and the meat in the jars were clearly evident, and she couldn't help but taunt Yi Tan, her voice loud enough for half the carriage to hear. Yi Tan found herself laughing in disbelief at Han Lulu's lack of memory. She had warned her not to provoke her, stating that if she could act, she wouldn't waste words. Apparently, Han Lulu was eager for confrontation. Thus, Yi Tan felt obliged to oblige. As Han Lulu envied the meal before her, Wenjing stepped away to the restroom, allowing Han Lulu to inch closer to Yi Tan, relishing the aroma of the food. In an instant, a resounding slap echoed through the carriage, plunging the scene into silence. Song Fei and a few others disapproved of Han Lulu's behavior. After all, if someone brought their own food, it signified their capability. Han Lulu's comments seemed deliberately provoking. Yet no one anticipated that Yi Tan would react so swiftly, delivering a firm slap to Han Lulu's face. Dazed, Han Lulu finally found her voice, exclaiming, "Yi Tan, why did you hit me?" The commotion drew the attention of those who had been quietly enjoying their lunch, turning the incident into the focal point of the carriage. Yi Tan sneered, "Do you really not know why I struck you? I warned you not to provoke me. I can act rather than speak. Since you didn't believe me and insisted on taunting me, I thought I'd demonstrate. You, what does it matter to you what I eat? You don't need to make a scene," Han Lulu retorted, but Yi Tan interjected, "If you provoke me again, I will strike you once more. Go ahead and test me." Covering her face, Han Lulu contemplated retaliating but felt a twinge of fear. Yi Tan's slap had not been gentle, leaving half her face numb. She realized that if Yi Tan was indeed as fierce as she claimed, she stood no chance in a fight. At that moment, when Jing returned from the restroom and, seeing the standoff, inquired, "What is happening here?" Yi Tan raised an eyebrow, there's a dog barking, so I decided to give a slap. "Yi Tan, don't go too far," Han Lulu snapped in anger. "Yi Tan simirkit, not satisfied, then come and fight me." She had long harbored disdain for Han Lulu, who had been subtly mocking her since their first meeting. Her ability to endure until now reflected her restraint. After all, they were not in Feng Tang Town. No one knew her true nature, and she felt free to be herself. Han Lulu glared at Yi Tan, feeling frustrated but also doubtful about her ability to win a fight. One slap had already humiliated her enough, and she had no desire to seek further embarrassment. "I don't have the energy to argue with you," Han Lulu declared, feeling humiliated by the public display, and abandoned her meal to leave. When Jing, puzzled, asked Song Fei to recount the events, which she did, concluding with, "Your cousin ran off. Should we check on her?" When Jing waved her hand dismissively, "No need. She'll return on her own." Song Fei recognized Wen Jing's disdain for her cousin and refrained from commenting further. As for Li Chengji and Hu Xiaoqiu, they remained silent, unsure how to intervene in the girls' dispute. Once seated, Wen Jing discreetly gave Yi Tan another thumbs up, whispering, "Well done." She had long wished to confront Han Lulu, but had restrained herself out of familial ties and respect for her mother. Reflecting on how kind she had once been to Han, Lulu only made her feel like a fool. Wow, your food smells amazing. Sensing the delicious aroma from Yi Tan's meal, Wenjing retrieved her own lunch, also packed in a large aluminum box filled with various dishes, both meat and vegetables, alongside steamed buns. Yi Tan smiled, serving Wenjing some braised pork and scrambled eggs, along with a bit of stir-fried pickled vegetables. This was made by my aunt. Taste it and let me know how it is. She also offered some to Song Fei. Wenjing accepted Yi Tan's kindness and reciprocated by offering her some of her own food. This was prepared by my mom. She is a fantastic cook. You should try it. Sound good? Song Fei grinned, as her own meal was also quite ample. She shared some with both Yi Tan and Wenjing, and the three girls felt a newfound closeness while sharing their meals. In this era of green trains, the journey from Qingshui City to Yanshou County in Harbin required 4 days and 3 nights. Sitting on hard seats for hours, Yi Tan felt her body stiffening. She had never traveled by train for such an extended period and found it to be quite an extraordinary experience. Over the days, Yi Tan grew more familiar with Song Fei and the others. Among the group, Yi Tan was the youngest. Wenjing was 3 months older, at 16, while Han Lulu and Song Fei were both 17, and Li Chengji and Hu Xiaoqiu were 18. Since Yi Tan had given Han Lulu a solid slap on the first day, Han Lulu had not dared to provoke her again. The past few days had been relatively quiet, though Han Lulu still managed to annoy Wenjing from time to time. On the morning of the 4th day, the train finally arrived at Harbin Railway Station. Yi Tan let out a deep sigh of relief. They had finally reached their destination. Enduring such a long journey seated in hard seats was nothing short of torture. After retrieving their luggage and exiting the station, Yi Tan and her companions searched for a considerable time before locating the bus bound for Yanshou County. Apart from their group of 6, several young intellectuals were also on this bus, as Yanshou County is home to several large teams. Since Yi Tan and the others boarded the bus early, they were fortunate enough to secure seats, unlike the later arrivals who found the aisles packed with people, creating a scene reminiscent of sardines in a can. Finally, when no one else could squeeze onto the bus, the ticket collector closed the door and the driver stepped on the gas, setting off. What Yi Tan did not anticipate was that the road from Harbin to Yanshou County would be even bumpier than the route from Fengtang Town to Qingshui City. The jolting was enough to make one feel as though they might take flight. In Chapter 31, Don't Even Think About Scamming, Yi Tan and her companions, seated towards the back, experienced the tumultuous ride. As the bus hit a pothole, Wenjing tightly grasped the back of the seat in front while clutching Yi Tan's arm, exclaiming, "This is unbearable." Just as Yi Tan was about to respond, a heavy bag perched on the luggage rack suddenly tilted and tumbled down, threatening to land squarely on Wenjing. "Watch out!" A boy standing beside Wenjing quickly reached out and caught the bag just in time. Wenjing looked up and recognized the bag as belonging to Han Lulu. It was quite heavy. Had it struck her, it would have certainly left her in tears. "Thank you," Wenjing said hurriedly to the boy. He smiled and shook his head, returning the bag to the rack and pressing it down firmly to prevent it from falling again. Han Lulu, observing this, couldn't help but interject, "Hey, be careful. That's my luggage. If you damage it, you'll have to pay." The boy glanced at Han Lulu, but remained silent. He was quite handsome, and upon seeing his face, Han Lulu immediately felt a wave of embarrassment and lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushing. However, due to the cramped and jostling conditions of the bus, no one noticed Han Lulu's unusual reaction. The journey from Harbin to Yanshou County took nearly 4 hours, and when they finally disembarked, everyone's legs were numb. "I can't take it anymore." Yi Tan, Wenjing, and Song Fei disregarded their appearances and plopped down on their quilted bags, massaging their legs. Even the 2 boys, Li Chengji and Hu Xiaoqiu, despite being too shy to admit their numbness, were constantly shifting their legs. After a brief moment of leg rubbing, Song Fei glanced around curiously and asked, "Where's Han Lulu?" Just then, a voice of dismay rang out from behind them. It was Han Lulu. Turning around, they saw her sprawled at the feet of the very boy who had caught her bag earlier. The boy appeared startled. He had sensed something coming toward him and instinctively dodged, only to find it was a girl who had fallen. "Are you all right?" Han Lulu, already feeling the pain in her legs from the fall, looked up at the boy with tears in her eyes and replied, "I'm hurt." Before the boy could respond, a girl following him pulled him back and said, "What do you think you're doing?" You fell on your own, and we all saw it. Don't even think about scamming him. Honolulu, flustered, retorted, who has tried to scam anyone? I fell. Can't you just help me up? The girl raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and yanked Honolulu to her feet, stating, all right, you're up now. The onlooking Yitan and her friends had their own thoughts. Yitan felt a rush of excitement, thinking, wow, that girl is fierce. When Jing felt embarrassed, wishing she could vanish. Honolulu glanced at the boy, noticing he had no intention of stepping forward to speak, which only fueled her irritation. Ignoring the girl, she turned and strode back towards Yitan and the others, complaining to Wen Jing, Jing, you didn't even come to help me. Wen Jing replied coolly, I didn't expect you to fall towards him. The journey from the bus station to Lugang Commune would take over half an hour. By the time the group disembarked, there were already people from Lugang Commune waiting at the bus station. After a brief rest, they followed the welcoming party to Lugang Commune. There were over 40 young intellectuals arriving at Lugang Commune, apart from Yitan and her friends heading to Taosan village. The rest were assigned to other villages within the commune. At this moment, several village heads gathered to chat, expressing their dissatisfaction with the young intellectuals in their villages. They lamented how little work was being accomplished, as these newcomers often clashed with local villagers, leading to widespread discontent among the populace. The head of Lingyi village, surnamed Duan, had the worst temper and bellowed. Can you believe these city youths? They come to the countryside without any idea of what to do. Each one is more delicate than the last. They complain of sore backs and legs after doing a little work. The male intellectuals aren't even as capable as the village women, and don't get me started on the female intellectuals. They barely earn enough work points to cover their expenses, let alone contribute anything meaningful. We end up lending them grain at the end of the year. And who knows when we'll see that back? Exactly, chimed in another village head from Kuaishing village. It's the same for the intellectuals in our village. The village heads continued to voice their frustrations, their conversation growing increasingly animated, except for Zhou Changzhu, the head of Taosan village, who remained silent. Duan clapped Zhou on the shoulder, asking, Old Zhou, what are you thinking? You've been quiet. I was pondering where the intellectuals heading to our village will stay. Zhou sighed. This time, we received 7 new intellectuals. The old ones have either returned to the city or settled down, leaving only 6 behind. The accommodations for the male intellectuals are larger, but the quarters for the females are rather cramped. If more female intellectuals arrive, we won't have enough space. Duan, familiar with the situation in Taosan village, suggested perhaps those who can't be accommodated should temporarily stay with the villagers, while you expedite the construction of new housing. What do you think? Zhou considered it and replied, we'll have to do that for now and see how things unfold. Duan smiled, saying, in my opinion, you are the kindest to the intellectuals among us village heads. Look at us. We only have 1 ox cart to transport them. You not only provide an ox cart, but also a donkey cart. Those assigned to your village are fortunate. They won't have to walk. Zhou chuckled. What can I say? Our village is the furthest away. If I made them walk, they might not return until midnight. As Zhou finished speaking, the other village heads laughed, acknowledging the considerable distance to Taosan village. As they chatted, the people from Lugang Commune returned with the young intellectuals, who trudged in with drooping spirits, their burdens in tow. The village heads couldn't help but furrow their brows at the sight of the weary newcomers. Could these individuals truly cultivate the land? Chapter 32. To Taosan village, the cadre from the Luan commune, who had brought the youth back, addressed the village leaders. These are the young intellectuals who have come to the countryside. You may each take your assigned individuals back to your respective villages. He handed out the list of youth assigned to each village. The village leaders sighed internally, but recognized the necessity of escorting the newcomers home. Those heading to Lingyi village. Come to me, said Captain Duan. Those going to Taosan village. Come to me, announced Zhou Changzhu. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Yitan and the others hurriedly gathered their belongings and approached him. To Yitan's surprise, there was one more person, an individual who had previously swapped seats with Honolulu. When a name was called, Yitan discovered that this person was named Xiao Wei. Thus, the group heading to Taosan village comprised 7 individuals, 3 men and 4 women. Zhou Changzhu observed the youthful faces before him and mused once more about the insufficiency of accommodations for the female youth. My surname is Zhou. I am the captain of Taosan village. You may call me Captain Zhou, he said, checking the list provided by the commune cadre and calling out each name. Now, it is getting late. We must hurry back to the village. Please place your luggage on the ox cart and then board the donkey cart. Upon hearing about the donkey cart, Yi Tan and her companions felt a wave of relief. After 4 days and 3 nights on a train, followed by several hours on a bus, they had walked a considerable distance with their luggage and were utterly exhausted. Wonderful! I can hardly bear the fatigue, exclaimed Song Fei, especially grateful when she saw the other youth heading to different villages having to walk after placing their luggage on the ox cart. She truly appreciated Captain Zhou's consideration for them, the newcomers. Thank you, Captain Zhou, she said sweetly with a bright smile. Yi Tan and the others hurriedly loaded their belongings onto the ox cart. Yi Tan then inquired, Captain Zhou, how long will it take to reach the village? Looking at the sky, Zhou Changzhu replied, it is already past noon. The journey will take about 3 hours. We should arrive by evening if all goes well. Otherwise, it may be dark by the time we get there. The group gasped in unison. So long? Indeed, so we must not delay. Make sure your luggage is secured and board the cart quickly, he urged, waving his hand. He then addressed the young man driving the donkey cart. Hutsi, please drive steadily. Hutsi smiled and reassured him. Uncle Zhou, you can rest easy. Yi Tan and her companions did not hesitate. They quickly secured their luggage and scrambled onto the donkey cart. With its bare wooden board, there was little to hold on to, so they clung tightly to the edges. The 4 girls sat toward the front while the 3 boys settled in the back. Although it was a bit cramped, they were relieved to finally be seated. Zhou Changzhu exchanged greetings with the other village leaders and called to Hutsi to head towards Taosan village. This was Yi Tan's first experience on a donkey cart, and she felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The uneven road made her grip the edge of the cart tightly, fearing she might be jostled off. Wenjing, sitting beside her, tightened her grip even more and whispered, Yi Tan, do you think we'll be jostled all the way back? Having been unsettled by the earlier bus ride, she found the donkey cart even more disconcerting. Yi Tan chuckled, perhaps, but just think of how fortunate we are. The other youth from different villages have to walk back. True, Wenjing acknowledged, feeling more at ease. Song Fei chimed in. It's my first time riding a donkey cart while enjoying the scenery. Yi Tan replied with a smile, indeed. The other 3 boys joined in the conversation, momentarily forgetting the bumps along the way, while Han Lulu continued to grumble, lamenting her choice of location, blaming Wenjing for not picking a more accessible village. Zhou Changzhu followed closely behind with the ox cart, ensuring that the youth arrived safely at Taosan village. Observing them engaged in cheerful conversation brought him some comfort. At least they were not the type to complain incessantly, which was a promising start. As they chatted, Yi Tan and her friends began inquiring about Taosan village. Zhou Changzhu, with a warm smile, shared details. Taosan village lies to the north of Chili town in Yinshou County, approximately 20 li away. Nestled at the foot of Taoshou Mountain, the village has access to abundant natural resources and wildlife. Even during the most challenging years, the villagers never face starvation. Indeed, a fortunate circumstance. Currently, there are over 30 households in the village, and the community spirit remains strong. While there are 1 or 2 troublemakers, they are kept in check by my authority. Zhou Changzhu, being fair-minded, concluded, now that you are here in Taosan village, you are part of our community. If you encounter any issues, please come to me. Do not attempt to resolve them on your own. Also, no disturbances are allowed. Should anyone cause trouble without cause, they should not expect leniency. Yi Tan smiled. Rest assured. Captain Zhou, we will not cause any trouble. Zhou Changzhu nodded in agreement. After a brief conversation, Yi Tan sensed that he was not the type to be overly controlling, which endeared him to her. She felt a growing anticipation for her new life in the countryside. Suddenly, the donkey cart hit a small stone, causing a jolt that almost sent Han Lulu tumbling off. Her frustration boiled over, and she shouted, "What kind of wretched place is this?" Both Zhou Changzhu and Hutsi frowned at her outburst. No one likes to hear their homeland disparaged. Yet Han Lulu seemed oblivious to the impact of her words. Continuing her complaints, Wenjing could no longer hold her tongue. "Cousin, could you refrain from complaining? What is wrong with expressing my grievances?" Han Lulu retorted, feeling unjustly treated, especially after almost falling from the cart without anyone showing concern. "This is the road. Bear with it, and we will reach the village soon," Zhou Changzhu interjected. Despite his irritation at Han Lulu's attitude, with a pout, Han Lulu muttered under her breath, "With a road like this, what good could the village possibly have?" Fortunately, she lowered her voice, mindful of Zhou Changzhu's earlier admonitions about the surrounding mountains and the potential for wild animals, questioning their safety. Chapter 33. A century-old willow at long last. The journey proceeded smoothly, and after more than 3 hours, Zhou Changzhu led Yitan and her group back to Taosan village just as dusk began to settle. Upon their arrival, Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the village entrance stood a gnarled old willow tree, its trunk so thick that it would take 3 or 4 people to encircle it. The gray-brown bark bore the scars of time, narrating tales of the past, while its branches provided a natural playground for children. The willow's long, drooping branches formed a serene refuge from the summer heat. At this moment, 2 or 3 children were playfully clinging to the trunk of the old willow tree, while several elderly women in their 50s and 60s were engaged in their tasks beneath it, conversing cheerfully. The village captain had returned. Upon seeing Zhou, Changzhu, and Huzi leading Yitan and a few others into the village, they all smiled and commented, "Oh, these must be the new educated youth in the village. Just look at their youthful faces. They clearly come from a pampered city upbringing." The village women laughed, though many harbored a sense of disdain. These young, educated youths were incapable of enduring hardship. Mark my words, within a few days, they will be lamenting and clamoring to return home. This had been their experience over the years. Yet, a few village women secretly scrutinized Yitan and her companions. Many of the educated youths who had come to the countryside in recent years could not withstand the hardships and eventually settled down in the village, leading comfortable lives. Thus, families with sons and daughters of marriageable age were keenly eyeing the incoming educated youth. Isn't that one a bit too frail? Is she even 15? The other 3, however, seemed quite decent. "Welcome back," Zhou Changzhu said with a smile, pointing to Yitan and the others. "These are our village's newly arrived educated youth." Yitan offered a faint smile to the village women. Yet her attention was captivated by the large characters on the willow tree. Sign-in point at the old willow tree at the entrance of Taosan village. Another sign-in point. During her recent days on the train, apart from signing in for the educated youth package, Yitan had not completed any sign-ins, accumulating 19 sign-in points over the past few days. When she disembarked at Harbin Station, she signed in and received a map of Harbin, later obtaining a map of Yinshou County and 20 pounds of corn flour at the Yinshou County bus station in Luan Commune. Now, she had 16 sign-in opportunities remaining. This was her first time encountering a sign-in point on a plant, and without hesitation, she tapped to sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful at the old willow tree at the entrance of Taosan village. You have received a drop of century-old willow dew. With the sound of successful sign-in, a small white porcelain bottle appeared in the system's storage, evidently containing that precious drop of century-old willow dew. Yitan was astonished. What was this century-old willow dew? "Host, this is a remarkable treasure. While you will need to explore its effect yourself, I can assure you that it is undoubtedly beneficial for you," exclaimed Tuanzi excitedly. "I will take a look tonight." Encouraged by Tuanzi's words, Yitan felt elated. However, now was not the time for exploration. She needed to accompany Zhou Changzhu to the educated youth point first. The educated youth point in Taosan village was located in the west of the village. Originally, the courtyard had housed a solitary elderly villager, but once he passed away, the space became vacant. When the educated youth were sent to the countryside, Zhou Changzhu allocated this courtyard for their use, establishing it as the educated youth point. However, since the courtyard had previously accommodated only one elderly individual, it was not large, consisting of just 2 rooms, one big and one small, along with a kitchen and a storage room. The male educated youths resided in the larger room, while the female educated youths occupied the smaller one. Currently, there were 6 veteran educated youths, 3 males and 3 females, and now 7 new arrivals, including Yitan. The male side had sufficient space for 6 individuals, but the female side was inadequate. The small house could hardly fit everyone, let alone 7. Upon arriving at the educated youth point, the youths had already finished their work and were preparing dinner. Noticing Zhou Changzhu leading the group into the courtyard, 2 educated youths approached with smiles. "Captain Zhou." Zhou Changzhu nodded to the 2 and introduced Lu and Fong. "These are the new educated youths who arrived today." Lu Wenliang smiled and welcomed them, saying, "Welcome, welcome. We are pleased to have you join our big family." Fong Yuan echoed the sentiment, but then expressed concern to Zhou Changzhu. "Captain Zhou, you know our female side is cramped. I fear we won't have enough space. This house can accommodate at most 6 people. Even 6 is a stretch," she added, "with just one large shared bed. Considering the girls are relatively slim, it might be challenging to even turn over." As soon as Fong Yuan finished speaking, a male educated youth chimed in. Fong Yuan, don't even think about swapping rooms with us boys. If you can't fit, we certainly won't either. Lu Wenliang glanced back disapprovingly at the male youth. Zhao Cheng. The captain is still here. Comments like that may reflect poorly on our educated youth point. Zhao Cheng shrugged, unwilling to speak further, having already voiced his opinion. The other educated youths exchanged glances, remaining silent. Yi Tan and her companions were taken aback by the insufficient accommodations at the educated youth point. Han Lulu frowned and said, "What do you mean we have no place to stay? We can't possibly sleep outdoors. That simply won't do." Zhou Changzhu was about to suggest sending one of the educated youths to stay with a villager until a small room could be built at the educated youth point. When Yi Tan interjected, "Fong Yuan, is there any room in the storage room?" Fong Yuan replied, "The storage room does have some space, but it lacks a bed and windows. It would be quite uncomfortable to live in. May I take a look at it?" Yi Tan pondered it, thinking that if the storage room was livable, she would prefer to stay there. With her secrets, sharing a space with so many others could be inconvenient. Besides, she had intended to find an opportunity to reside alone. All right. Fong Yuan nodded and led Yi Tan and the others to inspect the storage room. Zhou Changzhu remained silent. With the villagers' homes also in short supply, it would be somewhat inconvenient to send a girl to stay with a family. Fong Yuan opened the door to the storage room, and as Yi Tan and her companions peered inside, they saw firewood, baskets, buckets, and yokes cluttering the room, with a damp odor lingering. Only about 1/3 of the room was clear, not even enough space for half a bed. If someone were to stay there, they would need to clear out the contents of the room. Wen Jing and Song Fei, accustomed to better living conditions, frowned. Yi Tan, can this place be lived in? Han Lulu looked even more displeased, her mouth nearly reaching her ear. Is this a place for people to live? Chapter 34. Temporarily residing in the storage room, not a problem. Yi Tan disregarded Han Lulu's comment, smiling at Fong Yuan. Then I will stay in the storage room. It isn't too cold these days. If I tidy it up a bit, it will suffice for the time being. However, Fong Yuan felt the storage room was far too rudimentary, lacking basic necessities. How could anyone live there? Yi Tan then turned to Zhou Changzhu. Captain Zhou, could you please help me find a bedboard? I can set up a makeshift bed in this room for a few days. Would that be all right? Certainly. Zhou Changzhu agreed, pleased that Yi Tan had resolved a significant issue for him. As for the bedboard, there ought to be some in Lu's carpentry shop. It could be exchanged in the village, making it quite affordable. Seeing Yi Tan's decision to stay in the storage room, Han Lulu, evidently having forgotten the recent slap, scoffed. No wonder you're from the countryside. You can manage to live in such a place. Yi Tan shot a glance at Han Lulu, causing her to suddenly recall the slap. And she regretted her quick tongue, stepping back a couple of paces to avoid any retaliation. Wen Jing frowned. Cousin, if you can't speak properly, it's better to remain silent. No one perceives you as mute. What is wrong with that? I was merely making an observation, Han Lulu retorted. Han Lulu, feeling angered by Wen Jing's support for Yi Tan rather than herself, turned on her heel, grabbed her luggage, and decided to claim a good spot in the room first. However, she nearly walked into the men's quarters, only to be pointed out, and in her frustration, she stormed into the women's quarters instead. Huzi, who had come along with Zhou Changzhu, felt somewhat displeased by Han Lulu's words, questioning what was wrong with being from the countryside. Zhou Changzhu interjected, saying, "Come on, are you going to bicker like a woman?" Huzi pursed his lips and fell silent. Once the accommodation issue was resolved, Zhou Changzhu urged everyone to settle in quickly, adding that he would bring some food shortly. The village had lent them each 15 jin of sorghum flour and 15 jin of cornmeal, advising them to ration it wisely until the autumn harvest, after which they would need to return the supplies to the village. Yi Tan and the others acknowledged him in unison. Zhou Changzhu then informed Yi Tan that he would have someone bring a bedboard and some earthen bricks for her to manage for a few days, expressing his gratitude for her patience. Yi Tan smiled, assuring him it was no trouble at all. Zhou Changzhu nodded in appreciation and instructed Fong Yuan and Lu Wenliang to assist Yi Tan in organizing the storage room, placing firewood and other items temporarily in the yard to clear the space. Upon receiving confirmation from Fong Yuan and Lu Wenliang, Zhou Changzhu prepared to leave with Huzi, planning to deliver rice and the bedboard shortly. Just as he was about to turn away, he recalled something important and addressed Yi Tan and the others once more, saying, "Oh, right, since you've just arrived in the village, take a couple of days to rest before joining the others for work the day after tomorrow." They all agreed. After Zhou Changzhu and Huzi departed, Fang Yuan and Lu Wenliang cheerfully invited Yi Tan and the others to join them for a meal. But before they could respond, Zhao Chang expressed his discontent, reminding them that everyone was mindful of their rations and that eating too much today could lead to shortages later. Lu Wenliang frowned at Zhao Cheng's remarks, asserting that it was only right to welcome new arrivals and recalling how they had been treated when they first came. Zhao Cheng fell silent, but remained visibly unwilling. Song Fei chimed in, suggesting that since food was scarce, they could wait until Zhou Changzhu brought their supplies, and they could account for what they ate later. Yi Tan and her companions agreed with this proposal. As Han Lulu, who had been tidying up, overheard the conversation, she muttered about the foolishness of those unwilling to seize an opportunity, noting that only one person had objected while the others remained silent, implying they should have simply acquiesced. At the youth station, meals were prepared on a rotational basis, and with the arrival of 7 newcomers, the cooking time extended, while 3 individuals remained in the kitchen. The others assisted Yi Tan and her group in organizing their belongings, especially in the storage room, where several male youth helped move firewood and farm tools outside and tidied up the area. The storage room was modest, about 5 to 6 square meters. After thanking the helping youth, Yi Tan brought her luggage inside, and shortly thereafter, Zhou Changzhu returned with the rice, a single bedboard, and some earthen bricks. Zhou Changzhu told Yi Tan that she could temporarily stay there, and in a few days, once things settled, he would organize for a piece of land next to the youth station to build another room. Yi Tan nodded, glancing at the bedboard, which appeared quite new, and asked Zhou Changzhu to whom it belonged so she could express her gratitude later. Zhou Changzhu smiled, explaining that it was made by Lu, the village carpenter, and directly exchanged with the village for public credit, so she could simply use it without concern. Yi Tan's eyes brightened at the mention of a carpenter in the village. She quickly expressed her desire to have Lu make some cabinets for her, offering to trade goods in exchange. Zhou Changzhu readily agreed, suggesting she visit his aunt the next day, who would guide her to Lu. He then provided her with directions to his home, which she carefully noted, thanking him once more with a smile. Meanwhile, Huzi and a few young men had already helped Yi Tan assemble the bed. Noticing that she was alone with Zhou Changzhu and a few villagers, Yi Tan took the opportunity to share some fruit candies from her supply, distributing a few to each of them, saying, "Thank you all for your help today. Consider this a small token of my appreciation." Zhou Changzhu insisted that it was unnecessary, but Yi Tan replied, "It is indeed necessary. Without your assistance, I would never have managed to set up this bed myself. Please accept it." Seeing her sincere gratitude, Zhou Changzhu smiled and encouraged Huzi and the others to accept the candies. They sheepishly thanked her, realizing the value of the treats, which cost a penny each in town. As the storage room contained only the bed, Yi Tan wiped it down with a cloth and laid out a set of thin bedding from her supplies. The system had thoughtfully included both thick and thin bedding in the youth package she had signed for in the train car, making the thin set perfect for the current situation. The old bedding from Fengtang Town was worn and hard as a rock, leading Yi Tan to toss it into the corner of the system warehouse. The remaining items were placed at the bedside for later organization once the cabinets were made. After organizing her space, Yi Tan noticed the storage room door and decided to lock it for privacy, taking a padlock from her supplies. Once everything was in order, she made her way to the women's quarters, where Wen Jing and Song Fei were busy arranging their beds, while Han Lulu was nowhere to be seen. Upon entering, Wen Jing and Song Fei promptly invited Yi Tan to sit down, with Wen Jing expressing sympathy for the inconvenience Yi Tan had faced. Although Wen Jing had considered offering to switch rooms with Yi Tan, her cleanliness obsession prevented her from voicing it, as the room was cluttered with firewood and various containers. Yi Tan reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about. After all, it's only temporary, and we will get through it." Song Fei then produced some milk candies from her bundle, sharing a few with Yi Tan and Wen Jing, saying, "Take these and enjoy them slowly." The 3 girls had grown quite close during their days on the train, and Yi Tan and Wen Jing happily accepted the treats, promising to reciprocate later. With Wen Jing and Song Fei bringing more supplies, Yi Tan lent a hand, and they quickly organized their area. At that moment, Fang Yuan entered, announcing that it was time to eat. During the meal, Han Lulu finally made her appearance, and after a round of introductions, Yi Tan became acquainted with several of the veteran youth at the station. The male youth in the village includes Lu Wenliang, Zhao Cheng, and a fellow named Gu Chunshan. Lu Wenliang appears to be a decent person, while Zhao Cheng is rather meticulous and calculating. However, Yitan does not consider this to be a significant flaw. During such times of scarce resources, being careful is only natural. Nevertheless, she prefers not to form a close bond with him. As for Gu Chunsheng, he has remained relatively silent since his brief introduction, leaving Yitan unable to discern much about him. On the female Yu side, apart from Fang Yuan, there are two other young women named Du Xiaoyun and Wu Yuqian, both of whom are quite amiable. Overall, they seem easy to get along with. After a meal filled with introductions, Lu Wenliang shared some essential advice about life as a youth in the village. Subsequently, everyone dispersed, too fatigued from their long journeys and labor to engage in further conversation. Once back in the storage room, Yitan eagerly prepared to examine the century-old willow Du Shi had signed for at the old willow tree at the village entrance. She retrieved the white porcelain bottle from the system's warehouse, uncorked it, and peered inside. The dim light bulb in the storage room made it difficult to see clearly, but she vaguely discerned a droplet of liquid suspended within, not falling to the bottom like ordinary liquids. Host, you can pour out the century-old willow dew and examine its effects in your palm, the system's assistant, Tawanzi, promptly suggested. Yitan hesitated, concerned about wasting such a precious drop. What if it evaporates before I can use it? That would be a terrible loss, especially since I signed in for it. Rest assured, it will not be wasted, Tawanzi reassured her. Any essence obtained through the system sign-in comes with a protective layer. As long as you do not consume it, that layer will remain intact. With Tawanzi's words alleviating her worries, Yitan tilted the bottle and let the droplet fall in her left palm. The moment the century-old willow dew touched her skin, a stream of information flooded her mind. One drop of century-old willow dew can enhance fairness and restore vitality instantly. Yitan's eyes brightened. This truly was a remarkable substance. She immediately relayed its effects to Tawanzi, who chuckled. It is indeed perfect for you. Grinning, Yitan consumed the droplet, grateful for its timely arrival after days of travel. The moment it entered her mouth, she felt an instant wave of relief wash over her. Whether it truly enhanced her appearance was uncertain, but the immediate boost to her energy was undeniable. Determined, Yitan resolved to make daily visits to the old willow tree at the village entrance. This essence was simply too beneficial. After a moment of excitement, she began to inspect the youth care package she had signed for in the carriage. The package was quite comprehensive, containing 2 sets of bedding, a porcelain basin, towels, cups, a water bottle, toothpaste, a toothbrush, soap, and even a flashlight. It encompassed nearly all the essentials for daily life, perfectly suited for the era. Yitan thought a trip to Chili Town would suffice to acquire a plausible source for these items. And she also wished to check in on Uncle Kong and Aunt Zhao. Furthermore, she was curious to discover what sign-in points the town might offer. However, the distance from Taosan village to Chili Town was over 20 miles. Walking would surely exhaust her, even with the century-old willow dew to aid her. With this in mind, Yitan headed to the female youth's quarters. Upon entering, she found everyone preparing their beds, seemingly ready for rest. The others greeted her warmly, except for Han Lulu, who merely huffed and turned away. Yitan paid little heed to Han Lulu's demeanor. As long as she did not provoke her, she chose to ignore the petty squabbles. Sitting beside Wen Jing and Song Fei, she inquired, Fang Yuan, if we wish to go to Chili Town, how should we proceed? Fang Yuan smiled and replied, since we will be living together, please call me Fang Jie instead of Fang Jiqing. I'm older than you. Yitan nodded with a smile. Fang Yuan continued, every other day, Uncle Kong drives a donkey cart to town. If anyone needs to go, you can hitch a ride with him. There's a trip tomorrow morning. If you want to go, just wait by the old willow tree at 7:30 a.m. Yitan's face lit up. She was indeed planning to visit the town the next day. That sounds perfect, she exclaimed. When Jing and Song Fei chimed in, I'll go too. Han Lulu, observing the 3 of them, leaned closer to Wen Jing, whispering, Xiao Jing, I don't have enough money this time. Could you lend me some? I'll repay you when my mom sends me the money. Wen Jing glanced at her and replied, Cousin, I'm sorry, but I barely have enough for myself. I'm not even sure if it will cover my expenses. Perhaps you can remind your mom to send it faster. Or I can mention it to mine, so she can talk to your mom. Hearing this, Han Lulu felt a surge of annoyance. If her mother could send money, she would need to borrow from Wen Jing. Her cousin seemed increasingly difficult to manage. Previously, asking for anything was as simple as a single request. Now, even borrowing a small sum was met with reluctance. Fine, if you don't want to lend me, just say so, Han Lulu spat. Wen Jing nodded, you're right. I don't want to lend it. You've never returned anything you've taken from me since childhood, so I don't feel inclined to lend you now. Honolulu was taken aback. Being called out in front of everyone left her feeling embarrassed. She retorted, "Those were all gifts from you." Wenjing replied, "All right, let us consider everything I've given you. My hairpin, comb, clothes, shoes, and even your New Year's money. If you want to count those as gifts, then I won't be giving you anything now. Is that acceptable?" Honolulu was caught off guard by Wenjing's directness, leaving her speechless. After a long silence, she finally said, "Fine, Wenjing, you've made your stance clear. Don't expect my help in the future." Wenjing replied coolly, "As long as you don't harm me, I'll be grateful." Honolulu felt a pang of anxiety at those words, but said nothing further, retreating to her bed and covering herself with a blanket, refusing to engage with anyone. The room was left to bear witness to the spectacle of the cousins' fallout, while the older youth, unaware of the nuances, remained silent. Yi Tan and Song Fei, however, understood that despite being relatives, Wenjing had always maintained a certain distance from Honolulu, indicating that something significant had transpired between them. Yi Tan gently patted Wenjing's hand and said, "You still have us." Song Fei also placed a hand on Wenjing's shoulder, sharing her disdain for Honolulu, who always seemed so sharp-tongued and petty, yet never learned from her mistakes. Indeed, Wenjing smiled, "I have all of you." After exchanging a few more words, Yi Tan and Wenjing, along with Song Fei, arranged to meet the next day by the old willow tree at the village entrance before returning to their respective quarters. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Yi Tan first consumed some fermented rice cake to settle her stomach before leaving her room. The village had only allocated each person 15 pounds of sorghum flour and 15 pounds of corn flour, which would certainly not suffice until the autumn harvest. Reflecting on the meager meals prepared by the educated youth the day before, she realized that if she continued to eat in such a manner, she would soon find herself ravenous. Although she was already quite slender, she resolved to supplement her nutrition. At 16 years of age and standing at just over 1.5 meters, she did not wish to remain short. Remembering her previous life where she stood at 170, she sighed, acknowledging the long journey ahead. Thus, she contemplated ways to cook for herself. After having breakfast, while the older educated youth had gone to work and Honolulu was sulking in her room, Yi Tan and her companions set off towards the old willow tree at the village entrance. Upon arrival, they discovered that the donkey cart had not yet arrived. Yi Tan seized the opportunity to sign a path and obtained a drop of century-old willow dew. "Ah, you must be the few educated youth who arrived yesterday, right?" A group of women waiting by the old willow tree inquired with smiles. Yi Tan had resolved to foster good relations with the village women, recalling how supportive they had been during her time in Fengtang Town. "Yes, we just arrived and are in need of various supplies. We plan to check the town for what we can add," Yi Tan replied with a smile. Though she appeared frail, her bright eyes when she smiled endeared her to the women, who remarked, "Indeed, one must be prudent when living. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us." "Thank you, ladies." Yi Tan and her friends expressed their gratitude, knowing that politeness would be appreciated. The women laughed. Those from the city are certainly well-mannered. As their lively conversation continued, old Uncle Kong soon arrived with the donkey cart. The group quickly boarded, engaging in light-hearted banter, as Yi Tan shared amusing anecdotes that elicited hearty laughter from the women, making them feel even closer to her. Even old Uncle Kong, usually serious, wore a slight smile. The journey from Tao Mountain Village to Chili Town was still bumpy, but Yi Tan and her companions had grown accustomed to it. After more than an hour on the donkey cart, they arrived in Chili Town around 9 o'clock. Old Uncle Kong announced, "We will return at 2:30 in the afternoon. If anyone misses the cart, I will not wait." Everyone responded promptly. During the journey, the women had already informed Yi Tan and her friends about the town's offerings. There was a supply and marketing cooperative, akin to a department store, stocked with daily necessities, shoes, hats, and other essentials. Additionally, there was a grocery store where one could purchase meat and vegetables, although meat was scarce and not always available. Furthermore, there was a grain exchange station, but only those with grain coupons could redeem food, as villagers did not partake. Only town workers possessed grain coupons. Without them, one could not obtain even a grain of food from the station. Once the women had clarified the locations of the cooperative and grocery store, they dispersed to attend to their own matters. Wenjing turned to Yi Tan and Song Fei, asking, "Shall we visit the cooperative first or the grocery store?" Yi Tan replied with a smile, "I would like to explore a bit first. Let us meet for lunch at the state-run restaurant. She had already inquired about the restaurant's location while on the donkey cart. It was conveniently situated across from the grocery store. All right. Wen Jing and Song Fei nodded in agreement, setting off towards the cooperative. Chapter 37. A lost coin after parting ways with Wen Jing and Song Fei. Yitan's first destination was the bus station in Chili Town, the first place she intended to sign in today. With the opportunities she had accumulated over the past few days, along with 4 remaining chances today, she hoped to use them all. Eager to discover what she could sign for in Chili Town. Previously, at both the Harbin train station and the Yanshou County bus station, she had successfully obtained maps. So she was curious to see if the bus station in Chili Town would also offer a sign-in point for a map. The bus station was located in the southern part of the town, and Yitan had confirmed this with the women, so she quickly found her way there. As she arrived, it was the morning rush for departures, with many people coming and going. Upon reaching the bus station, she spotted the golden letters next to the ticket counter. Excited by the sight, she hurried over. Hey, that girl. You need to line up to buy a ticket. Several people were queuing at the ticket counter, and upon seeing Yitan approach, one of them called out sternly. Yitan silently recited her intention to sign in and turned to the speaker, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. Respecting his age, she smiled and said, Sir, I am not buying a ticket. I merely wish to check the departure times. The bus schedule was posted beside the ticket counter. Upon hearing her response, the old man remarked, Oh, and glanced at the schedule, muttering, The young girl is not very old, yet her eyesight seems poor. I can read those large letters from afar. Yitan chose not to respond, turning to leave. Just a few steps away, she suddenly heard the old man exclaim, My money is missing. He continued, Hey, you over there looking at the schedule, you cannot leave. And the rest of you nearby, none of you can leave. My money is gone. He then shouted to the ticket window, Quickly call the police. There is a thief here. At this moment, the crowd was quite eager to help. But when the old man implicated them as suspects, their mood soured. What are you talking about? Your money went missing, but we are not the thieves. I just had my money in my pocket. The old man exclaimed loudly. It vanished in an instant, and you were the only ones around. Who knows which of you took it? Hey, you need to speak reasonably. Who would steal your money for no reason? The crowd began to murmur in protest. Yitan frowned and said, Sir, I'm not close to you. Why would you suspect me? Who knows if you are an accomplice helping the thief divert attention? The old man retorted stubbornly. You cannot leave. My money is missing, and everyone here is a suspect. Anyone who tries to leave must be guilty. His insistence caused discomfort among the crowd, but they could not simply walk away. Many began to show their displeasure. Someone muttered, I still need to catch a bus. This is wasting my time. Regardless, my money remains unfound, and no one is permitted to leave. The elderly man, with a face full of anger, declared, Whoever attempts to leave is a thief and must return my money. I interjected, Are you even being reasonable? He retorted, Are you out of your mind for being poor? Have you come here to beg for money? His words incited the wrath of the crowd, who began to voice their criticisms. Yet, the elderly man remained unyielding, his neck stiffened in defiance, determined to not relent until he achieved his goal. Naturally, Eden could not leave either. She furrowed her brow slightly, standing beside the throng, awaiting the arrival of the police. Reflecting on her mere 10 days in this place, she found herself about to interact with the authorities for the second time. At the bus station, someone had reported lost money, prompting the police to arrive swiftly. It was then revealed that the elderly man had lost a total of 40 cents. Some people scoffed, What a fuss over such a trivial amount. I thought he had lost 20 or 30 yuan. In the town, most inhabitants were factory workers, earning a monthly wage of 20 to 30 yuan. Hence, 40 cents was not considered a significant sum. Hearing this, several individuals couldn't help but chuckle. After a routine inquiry, the elderly man described the handkerchief in which he had wrapped his money. To clear themselves of suspicion, the people present voluntarily displayed their belongings for the police to inspect. Yitan followed suit, allowing the police to check her possessions as well. Unsurprisingly, nothing was discovered. Who could ascertain when the elderly man's money had vanished? It was possible that the thief had fled long ago. The individuals at the bus station all had their own matters to attend to, and without evidence proving someone's guilt, it was unreasonable to detain anyone. Frustrated at the lack of progress in identifying the thief, the elderly man, now exasperated, turned his ire towards Yitan. Officer, I suspect this young girl is in cahoots with the thief. Yitan was taken aback by his accusation. Was this truly an unexpected calamity? On what grounds do you accuse me of stealing your money? She retorted, visibly displeased. The elderly man countered with fervor. The bus schedule at the ticket booth is printed in large letters. I could see it from a distance. Yet, you chose to come closer to read it, which suggests you were deliberately trying to distract me so that your accomplice could steal my money. Upon hearing his reasoning, Yi Tan was infuriated yet amused. Sir, I approached the bus schedule without ever speaking to you. It was you who called out to me first. How does that equate to me distracting you? Furthermore, I do not possess your money. If you continue to make such baseless claims, I shall report you for defamation. As an innocent young woman, why should my reputation be tarnished by your unfounded accusations? What do you intend to achieve? Just because you are elderly does not grant you the right to act with impunity. The elderly man was taken aback by Yi Tan's words, but remained obstinate. Then why did you come so close to the bus schedule? How I choose to observe the bus schedule is my affair. I owe you no explanation. Who are you to demand it? Yi Tan stammered. She had previously tolerated his rudeness when he called out to her, but now it was intolerable that he would slander her as a thief. You young girl, why are you so impolite? The elderly man fumed. As if you were one to speak of politeness, Yi Tan shot back. I have yet to encounter an elderly man such as yourself who not only disrespects others, but also maliciously tarnishes their reputations. Before criticizing others, perhaps you should look in the mirror and reflect on your own behavior. You, the elderly man clutched his chest, feigning a near-fainting state. Sharp-tongued. Oh no, my heart hurts. Officer, this young girl has upset me terribly. I need to go to the hospital, and she should pay for my medical expenses. The companion, with an air of composure, remarked to Yi Tan, do not worry, this man is merely acting. His heart is perfectly healthy. The two police officers were exasperated, questioning the absurdity of the situation. You slandered this young girl's reputation, and when she defended herself, you threatened to seek medical attention? Is this not extortion? Are we to stand by as you hurl accusations without consequence? With the assurance from her companion, Yi Tan felt emboldened. Very well, let us go to the hospital. I will accompany you. I propose that a doctor examine you, with the officers as witnesses. If your heart truly has issues, I shall take responsibility and fund your treatment. However, if your heart is sound, you must publicly apologize to me and post a letter of apology at this bus station. What say you? At that moment, the concept of emotional damages had yet to be established, so Yi Tan made no additional demands. Her words rang with conviction. Why should I apologize to you? Perhaps it is you and your accomplices who stole my money. The elderly man retorted, though inwardly, he began to doubt himself as Yi Tan's confidence was compelling. Simply based on your continued slander of my character, Yi Tan replied, turning to the two police officers. Officers, I am a young intellectual visiting this area. May I inquire if you handle cases of defamation against young intellectuals? The officers nodded, assuring, of course, young comrade. Rest assured, we will act fairly and justly. Upon hearing the police's response, Yi Tan nodded and addressed the elderly man. Shall we proceed to the hospital? I am at your service. What do you mean by shall we? The elderly man faltered, realizing that his heart was indeed fine. If he went to the hospital and was examined, his deceit would be exposed. He could not afford to publicly apologize to this young girl or post a letter of apology. It would ruin his reputation. Thus, the elderly man waved his hand impatiently. All right, I concede. Just let me be. It seems I have lost 40 cents for no reason. That will not do, Yi Tan objected. You have tarnished my reputation and expect me to pay for your medical expenses? How is it that your heart has suddenly become fine? I am unaware that heart conditions can improve so swiftly without medication. Or are you attempting to extort me? Those still present who had not left began to laugh. Indeed. How is it that your heart is no longer pained? Just moments ago, you appeared on the verge of fainting. Suddenly, someone familiar with the elderly man appeared and laughed. Old Jean, are you feigning heart pain again? How many times have you done this without ever fainting? This remark effectively exposed old Jin's deceit. Instantly, the crowd and the two officers regarded him with incredulity. Feeling his pride wounded, old Jean responded angrily. You have no right to speak. Having said that, he turned to the police. All right, I won't file a report. Before he could finish his sentence, old Jean turned and fled, moving as swiftly as a young man in his 20s, leaving the two officers both amused and exasperated. Observing old Jin's hasty retreat, the officers turned to Yi Tan. Comrade, do you wish to pursue this matter further? If so, we will locate old Jin. If you want to press charges, he will surely face consequences. Yi Tan pondered for a moment before replying, forget it. I shall not pursue this matter any longer. Thank you for your assistance today, officers. Ultimately, they remained strangers. Since the other party had already lost both face and dignity, Yitan chose not to dwell on it any longer. What mattered most now was to promptly consult the map and check in, for the delay caused by old Jean had already consumed a considerable amount of time. Yitan politely thanked the two police officers before departing from the bus station. With the parties involved having left, the onlookers gradually dispersed in small groups. Finding a secluded spot, Yitan hurriedly accessed the system's warehouse. Indeed, the bus station had yielded the map of Chili Town, along with maps of Harbin and Yinsho County. She had not yet had the chance to examine them in detail, but upon closer inspection of the Chili Town map, she discovered that it marked all the available check-in points within the town. To her surprise, this small town boasted 11 check-in points. Yet conspicuously absent was the bus station itself. Yitan pondered that perhaps the bus station's check-in point was a one-time affair, primarily intended for her to obtain a map of Chili Town. Among these 11 check-in locations, the one that piqued Yitan's interest most was the Chijin Taoist temple situated to the north of Chili Town. The ancient willow tree at the entrance of Taosan village was known to yield a century-old willow dew, and she was curious as to what treasures the Chijin temple might offer. After contemplating the 11 check-in points and calculating her time, Yitan resolved to visit the Chijin temple the following day. Despite the absence of transportation, she was determined to make the journey on foot, albeit with some concern for her weary legs. However, her curiosity about what the temple might reveal outweighed her reservations. Once she had made her decision, Yitan proceeded to the post office, intending to call Kong Changhao and assure him of her safety. The post office was relatively quiet, and it wasn't long before it was her turn. Yitan requested the operator to connect her to Kong Changhao's office, and soon she heard his voice on the other end of the line. "Hello, who is this?" "Uncle Kong, it's me, Yitan." "Ah, Yitan," Kong Changhao exclaimed with evident delight upon recognizing her voice. "Have you arrived safely in Taosan village? Was the journey smooth?" With a smile, Yitan replied, "Uncle Kong, it went quite well. Rest assured, please also inform Aunt Zhao that I am doing fine. The village chief here is very kind, and I have settled in comfortably." "That's wonderful to hear," Kong Changhao responded, relieved. "By the way, Aunt Zhao has sent some items your way, which should arrive in a few days. Please keep an eye out for them." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yitan said, "You and Aunt Zhao have been so generous." "Not all," Kong Changhao chuckled. "Aunt Zhao mentioned that she feels a connection with you and encouraged you to come back when you have time so that you can stay with us." Of course, Yitan understood that this was a kind gesture from Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong, and she readily agreed. She then inquired, "By the way, Uncle Kong, did my father cause any trouble?" When it came to Yi Lai-ching, Kong Changhao couldn't help but chuckle. "The day before yesterday, he brought your stepsister to the factory, insisting that she should take your place. I had to inform him that your position had already been filled by someone else. He was furious but had no recourse. As for Aunt Zhao's nephew, you need not worry. There are several men in his family, so your father won't gain anything from them." At this point, Kong Changhao couldn't suppress a grin. You should have seen his face. It turned quite green with anger. Kong Changhao held a distinct disdain for Yi Lai-ching, and he had not missed the opportunity to reprimand him when he visited the factory. Hearing Kong Changhao's words, Yitan couldn't help but smile, her eyes narrowing with amusement. As the saying goes, knowing that they were unhappy brought her a sense of peace. Just as Yitan had suspected, the atmosphere in the Yi household was tumultuous. Her departure had not only caused Qian Huaihua to be reassigned, but both she and Yi Lai-ching had also suffered significant wage deductions. Even the neighbors were now reluctant to associate with them, wary of their unreliability and the potential for betrayal. Since Yi Tan's departure, the tension in the Yi household had remained palpable. The only solace for Qian Huaihua and Yi Lai-ching was that with Yi Tan gone, a job vacancy had opened up, allowing Yi Xiaojun to step in. This development meant that Yi Xiaojun could earn a salary, which would somewhat alleviate their current financial woes, especially since the lost money had yet to be recovered, and Qian Huaihua's loan to her brother-in-law was not forthcoming. However, what neither Qian Huaihua nor Yi Lai-ching could have anticipated was that Yi Tan had secretly sold her job. The family that purchased it was said to have several brothers, and Yi Lai-ching dared not confront them. Shortly afterward, they received a notification that Yi Xiaojun was to be sent to a rural farming area in the northwest. This turn of events not only dashed the hopes of Qian Huaihua and Yi Xiaojun regarding the job, but also meant that Yi Xiaojun was to be sent to the Northwest. Mom, I don't want to go to the Northwest. Yi Xiaojun cried at home, struggling to catch her breath. What kind of place is that? Full of wind and sand. I've heard it's all barren land and lacks water. How can I survive there? Dad, Mom, I don't want to go. Yi Liqing, already irritated, was further distressed to discover that the 3,000 yuan and jewelry hidden in the wardrobe's secret compartment were missing. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, as the origin of those items was dubious. Hearing Yi Xiaojun sobbing, his frustration began to boil over. Not go. Do you think you have a choice? The notice has been delivered to our home. You think this is just a game where you can refuse? Seeing Yi Liqing scold, Yi Vianzhen, Qian Huaihua immediately felt a pang of sympathy and shouted at him. How could Xiaojun have been signed up for this rural assignment? I bet that little brat, Yi Tan, filled it out secretly. What a good daughter you have, causing Xiaojun such trouble. Does she even have a conscience? I raised her as her stepmother, and even if I don't treat her as well as Xiaojun, she has grown up healthy. Her conscience must have been eaten by a dog. As she spoke, Qian Huaihua began to weep, completely forgetting the mistreatment they had inflicted upon Yi Tan, including the pressure to force her into rural work in the Northeast. Enough. Lower your voice. Yi Liqing glared fiercely at Qian Huaihua. The neighbors were already casting suspicious glances their way due to the incident with Yi Tan. Did she want to make their family's reputation even worse? Why should I lower my voice? Qian Huaihua felt a surge of anger welling up inside her, nearly igniting her into a fireball. If Yi Tan were before her now, she would certainly want to strike her down to vent her frustrations. I see you're suddenly concerned for your good daughter. Have you considered that Xiaojun is also? Before she could finish, Yi Liqing interrupted her with a sharp slap. The force of the slap not only cut off Qian Huaihua's words, but also startled Yi Xiaojun into silence, while Yi Xiaobao looked back and forth in confusion, entirely oblivious to the nature of the quarrel between the adults. Apart from food and leisure, he understood little else, merely going through the motions of school. It was only after receiving the slap that Qian Huaihua remembered what she had intended to say, and cold sweat broke out on her back as she stammered. Old Yi, I didn't mean to. Yi Liqing glared at her with a fierce look. Do you not know what should and should not be said? I know. Qian Huaijia spoke with a slight stutter, but upon recalling that Yi Xiaojun was to go to the Northwest farm, she could not help but burst into tears. But what shall we do? Xiaojun is going to the Northwest farm. What kind of place is that? If she stays there for a few years, how much suffering will she endure? It's all because of your good daughter. How could she be so heartless? It's truly reprehensible. Yi Liqing paced anxiously around the room for a few moments, contemplating before saying, I will try to think of a solution to see if I can arrange for Xiaojun to go somewhere else. Is that possible? Qian Huaijia understood that Yi Xiaojun was certainly destined for the countryside. She merely hoped that Xiaojun could be sent to a less arduous location. There was nothing to do but try. Yi Xiaojun cried, Dad, I don't want to go to the countryside. Yi Liqing shot her a glare. Either I will see if I can arrange for you to go somewhere else, or you will go to the Northwest farm. Yi Xiaojun wept even more vehemently. I would rather die than go to the Northwest farm. Chapter 40. Wenjing Treats. Please recommend and collect. After a phone call with Kong Chanhao, Yi Tan purchased some stamps, envelopes, and stationery at the postal office, intending to use them for future correspondence. She also signed for a set of the long-ago issued martial arts stamps, consisting of 6 pieces. Although Yi Tan was not well-versed in stamps, she recognized some of the more famous ones, such as the National Mountains and Rivers All Red, the Blue Army Post, and the 1980 Monkey Stamp. However, having learned martial arts from her grandfather, she developed a fondness for the martial arts stamp set. After leaving the postal office, Yi Tan began to navigate through the streets and alleys of Qili Town, intending to sign at all 9 check-in points except for the Qijin Taoist Temple. She withdrew 10 yuan at the bank, collected 3 bags of milk powder from the grocery store, signed for 10 jin of cornmeal at the grain station, secured a piece of light patterned cotton cloth at the supply and marketing cooperative, picked up a pound of sesame sugar and a can of yellow peach from the food factory. And though she didn't acquire any flour at the flour mill, she managed to sign for a stack of flour bags. At the hospital entrance, she signed for several bottles of purple medicine. And finally, at the recycling station, she signed out a set of Wang Wali 8 Immortals table and chairs. Due to time constraints, she decided not to enter the recycling station, planning to return the next day. After completing these check-in points, Yi Tan had 9 remaining opportunities. She swiftly traversed nearly all of Qili Town and eventually retrieved a package from the system warehouse, filling it with her necessities before heading to the state-run restaurant. where she also signed for a practical guide to Northeast cuisine. Upon seeing the guide to Northeast cuisine, Yitan raised an eyebrow. She adored Northeast dishes. What a delightful surprise. Glancing into the state-run restaurant, she noticed that Wen Jing and Song Fei had yet to arrive. Just as she was about to enter, she heard Wen Jing's voice calling, "Yitan." Turning around, Yitan saw Wen Jing and Song Fei each carrying 2 cloth bags, emerging from the grocery store. Clearly having purchased quite a bit, Yitan happily waved at them. Wen Jing and Song Fei hurried over, and upon noticing the large package Yitan was holding, Song Fei exclaimed, "Yitan, did you receive the things your family sent you so quickly?" Yitan nodded and smiled. "I went to the post office today to make a call, and coincidentally, my package was there, so I picked it up." "Wonderful. After we eat, I'll also call my dad and check if my package has arrived," Wen Jing said with a smile. "All right, let us eat first. Then we'll head to the postal office together," Yitan replied with a grin. Song Fei then asked Yitan, "Aren't you going to buy some things at the supply and marketing cooperative and grocery store?" Yitan patted her package. "This should suffice for now. We can discuss it next time." "Sounds good." The three entered the state-run restaurant, where a large sign at the entrance displayed today's menu: braised pork, potato and green bean stew with ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and desancian, only 4 dishes. Additionally, the staples included rice, steamed buns, and dumplings, along with egg drop soup. At this mealtime, the restaurant was bustling, but fortunately, there was a 4-person table available towards the back. The three quickly occupied the spot, and Wen Jing cheerfully declared, "Let us make it clear, today I'm treating. Consider it a celebration for all of us coming together to go to Taosan Village. No one is to dispute this. If you wish to pay, it will be for next time. That's settled." Yitan and Song Fei exchanged smiles. "All right, we agree. But next time you mustn't fight for the bill." "Agreed." After Wen Jing placed the order at the busy counter, Yitan noticed the long line and rushed to help her. To her surprise, Wen Jing ordered 2 substantial dishes, along with desancian and a large bowl of egg drop soup, plus 3 big bowls of rice. Once the dishes arrived at the table, Wen Jing exuberantly waved her hand. "Come, let us savor this authentic Northeast cuisine." Yitan and Song Fei laughed, and the 3 young women began to enjoy their meal amidst lively conversation. Remarkably, the chef at the state-run restaurant proved to be quite skilled. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, while the ribs and the potato and green bean stew were tender, and the vegetables absorbed the flavorful broth, rendering them deliciously seasoned. Accompanied by rice, the meal was simply irresistible. Yitan had tasted Northeast cuisine before, but the ingredients at this time were all natural, making the flavors even more delightful, not to mention Wen Jing and Song Fei, who had never experienced it. At this time, people had large appetites. Before long, more than half of the dishes had disappeared, and the 3 began to slow their eating pace. "This is truly delectable," Wen Jing remarked appreciatively. Song Fei, with a mouthful of food, could only nod enthusiastically, while Yitan was about to speak when a familiar male voice interrupted. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Yitan turned to see the young man who had helped Wen Jing block her luggage on the bus yesterday, holding a plate of dumplings. She vaguely remembered that this young man had been assigned to Lingi Village. "It's you," Wen Jing exclaimed, recognizing him as well. "Please sit. This seat is free." "Thank you." The young man politely nodded toward Yitan and her companions. "Nice to see you again." Wen Jing smiled and said, "I'm really grateful to you for helping me yesterday. Without your assistance, I surely would have been struck by my luggage." "I merely did what anyone would do upon witnessing," he modestly replied. As they were all fellow youths sent to the countryside, and having traveled together yesterday, the young man quickly became familiar with Yitan and the others, sharing names and stories. At this moment, Yitan learned that the young man was named Qin Sheng from Haishur, and had been assigned to Lingi Village as a youth worker. Today, he had come to the town to buy supplies during his break. Lingi Village was also part of Chili Town, but much closer than Taosan Village. The distance was only 4 or 5 li, a half-hour walk, whereas reaching Taosan Village took over an hour by donkey cart. After finishing their meal, Qin Sheng politely bid farewell to Yitan and her friends, heading back to Lingi Village, while Yitan and the others proceeded to the postal office. After Wen Jing and Song Fei each reported their safety to their families, it was nearly 2:30 in the afternoon. The 3 hurried back to the spot where they had dismounted from the donkey cart, only to find several matronly women already seated on the cart. Upon seeing Yi Tan and her friends, the women greeted them cheerfully. Yi youth, Wen youth, Song youth. Come quickly. We're about to return to the village. We're just waiting for you three. As she spoke, she cleared a space to accommodate Yi Tan and her companions' belongings. Once they had settled their things and climbed onto the donkey cart, Uncle Kong, noticing everyone was present, prepared to drive the cart back to the village. At that moment, a voice cried out from a distance. Hey, Uncle Kong, wait a moment. Chapter 41. Zhao Daidi's thoughts. Yi Tan and her friends turned to see a woman in her 40s, breathless and carrying a large bag, rushing towards them. Uncle Kong, wait for me, she called out. An aunt nearby exclaimed, Isn't that Air Guzi's mother? Have you just returned from the county? Zhao Daidi, Air Guzi's mother, was a widow from Taosan village. Her husband had tragically passed away in an accident when they were young, leaving her to raise their only son alone. It was said that Air Guzi now had a stable job in Yinshou County and was doing quite well, yet for some reason, he had not brought Zhao Daidi to the county. Instead, every couple of months, she would travel to the county to visit him. Indeed, Zhao Daidi wheezed as she climbed aboard the donkey cart. The others had already shuffled to make room for her, and she placed her large bag in the center of the cart, taking a few deep breaths to calm herself before saying, I remembered there was a donkey cart returning to the village today, and I managed to catch it. Once Zhao Daidi was settled, Uncle Kong urged the donkey cart toward Taosan village. Before she boarded, Zhao Daidi had spotted Yi Tan and her companions and remarked with a smile, Oh, these young ladies look unfamiliar. Are you visiting relatives in our village? What are you talking about? Replied Aunt Lu, who lived in the same village and had spoken to Zhao Daidi earlier. These three are new intellectual youths from our village, having just arrived yesterday. As Aunt Lu introduced them, she said, You could just call her Aunt Zhao. Yi Tan and her friends greeted her with smiles, calling out Aunt Zhao. Good, good. Zhao Daidi responded, scrutinizing Yi Tan and the others. Although her son had a stable job, he was still single. Upon inquiry, he had mentioned that finding a partner in the city was difficult, as many looked down on his rural background. Consequently, Zhao Daidi's greatest concern was her son's marital prospects. Worrying about her son living alone in the city, she felt anxious that no one was there to care for him, especially since he refused to allow her to come and look after him. It troubled her that none of the three female intellectuals seemed suitable for him. One of them was exceedingly skinny, appearing too young to attract her son's interest. As for the other two, they looked promising, and she pondered mentioning them to her son the next time she visited the county, hoping he would come back to meet them. If he found someone he liked, that would be perfect. Zhao Daidi thought to herself that any young man would surely prefer the comforts of city life over the hardships of rural farming. And if her son liked one of these intellectual youths, she assumed they would eagerly agree to his advances. With this in mind, Zhao Daidi glanced at Wen Jing and Song Fei, smiling as she remarked, These city girls are so fresh. Their faces look as if they could yield water. Any young man who marries one of them would surely be overjoyed, and they would likely never want to leave the house. Of course, she completely overlooked Yi Tan. Wen Jing and Song Fei sensed the implication in Zhao Daidi's words, their faces turning crimson as they averted their gazes, remaining silent. Having come from a world inundated with information, Yi Tan understood Zhao Daidi's insinuations quite clearly, and her brow furrowed slightly, forming a less than favorable impression of this aunt. In this conservative era, even couples walking hand in hand in public were rare, making Zhao Daidi's open remarks about the two young girls quite inappropriate, despite her subtlety. Yi Tan, unfamiliar with Zhao Daidi, was uncertain whether her comments were made innocently or with intent. Aunt Lu gave Zhao Daidi a gentle nudge, chiding, What are you talking about? They're still young girls. Oh, it's only a matter of time, Zhao Daidi replied nonchalantly. Aunt Lu shot her a disapproving look. Enough of that. All right. Zhao Daidi laughed, turning to Wen Jing and Song Fei. Since we're all in the village together, we'll see each other often. Feel free to visit my home whenever you have the chance. I can teach you how to work in the fields. Wen Jing and Song Fei politely smiled, Sure. We'll visit when we have time. As for when that would be, they were unsure. Both girls instinctively felt a negative impression of Zhao Daidi. Noticing that aside from Aunt Lu, the other women in the village spoke very little to her, some not engaging with her at all. The journey back to the village was slow due to the heavy load on the donkey cart and the extra passenger. By the time they arrived, it was nearly the end of the workday. Upon disembarking at the village entrance, Yi Tan and her companions thanked Uncle Kong and bid farewell to the aunts before returning to the youth center. Upon their return, the older youth had just finished work, and Fang Yuan, Wu Yuqian, and Gu Chunsheng were preparing dinner, while others were busy with their tasks. Only Han Lulu was missing. Seeing Yi Tan and her friends return, Fang Yuan smiled. "You're back. Quickly tidy up your things. Dinner will be ready soon." Feeling somewhat shy, Yi Tan and her companions said, "Sister Fang, would you like to cook tomorrow?" Fang Yuan replied with a smile, "No rush. We take turns cooking here at the youth center. Since you just arrived, take a couple of days to rest. We'll rearrange after work tomorrow. For now, just settle in. The work will be tiring when you start the day after." Encouraged by Fang Yuan's words, Yi Tan and her friend smiled in agreement and began discussing what to contribute, each bringing a little food to the kitchen. Yi Tan produced 3 salted duck eggs, which she had signed out from the state-run restaurant in Fengtang Town, having received 10 in total along with a recipe for making them. She had noticed that in Fengtang Town, the state-run restaurant provided 1 dish along with its recipe each time, while the one in Chili Town had given her an entire set of Northeast cuisine recipes. Showcasing the stark differences between the two places, Song Fei brought out a sausage, and Wenjing revealed a can of luncheon meat, which surprised Yi Tan and led her to conclude that Wenjing must come from a relatively affluent background. Seeing the items they had brought, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "How did you bring so much?" Yi Tan replied with a smile, "Sister Fang, we feel a bit guilty about making you cook for us these 2 days. So we brought these to add to the meal. It's our small gesture." Fang Yuan initially intended to decline, but seeing Yi Tan and the others insist, she laughed. "All right then, we'll take advantage of your generosity today." As dinner was served, everyone gathered to eat. It was only then that Han Lulu made her appearance, glaring at Yi Tan and her friends with annoyance, letting out a heavy huff but saying nothing. Yi Tan and her companions chose to ignore her, which only exacerbated Han Lulu's frustration, leaving her feeling deeply wronged. After dinner, Yi Tan returned to her room, gathering a few pieces of brown sugar and a pound of fruit candy before heading to Zhou Changzhu's home. Chapter 42. Funding the house. "Excuse me. Is this Captain Zhou's home?" Yi Tan inquired from outside the gate of Zhou Changzhu's residence. A woman in her 40s emerged upon hearing the sound, approaching to open the courtyard gate. With a smile, she inquired, "You must be looking for my husband, old Zhou." This woman was none other than Captain Zhou's wife, surnamed Tong, named Tong Meifang. Noticing the unfamiliar face of Yi Tan, she recalled that a few new educated youth had arrived in the village the previous day. Deducing that Yi Tan was likely one of them, perhaps come to discuss matters with Zhou Changzhu. Yi Tan smiled and nodded. "You must be Aunt Zhou. My name is Yi Tan, and I am here to speak with Captain Zhou, and I also wish to ask you a few questions." Upon hearing this, Tong Meifang exclaimed, "Oh, you are Yi Tan. My husband mentioned you. You wish to have Lu the carpenter make some cabinets, correct?" "Indeed," Yi Tan affirmed with a nod. "Please come in." Tong Meifang beckoned warmly. As Yi Tan entered the courtyard, she presented the brown sugar and fruit candies she held to Tong Meifang. "Aunt Zhou, it's my first visit, and this is a small token of my appreciation." "Oh dear, you really shouldn't have brought anything," Tong Meifang replied hastily, though her smile deepened, recognizing that this girl was quite courteous. However, while the fruit candies were acceptable, the brown sugar was a bit extravagant. It was quite hard to come by in the village these days. "Please accept it. It's merely a token," Yi Tan insisted cheerfully, placing the items in Tong Meifang's hands. "After all, I will be troubling you for assistance." Seeing Yi Tan's genuine intention to gift, and considering her daughter-in-law was newly pregnant and needed nourishment, Tong Meifang graciously accepted. "All right then, I will shamelessly accept it. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." "Thank you, Aunt Zhou." At that moment, Zhou Changzhu emerged from the house, inquiring, "Who has arrived?" Yi Tan greeted him with a smile. "Captain Zhou." Zhou Changzhu recalled Yi Tan's mention of needing Lu the carpenter for cabinets, and said, "Perfect timing. In a moment, I will have your aunt take you to Lu's house. Just tell him what you need, and he will assist you." "Captain Zhou, I also wish to discuss another matter with you." Yi Tan interjected eagerly. "What is it?" "Let us talk inside," Zhou Changzhu replied, having a favorable impression of Yi Tan, who was not overly demanding and had helped him resolve a considerable issue by volunteering to stay in the utility room. Yi Tan explained her thoughts once they were seated. "I noticed there's an empty plot of land behind our educated youth dormitory. Given the insufficient housing for the female educated youth, I was wondering if I could finance the construction of my own house. Rest assured, I will cover all expenses for the construction, and all I need is your assistance in finding someone to build it." During their conversation, a woman in her 20s brought Yi Tan a glass of water and placed it beside her, smiling kindly. This was Zhou Changzhu's daughter-in-law, Yuan, who had been informed by her mother-in-law that Yi Tan had gifted them brown sugar, which would be beneficial for her unborn child. Yi Tan smiled back and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Upon hearing Yi Tan's proposal, Zhou Changzhu quickly grasped her intent. You wish to live independently? Yi Tan smiled shyly. Is that all right? It's not impossible, Zhou Changzhu mused. Although there had been no precedent for such a request in the village, it was reasonable considering the lack of housing for the female educated youth. Constructing a new house was necessary, and since Yi Tan was willing to bear the costs, it would relieve the village of financial burden. However, he felt it necessary to clarify a few points. But, Yi Tan, you must understand that while you are funding the construction, the land itself belongs to the village. This means that although you will have a house to live in, it will ultimately belong to the village. Your investment will be considered as a temporary fee for using the land. Is that acceptable to you? That is perfectly fine, Yi Tan replied, having no expectations of reclaiming her money. She simply desired a private space, knowing her secrets were considerable and could lead to significant trouble if discovered. However, Captain Zhou, since I am financing the construction, I hope that during my stay, the house will be exclusively for my use, and no one else will be assigned to live there. Is that possible? Absolutely. No problem, Zhou Changzhu responded without hesitation. After all, it would be unreasonable to place others in a house funded by her without her consent. With Zhou Changzhu's agreement, Yi Tan's spirits lifted, and she said, Thank you. Captain Zhou, please arrange for the construction. Additionally, I would like to build a separate kitchen as well. I wish to cook for myself. Of course, Zhou Changzhu nodded. Even without Yi Tan's request, he had intended to include a kitchen since the empty plot was quite far from the main kitchen, and lacking a fire pit in winter could be quite uncomfortable. If you think of anything else you need, let me know. If all is well, I will arrange for bricks to be delivered from the kiln tomorrow and organize the labor for construction. I will inform you of the costs then. That sounds great, Yi Tan replied. Seeing that Yi Tan and Zhou Changzhu had come to an agreement, Tong Meifong smiled and said, Since there is still daylight, let us head to Lu the carpenter's house now. All right, Yi Tan responded, bidding farewell to Zhou Changzhu before following Tong Meifong toward Lu's home. As they walked, Tong Meifong affectionately touched Yi Tan's hair and said, You are too thin. Thankfully, although we are in a village, the environment nurtures people. You are still young. You will regain your health in time. The original character had endured years of mistreatment, resulting in her being short, pale, and thin, with dry, lifeless hair. Yi Tan reflected that her current appearance hardly conveyed affluence, and with the upcoming construction and her desire to cook for herself, it was inevitable that suspicions would arise, potentially leading to unwelcome conjectures. Thus, she briefly recounted the original character's experiences to Tong Meifong, concluding with, Fortunately, the leaders of the factory intervened on my behalf, and while I still must go to the countryside, they managed to secure some compensation for me. Chapter 43. Acquiring items. Tong Meifong listened with indignation. What kind of people are these? Even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs. Your father is truly a beast. Yi Tan silently nodded in agreement, thinking that he was indeed less than a beast. Your stepmother is equally despicable, her heart too dark, Tong Meifong continued, clearly enraged. And your stepsister? I suspect she is no better. Fortunately, I am here now. After everything I've been through, I have come to realize that some people's hearts cannot be warmed, no matter how much you try. It is better for me to take care of myself and ensure I am never bullied again, Yi Tan said, maintaining a semblance of strength. Yes, that is the right mindset. Tong Meifong clapped her hands and said to Yi Tan, Listen, one must stand tall. You should never endure suffering or be bullied. If anyone dares to bully you, stand up for yourself. Rest assured, in our village, as long as you are in the right, you need not fear. You have me to support you. Tong Meifong's empathy for Yi Tan's past experiences, coupled with Yi Tan's evident politeness and understanding, instinctively prompted her to protect the young girl. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. I shall heed your advice. Yi Tan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling, which made Tong Meifong's heart soften even further. When faced with challenges, one must not falter. There are some who prey on the weak. Indeed, Tuanzi exclaimed. Host, you are being deliberate. You are playing the victim. Yi Tan blinked innocently. As Yi Tan and Tong Meifong conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of Lu the carpenter's home. Dearest Hua, Tong Meifong called out to a woman sweeping the yard. Ding Hua looked up upon hearing her name and smiled. Oh, Meifong, what brings you here? Setting down her broom, Ding Hua hurriedly opened the gate. clearly indicating a strong camaraderie between the two. Noticing Yi Tan beside Tong Meifong, Ding Haohua asked, "Who is this?" Tong Meifong affectionately patted Yi Tan's shoulder and replied, "This is Lu the carpenter's daughter-in-law. Just greet her as Aunt Haohua." Yi Tan promptly smiled and called out, "Aunt Haohua." Tong Meifong continued, "Haohua, this is the new educated youth, Yi Tan. She wishes to have some items made for her, like a Kong table and boxes. She intends to trade goods. Could you assist her?" Ding Haohua responded with a smile. "Of course, why would it be inconvenient? Wait here, I will fetch my husband." With that, she ushered Tong Meifong and Yi Tan into the house and offered them a cup of sweetened water before heading to the backyard. Tong Meifong said to Yi Tan, "Lu the carpenter loves to work in the backyard. He is surely there now." Yi Tan nodded with a smile. Before long, Ding Haohua returned with a kindly middle-aged man. "Yi Jiqing," she said, "this is my husband. You may call him Uncle Lu. Now, tell him what you need." Yi Tan smiled warmly at Lu the carpenter, saying, "Uncle Lu, as I've just arrived, I find myself lacking many items. If possible, I would like to procure a complete set of necessities from you." Lu the carpenter, already informed by Ding Haohua, nodded. "Very well. Come with me to the backyard. I have some ready-made items. See if they suffice. If anything is missing, I can craft it for you." The four of them proceeded to the backyard, where Tong Meifong whispered to Yi Tan, "When you build your house, you will need a Kong table, a box for quilts and clothes, and various kitchen utensils. If your budget allows, consider acquiring wooden barrels, tables, and stools as well. Having everything prepared will be most convenient." Tong Meifong's advice resonated perfectly with Yi Tan. If all went according to plan, she would be living here for at least 2 to 3 years. Thus, having her essentials in order was prudent. Upon reaching the backyard, Lu the carpenter opened a room and said, "Take a look and see what you require." Yi Tan entered and was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of items. From Kong tables to rolling pins and wooden chopsticks, everything was available. Without hesitation, she selected all that she deemed useful, including a large bamboo basket and a smaller one. In total, these items amounted to nearly 10 yuan. Since direct monetary exchange was impractical, Yi Tan offered fabric and brown sugar, along with some ration tickets. Both parties were quite satisfied, with Lu the carpenter feeling somewhat guilty for having gained a deal. Upon learning that Yi Tan intended to build a house for the educated youth, he generously offered to craft a sturdy wooden door for her at no cost. Grateful, Yi Tan contemplated returning the favor with some gifts for the Lu family. As Yi Tan's house had yet to be built, she discussed with Lu the carpenter about storing most of her items at their home, arranging for them to be delivered under the cover of dusk. Lu readily agreed. After leaving Lu's residence, Yi Tan suddenly realized she had overlooked something. "Aunt Zhou," she inquired, "do you know where I might exchange for an iron pot, a water tank, and kitchen utensils like knives and spatulas? These are essential for any kitchen. Without them, a kitchen is of no use." "Oh dear," exclaimed Tong Meifong, smacking her forehead. "Indeed, you must obtain those kitchen essentials." After some thought, she added, "Don't rush. Your house isn't ready yet. I actually have an unused iron pot at home. As for the others, I will inquire around and see if anyone has extras." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Aunt Zhou." Yi Tan's eyes brightened. "I will be happy to trade for your iron pot. What would you like in exchange?" Tong Meifong smiled. "If you have any spare fabric tickets, just a few yards would suffice. No need for more. You're a young girl out here on your own." After all, Yi Tan understood that Tong Meifong was being considerate. A few yards of fabric tickets, even for a second-hand iron pot, were not easily exchanged. She replied, "Aunt Zhou, I truly appreciate your kindness. Seeing you resonates with me. It is only right to lend a hand," she replied with a laugh. And their conversation grew increasingly warm and amicable. After parting ways with Tong Meifong, Yi Tan returned directly to the educated youth point. Upon entering the courtyard, she coincidentally encountered Han Lulu coming out of her house. Now, Han Lulu dared not provoke Yi Tan, fearing repercussions, especially since her cousin might side with Yi Tan. Thus, she merely huffed at Yi Tan before turning to re-enter her home. Yi Tan found this behavior puzzling. She could not comprehend why Han Lulu always seemed so irritable. It must be exhausting to carry such a temper. One might think the educated youth point was home to a pig. Chapter 44. An encounter before long. Lu the carpenter delivered the boxes, stools, and bamboo baskets to Yi Tan. Coincidentally, Wen Jing and Song Fei heard the news and rushed to Yi Tan's room. Upon seeing the boxes and stools, they exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful! This box is so large and well-crafted," as they admired Yi Tan's acquisitions. Both Wen Jing and Song Fei felt a pang of envy, wishing they too could procure a large box. Unfortunately, the room designated for the female-educated youths was far too cramped, currently housing 6 individuals, leaving no space for additional boxes. Early the next morning, Yi Tan arose, and upon noticing her early start, Fang Yuan inquired, "You could still rest for another day. Why rise so early? Don't you need more rest?" "Indeed," Lu Wenliang chimed in, "working is exhausting. If you don't recuperate, you will be even more fatigued when work begins. The new educated youths in our room are still asleep." Yi Tan smiled. "I slept well last night and feel refreshed. I have some matters to attend to today and must head out." There is no fatigue that a drop of ancient willow dew cannot alleviate, she thought to herself. Fang Yuan did not press further, respecting Yi Tan's privacy. She merely suggested, "Have breakfast before you leave." "No, I will try to return early," Yi Tan replied. Exiting the educated youth point, she first signed in at the old willow tree at the village entrance, received a drop of ancient willow dew, and then made her way to Chili Town. It must be noted that the distance from Taosan village to Chili Town is quite considerable. Even with her early rise and boundless energy, after nearly 3 hours of walking, Yi Tan's legs felt as limp as noodles. Yi Tan had not yet entered Sevenly Town. Today her destination was the Qijin Taoist Temple. Strictly speaking, the temple was not within the town, but rather situated 2 kilometers away at the foot of a mountain, west of Sevenly Town. Taosan village lay to the north of Sevenly Town. To reach the Qijin Taoist Temple, one would have to circumvent the outskirts of the town, traversing nearly a quarter of its length. This journey was no small feat. Yi Tan found respite on a large stone by the roadside outside the town, intending to rest her feet. "Excuse me, young lady, how does one get to Ling Shui village?" At that moment, the road was mostly deserted, with only Yi Tan seated by the side. A pair of individuals, resembling a mother and son, emerged from the town and, noticing Yi Tan, approached her with brightened expressions. Just the day before, she had learned the precise location of Ling Shui village from Qin City, so she pointed in a direction and replied, "Walk in that direction for about 4 to 5 li, and you'll arrive." "Thank you," the elder woman said with a cheerful smile. Ye Tan Shuk had it, indicating it was no trouble at all. She had assumed that after asking for directions, the two would take their leave. To her surprise, they did not depart, but instead settled beside her, engaging in casual conversation. Gradually, they began to inquire about her name, age, where she lived, and why she was alone. Although most people at that moment appeared simple-hearted, ill-intentioned individuals were not entirely absent. Furthermore, the pair's behavior was somewhat peculiar, prompting Yi Tan to adopt a sense of caution. Feigning innocence, she bashfully shared her name, age, and background. Yi Tan felt a certain adventurous spirit within her. Had it been another girl, she might have sensed the malice and quickly sought an excuse to flee. Yet, she did the opposite, eagerly engaging with them. "Host, these two have ulterior motives." The little spirit, Tawanzi, chimed in. "Ulterior motives?" Yi Tan conversed with Tawanzi in her mind while continuing to interact with the mother and son. Could they be human traffickers? "Indeed, quite likely," Tawanzi replied, becoming increasingly animated. "Host, let's turn the tables on them. Teach them a lesson. Not just anyone can provoke you. Rest assured, I shall protect you." Yi Tan raised an eyebrow, amused by Tawanzi's enthusiastic tone. Was this not a case of birds of a feather flocking together? After some time, the middle-aged woman felt a sense of familiarity with Yi Tan and remarked, "Xiaoyu, look at us. We seem to get along quite well. I find myself increasingly fond of you." Lu Xiaoyu was the alias Yi Tan had shared with them. She affected a shy demeanor, replying, "I feel quite a connection with you as well, Auntie." The woman's delight grew, and she took Yi Tan's hand, insisting, "Come, let us visit my home. I had planned to see a distant relative in Sevenly Town today, but encountering you is surely fate. Come along, I'll prepare some delicious food for you. It marks the beginning of our acquaintance." "No, Annie, I must return home soon," Yi Tan quickly replied. "It's still early. It's not yet noon. Come on, we can have lunch at my place." The middle-aged woman was unyielding, casting a covert glance at the young man. Tawanzi observed these interactions closely and relayed the information to Yi Tan. Yi Tan feigned ignorance, persistently declining, "Really, Annie, it's not necessary. Come on. My daughter cooks exceptionally well." The young man stepped forward, attempting to grasp Yi Tan's hand, but she deftly avoided him. "What? Are you afraid Annie means you harm?" The middle-aged woman feigned a stern expression. Yi Tan inwardly scoffed. These two were clearly intent on causing her harm. However, she maintained an appearance of uncertainty, responding, "Annie, how could that be? If you respect Annie, you'll come home with me." Yet, Yitan blinked innocently, pretending to hesitate. "What hesitation? Just come along. Annie won't harm you." To the middle-aged woman, Yitan's demeanor seemed to indicate a lack of resolve, allowing her to take hold of Yitan's hand and lead her into the town. Reluctantly, Yitan followed it, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect of testing her skills. As they entered the town, twisting through narrow, deserted alleys, Yitan put on a fearful facade. "Auntie, where's this? I don't recognize it anymore. How about I visit you another day? I should head home now." With that, she attempted to break free from the woman's grasp. Having reached this point, the pair had no intention of letting her go. The young man suddenly wore a fierce expression, threateningly whispering to her, "You little brat, if you know what's good for you, come with us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Help! Help! Someone please." Yitan immediately, "Fine terror." The young man smirked. "What do you think we want? You'll find out once you come with us." He lunged forward to grab her arm. "No, I don't want to go with you," she exclaimed, backing away frantically. Tawanzi exclaimed, "Host, they're indeed traffickers. I was right." The middle-aged woman dropped her pretense of kindness, her expression turning menacing as she addressed Yitan. "You little brat. You can't escape now. If you don't want to suffer, come along quietly, or you'll regret it." Yitan took a step back. "What if I don't want to go with you?" The young man sneered. "Then you'll have no choice." With that, he lunged at Yitan, convinced that she, being small and frail, was no match for him. He believed he could easily seize her like a chick. However, as he charged, Yitan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Ah yes, I suppose I have no choice." This smile momentarily stunned the young man, leaving him puzzled as to why this seemingly timid girl suddenly appeared so chillingly confident. Before he could comprehend, he felt a sharp pain in his side, followed by an excruciating ache. "Ah!" he screamed, doubling over in agony, clutching his injury, collapsing to the ground, his body curling up like a shrimp. Yitan scoffed. Although her current physique was somewhat weak, she knew precisely where to strike, especially on a man, targeting his most sensitive area. If not now, then when? "Ah, Erdan." The middle-aged woman gasped upon seeing her companion crumple to the ground, panic rising as she rushed towards Yitan, her earlier demeanor of kindness evaporating. Surely, it was merely a fluke. Had it not been for this crafty girl, Erdan would not have been incapacitated. Confident in her own strength, the woman lunged at Yitan. In response, Yitan formed a fist, ducking low and targeting several pressure points on the woman's body. This technique could inflict immense pain while leaving no trace, a perfect tactic for a stealthy counterattack. "Ouch! Ouch!" The middle-aged woman bent over, stumbling forward, but Yitan stealthily extended her foot, causing the woman to trip and fall flat on her face. "Host, impressive. You didn't even need my help," Tawanzi remarked with admiration. Yitan grinned with pride, then raised her voice, shouting, "Help! Help! Someone please! Traffickers are trying to abduct me." With a piercing and sharp cry, Yitan called out, drawing the attention of many passers-by outside the alley. Upon hearing the mention of human traffickers, several individuals rushed towards her direction. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the air. The middle-aged woman and Erdan, upon hearing Yitan's plea for help, were consumed by a fit of rage. After all, who was being beaten? Who lay on the ground? How dare she call for help when she was the one dishing out the punishment? Who ever heard of an aggressor crying for assistance? They might have fled, but the pain in their bodies rendered them incapable of even rising. As the crowd drew nearer, the middle-aged woman, with a glint of cunning in her eyes, cried out to Yitan, "Daughter-in-law, if you no longer wish to be with my son, just say so. By accusing us of being human traffickers, are you not condemning us to death?" The crowd murmured, confused. "What's this? Weren't they just claiming to be human traffickers? How did it turn into a matter of in-laws?" Yitan was taken aback by the shamelessness of the middle-aged woman, who resorted to such underhanded tactics. She had seen enough news reports in her previous life to recognize this ploy. "You are lying," Yitan retorted, her face flushed with indignation. "They are indeed human traffickers trying to abduct me. If not for my quick thinking, I would have been taken away by them." Done. Gritting his teeth against the pain, chimed in, "Wife, stop making a scene. Look at what you've done to me and my mother. What more do you want?" The middle-aged woman added, "If we were human traffickers, how could we be here beaten and unable to retaliate? Why don't you flee?" Some of the onlookers urged Yitan, "Hey, this isn't right. How can you even hit your mother-in-law? Others, sensing something amiss, remarked, I believe this girl. Perhaps these two really are traffickers. Look at her. At her age, she should be getting married. Not in this predicament. With tears in her eyes, Yitan pleaded, Dear elders. They are truly human traffickers. They intended to capture me. If I hadn't been quick on my feet and they hadn't accidentally harmed each other, I would have been taken away. I called for help because I cannot allow these traffickers to harm anyone else. The mother and son, lying on the ground, scoffed. Keep spinning your tails. The crowd, observing the duo, murmured, What a pair of inept traffickers. Yitan continued, If you do not believe me, report this to the police. I am confident that the authorities will provide me with justice. The middle-aged woman, infuriated by Yitan's defiance, shouted, Fine, report us. I don't believe the police will side with you. Don't be fooled by her petite frame. She's already 18 and strikes hard. The woman felt emboldened. As this was her and her son's first venture to the market in Chile town, and they had no prior record with the police. As long as they could convince the authorities that her son and the girl were married, they believed the police would not interfere, with both sides adamant. The crowd could not discern who was right or wrong, and thus they resolved to call the police. Soon law enforcement arrived. Upon seeing Yitan, one officer smiled and said, Little girl, we meet again. Yitan recognized him as the officer she had encountered yesterday at the bus station. A rather fortunate coincidence, indeed. Officer, what a coincidence. Yitan replied with a smile, batting her eyelashes. Officer Qiao Yimin glanced at Yitan and then at the mother and son, who were struggling to sit up, and asked, What is going on here? The duo felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Yitan and Qiao Yimin talk, but they appeared to be unfamiliar with each other, so they relaxed slightly. The middle-aged woman, wiping her tears, said to Officer Qiao, I apologize for troubling you. My son and daughter-in-law are having a disagreement. Not only did my daughter-in-law beat us, but she also accused us of being human traffickers. Oh, woe is me. How can an old woman like me bear such accusations? As she spoke, the woman, ignoring her pain, began to wail and lament her misfortune, portraying herself as a victim of egregious injustice. Dan, wincing in pain, added, Wife, please let us just go home. Officer Qiao raised an eyebrow. Realizing that the young woman from yesterday had now been transformed into a married woman in the mouths of this mother-son duo. There is something awry here. Yitan shot a furious glare at Dan. Who is your wife? You are, he retorted, quickly adding, Wife, please stop making a scene. This has attracted the police's attention, and it has escalated too far. Ignoring him, Yitan turned to Officer Qiao, insisting, I truly do not know them. Come now, daughter-in-law. The middle-aged woman interjected, attempting to refute her claims. However, with both she and her son in pain and unable to escape, they could only strive to convince the police that their conflict was merely a familial dispute, hoping that the authorities would not intervene, believing they could evade the consequences. Before the middle-aged woman could finish her thought, Officer Qiao interjected, Since you claim she is your daughter-in-law, please provide her name, origin, and her family address for verification. The middle-aged woman, relieved, quickly replied, Her name is Lu Xiaoyu, and she is 18 years old. She hails from Lihua village and married my son a year ago. Upon hearing her reply, some in the crowd began to whisper about Yitan's alleged unfilial behavior for striking her mother-in-law, their gazes shifting toward her with skepticism. Yet, Yitan remained unperturbed. She discreetly reached into her pocket and retrieved her rural assignment notice, which she always carried for emergencies to verify her identity, though she had not anticipated needing it so soon. Officer, this is my identification, she said, presenting the document to Officer Qiao. Noticing the familiarity between them, Officer Qiao took the notice, glanced through it, and quickly understood the situation. He addressed Yitan, young comrade. You have endured quite an ordeal. We will take these two in for thorough questioning. Yitan nodded affirmatively. Officer Qiao cast a stern look at the mother and son before instructing his colleague. Take these two back to the station. The middle-aged woman and Dan, realizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing Yitan hand over the document, understood that they had been outmaneuvered. They quickly grasped that the girl had been prepared from the beginning, not falling for their deceitful narrative. As resentment boiled within them, they recognized that their immediate priority was to extricate themselves from this predicament. Once they were free, they could devise a plan to deal with Yitan later. Thus, the middle-aged woman hastily pleaded with Officer Qiao. Officer, we were merely joking with this young comrade. We meant no harm. Considering the severe beating we endured, Please spare us, and we promise we won't do it again. However, Officer Chow dismissed her pleas, stepping forward to cuff the mother and son. Regardless of how the middle-aged woman and the two scoundrels struggled, they could not escape the grasp of the two police officers and were ultimately taken to the police station. It was only after those two were led away that the bystanders were convinced that indeed, those individuals were human traffickers. Those who had previously misjudged Yi Tan felt a sense of embarrassment and quietly departed, while the remaining few offered Yi Tan a few words of comfort before dispersing. Tawanzi cheerfully remarked, "Host, you are quite impressive." Yi Tan, feeling a hint of pride, replied, "I can be even more formidable. Once I replenish the nutrients in this body and enhance my training, even 3 or 4 strong men won't be able to match me." Instantly, applause echoed in her mind, accompanied by Tawanzi's soft and sweet voice. "Host, you are amazing." Yi Tan chuckled, "Tawanzi, you are quite charming. Host, let us visit the Chijin Taoist temple," Tawanzi suggested. Yi Tan shook her head, saying, "Since we have entered the town, I will first check the recycling station." "All right," Tawanzi agreed. Upon arriving at the recycling station, Yi Tan found an elderly man seated in a large wicker chair, eyes half closed, humming contentedly to himself. "Sir," Yi Tan greeted as she signed in. Her heart leapt with joy upon seeing an exquisite Wang Wali dressing table materialize in the system's warehouse. The elderly man opened his eyes and glanced at Yi Tan. "I wish to find some old newspapers for kindling," she cheerfully informed him, slipping him a nickel. "Go on in," he replied, discreetly pocketing the coin. "But don't take too long." "Understood," Yi Tan responded with a smile and entered the recycling station. Yi Tan did not come to the recycling station in hopes of finding treasures, as there was hardly anything of value left. In truth, her sign-in system was far more reliable for discovering good items. Her primary purpose for visiting was to seek high school textbooks. After rummaging for over half an hour, she was pleasantly surprised to uncover a complete set of high school textbooks: Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and politics, along with a few exercise books filled with notes, something she had not anticipated. Excitedly, Yi Tan gathered the entire set of textbooks and exercise books, adding some old newspapers to her collection before seeking out the elderly man. He looked at the items she had collected and regarded her with surprise. Having watched over the station for many years, he knew that most visitors came with the intent of finding hidden treasures. After all, who wouldn't want good things? Many discerning individuals had taken advantage of his position to secretly stash away valuable items. Yet, he never expected this young girl to come out with merely newspapers and books. "Is this all you want?" the elderly man asked incredulously. He nodded, "Yes, sir, just these." He then replied, "Fine, I won't weigh them. Just give me 3 cents. "All right," she cheerfully agreed, handing him the coins before happily departing towards the west side of the town, clutching her textbooks. As the elderly man watched Yi Tan's retreating figure, he squinted his eyes and resumed his leisurely humming in the wicker chair. Due to the time spent dealing with the human traffickers, it was already midday when Yi Tan exited the recycling station. She found a secluded corner to store her textbooks and newspapers in the system's warehouse before heading to the state-run restaurant for a serving of dumplings. After finishing her meal, she signed in at the entrance, obtaining 5 portions of guo bao ro before making her way out of town. This time at the state-run restaurant, she only signed for dishes and did not receive any cooking tutorials, suggesting that the previous practical guide to northeastern cuisine encompassed everything she needed. Once she could cook on her own, she would delve into it more thoroughly. The 4-mile journey took her less than half an hour. However, upon reaching the location indicated on the map for the Chijin Taoist temple, Yi Tan was left bewildered. Where was the temple? The map indicated a grand temple. Yet there was nothing. Chapter 47. The vanished Chijin Taoist temple. Not only was the temple absent, but even the large golden characters that should have appeared were nowhere to be found. Tawanzi, is there a glitch in the system? Or is the map simply incorrect? Yi Tan pondered, gazing at the desolate area before her, which was nothing but rocks and trees. The only sign that a structure might have existed here was the scattered debris of broken stones and splintered wood. Could it be that the Chijin Taoist temple was demolished? But it seemed too complete a destruction to leave no trace behind. Tawanzi was equally perplexed. "Host, I have never encountered such a situation. Normally, maps do not make mistakes." Then the temple must have been dismantled. But that doesn't make sense. Even if the temple was gone, the sign-in point should still exist. Typically, how would you handle a situation like this? Yi Tan pressed on, unwilling to let go of her curiosity about what treasures the Chijin temple might have offered. I I haven't faced anything like this before, Tawanzi replied timidly. Yitan raised an eyebrow at the response. Am I truly the first host to experience such misfortune? Tawanzi cleared its throat. Host? Technically, you are my first host. I'm still quite inexperienced. Meaning, there are many things you do not know, correct? Yitan concluded. Not many, Tawanzi said somewhat bashfully, then quickly added, but do not worry, as I previously mentioned, this system can be upgraded. Once you reach the next level, I will unlock more features, and perhaps by then, we will understand what has transpired. How does one upgrade? Yitan suddenly realized she had never asked Tawanzi this question. When your sign-in count reaches 100, you will be able to upgrade for the first time, Tawanzi explained eagerly. Currently, you have signed in 47 times. Just 53 more, and you will level up. Upon hearing this, Yitan recalled that she still had 10 sign-in opportunities remaining. She decided not to dwell on the Qijin temple any longer. After all, there would be a way forward. If the situation surrounding the temple remained unresolved, worrying would be futile. What was paramount now was to increase her sign-in frequency and expedite her upgrade. Yitan was eager to discover what the universe's sign-in system would manifest after an upgrade. Upon returning to Chili Town, she diligently signed in at all 8 available points, receiving a collection of money and various consumables. At the flour mill, instead of signing out flour bags, she obtained 20 pounds of cornmeal, coupled with the 10 pounds of cornmeal she had signed for at the grain station today. Her system's warehouse now held a total of 40 pounds of cornmeal. With this amount, along with the grains borrowed from the village, she would have enough food. Once she could cook independently, she would find an excuse to use the cornmeal. With only 2 sign-in opportunities left, Yitan initially contemplated wandering outside the town to seek more sign-in locations. However, upon checking the time, she realized it was getting late, and she still needed to walk 3 hours back to Taosan village. Thus, she reluctantly abandoned that idea. Fortunately, with today's 8 sign-ins, her total sign-in count had reached 55, bringing her one step closer to the coveted 100 sign-ins. Upon returning to the youth station, dinner was being served. Noticing that Yitan had returned, everyone urged her to join them for the meal. Han Lulu, however, curled her lips in disdain and remarked, "You've been absent all day. Nobody knows where you've been wandering. Yet, you returned just in time for dinner." Yitan cast a cool glance at Han Lulu and retorted, "Do you live by the seaside?" Taken aback, Han Lulu replied, "When did I ever live by the sea? I haven't even seen the ocean." Yitan shot back, "Then why are you meddling in matters that don't concern you? Are you that bored?" She rolled her eyes at Han Lulu and warned, "If you provoke me again, I won't hesitate to retaliate. Do you believe me?" The seasoned youth at the station had never seen Yitan in such a fierce light and exchanged glances, unsure whether she was genuinely threatening Han Lulu or just speaking in jest. Ven Ying Shimedin, addressing a Lulu, Han Lulu. Don't you ever tire of being a nuisance? Can you not find peace unless you stir up trouble? Are you unwell? Since their fallout 2 days prior. When Jing had ceased addressing Han Lulu as cousin and opted for a name instead, just as Han Lulu was about to retort, she caught the chilling gaze of Yitan, which suddenly made her face ache. Lu Wenliang, a kind-hearted soul, noticed the tension among the three and quickly intervened. "All right, everyone here is part of the same community. Since we are at this youth station, let us speak civilly." Yitan smiled at Lu Wenliang. "As long as no one provokes me, I assure you I will engage in a proper conversation." The implication was clear. If offended, she would not be so accommodating. Lu Wenliang chuckled nervously. "It's not a big deal. Let us all just calm down." Han Lulu, recalling the slap she received on the train, swallowed her words and remained silent, though her discomfort lingered. She shot Yitan and Wenjing a resentful glare before sitting down in silence. In truth, Han Lulu harbored doubts. She suspected Wenjing knew something, yet how could she possibly be aware of that incident? If she were oblivious, Han Lulu couldn't fathom how to explain the sudden chill in their relationship. Zhao Cheng, seated at the table, pondered Yitan's words and remarked, "Indeed. Living by the sea must mean you're quite nosy." Han Lulu, startled by his statement, glared at Zhao Cheng, suspecting his intentions were deliberate. Though tempted to storm off and skip dinner, she couldn't bear to waste the meal she had prepared, especially since her funds were dwindling, and she relied on the food borrowed from the village to stave off hunger. Reflecting on the pile of blue bricks in the backyard, frustration welled within her. Why? Why should a poor girl from a remote town be able to afford to build her own house? This seemed so incredulous to her. The thought of sharing a room with several other young people while Yitan enjoyed a brand new, solitary abode felt profoundly unjust. Yitan felt a twinge of embarrassment upon her return to dinner, hastily assisting Fang Yuan and the others in serving the food. Once everyone was seated, Lu Wenliang inquired, "Yitan, today Captain Zhou had a substantial number of blue bricks delivered, all stacked in the backyard. I heard you intend to build your own house?" Yitan's spirits lifted at the mention of the bricks, and she replied, "Yes, I plan to construct a house for myself. Living in the utility room is hardly suitable. Once it gets colder, I'll need to store firewood and other supplies in there." The prospect of her own house stirred envy among both new and seasoned youths, for who wouldn't desire a private room? However, they could only envy her silently, as the thought of spending their limited funds on a separate house was unthinkable. They would much prefer to stockpile food instead. Chapter 48. The cowardly Zhou Changzhu. Lu Wenliang felt a pang of envy as well, but was acutely aware of their limitations. Remembering Captain Zhou's earlier admonitions, he said to Yitan, "By the way, Captain Zhou mentioned that when you return, you should visit him after dinner." "All right, thank you, Lu." Yitan nodded, surmising that Captain Zhou wished to discuss the specifics of her house. After dinner, she made her way to Zhou Changzhu's home. Upon her arrival, Tong Meifeng welcomed her warmly, inviting her inside. Zhou Changzhu gestured to Yitan, "Come, have a seat." After sitting down, Yitan inquired, "Captain Zhou, did you want to discuss the house?" He nodded in agreement. "You must have seen the blue bricks I arranged to have delivered to the youth station." "I hadn't had the chance to see them yet, but I hurried over upon hearing you wanted to speak with me," Yitan replied. Zhou Changzhu continued, "Today, I had someone bring back the blue bricks necessary for your house. It will be built to the specifications of the current youth station, using a mix of blue bricks and earthen materials. We have a total of 1,500 bricks and foundation bricks. I've also arranged for a team of over 10 people to assist in the construction, starting in the afternoons while they're not too busy. It should be completed in a week or two. How does that sound?" While Yitan preferred a house built entirely of blue bricks for its cleanliness and ease of maintenance, she realized that in this era, a fully brick structure would draw too much attention, especially since she was already building a house on her own. Thus, she smiled at Zhou Changzhu, "Captain Zhou, that sounds perfect. However, will there be a heating bed in the house?" "Yes," he replied. "You needn't worry about that. We have someone from the village, the son of old Uncle Kong, who is the best at constructing heating beds. We'll build the house first, then the kitchen, and while the kitchen is being constructed, he'll install the heating bed. After a few days of airing it out, once the kitchen is complete, we can start a fire and set the doors and windows. You'll be able to move in shortly after." "Sounds good." Yitan was unfamiliar with the intricacies of house construction in the Northeast, but she had the wisdom not to feign understanding and instead followed the lead of those knowledgeable. "Captain Zhou, I trust your judgment. By the way, how much will all of this cost?" The total for the 1,500 blue bricks and foundation bricks amounted to 40 yuan, with other assorted costs bringing the total to approximately 95 yuan. "What do you think of this price? Can you accept it?" Yitan reflected on the fact that building a house in this era was remarkably inexpensive. However, considering the wages of laborers and rural income, it still felt relatively costly. She recalled her grandfather mentioning that a large family in those days might have earned around 100 yuan a year, making the 90+ yuan required for a small house and kitchen seem nearly equivalent to a year's income for a family. It was no wonder many families struggled to afford houses or marry off their daughters. "All right," Yitan nodded vigorously, and as she spoke, she retrieved the money and placed it on the table. "Captain Zhou, I brought the funds. I truly appreciate your efforts in helping me with this." "It's no trouble at all," Zhou Changzhu smiled. "In fact, you're doing the village a significant favor as well. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and that house will ultimately belong to the village." Yitan replied, "Regardless, I'm new here, and Captain Zhou has already been a tremendous help to me." At that moment, Tong Meifeng approached with a smile and said, "All right, you two need not thank each other any longer. By the way, Yitan will commence work tomorrow. Lao Zhou, what do you plan to assign her?" The wheat harvest had begun, and the experienced youth at the work site had all been allocated to the fields. Originally, Zhou Changzhu had intended to send some of the new youths to assist in the harvesting, but Tong Meifeng's suggestion hinted at a different plan. Zhou Changzhu felt somewhat apprehensive. He glanced at Tong Meifeng, who continued, "In my opinion, let Yitan come to my place and help me with the drying of the wheat." Thus, the arrangement was made. Yitan listened quietly, smiling without speaking. As a newcomer, she was accustomed to following directions, and if she could be assigned lighter tasks, she certainly would not object. Observing Zhou Changzhu's expression, Yi Tan silently concluded that befriending Aunt Zhou was indeed a wise choice. Even though she had never done farm work before, she understood that drying wheat was relatively easier. Very well, she would go to the drying yard. Zhou Changzhu realized that Tong Meifong was looking out for Yi Tan, although he was unsure why Yi Tan had caught her eye. Nevertheless, he addressed Yi Tan. The work points at the drying yard are not high. You'll earn merely 7 points in a day. Are you alright with that? No problem. Yi Tan replied with a bright smile. I'll heed Captain Zhou's guidance. After all, she did not intend to rely solely on work points for her livelihood. With both parties in agreement, Zhou Changzhu felt relieved to avoid any discontent, lest he face his wife's reprimand later that evening. He decided to go along with the plan. All right then, you will head to the drying yard tomorrow. Your aunt will instruct you on what to do. Ah, Yi Tan replied sweetly, turning to Tong Meifong. I will be troubling you tomorrow. Tong Meifong responded cheerfully, not at all. I'll teach you. It's quite simple. After leaving Zhou Changzhu's home, when Yi Tan returned to the youth point, she had not yet entered the courtyard when she noticed a shadowy figure sneaking out from the entrance. Frowning slightly, she quickly stepped aside, taking refuge in the shadows against the wall. The sky had darkened, and with few people around, she discerned that the figure resembled Gu Chunsheng from the male youths. Although Gu Chunsheng was generally quiet and lacked presence at the youth point, Yi Tan recognized him immediately. Everyone harbors secrets, and Yi Tan had no intention of probing further. Once Gu Chunsheng had departed, she lingered in the shadows for a moment before entering the courtyard. As soon as she stepped inside, she overheard Han Lulu's furious voice from the female youth's room. Wenjing, I am your cousin after all, and my father is your uncle. What is your meaning? Ever since we left Qingshui City, you have been acting strangely towards me. What have I done to deserve this, to the point of disregarding our familial bond? Wenjing coldly laughed in response. With a relative like you, I would rather be without. Yi Tan rushed into the female youth's room, where she found Wenjing seated on her bed, while Han Lulu stood angrily before her. Song Fei sat next to Wenjing, gently patting her shoulder. Du Xiaoyan and Wu Yuqian did not approach but regarded the scene with slight frowns, while Feng Yuan attempted to mediate, saying, Come now, you are all cousins. What can't be discussed? Besides, we are all working together as youths. It's better to maintain harmony. Han Lulu replied indignantly, I would like to be amicable, but someone has to be willing to be amicable with me. At that moment, Han Lulu felt a pang of anxiety. She was out of money, and her parents would certainly not provide her with any. Initially, she had hoped to rely on Wenjing upon arriving in Taosan village, but to her dismay, Wenjing had grown increasingly distant over the past few days, even having a confrontation that left her feeling uneasy. She wanted to probe into why Wenjing was ignoring her. After all, they had argued before, but Wenjing would always relent within a day. Now, it seemed that Wenjing was resolutely ignoring her, calling her by name and acting as though she were invisible. How could this be? Without Wenjing, how could she possibly thrive in this wretched village? She needed to ascertain whether Wenjing was aware of a certain matter. Only then could she think of a way to regain control over her cousin. Han Lulu had always held sway over Wenjing, and now that she had lost that control, she felt quite disoriented. At that moment, Han Lulu noticed Yi Tan entering the room and shot her an irritated glance. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps Wenjing had begun to distance herself only after meeting Yi Tan. Could it be that Yi Tan had said something to Wenjing? But without evidence, Han Lulu dared not confront Yi Tan too boldly. The way Yi Tan had looked at her during mealtime still sent shivers down her spine. Thus, Han Lulu decided to focus on swaying Wenjing. Wenjing, what exactly are you dissatisfied with? You should at least voice your grievances. Even for a criminal, there must be a reason for the sentence. I have nothing to say to you, Wenjing replied, recalling the hurtful words she had heard. Though she felt immense anger towards Han Lulu, she still valued their familial connection. After all, her uncle and mother were siblings, and she did not wish for their issues to affect their relationship. Therefore, when she had heard those words, she had kept silent, knowing that revealing them would ruin Han Lulu's reputation. Though she despised Han Lulu, she could not bring herself to tarnish her cousin's name. Seeing that Wenjing was unyielding, Han Lulu found herself at a loss. Moreover, with Du Xiaoyun and Wu Yuqian casually suggesting that it was getting late and they should rest, she had no choice but to back down. Yi Tan and her companions were entirely at odds with her. She could not afford to alienate them further, for doing so would leave her with no place to stay. As Wenjing noticed that the others were preparing for bed, she turned to Yi Tan and said, Yi Tan, may I come to your room for a while? Sure. Yitan nodded. Seeing that Wenjing was in a bad mood, Song Fei followed her into Yitan's room as well. Yitan poured glasses of water for both Wenjing and Song Fei and said, if you don't wish to deal with her, just pretend she doesn't exist. There's no need to let her ruin your mood. Exactly, Song Fei concurred, just ignore her. I really don't want to see her. I never imagined she would come to Taosan village with us. It seems like I can't escape her. Wenjing expressed her frustration. She feared that Han Lulu would relay everything happening here to their uncle and aunt. Given her aunt's temperament, she would undoubtedly inform her mother, who would insist on maintaining the familial relationship and urge Wenjing to get along with Han Lulu. But how could she possibly be cordial with Han Lulu? It was already generous of her not to slap her face. What can be done? Song Fei frowned. We are still living under the same roof. We will inevitably see each other. Wenjing pursed her lips and asked Yitan, may I inquire about the cost of constructing that house? If possible, I would like to build a house for myself so that I won't have to see Han Lulu every day. Yitan thought of the spacious area in the backyard. Even adding 2 more rooms would leave her with ample space, and replied, I built a room and a kitchen, and the total cost was 95 yuan. 95? Wenjing hesitated slightly upon hearing the proposal. During her visit to Taosan village, she had only 70 or 80 yuan left after her purchases. Although her parents would send her 10 yuan monthly, it was hardly a solution to her immediate needs. Moreover, she could never reveal her intentions of building a house to her parents. Otherwise, her mother would insist on including Han Lulu in the plan. Even if she spent all her remaining money, it would still be insufficient. I find myself somewhat short on funds, Wenjing sighed. Beside her, Song Fei suggested, why don't we build a house together? Something slightly larger than Yetin's, enough for both of us. What do you think? Wenjing's eyes lit up at the idea. That sounds great. She had a good relationship with both Song Fei and Yetin, and the prospect of sharing a room with only Song Fei was appealing. They would be close to Yetin's house, effectively allowing the 3 of them to have their own space in the yard. Free from the sight of Han Lulu's infuriating face, the thought alone brought her joy. Seeing that Wenjing and Song Fei had made plans to build a house in the backyard, Yetin felt pleased. Having companions and a private space was indeed delightful. You should speak to Captain Zhou tomorrow and ask for his advice on the construction. After all, we are rather inexperienced in such matters, she encouraged. Certainly. Wenjing and Song Fei nodded eagerly, their hearts fluttering with excitement at the prospect of having a spacious room soon. After finalizing their plans, they returned to their room. While Yetin closed the door and asked Tawanzi, if I wish to map out Taosan village, where should I go? She recalled hearing Zhou Changzhu mention the abundant resources of Taoshishan when she first arrived. She intended to explore the mountain when she had time, seeking both sign-in points to quickly reach 100 good finds, as the area was still relatively unpolluted and rich in natural treasures. I'm not sure, Tawanzi replied shyly. Very well, Yetin mused, recognizing that her system was still in its infancy and would have to explore gradually. From the following day, the new educated youth, including Yetin, were set to commence work. The early hours proved challenging for all, including Wenjing and the 3 male youths, as they struggled to adapt to the demanding schedule. Lu Wenliang chuckled, everyone goes through this process. It's normal to feel unaccustomed at first, but you'll get used to it. The new youths nodded in agreement. Though Han Lulu wore a sullen expression, with no money and the obligation to earn work points each day, she felt despondent about her future. Yet, having come to the countryside as educated youth, no one would coddle her. Everyone simply ignored her plight. Even if they noticed, empty consolation would not alleviate her burdens, and she would have to endure the hardships like everyone else. During breakfast, Fong Yuan announced, starting today, all educated youths at our site will begin work. So we need to rearrange cooking duties. Can you all cook? She addressed all the new arrivals, including the male youths. Most nodded, but Wenjing shyly admitted, I can stir-fry. But I don't know how to use a clay stove. She was accustomed to cooking with a coal stove at home. Upon hearing this, the others realized they too were unfamiliar with the rural clay stove, except for Yetin, who had learned to cook at home, where her family used clay stoves and collected firewood from the countryside. Don't worry, you'll learn how to use the clay stove after a few tries. Fong Yuan reassured with a smile. After discussing the cooking arrangements, Yetin chimed in, Sister Fong, once my house is built, I'll cook for myself in a small kitchen there, so I won't be eating with you all anymore. Fong Yuan paused, then nodded in agreement, recognizing the practicality of having her own kitchen to prepare her favorite meals. All right, once you start cooking for yourself, I'll set aside your rations separately. She replied with a smile. Honolulu gritted her teeth, wishing to retort that there was no reason for Yetin to receive special treatment. But she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. After breakfast, Yetin and her companions followed the veteran-educated youths to the warehouse, where they were to sign in and collect their tools for work. Today, Zhou Changzhu would assign the new youths their work locations. Upon arrival at the warehouse, Zhou was already waiting at the entrance. Come over. I'll assign your work locations, he called out. After the assignments, Yetin was sent to the grain-drying field, while the others faced tasks such as cutting, carrying, or bundling wheat, none of which were light work. Wen Jing and the others had no objections, but Honolulu fumed, convinced that Yetin had somehow manipulated the situation or flattered Zhou to land an easier task. Ignoring her, Yetin smiled as she spotted Tong Meifong waving at her and approached cheerfully. And Zhou, Tong Meifong warmly took Yetin's hand and said, "Come, let me introduce you to some of the women working at the grain-drying field." She proceeded to introduce each of them, and after the introductions, she was called away by the scorekeeper, asking Yetin to familiarize herself with the women in the meantime. Among the women responsible for the grain-drying field was Aunt Hua, who had traveled with Yetin to Chili Town a few days prior. What a coincidence! You're here at the grain-drying field too, Yetin. I look forward to your amusing stories, Aunt Hua beamed. You and T believe the number of funny tales this girl knows. They'll have you laughing uncontrollably, she shared with the other women. The others chuckled, eager to hear Yetin's stories, but one woman remained indifferent, remarking curtly, "What is so impressive about telling jokes? She is young and already knows how to ingratiate herself." Without even glancing at Yetin, she turned and headed toward the grain-drying field. Yetin recalled that Aunt Tong had introduced this woman as Aunt Bai, who was known for her reclusive nature in the village. Noticing Aunt Bai's departure, Aunt Hua leaned in and whispered to Yetin, "Don't take it to heart. Aunt Bai has a peculiar temperament. She lives alone in the village, so she can be hard to approach. If she says something unkind, just pretend you didn't hear. Although she may seem odd, she is not malicious." Yetin smiled and replied, "Aunt Hua, I understand. I want to take it to heart." "That is good to hear," Aunt Hua responded. Seeing Tong Meifong return, she added, "All right, let's head to the grain-drying field." On the way to the drying yard, Tong Meifong meticulously instructed Yi Tan on the proper method for drying wheat. The harvested wheat should be stored in the granary beside the drying yard. Our village has 2 granaries, and each day we must transfer the wheat from the granary to the drying yard to spread it out for sun exposure. This prevents the wheat from becoming damp in the granary. If it does become damp, the quality will decline when we turn in our grain, and we might even have to compensate by delivering more. Although the tasks at the drying yard may appear relatively light, they are crucial to determining the grain supply for our village. After all, if we pay too much in taxes, the grain we receive at year-end will be less. Yita nodded eagerly, responding, "Aunt Zhou, I understand." Tong Meifong continued, "Moreover, when drying the wheat, someone should keep watch beside it. Firstly, to deter birds from pecking at the grain, and secondly, to monitor the weather. If it looks like it might rain, we must quickly bring the wheat back into the granary to prevent it from getting wet, as that could lead to mold." Tong Meifong, tirelessly detailing the important considerations for working at the drying yard, found Yi Tan attentively absorbing every word. Upon arriving at the drying yard, Tong Meifong concluded her instructions with a smile, saying, "I will be at Granary 1, so please follow me there." "All right," Yi Tan replied cheerfully, casually signing in. To her surprise, there was a sign-in point near the granary in Taoshan village, and as she did so, the system's notification chimed, "Ding. Successful sign-in at the Taoshan village drying yard granary. You have acquired a slippery gray mouse." Wait, Yi Tan thought, fully aware that mice were common in granaries. But why did her sign-in system reward her with such a large rodent? And it was alive. The slick, gray mouse was frozen in her system warehouse, baring its teeth and glaring at her with its beady eyes. She thought, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. If not for her awareness of her surroundings, she would have leaped 3 feet into the air, perhaps even letting out a scream that could rival a soprano from the Tibetan plateau. "Tuan Tuan," Yi Tan's voice trembled. "Quickly, get rid of this mouse." Those who knew her understood that Yi Tan was fearless in all matters, except for her aversion to mice and snakes. "Host, you are afraid of mice?" Tuan Tuan expressed surprise. "I've seen you quite fierce when dealing with people. Who says you can't be brave in one aspect and terrified in another?" Yi Tan felt a chill run through her limbs. "Hurry, get out of here. Host, this is your warehouse. I lack the authority. If you wish to dispose of the mouse, you must either remove it or destroy it. Remove it to continue plaguing the granary? Absolutely not. And destroy it? Yi Tan inquired, can it be destroyed outright? Indeed. Anything the cabinet refuses to accept can be destroyed, Tuan Tuan replied promptly. Understanding the situation, Yi Tan concentrated her thoughts and eliminated the large mouse. Thankfully, there was no bloody scene. The mouse simply vanished into thin air. Yi Tan finally breathed a sigh of relief. All of this transpired in mere moments. To Tong Meifong, it merely appeared as though Yi Tan had shivered upon entering the granary. Yi Tan, are you feeling cold? The granary is indeed cooler than outside, she inquired. Yi Tan quickly shook her head, smiling. No, Aunt Zhou, I just needed to adjust to the temperature upon entry. I'm fine now. Among the 4 individuals in Granary 1 was bygone Yang, who, upon hearing Yi Tan's comment, cast a disdainful glance her way without uttering a word. Yi Tan noticed, but paid it no mind. She was not currency that could be liked by everyone. Tong Meifong then stated, that's good. Now, let us begin moving the wheat outside to spread it out for drying. We'll work in pairs. One person will load the wheat onto the cart in the granary, while the other pulls it outside to spread it on the ground. The cart Tong Meifong referred to consisted of a wooden board mounted on 4 wheels, enclosed by 4 sides, with a sturdy rope for pulling. These carts were made by Lu the carpenter, highlighting the benefits of having a skilled craftsman in the village. In truth, the experienced individuals already understood the process. Tong Meifong primarily aimed to instruct Yi Tan. Yi Tan nodded in comprehension. Aunt Hua, also present in Granary 1, smiled and said, I'll be your partner. All right, Yi Tan replied with a grin. There was no need to worry about who would load the wheat or pull the cart, as the roles would alternate, ensuring no one would feel disadvantaged. As Yi Tan assisted Aunt Hua in loading a cart with wheat, she asked Tuan Tuan, can you check if there are any mice in this granary? Yes, there are about 3 or 4, Tuan Tuan replied quickly. Host, be careful, considering your fear of mice. One might dart near your feet. Currently, the nearest mouse is less than half a meter away from you. What? Yi Tan nearly jumped, placing the bundle of wheat onto the cart and rubbing her arms, now covered in goosebumps. Where is it? In which direction? Oh, it just ran further away. Tuan Tuan informed her. Yi Tan, feeling a mix of dread and amusement, realized Tuan Tuan was toying with her. Yet, the task at hand remained important. As Yi Tan lifted another bundle of wheat, Tuan Tuan remarked, by the way, the bundle you're holding has been nibbled by a mouse. Huh? Yi Tan quickly examined the wheat in her hands, and indeed found signs of gnawing. She turned to Aunt Hua, saying, Aunt Hua, do we have mice in our granary? Yes, mice love granaries. There is plenty of food, Aunt Hua chuckled. But don't worry, the team leader sends someone to check the granary every couple of days. And we have traps set up as well. Oh, Yi Tan nodded, pointing to the bundle of wheat. I noticed these bite marks, which is why I asked. Oh, those pesky mice, Aunt Hua exclaimed, inspecting the wheat and clapping her hands in frustration. This is all grain we need to deliver. Their conversation had become somewhat loud, prompting Tong Meifong to inquire, what is going on? Aunt Hua quickly replied. Yi Tan noticed that the wheat had been nibbled by mice. Oh, Tong Meifong exclaimed, rushing over to inspect. This won't do. I need to find old Zhou and have him send someone to check the granary. The granary was vast, and it was impossible to move all the wheat out for drying every day. Thus, some would inevitably remain inside, providing an excellent hiding place for the mice. Even with traps set every 2 days, there would always be a few that slipped through. Before leaving, Tong Meifong smiled and patted Yi Tan on the shoulder, saying, well done. Madame Bai glanced at Yi Tan without uttering a word, continuing to silently load wheat onto the wooden cart. Before long, Zhou Changzhu arrived at the granary with a couple of young men. After a chaotic search filled with flapping wings and scurrying feet, they indeed managed to catch 3 large rats. One of the young men exclaimed, these rats are quite plump. We're fortunate to have caught them, otherwise, they would have devoured a considerable amount of our grain. Another young man, gripping the rat by its tail, forcefully slammed it onto the ground, killing it instantly. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tan was suddenly reminded of an incident from her previous life during a biology class, when the teacher took them to observe laboratory mice used for experiments. She recalled how those mice trembled in fear within their cages. One particularly bold classmate, seizing an opportunity when the teacher was distracted, stealthily opened a cage and yanked a mouse out by its tail. The frightened mouse struggled desperately, and in the end, the girl, overcome with fear herself, did not release her grip, but instead screamed and hopped around while repeatedly slamming the mouse onto the table. Ultimately, when the girl regained her composure, the mouse lay dead before her. That scene, laden with social embarrassment, lingered in Yi Tan's memory long after. Chapter 52. The sign-in point at the foot of the mountain. To be precise, the task of drying grain at the threshing ground was no trivial matter. After Yi Tan and Aunt Hua spread out the wheat intended for drying, she felt her arms ache from the exertion. She shook her arms, realizing that this body was somewhat frail, but thankfully the support from the century-old willow tree was there. She resolved to engage in some proper exercise upon her return. However, the subsequent tasks were considerably easier, requiring merely her watchful presence over the drying wheat. Aunt Hua, producing a large fan from somewhere, sat beside Yi Tan, fanning herself and providing Yi Tan with a gentle breeze as well. Tired? Aunt Hua asked with a smile. Not too bad, Yi Tan replied honestly. Although her arms were somewhat sore, the support from the willow tree had alleviated much of the discomfort. Hearing this, Aunt Hua's impression of Yi Tan improved further. Moving wheat and pulling carts for half a day was no easy feat. If it had been the young intellectual she had previously encountered, they would have been complaining incessantly. Each one of them was overly delicate, while Yi Tan was both obedient and resilient. As long as the weather remained fair, the task of drying wheat involved merely shooing away birds and guiding those who brought wheat to deposit it into the granary. There was little else to do. Yi Tan listened intently as several women shared village gossip, discussing the zhongs and lease, and she occasionally chimed in with her own comments. Between bouts of gossip, they shared a few light-hearted jokes that elicited hearty laughter from the group, filling the threshing ground with mirth, except for Madame Bai, who sat silently with a stern expression. Before long, the morning slipped away, and they were allowed a 2-hour break for lunch. However, someone needed to remain at the threshing ground to keep an eye on the wheat, and since Yi Tan was new, she was excused from this duty. After checking in with Tong Meifong, Yi Tan returned to the youth station, noticing that lunch was already being prepared in the kitchen. Instead of heading there, she made her way to the backyard. In the backyard, a heap of green bricks was piled high. After surveying the area, she soon realized that just a short distance from the backyard, she could directly access Taoshou Mountain. It made sense, as the youth station was situated on the outskirts of the village, naturally closer to the foot of the mountain. Tis discovery delighted Yitan, as it meant she could enter the mountain without having to detour through the front yard. Lunch was rather simple, consisting of sweet potato and corn porridge, accompanied by boiled vegetables and pickled vegetables. Once she finished her meal, she noted that there was still ample time left. Instead of taking a nap, she grabbed a bamboo basket and quietly slipped out of the backyard to explore the mountain, intending to scout for sign-in opportunities. Today, besides preparing for the sign-in at the old willow tree, she had 5 additional sign-ins available. The area at the foot of the mountain was tranquil. The villagers were all resting during the noon hour, and few would venture into the mountain at this time. Yi Tan followed a narrow dirt path upward into the woods. The forest was rather lively. In addition to the occasional birdsong, she would catch glimpses of gray shadows darting through the underbrush, accompanied by the clucking of wild chickens and the rustling of wings. Host, there are plenty of good things here. The excited voice of Tuanzi echoed in Yi Tan's mind. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging the abundance of pure, untainted meat available. Let us see if I can catch a wild rabbit or chicken, she said, rolling up her sleeves in anticipation. Unfortunately, despite her skills, her hunting prowess was lacking, and before she could demonstrate her abilities, the wild rabbits and chickens had vanished without a trace. After exerting herself for quite some time, Yi Tan plopped down onto a large stone beside a tree, exclaiming, "Tuanzi, I'm exhausted." Tuanzi felt a tinge of regret, having secretly exerted itself for a considerable duration, only to see the host return empty-handed. "Host, you must strive harder, otherwise, these wild rabbits and chickens will remain elusive." Tuanzi decided to take on the role of a diligent teacher, encouraging her progress. "I want to try my best too, but I need someone to teach me, right?" Yi Tan lamented, wishing to capture some of that wild flavor. Just as she was speaking, she suddenly noticed something shimmering golden in the thicket ahead. That color resembles the font of the system sign-in points, she thought, her spirits lifting as she hurried over to part the grasses. Indeed, there it was. Behind the thicket were several large, golden characters, sign-in point for wild chicken nest at the back of Taoshou Mountain. Moreover, next to these golden characters was a wild chicken nest, which contained several pale gray and light blue wild chicken eggs. Counting them revealed a total of 8. Ha ha ha. Yitan couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming to Tawanzi, "Oh, I had no luck with the wild chickens and rabbits today. I certainly have a connection with these wild chicken eggs. Look at this." Tawanzi was equally pleased. "That's wonderful. Quickly sign in, right?" Yitan carefully collected the 8 wild chicken eggs into her bamboo basket and promptly signed in. Ding. Sign in at the wild chicken nest at the back of Taoso Mountain successful. Obtained 10 grayish-blue wild chicken eggs. Yitan mused, what kind of adjectives are these? They remind me of the description of that large rat. Yet, glancing at the 10 wild chicken eggs stored in the system warehouse, she felt a surge of joy. With the reference of the wild chicken nest sign-in point, Yitan focused on inspecting the grass patches on the ground to avoid missing any other sign-in points. Indeed, she soon discovered sign-in points for mushroom piles, snake dens, wild vegetable patches, and abandoned traps. Ding! Sign in at the mushroom pile at the back of Taoso Mountain successful. Obtained a pile of tender, edible, non-toxic mushrooms. Ding! Sign in at the wild vegetable patch at the back of Taoso Mountain successful. Obtained 2 pounds of fresh, edible shepherd's purse. Ding! Sign in at the abandoned trap at the back of Taoso Mountain successful. Obtained 1 plump, fluffy gray rabbit. Having signed in at 3 consecutive check-in points. The mushroom cluster and the wild vegetable patch, which were located right at the foot of the mountain, had long been stripped bare. The opportunity to collect mushrooms and wild vegetables delighted Yitan immensely. However, her greatest joy stemmed from discovering a rabbit in an abandoned trap, an unexpected source of meat. As she gazed at the large gray rabbit, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As for the snake den check-in point, Yitan hesitated, fearing the possibility of signing in a horde of snakes. The mere thought of a writhing mass of them was truly horrifying. This afternoon, after a stroll up the mountain, Yitan returned to the youth commune with a modest collection of firewood. Upon her arrival, the other youths were just waking up. When Feng Yuan saw Yitan carrying a bamboo basket into the courtyard, she exclaimed in surprise, "Yitan, you went up the mountain?" "Yes." Yitan replied with a smile. "I couldn't sleep at noon, so I took a walk at the foot of the mountain." Kan Lulu, who emerged from the house, rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "The grain drying yard is so leisurely that you still have the energy to run up the mountain at noon." Yitan merely glanced at Kan Lulu without responding. Lulu, avoiding eye contact, tossed her braid and exited the courtyard. Wen Jing shot a disapproving glance at Lulu's retreating figure before turning to Yitan. "Ignore her. She has a loose tongue." As she spoke, Wen Jing hurried to help Yitan take down the heavy bamboo basket. "Why did you gather so much firewood? It's quite heavy. You should put it down." Fortunately, Yitan had been careful to collect only smaller branches, ensuring that the few wild chicken eggs nestled beneath wouldn't be crushed. Once the basket was set down, Yitan addressed the remaining youths who hadn't yet left. "I had good luck today and found a wild chicken nest, bringing back a few eggs. Let us cook them together for dinner tonight." With an abundant harvest, Yitan was not particularly concerned about a few wild chicken eggs. Sharing them could foster camaraderie among the youths at the commune, and she saw no reason not to do so. Given that she intended to stay at the commune for another 2 or 3 years, it was beneficial to maintain harmonious relations with her fellow residents, except for someone like Kan Lulu. The news of Yitan's find brought joy to the youths. In these times, eggs were a rare delicacy. The old youths, as well as the newcomers who had recently arrived in Taosan village, were acutely aware of the hardships of life. With meat scarce and eggs virtually non-existent, the only sustenance available aside from their grain rations were the vegetables cultivated by the seasoned youths in the courtyard. After just a couple of days, the monotony of their diet had nearly drained the flavor from their mouths. Thus, the prospect of wild chicken eggs, even if each person could only have a small portion, represented a significant improvement. Liu Wenang Beamit Atyetan. Ye youth, we truly benefit from your generosity this time. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Sure, Yitan replied with a smile. I'll bring them out at dinner. Fan Yuan chimed in, sounds good. The others also smiled, especially the seasoned youths, who felt a growing fondness for Yitan. In these times, it was rare to find someone willing to share food like Yitan. Yitan placed the bamboo basket back in her room, and when Jing and Song Fei followed her inside, they whispered to Yitan, "We spoke with Captain Zhou about building the house today, and he agreed. He said he would go to the brick kiln to fetch bricks in the next few days and would build it alongside yours. That's wonderful." Yitan exclaimed softly. "Once the house is finished, we should have a proper celebration." "Absolutely," when Jing and Song Fei replied cheerfully. "We'll bring the ingredients." If it weren't for Yi Tan bringing up the house-building matter first, they might not have thought of it, especially when Jing, who felt deep gratitude toward Yi Tan. Yi Tan was unpretentious, responding, "All right, I'll show you my culinary skills when the time comes." With that settled, the three exited Yi Tan's room to join the others for work. Just then, a group of over a dozen young men arrived at the commune. Yi Tan instantly recognized Hu Zi leading the way. Seeing Yi Tan, Hu Zi exclaimed joyfully, "Ye youth, the brigade leader sent us to help build your house. Thank you for your hard work, Hu Zi. Let me guide you," Yi Tan said, recalling that from today onward, construction would commence every afternoon. She instructed Wen Jing and the others to head off first, and let Tong Meifeng know she would arrive a bit later. Then led Hu Zi and his companions to the backyard. Hu Zi assured Yi Tan, "All of us here are skilled builders, and we'll make sure your house is beautifully constructed. If you have any specific requests, just let us know." Yi Tan smiled, "I have no particular demands, just build it in your usual way. But please ensure the room and kitchen are not separated and leave a door between them, so I don't have to go outside to get to the kitchen." "That's no problem," Hu Zi replied readily. Among the group that accompanied Hu Zi, several were familiar faces who had helped Yi Tan assemble her bed and had received candy from her. They all confidently pledged to build her a splendid house. Yi Tan felt a surge of happiness as she watched the group immediately get to work. She went to the kitchen to boil a kettle of water, filling her thermos to take to the backyard. Each worker had brought their own cups, so when they got thirsty, they could simply pour themselves a drink. She even added a bit of sugar to the thermos. Additionally, Yi Tan distributed a few fruit candies to each person. Witnessing her generosity and thoughtfulness, the young men felt warmed inside and worked even harder. In the afternoon, Yi Tan continued to chat and laugh with Aunt Hua and the others while they tended to the wheat at the drying yard, eagerly listening to the village gossip, and even tales from neighboring villages. As the workday drew to a close, they returned the wheat to the granary. After signing in with the scorekeeper, Yi Tan had accumulated 7 work points for the day, though she received only 6 since she had arrived late after lunch. Not overly concerned about this, Yi Tan strolled to the old willow tree at the village entrance to sign in before leisurely returning to the commune. By the time she arrived, Hu Zi and the others had already left. Her thermos was placed at the entrance of the storage room, and she didn't bother checking the backyard. She was clueless about the construction process and trusted Hu Zi and his team to handle it. She only hoped the house would be completed. After placing her thermos back in her room, Yi Tan took the 8 wild chicken eggs she had gathered at noon and headed to the kitchen. Coincidentally, Du Xiaoyan, Wen Jing, and Zhao Cheng were cooking together. When Zhao Cheng spotted the wild chicken eggs Yi Tan brought, his eyes lit up. "Wow, these wild chicken eggs are quite substantial." Du Xiaoyan smiled. "They're a rare treat. I'll go grab some scallions from the vegetable patch. Tonight, let us make scrambled wild chicken eggs with scallions. It's a prize dish. Let me go," Zhao Cheng exclaimed, dashing off to the vegetable patch. With a large platter of scallions sautéed with wild chicken eggs, dinner felt more sumptuous than usual. Du Xiaoyan even added extra sweet potatoes to the cornmeal porridge. As everyone enjoyed the meal, smiles adorned their faces, and even the fatigue from a day of labor seemed to dissipate significantly. As evening approached, when Yi Tan was preparing to rest, Tawanzi suddenly remarked, "Oh dear, host, that person has gone out again." Chapter 54. Herbal Compendium, which one? Yi Tan momentarily failed to respond. "The one you encountered the day you returned." Realizing Tawanzi was referring to Gu Chunsheng, Yi Tan felt a twinge of curiosity about why he had stealthily ventured out at night and what his intentions might be. However, it was ultimately his affair, and despite her intrigue, she refrained from inquiring further. In truth, Gu Chunsheng had been rather inconspicuous throughout the entire educated youth camp. Had they not shared meals together, she might have completely forgotten his existence. "Let him go. It's of no concern to us." Indeed, Tawanzi concurred. For anyone unrelated to Yi Tan, Tawanzi exhibited little interest. Its primary focus was on urging Yi Tan to upgrade the system. "Host, you have accumulated 61 sign-ins so far. Just 39 more, and you can upgrade. Keep it up. You still have 1 sign-in opportunity left, so make sure to utilize it soon." With a hint of regret, it added, "Speaking of which, you should have signed in at that snake nest spot today. Worst case, you might encounter a few snakes." "Stop right there." Yi Tan quickly interjected. "No snakes for me. Thank you very much." "Very well." Noting Yi Tan's clear aversion to snakes, Tawanzi suggested, "When will you take some time to explore the mountains? I believe there are numerous sign-in points there. Fear not. I shall protect you in case of danger, ensuring your safety." "Are you sure you can protect me?" little one? After the incident at the Seven Treasures Taoist Temple, Yi Tan harbored some skepticism regarding Tuanzi's reliability. Tuanzi confidently patted its chest. Do not worry, host. Though I may be a baby and lack understanding in certain matters, safeguarding your well-being is well within my capabilities. All right, let's plan for a few days later. Yi Tan recalled that Feng Yuan had mentioned there were 2 rest days in a month, with 1 day off every half-month. It seemed they would be able to take a break in about 4 or 5 days, at which point she would venture into the mountains. With each passing night, she had been consuming a drop of a century-old willow dew, and she could distinctly feel her health improving. Her hands and legs were regaining strength, and her overall vitality was returning. A stroll through the mountains should be manageable, provided she did not encounter any snakes, for she had a profound fear of them that left her weak in the knees. Well, I suppose Tuanzi could handle a snake or 2. However, barely 2 days had passed when an unexpected day of rest arrived. The weather had been clear for 2 consecutive days, yet as work was about to conclude, the sky darkened ominously. Aunt Hua and the others hastily gathered the wheat that had been drying in the sun and stored it in the granary. No sooner had they finished than the rain began to fall. Zhou Changzhu announced that if it continued to rain the following day, work would be suspended for a day. Consequently, the young people at the educated youth camp were filled with joy, eagerly anticipating more rain the next day. When Yi Tan awoke the next morning, she found that the rain had indeed not ceased, indicating a day of rest ahead. With the rain pouring outside, she felt a sense of boredom indoors. Suddenly, she recalled the herbal compendium she had signed out from the People's Hospital in Fengtang Town, which was now stored in the system's warehouse. Retrieving the herbal compendium from the warehouse, Yi Tan began to peruse its contents with great interest. The compendium was quite substantial and practical, featuring 1 herb per page, complete with illustrations and detailed descriptions encompassing its shape, growth environment, pharmacology, collection methods, therapeutic effects, usage instructions, contraindications, and even preparation methods laid out with clarity. To what extent was it clear? Eyes, so simple. I get it. Brain, you're speaking nonsense. Yi Tan was fully aware that pharmacology was not her forte. But with the herbal compendium at hand, she found it relatively easy to identify herbs based on their illustrations. Moreover, since there was no village doctor in Taosan village, she would need to travel 7 miles to seek medical attention. If she could gather some practical herbs, she would be able to address minor ailments herself. Hey host, I've seen this one before. And that one too. As Yi Tan examined the herbal compendium, Tuanzi chimed in, recognizing certain herbs. Upon reflection, Yi Tan realized that the herbs in question were ones they had encountered during their recent excursion to the mountains. Following Tuanzi's guidance, she identified Fong Feng and Changhua, both of which had the effect of dispelling wind and cold, useful for treating colds caused by wind and cold exposure. Instantly, Yi Tan exclaimed, "Where are they?" She had not noticed them the previous day. "Oh, just a bit higher from where we went up the mountain the other day." Tuanzi replied eagerly. "I happened to glance around for any dangers and spotted them." "All right, remember the location. Given the rain, the path up the mountain will likely be slippery, so let us plan to go harvest them another day." "Sound good." The rain persisted in a light drizzle until nearly noon, finally ceasing after lunch. Soon after, some of the young men, including Lu Wenliang, were called away for fishing. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's explanation, Yi Tan learned that Lu Wenliang and his companions were heading to the pond to catch fish. Yi Tan was familiar with the pond, as Aunt Hua had informed her that it was a deep water pool located at the foot of Taosan village, likely fed by underground springs, and it was perpetually full. Due to its depth, the village elders had strictly forbidden children from playing there, fearing that a careless child might fall in. In the unfortunate event that someone did fall, there might not be time for rescue. However, after rain, fish would often appear in the pond, prompting the village to organize young men to catch fish during such times. The fish caught would be distributed by Zhou Changzhu according to the amount of effort expended, allowing everyone to partake in some fresh fare. The older educated youths, having become accustomed to fishing, showed little interest, while Yi Tan, Wen Jing, and Song Fei were eager to observe. Just as they were discussing their plans to head out, Aunt Hua's voice called from outside the compound. "Yi Tan, are you there?" Hearing Aunt Hua's voice, Yi Tan hurried outside, smiling as she approached the gate. "Aunt Hua, I'm here." "Ah, splendid. Now that I see you, come along with me to the pond. Our village is organizing a fish-catching event today, and we'll get a share in the catch." "All right," Yi Tan replied cheerfully. "I have 2 friends who will come along as well." With a wave of her hand, Aunt Hua declared, Then let us all go together. Yitan, Wenjing, and Song Fei followed Aunt Hua to the pond, while Han Lulu watched from a distance, frustrated as she saw them leave without inviting her. After a moment of contemplation, she stomped her foot and decided to follow them, thinking to herself, if they want to invite me, I could go on my own. Chapter 55. Fishing. The scene at the pond was abuzz with excitement, as nearly all the young men and women from the village had gathered, armed with fishing nets, spears, and even buckets. The array of fishing tools was impressively diverse. By the time Yitan and her companions arrived, Zhou Changzhu was addressing the crowd. Those who catch fish will come over to Zhao Dexing to register. Each fish counts as half a work point, and there is no limit today. The more fish you catch, the more work points you'll earn. Zhao Dexing was the scorekeeper for Taosan village. Listening to Zhou Changzhu's words, the crowd erupted in cheers. Work points equate to money. Each additional point translates to 3 more pennies, without any upper limit. Such opportunities for profit are indeed rare. Instantly, the enthusiasm for fishing surged among all. Zhou Changzhu continued. However, today is a collective effort. No one is allowed to hide their catch. Should I discover anyone hoarding fish, I will not hesitate to act. Not only will you forfeit your points for today, but I shall also deduct from your total. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded loudly. All right, let us begin. With that, Zhou Changzhu gestured, and the participants eagerly set to work. Some scooping with nets, others spearing with forks, using basins to ladle, while some, confident in their swimming abilities, leapt into the pond to catch fish by hand. The once tranquil pond was now alive with laughter, shouts, and commands, as fish were caught one after another, splashing water that doused the onlookers' faces and elicited peals of laughter. Aunt Hua, watching the merriment, turned to Yitan with a smile. Isn't this a lively scene? Indeed, Yitan replied, grinning while signing in. Ding! Successful sign-in at the pond in Taosan village, rewarded with 10 lively and delicious black fish. Look, fish! Yitan is sparked. Aunt Hua thought she was merely fascinated and cheerfully remarked, this is nothing. Just wait until winter when the pond freezes over. Fishing through the ice will be much more enjoyable. When that time comes, I'll bring you all here. Right now, the water is too deep for you to approach. But when the ice is thick enough, you won't have to worry about falling in, and you could try fishing yourselves. Wen Jing's eyes widened in excitement. Aunt Hua, can we really come here to fish on our own then? And keep the fish for ourselves? Aunt Hua chuckled. Typically, anything caught is considered communal property. However, our village leader is quite lenient. Aside from organized communal events, he tends to turn a blind eye to what villagers catch for themselves. Of course, if you happen to catch a wild boar or something similar, that must be turned over for communal distribution. Oh, Wen Jing and Song Fei nodded in understanding. Yitan then inquired, Aunt Hua, what types of fish are usually found in this pond? A variety, Aunt Hua replied. I'm not sure where they all come from, but we have everything from silver carp to crucian carp, grass carp, and large black fish. Just look at them, splashing about after the rain. As Aunt Hua spoke, she pointed towards the pond. Yitan and the others observed that the fish were indeed leaping out of the water as if they were dumplings being dropped in. Some were using basins to scoop them up, making it quite easy. The fish were not small either. While they might not match the size of the large black fish Yitan had signed for, they were still substantial. I caught a big black fish. I got one too, a silver carp. Huh, my grass carp is bigger than yours. The laughter continued as the fishermen engaged in friendly banter, and before long, several large buckets beside Zhao Dexing were filled to the brim. Yitan, look, Lu Jiqing and his group have caught quite a few too, Song Fei said excitedly. Shiking, Yitan-san. Yitan looked over to see Lu Wenliang and his fellow veterans of a youth program teaching Li Chengji and the others how to fish. Perhaps it was a natural inclination, as the boys were catching fish with remarkable skill. Wen Jing remarked, with this, our youth group should get a good share of fish. At that moment, many women gathered around the pond. Overhearing Wen Jing's comment, chuckled, Lu Jiqing is indeed a great fisherman. He catches a lot every year. Indeed, if only Lu Jiqing intended to find a wife in our village, I would certainly want him to marry into my family. Another woman chimed in, clearly favoring Lu Wenliang. Don't boast. If Lu Jiqing were to look for a bride here, you wouldn't be the only one vying for him, the first woman retorted. Their conversation devolved into a light-hearted debate, concluding with a sigh about Lu Wenliang's reluctance to seek a bride in the village. Before they moved on to gossip about other matters. Yitan Gnanjit at Liu Wenyang. reflecting on how he had been in Taosan village for 6 months longer than Fong Yuan, making him a true veteran of the youth program. It seemed there were indeed families interested in him, as suggested by the previous woman's remarks. Soon, the fish in the pond began to dwindle, retreating to the depths. The fish had surfaced after the rain due to a lack of oxygen in the water and wouldn't linger long. However, this brief moment was sufficient for the villagers to catch their fill. By the time the fish were no longer visible, Zhao Dexing's buckets were filled to the brim. Zhou Changzhu, surveying the bountiful catch, felt a wave of relief. This rain would ensure the villagers had ample meat. He summoned 20 strong young men to carry the buckets of fish to the village committee, instructing, "Let us return to the village committee, where Zhao Dexing will tally your work points and distribute the fish." The crowd cheered, calling out as they made their way to the village committee. Yi Tan and the others naturally followed behind, eager to witness the distribution of fish, a first for them. Once everyone had departed, Han Lulu emerged from behind a large rock, watching the retreating figures of Yi Tan and the others, then glancing back at the pond, her expression clouded with discontent. She felt it was deeply unjust. Why should the villagers favor them while she faced exclusion? Did she not notice the disdainful looks from the women in the village these past few days? Chapter 56. Affections in the courtyard of the village committee. Rows of large buckets filled with fish brought joy to all. Zhou Changzhu, along with a middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s, awaited Zhao Dexing to calculate the work points for the fishers. Aunt Hua discreetly informed Yi Tan and her companions that the middle-aged man was the village secretary, named Ho Dahai, while the young man was the accountant, the only high school graduate in the village, named Du Jiaming. Neither Ho Dahai nor Du Jiaming had been seen by Yi Tan since her arrival, making today their first encounter. A considerable number of fish had been caught, with the most productive fisher earning over 20 work points, while even the newcomers like Li Chengji received a minimum of 3 points. A collective sense of joy filled the courtyard, bustling with excitement. Aunt Hua's 3 sons had all participated in the fishing, and the one who earned the most points was her second son, Chang Shuaishen. Thanks to the efforts of her sons, their family would receive a substantial share of fish. Aunt Hua beamed with delight as she spoke to Yi Tan. "Today, we've caught far more fish than usual. Just look at this. We have at least 4 or 5 large buckets. The amount allocated to us will surely be substantial, and I estimate that your youth corps will receive several fish as well." "That would be wonderful," Yi Tan replied with a smile. "I never expected that my arrival in Taosan village would coincide with such good fortune." "Indeed, you are all quite fortunate," Aunt Hua chuckled. As they conversed, Zhou Changzhu began distributing the fish, allocating them based on the number of household members and the contributions made by each individual. Ultimately, the youth corps was allotted 5 fish, 1 black fish, 2 grass carp, and 2 big head carp, all of considerable size. After bidding farewell to Aunt Hua, Yi Tan and her companions returned to the youth corps. On their way back, Lu Wenliang remarked, "If Fang Zhizhi sees these fish, he will surely be overjoyed." Indeed, when Fang Yuan beheld the 5 fish that Lu Wenliang and the others had brought back, her eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled broadly. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Since the weather is still warm, we should cook 3 of these fish today and place the other 2 in the well for tomorrow. How's that sound?" In the northeast corner of the youth dormitory, there was a well that had been dug for an elderly villager, which now conveniently served the youth living in the courtyard. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Lu Wenliang responded with a grin. "Sounds good. I'll follow your lead." The others agreed, and Fang Yuan placed 2 big-head carp in a bamboo basket and lowered it into the well. She then took the large black fish and the 2 grass carp to the kitchen, opting to cook the fish herself today. Noticing Fang Yuan entering the kitchen, Lu Wenliang quickly offered, "Let me help you prepare the fish." He followed her into the kitchen. Song Fei felt a bit embarrassed, as it was originally her and Wu Yuqian's turn to cook, so she intended to join them. However, Wu Yuqian pulled her back with a smile, saying, "All right, since Lu Zhizhi is in there, you needn't go in." "What?" Song Fei was momentarily confused, but Yi Tan understood and took her hand, saying, "Come on, you can cook another day. Let's find Wen Jing inside. We can discuss what to buy in town since we have a break the day after tomorrow." She then beckoned Wu Yuqian. "Come on, Wu Jia. Let us go together." "Sure." Wu Yuqian agreed with a smile. The 3 of them entered the house, where Du Xiaoyan and Wen Jing were tidying up. Upon seeing them, Du Xiaoyan laughed. "I knew you would come in." Wu Yuqian smiled and said, "Of course." Song Fei glanced at Du Xiaoyan and then at Wu Yuqian, suddenly realizing what Wu Yuqian had implied. "Ah, I understand now," Song Fei exclaimed. Wu Yuqian quickly hushed her, saying, "That layer of window paper hasn't been broken yet. Just knowing is enough." Oh, got it," Song Fei replied, covering her mouth. "What are you all talking about?" Wen Jing asked, looking puzzled. Song Fei giggled and whispered the details to Wen Jing, who widened her eyes in surprise. "Really?" "Indeed," Song Fei confirmed. Wen Jing's mouth slightly opened as she recalled what the older women had said by the pond about Lu Wenliang, and she began to understand. As the next 2 days passed, the aroma of fish stew wafted from every household in Taosan village. With the onset of autumn harvest, these fish provided much-needed sustenance for labor. Soon, the day of rest arrived. Early in the morning, Yi Tan, Wen Jing, and Song Fei gathered under the old willow tree at the village entrance. Accompanied by Xiao Wei and Han Lulu, the others opted not to go to town, believing there was little to purchase. After all, a trip would incur some expenses, and they were mindful of their limited funds as youth in the village. Yi Tan and her companions ignored Han Lulu, instead exchanging a few words with Xiao Wei, who needed to collect a package sent from home. Remembering that Kong Changhao had mentioned Zhao Hong had sent her package, Yi Tan realized it was likely due to arrive soon. Upon reaching the old willow tree, Yi Tan had just signed in when she heard Aunt Lei's voice calling. "Yi Tan, come over here, there's space." Aunt Lei was one of the women from the threshing ground, and as Yi Tan turned, she saw Aunt Lei sitting on a bullock cart, waving her hand. Today, as many people were headed to town, both bullock and donkey carts were in use, and riding in the bullock cart was certainly more comfortable. "I'm coming." Yi Tan smiled and waved back, pulling Wen Jing and Song Fei toward the bullock cart. There were still 3 seats left in the cart, and Yi Tan climbed aboard, pulling Wen Jing and Song Fei up with her. Han Lulu, wishing to ride in the bullock cart, felt annoyed when she saw the last 3 seats occupied and begrudgingly went to the donkey cart. Today, she planned to send a letter to complain about Wen Jing, convinced that while she might not be able to deal with her directly, her aunt would certainly address the matter. Knowing that her aunt valued family ties, Han Lulu felt satisfied imagining Wen Jing receiving a reprimand. Her mood lifted at the thought, and she cast a resentful glance at Yi Tan and the others, who were laughing and chatting with the women on the bullock cart. As she sat beside Xiao Wei, Han Lulu suddenly recalled a handsome male youth she had seen on the bus to Yinshou County, who she believed had been assigned to Lingshui Village. Chapter 57. Dispute at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Upon reaching Chili Town, Yi Tan separated from Wen Jing and Song Fei. Over the past few days, aside from the pond and the old willow tree, she had not used any of her sign-in opportunities, and now she had accumulated 12 chances. As for the granary, she had avoided signing in again, fearing that she might inadvertently trigger another rodent incident. Wen Jing and Song Fei did not inquire further about Yi Tan's decision to act independently. They simply agreed to meet at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative before parting ways. This time, Yi Tan encountered no issues. After wandering around the town, she successfully signed in at all 10 sign-in points, accumulating a substantial amount of goods and money, all stored in the system's warehouse. Before heading to find Wen Jing and Song Fei at the cooperative, the Chili Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative had 2 floors. The first floor was filled with various daily necessities, while the second floor offered fabrics, tobacco, alcohol, tea leaves, yarn, and larger household items like bicycles. Not finding Wen Jing and Song Fei on the first floor, Yi Tan ascended to the second. As she arrived, she heard Song Fei's angry voice. "I saw this piece of fabric first and was about to pay for it. How can you just snatch it away?" "Who is snatching anything?" A sharp female voice retorted. "Did you pay for it? Since you haven't, I can buy it." "How unreasonable can you be?" Wen Jing replied. "Unreasonable? I'm merely stating the facts. If I were truly unreasonable, I would have paid and left without a word. Instead of standing here arguing with you." The woman's voice dripped with arrogance and disdain. The 3 were embroiled in a heated discussion, drawing a crowd of onlookers who whispered amongst themselves. Yi Tan squeezed into the crowd and spotted a 20-something woman dressed in a linen-style outfit, standing defiantly opposite Wen Jing and Song Fei, while the shopkeeper leaned against the counter with her arms crossed, remaining silent. Yi Tan approached Wen Jing and Song Fei, asking, "What is happening here?" "Yi Tan," they both exclaimed. Upon seeing Yi Tan, Wen Jing angrily pointed at the woman across from her and exclaimed, "Song Fei has taken a liking to a piece of fabric and wishes to purchase it. Yet this person has intervened, attempting to seize it by force. And to make matters worse, the sales clerk issued her a ticket." We were both incensed and ended up arguing with her. Mind your words. Hearing Wen Jing's remarks, the woman placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Don't think that just because you're a group of outsiders, you can bully me with your numbers. Let me tell you, there's no way you can intimidate me." Who is bullying whom? Song Fei shot back. "I was about to pay for it when you barged in and claimed the fabric for yourself, even getting the sales clerk to issue you a ticket. Is that not outright theft? Did you pay for it?" The woman countered, clinging to that one question, as if her insistence made her right. Yitan quickly discerned that this woman was unreasonable. Under normal circumstances, who would try to snatch something when the other party was ready to pay? It was futile to reason with someone like her. Normally, Yitan would have resorted to direct confrontation, but since this concerned Song Fei, she refrained from acting impulsively, not wanting to create further trouble for her friend. Pondering for a moment, Yitan turned her gaze to the indifferent sales clerk nearby. Upon noticing Yitan looking at her, the clerk frowned slightly. Lu Qian's aunt was the deputy director of their supply and marketing cooperative, and she certainly could not afford to offend her, since Lu Qian had set her sights on that piece of fabric. It was only natural for the clerk to issue her a ticket. Otherwise, she would have to face potential consequences from her aunt. However, the two women were relentless, not only ripping apart the ticket issued to Lu Qian, but also drawing a crowd. It was evident that they were not to be trifled with. The clerk was no fool. If she openly sided with Lu Qian, there was a risk that these two might incite the onlookers against her, drowning her in their vitriol. Thus, she opted to remain a passive observer, deciding to sell the fabric to whoever emerged victorious from the quarrel. In this way, she could avoid offending Lu Qian while also evading criticism. But what was with the look that the girl who had just rushed over was giving her? "Comrade, you're the sales clerk. To whom do you believe this fabric ought to be sold?" Yitan asked directly. The clerk gave a forced laugh. "Comrade, aren't these two customers just discussing among themselves?" "Discussing?" Yitan raised an eyebrow at her. "Is that what you call this?" Look around at the crowd gathered. This is quite the spectacle. The onlookers burst into laughter at Yitan's words, with some cheeky bystanders chiming in. Indeed, it's quite the commotion. Even half the floor has come over. The clerk's face flushed slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Did she want this? Could she afford to offend Lu Qian? Seeing the clerk remain silent, Yitan continued, "I understand your predicament, and I do not wish to pressure you. Please call your supervisor." Upon hearing this, the clerk panicked. Calling a supervisor would only lead to her being reprimanded. Although they typically ignored customers, if this matter escalated to the higher-ups, she could face a salary deduction. Is it really necessary to involve the supervisor over such a trivial matter? Trivial? Yitan queried. Is it trivial that this small issue has been debated for so long without resolution? The clerk was left speechless. Lu Qian, overhearing Yitan's comments, sneered disdainfully and shouted at the clerk, "Go ahead, call your supervisor. I want to see who is in the right here. My aunt is in the cooperative today. With her support, I refuse to believe I cannot obtain this fabric." What's happening? The commotion on the second floor inevitably attracted the attention of the cooperative's leadership. Arriving just in time was Lu Qian's aunt, Lu Xiangju. From a distance, Lu Xiangju had already heard Lu Qian's voice and understood that her niece was embroiled in a dispute, prompting her to hurry over. "Aunt." Upon seeing Lu Xiangju approach, Lu Qian immediately adopted a pitiful expression, pouting as she called out to her. Lu Xiangju, upon hearing her name, discreetly shot Lu Qian a warning glance. How could this child call out to her in front of everyone, drawing attention to their familial ties? Lu Qian, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, failed to comprehend Lu Xiangju's subtle cue and was intent on having her aunt take her side. Turning to the sales clerk, Lu Xiangju inquired, "Xiao Zhao, what's going on here? Why is there such a crowd?" Deputy director, upon seeing Lu Xiangju, the clerk, Xiao Zhao, felt a chill run down her spine. Lu Xiangju was not someone easy to deal with. She needed to extricate herself from the situation. Thus, she quietly recounted the events to Lu Xiangju, making sure to portray herself as innocent in the affair. Watching from the side, Yitan understood the familial connection at play. Chapter 58. Speaking nonsense after hearing Xiao Zhao recount the situation, Lu Xiangju quickly grasped that it was merely a dispute over a piece of fabric. However, her niece was somewhat in the wrong. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. Immediately, Lu Xiangju reprimanded Xiao Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, I need to address this with you." Lu Qian had already reserved this piece of fabric days prior and stated she would come and pick it up today. How could you sell it to someone else? Now, because of this fabric, A dispute has arisen between customers and Lu Qian. You should have clarified the situation, which would have prevented this entire scene from unfolding. Instead, you said nothing. Look at the chaos now. Lu Qian is aggrieved, and the customers are upset. How should I view your actions? Should I say you have a poor memory or a problem with your work ethic? With righteous indignation, Lu Xiangju spoke as a model leader, sternly criticizing her employee for the sake of the customers. Xiao Zhao understood that Lu Xiangju's words indicated that she was expected to take the blame. Though she felt unjust, the situation was beyond her control. As a mere sales clerk, she could not oppose the authority of the deputy director. Thus, she adopted a contrite demeanor, replying, "I apologize. Deputy Director, I've been unwell these past few days, and my memory has failed me, leading to this misunderstanding and the ensuing dispute between customers. It is my fault." Seeing Xiao Zhao's compliance, Lu Xiangju nodded. "Well, as long as you acknowledge your mistake, we will address this matter later." Xiao Zhao sighed in relief, knowing that Lu Xiangju's response meant she would not face any penalties, at least for now. Lu Xiangju then turned to Yi Tan and the others, smiling as she said, "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The disturbance resulted from our sales clerk's oversight, and it has escalated into quite a scene. This fabric was indeed reserved by my niece a few days ago, and she intended to collect it today. How about this? Please take a look at other fabrics. Our cooperative has a wide variety, and if you find something you like, I will personally ensure you receive a discount. What do you think?" The onlookers remained silent. It was clear to all that this was a familial defense, but what could they do? They had connections, and connections carried weight. Song Fei, unable to tolerate the situation, retorted, "Are you the director of the supply and marketing cooperative? I never expected that someone in such a position would blatantly lie, turning black into white." At this, Lu Xiangju's expression soured, and just as she was about to respond, Song Fei continued, "What do you mean she reserved this fabric days ago? If that were true, why was it still on display for sale? Furthermore, your niece has not uttered a single word about having pre-ordered this fabric. I neglected to mention, what is the matter? This piece of fabric was ordered by me long ago. You are seizing my fabric, yet I have not even addressed you." Lu Qian raised her chin and glanced sideways at Song Fei, feeling emboldened by her aunt's presence. Yi Tan scoffed, saying, "Have you forgotten?" The sales clerk has forgotten as well, but once it reaches the leadership of the supply and marketing cooperative, it becomes a fait accompli that it was pre-ordered by you. The truth is entirely at your discretion. Since Song Fei intended to stand her ground, Yi Tan naturally supported her. They had no need to bow to the whims of a supply and marketing cooperative director. One Jing spat, "Do you truly believe we are fools, incapable of understanding the intricacies of your dealings?" The onlookers, having heard the words of Yi Tan and her companions, quietly acknowledged the fiery spirit of these young ladies, indicating that they were not inclined to let the matter rest. Someone in the crowd jeered, "Indeed, it's not just the three of you being treated as fools. It seems we all are." Lu Xiangju had never been confronted like this by a few young girls, and her expression darkened further. "Do you expect me to appease you? Whether you appease or not, isn't that clear to you?" Yi Tan replied with a faint smile directed at Lu Xiangju. Frustrated by the lack of decorum displayed by the young women, Lu Xiangju's countenance hardened as she stated, "This piece of fabric has already been reserved. You ought to look at other materials." This was clearly an attempt to force Yi Tan and her companions to relinquish their claim to the fabric. After speaking, Lu Xiangju waved her hand to disperse the crowd, saying, "Please move along. There is nothing more to see here." She then instructed the sales clerk, Xiao Zhao, "Issue a receipt for Xiao Qian." Xiao Zhao nodded and began preparing the receipt. Filled with indignation, Yi Tan slammed her palm on the counter, startling not only Xiao Zhao but also Lu Xiangju and Lu Qian. Lu Qian angrily exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" Yi Tan retorted with a cold smile, "Who is truly unwell? I am aware of your connections, and they seem quite formidable, allowing you to dominate this supply and marketing cooperative, distorting right and wrong, and oppressing customers." As she spoke, Yi Tan pointed toward the prominent word serve the people displayed nearby, adding, "These words appear to be mere decoration. It seems your intentions are far from serving the people. You excel at self-serving maneuvers under the guise of authority. Fine. If reason cannot be found here, I shall seek it elsewhere. I refuse to believe there is no place in this vast world where we can find justice." Upon hearing Yi Tan's words, Lu Xiangju felt a sense of foreboding. She had not anticipated that this young woman would be so sharp-tongued and obstinate, intent on escalating the situation. This issue while not monumental, could have significant repercussions for her career, particularly as the director of the supply and marketing cooperative was nearing retirement. And she aspired to advance her own position. Just as Lu Xiangju was contemplating how to intimidate Yi Tan into abandoning her disruptive intentions, a voice from the crowd interjected. I believe the young lady makes a valid point. Chapter 59. The young girl is quite cunning. Yi Tan turned to locate the source of the voice and saw a man in his mid-20s with a close-cropped hairstyle, dressed in a deep blue Zhongshan suit, his expression serious as he furrowed his brow in their direction. Lu Xiangju turned to respond, only to be taken aback by the presence of a man in his 50s beside the young man. Director. Hadn't the director gone to a meeting in the county today? Why was he here all of a sudden? Lu Xiangju felt a surge of panic, uncertain of how much the director had witnessed. The supply and marketing cooperative director, surnamed Xing, looked at Lu Xiangju with a mix of exasperation. He was set to retire next month and had considered recommending her for advancement. However, today he learned that a new director had been appointed from above, a young man with considerable influence, presumably there for training. Coincidentally, this young man had also attended the meeting in the county and was now being shown around the cooperative to familiarize himself with the work environment. Yet upon returning, he found himself embroiled in such a spectacle. Director Xing was at a loss for words. The connections within the cooperative were well known. But when had prearranged agreements been displayed so openly? Who would believe such a thing? It was simply absurd, particularly today. The young man glanced at Lu Xiangju before turning to Director Xing, saying, Director Xing, does this attitude reflect our work ethic? Is this how we conduct affairs at the supply and marketing cooperative? Director Xing, startled, quickly smiled and replied, Comrade Wen, you misunderstand. Typically, everyone exhibits commendable work ethics. Today must simply be a misunderstanding. Those in the crowd exchanged knowing glances, some whispering to one another about the unusual demeanor of Director Xing toward the young man. When Xiaohuan smiled lightly, it does not seem that way to me. Director Xing inwardly chastised Lu Xiangju and hastily assured the young man, Comrade Wen, I will certainly address this matter appropriately. Had Wen Xiaohuan not been present, Director Xing might have taken a more lenient approach, given Lu Xiangju's years of service as deputy director. However, the situation was now different. When Xiaohuan's stature was significant, and he appeared intolerant of any misconduct. If the matter were mishandled and he reported it to higher authorities, Director Xing's retirement could be jeopardized. At such a critical moment, self-preservation became instinctual. You are the director of the supply and marketing cooperative? Upon hearing Lu Xiangju address Director Xing, Song Fei turned to him, indignantly voicing, I wish to inquire. Is this how the supply and marketing cooperative operates? Taking advantage of its authority? Her words unsettled Director Xing, yet with Wen Xiaohuan present, he could not adopt a stern demeanor. Instead, he smiled at Song Fei, saying, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience you have experienced today. I have come to understand the situation. This fabric should have been sold to you first, as it was indeed your rightful purchase. The oversight lies with our staff, and I deeply regret the confusion. After this, Director Xing turned to the sales clerk, instructing Xiao Zhao issue a receipt for this young lady and additionally, provide her with a 75% discount. Xiao Zhao quickly nodded, yes, director. Feeling a mix of anxiety and apprehension, Xiao Zhao prepared the receipt. Her earlier relief now replaced with trepidation. She worried about any potential repercussions from Director Xing, reflecting on how she had become an unwitting victim of circumstances. Why did Lu Qian have to arrive just then to contest over a piece of fabric? She feared she might face consequences for something entirely beyond her control. Seeing the leadership of the supply and marketing cooperative take action, Yi Tan and her companions fell silent. Their earlier dispute had been driven solely by a quest for fairness. And with the director now addressing the matter, they chose to cease their contention, recognizing the importance of moderation. However, the situation was far from resolved. Director Xing, after finishing his instructions to Xiao Zhao, addressed Deputy Director Lu and Xiao Zhao, saying, You both have acted inappropriately today. Our supply and marketing cooperative exists to serve the people, and we must never let our customers feel wronged. Since this incident has occurred, as a leader, I shall not turn a blind eye. Xiao Zhao, your attitude towards work has been unsatisfactory. I will deduct 2 months' salary and have a year-end bonus. Deputy Director Lu, it is intolerable that you would exploit your position for personal gain. From next month on, you will be reassigned as the head of the department store group. The words of Director Xing sent a chill through both Lu Xiangju and Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao bit her lip, her eyes reddening, yet she dared not speak. Acutely aware of Director Xing's anger, she feared further repercussions, contemplating the unjust predicament she found herself in, all due to Lu Xiangju and Lu Qian. However, the thought of Lu Xiangju being demoted to head the department store brought her a sense of satisfaction. It served her right for her usual lack of integrity. Lu Xiangju, astounded, wondered how a minor issue could lead to such a demotion. Was it because of the young man standing nearby? She glanced at Wen Xiaohuan, uncertain of his identity. Unwilling to accept her fate, Lu Xiangju contemplated contesting the decision. After all, securing the position of deputy director of the cooperative had not been an easy feat for her. Director Xing fixed Lu Xiangju with a stern gaze. This matter is settled. If you have any objections, take them to the county. Should the county leadership decide to reinstate you, I will have no further comments. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangju fell silent, realizing there was no room for negotiation. It was wise for her to keep quiet at this juncture. Reflecting on the root of her troubles, she turned to see that Lu Qian had already vanished. Anger surged within her. Her niece had caused her considerable trouble today, and now she had fled. Lu Xiangju harbored resentment towards Yi Tan and her companions, though she kept her thoughts to herself, silently vowing to remember this slight. Yi Tan and her friends were equally taken aback by Director Xing's decisiveness. Yi Tan observed the young man beside the director, instinctively sensing that his presence influenced Director Xing's assertiveness. With a smile, Director Xing inquired of Yi Tan and her friends, "Are you satisfied, young comrades?" Yi Tan promptly replied, "Leader, we are just common folk and do not involve ourselves in the personnel matters of your cooperative. We are content with being treated fairly today." Director Xing's lips twitched at her words. When Xiaohuan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Tan, raising an eyebrow, recognizing her cunning nature. Chapter 60. Han Lulu's package. Noticing that the crowd had not yet dispersed, Director Xing cheerfully announced, "All right, there's nothing more to see here. Everyone may go about their business and purchase what you need." As the onlookers witnessed the resolution of the issue, they began to disperse, satisfied with the outcome. Director Xing glanced at Lu Xiangju, feeling a surge of irritation that he suppressed with a smile as he turned to Wen Xiaohuan. "Comrade Wen, why don't we head to my office for a chat?" Wen Xiaohuan discreetly exchanged a glance with Yi Tan before following Director Xing into the office. Lu Xiangju was seething with rage. Today had truly been a double loss for her, having suffered due to her niece's foolishness, who had vanished at the first sign of trouble. She resented Yi Tan and her friends for being so calculating, and she lashed out. "Are you satisfied now?" Yi Tan raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you not satisfied? Would you like me to call the director back for another discussion?" Lu Xiangju was taken aback, glaring at Yi Tan and her friends. She then turned her ire toward Xiao Zhao. "You need to improve your work attitude." With that, she stormed off, needing to hand over her responsibilities, her frustration boiling within her. Xiao Zhao, harboring her own grievances against Lu Xiangju, rolled her eyes as the latter walked away. In a loud voice, she called after her, "Yes, Group Leader Lu." Lu Xiangju stumbled slightly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing Xiao Zhao's face. A nearby salesperson bumped in her shoulder, whispering, "You should be careful not to offend her. She might make things difficult for you." Xiao Zhao shrugged. "Let's wait until she returns to being deputy director." For now, she was content to vent her frustrations. Song Fei, having purchased some fabric, turned to Yi Tan and Wen Jing, smiling. "Thank you both so much for your help today. I will treat you to lunch, and no one is allowed to argue with me about it." Yi Tan and Wen Jing laughed. "All right, we accept." With little left to buy on the second floor, the trio descended to the ground floor, where Song Fei bought a box of snowflake cream. Since Wen Jing wanted to purchase brown sugar, they headed to the grocery store. Yi Tan recalled she had some nearly expired food coupons, so she bought 2 pounds of fermented cake. Having finished their shopping, they checked the time and realized it was nearly noon. The three decided to have lunch at the state-run restaurant before heading to the post office. Not only did Yi Tan need to collect a package, but Wen Jing and Song Fei also wanted to see if their packages had arrived. To their delight, Wen Jing's package was indeed there, and so was Han Lulu's, which was a pleasant surprise for her. Initially, Han Lulu had simply gone to the post office to send a letter. After mailing it, she impulsively asked the staff, "Excuse me, is there a package for Wen Jing?" The staff checked and replied, "Yes, it arrived just last night. The notification for pickup hasn't been sent out yet. Are you Wen Jing?" Han Lulu's heart leapt at the mention of Wen Jing's package. She decided to claim it and later give it to Wen Jing, secretly planning to take out something for herself. If anything went missing, she could always claim it was lost in transit or that her aunt had forgotten to include it. There were plenty of excuses she could concoct. Just as Han Lulu was about to declare herself as Wen Jing, the staff added, "Oh, by the way, there is another package that was sent out with Wen Jing's, addressed to someone named Han Lulu. Do you know her?" Han Lulu exclaimed, "I'm Han Lulu." "Oh, so you are Han Lulu?" The staff member looked her over and said, "Do you have any identification? We can't just take your word for it. What if someone is trying to claim it fraudulently?" Realizing that her earlier inclination to claim Wen Jing's package was futile, Han Lulu was relieved to discover she had a package of her own, sent alongside Wen Jing's. Could it possibly be from her aunt? Her heart brimming with anticipation, she eagerly said, "Yes, I have identification. I am a youth sent to the countryside. Here is my notification letter." As she showed the staff her letter, which she had thoughtfully brought with her to the town, it proved to be fortuitous. The staff reviewed the document and retrieved Han Lulu's package along with a letter, handing them to her. "Here you go. This is your package and letter." Han Lulu signed for the items, her heart swelling with joy as she accepted them. The package was substantial and quite heavy. Once outside the post office, she hurriedly found a place to sit and quickly opened the letter, eager to discover its contents. Upon opening the package, she confirmed it was indeed sent by her aunt, Han Ping. In the letter, Han Ping inquired about her well-being, asked how she was adjusting to life there, and mentioned that she hadn't known Han Lulu would be sent to the same place as Wen Jing. So she hadn't prepared anything for her. Therefore, she had sent a few items this time. 2 full pages filled with emotion made Han Lulu's heart bloom with joy. This time, she had come to Taosan village without informing her aunt and uncle beforehand. As her mother would say, there was no need to rush. It was better to let her aunt and uncle feel a sense of obligation, which would compel them to prepare even more for her. In retrospect, her mother was indeed correct. Her aunt had mentioned in the letter that the package she sent contained both food and necessities, and even included some cash for her to buy her favorite treats or grain, urging her not to suffer. Counting the money, she found over 20 yuan, along with various food coupons, sugar coupons, and fabric coupons. Han Lulu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, despite Wen Jing's indifferent demeanor. Her aunt genuinely cared for her. As long as her aunt was around, Wen Jing wouldn't pose much of a threat. Recently, Han Lulu had begun to suspect that Wen Jing was being incited by Yi Tan, as she had been subtly questioning Wen Jing these past few days. But Wen Jing remained tight-lipped. If Wen Jing were truly aware of that incident, could she have endured it in silence until now? Unlikely. Although that matter ultimately did not come to fruition, Han Lulu was acutely aware of her own misdeeds. If Wen Jing knew, she would have confronted Han Lulu long ago rather than simply ignoring her now. Putting the money away, Han Lulu rubbed her stomach, feeling hungry. Now that she had money, and since she was in town, she ought to indulge in some delicious food. For days, her meals have been limited to a few fish or thin porridge made from cornmeal, accompanied by scanty greens, devoid of oil. She felt as though her stomach was completely empty. At home, although her parents favored her older brothers, they had provided adequately for her in terms of food and clothing. Little did she know that in Taosan village, even eating to her fill was a challenge. Where could you find the best food in town? The state-run restaurant, of course. Chapter 61. Reunion. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Han Lulu found that Song Fei had already ordered their meals, and Yi Tan and the others were already eating. As soon as she entered the establishment, Han Lulu spotted the 3 of them. The spread included sweet and sour pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a large bowl of steaming seaweed and egg soup, which made her mouth water. Han Lulu's heart ignited with envy. How could Wen Jing enjoy such lavish meals while she had been surviving on scraps? Were it not for the money her aunt had sent, she would have never set foot in this restaurant. This thought solidified her decision to write home and complain. With a huff, she shot a glare at Yi Tan and her companions before turning to survey the bustling restaurant. It was quite crowded, making it difficult to find an empty table. There were only 2 tables with available seats. One was occupied by Yi Tan and her group, and the other by a girl sitting alone at a table. The girl looked somewhat familiar, but Han Lulu couldn't quite place her. Han Lulu had no intention of approaching Wen Jing's table. She was waiting for her aunt to properly reprimand Wen Jing, and then allow Wen Jing to come apologize to her. She refused to be subjected to Wen Jing's humiliation again. Thus, she was left with the only available table occupied by the girl. Just as Han Lulu was about to approach, the girl excitedly waved at her, calling out, "Second brother, over here." Han Lulu instinctively turned around, momentarily stunned. Wasn't he this the male youth from the bus the other day? She had thought of him that morning when arriving in town, recalling that he had been assigned to Lingshui village. "It's you." Han Lulu smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. What a coincidence. Qin Chung paused, bewildered, as he did not recognize the girl before him. "Who are you?" he asked, perplexed. Feeling a bit defeated by his lack of recognition, Han Lulu responded, "You don't remember me? I tripped and fell right next to you on the day of the youth S report." Upon hearing this, Qin Chung recalled the incident. The girl had stumbled towards him, and he instinctively dodged, resulting in her falling near his feet. She seemed to have hurt herself, and his younger sister had helped her up. "Oh, it's you." Qin Chung nodded. "Nice to see you again." He then acknowledged her with a nod and walked over to the girl at the table, saying, "Sister, have you been waiting long?" Han Lulu was taken aback. Was that it? No other conversation? This boy had caught her eye at first glance. How could she let such an opportunity slip by without making a lasting impression? With that thought, Han Lulu picked up her package and headed towards the table where Qin Chung was seated. After all, it was the only table with an empty seat in the entire restaurant. She could at least sit down to eat. Qin Chung was momentarily surprised when Han Lulu sat beside him. He hadn't anticipated her following him. She smiled sweetly at him, saying, "I'm here to eat too." There were no other seats available. Qin Chung glanced around and confirmed that the restaurant was indeed crowded. He merely nodded, though his initial impression of Han Lulu wasn't particularly favorable. However, as she was a girl and he had no ties to her, he didn't dwell on it. He turned to the girl across from him, asking, "Sister, what would you like to eat?" "I'll go order." Qin Chung's younger sister, named Qin Yu, was also assigned to the same commune as Qin Chung, though she was sent to Liutuan village. At that moment, while Qin Chung addressed her, she was more focused on Han Lulu, narrowing her eyes. "It's you. You're not planning to scheme against anyone again today, are you?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, Han Lulu recalled who she was. Wasn't she the girl who had helped her up from the ground that day? Han Lulu took a deep breath. What unfortunate timing. That had been such a great chance to strike up a conversation, only for this girl to ruin it. If only it had been Qin Chung who had helped her up. Wait a minute. She was calling him second brother, and he called her sister. They must be siblings. Instantly, Han Lulu quelled her displeasure and smiled at Qin Yu, saying, "I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to fall that day. I don't know how it happened, but I ended up on the ground and it hurt quite a bit. If I seemed a bit rude, please forgive me." Qin Yu rolled her eyes. Her cousin had always been exceptionally attractive, and she relished spending time with him. Over the years, countless girls had admired him, and she had developed a keen eye for recognizing their intentions. It was clear to her that this girl had deliberately tripped to gain attention from her cousin. Fortunately, he had dodged. Otherwise, things could have gotten complicated. Qin Yu sighed internally. Whether it was intentional or not, only you know. Han Lulu thought to herself, why is everyone so difficult to deal with? Seeing his sister and Han Lulu about to clash in conversation, Qin Chung quickly interjected, asking Qin Yu, "Sister, what do you want to eat?" "I'll go order." Qin Yu was indeed hungry, and noticing her brother's aloofness towards Han Lulu, she no longer wished to engage with her. Ignoring such a woman was the best course of action. Thus, with a cheerful smile, Qin Yu said to Qin Chung, "Second brother, I would like to have chicken stewed with mushrooms. You can choose the rest." Qin Chung nodded in agreement and rose to place the order at the window. Upon witnessing this, Han Lulu hastily got up to follow him. Qin Yu cast a glance at Han Lulu, but remained silent. If it were a girl that her second brother favored, she would unreservedly play matchmaker. However, if it were someone he did not like, she would not tolerate any unwanted advances. Han Lulu trailed behind Qin Chung as he walked towards the window, conveniently passing by the table where Yi Tan and her companion sat. Seeing them brought joy to Qin Chung, for they had enjoyed a delightful conversation during their last meeting, and he held a favorable impression of Yi Tan and her friends. "Ah, Qin Chung, what a coincidence!" Wen Jing exclaimed, being the first to notice him and smiling broadly. The weather was splendid, and as they sat by the window, sunlight streamed in, enveloping Yi Tan and her friends in a warm glow. The radiant smile on Wen Jing's sunlit face caused Qin Cheng's heart to skip a beat. In the 62nd chapter, Yi Xiaozhan was coming to the northeast for rural work. Suppressing his unusual feelings, Qin Sheng exchanged a few pleasant words with Yi Tan and her friends before proceeding to order. Han Lulu squinted her eyes. So his name was Qin Sheng. What a lovely name. She glanced at Yi Tan's group and, as if ignoring them, walked straight over. Naturally, Yi Tan and her friends noticed Han Lulu, but since they had become virtually estranged, they chose to disregard her presence and continued their cheerful meal, which irked Han Lulu to no end. After their meal, Yi Tan and her companions headed to the post office. Indeed, they had all received parcels. Yi Tan examined the sender of her package, discovering it was from Zhao Hong. Included was a letter in which Zhao Hong inquired about Yi Tan's situation and advised her to be somewhat assertive to avoid being bullied. Furthermore, she urged Yi Tan to cultivate good relationships with the villagers, as even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, if any issues arose. Having a good rapport with the villagers might prove beneficial. Zhao Hong also cautioned Yi Tan to keep warm in the northeast, stating she had saved some cotton tickets for her to purchase cotton to make a cotton coat, using the 2 pieces of fabric sent in this package, which were suitable for someone of her age. Additionally, she mentioned she would gather more cotton tickets to send later for Yi Tan to make a thick cotton quilt. Upon peeking into the envelope, Yi Tan indeed found some cotton tickets, along with several national grain tickets and a few meat tickets. A warm current flowed through her heart as she pondered the opportunity to send something back to Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong. The wild rabbits in the mountains would suffice. Although she did not know how to catch them, she could always find abandoned traps. With a few more visits, she could gather several rabbits. Once her house was completed in a few days, she could prepare the rabbits into smoked delicacies to send back. After making this quiet determination, Yi Tan continued reading the letter and saw Zhao Hong's final note. By the way, Xiao Tan, I must mention that your stepsister is also going to the countryside. It seems that she cannot secure a job and is left with no choice but to go rural. However, I have heard that she is coming to the northeast as well. I'm not sure the exact location, but I mention this so you can be cautious. If she is near you, keep your distance. She is not a good person, and you mustn't let her lead you astray. Upon reading these words, Yi Tan narrowed her eyes in surprise. She had not anticipated that Yi Xiaozhan would come to the northeast instead of the northwest farm. Surely, Yi Liqing had intervened on her behalf. Otherwise, her stepsister's destination would not have changed. Or would she end up in the northeast? Yet, Yi Tan did not intend to dwell on it. She could go wherever she pleased, for the northeast was vast. Besides, the hardships of rural life would be consistent, merely varying in form. After finishing the letter, Yi Tan tucked it away, only to find Wenjing gazing intensely at her own letter. Yi Tan was puzzled. This should be a letter from Wenjing's family. So why did she appear so displeased? Wenjing, what happened? Yi Tan inmuted hurriedly. Hearing this, Song Fei also looked on with concern. Wenjing let out a resigned sigh, glanced at Yi Tan and Song Fei, and replied, My mother not only sent me a parcel, but also sent one to Han Lulu, insisting that I take care of her. The more she spoke, the more frustrated she became. Her mother valued family ties, indifferent to how much she sent to Han Lulu, yet insisted that Wenjing look after her, which only fueled her irritation. All her life, her mother had urged her to take care of Han Lulu, who was merely a year younger than her. Does your mother not know about your strained relationship with her? Song Fei quickly asked. Wenjing shook her head. I haven't mentioned it to my family. I think you should tell them, Yi Tan suggested after some thought. Although Song Fei and I do not know the details of your situation with Han Lulu, I believe that with your character, it must be Han Lulu who has wronged you, which is why you are reluctant to interact with her. Wenjing nodded in agreement. Indeed, she said, glancing around before whispering, let's discuss this in detail when we return. Yi Tan and Song Fei nodded. Yi Tan added, considering that our Taosan village is quite far from Qingshui City, and you and Han Lulu are here while your mother is unaware of the specifics. If you do not wish to disclose this to your parents, you should follow your own inclinations. After all, they will never know. Song Fei agreed. What Yi Tan said is absolutely right. Yes, Wenjing affirmed, I just felt uncomfortable seeing my mother write about this. I will do as you suggest. You are right. My mother will never know. Exactly, Song Fei laughed. All right, enough of this, Wenjing remarked, glancing at the time. It's almost time to head back. Let us go. As Yi Tan and her companions joined several ants in a donkey cart, they indeed spotted Han Lulu returning with a large parcel. Han Lulu shot a triumphant glance at Wenjing, boldly climbing aboard the cart, feeling quite content today. The ride was comfortable. Moreover, seeing that the parcel beside Wenjing was nearly the same size as her own, she felt her aunt was truly fair. With this thought, Honolulu couldn't resist casting another smug glance at Wenjing. This display of pride did not go unnoticed by Wenjing, who clenched her teeth in disdain and shot a glare at Honolulu. Their silent rivalry, unnoticed by anyone except Yi Tan and Song Fei, was interrupted when Uncle Kong observed that both the donkey and ox carts were full. He called out, urging them to head towards Taosan village. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangju, fuming with anger, knocked on the door of her elder brother's house. Ah, Xiangju, what brings you here at this hour? The door was opened by Lu Xiangju's sister-in-law, Qian Yufan, who is also Lu Qian's mother. Sister-in-law, is my brother home? Lu Xiangju inquired. Your elder brother has not yet finished work. It is likely to be a while longer. Please, come in and take a seat. Otherwise, shall we dine at home tonight? Qian Yufan cheerfully welcomed Lu Xiangju into the house. This sister-in-law, an assistant director at the supply and marketing cooperative, had brought considerable benefits to their family over the years, and thus, she was naturally inclined to flatter Lu Xiangju. Lu Xiangju did not respond, but inquired again, is Xiaoqian here? She said she was feeling a bit unwell and is sleeping in her room. Wait, I will go call her. She will surely be delighted to know you have come. Unbeknownst to Qian Yufan, who was oblivious to Lu Xiangju's suddenly somber expression, she turned to enter Lu Qian's room and said, Xiaoqian, your aunt has arrived. Lu Qian glanced toward the outer room, then looked at Qian Yufan and whispered, Mom, I might have caused some trouble. Chapter 63. Bearing a grudge, what happened? Upon seeing her daughter frowning and pouting in distress, Qian Yufan felt a pang of concern and quickly asked, What is it, Xiaoqian? Don't worry, whatever it is. Your father and I, along with your aunt, are here for you. Although Lu Qian was somewhat spoiled, she understood that she had caused a significant issue this time. Her aunt had been demoted from her position as director due to her, and she feared the potential repercussions. She had returned home from the cooperative without eating, claiming illness to retreat to her room. Biting her lip, she fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, troubled by her aunt's predicament. Seeing Lu Qian remain silent, Qian Yufan pressed further, Xiaoqian, what is the matter? Xiaoqian, do tell your mother what mischief you have gotten into. Lu Xiangju stood at the door of Lu Qian's room, arms crossed, addressing her. Lu Qian instinctively moved behind Qian Yufan and quietly called out, Aunt. Qian Yufan observed the tension between Lu Qian and Lu Xiangju's angry visage and began to comprehend the situation. Gently nudging Lu Qian, she urged, Did you upset your aunt? You must apologize. Aunt, I'm sorry. Lu Qian murmured from behind her mother. Qian Yufan quickly turned to Lu Xiangju with a smile. Xiangju, Xiaoqian is still just a child. Look at her. She is naive and does not fully understand. If she has done something to upset you, please show her some leniency. I'll prepare a nice meal tonight. Let's enjoy a pleasant gathering, shall we? Sister-in-law, do you know what happened today? Lu Xiangju retorted angrily. I have lost my position as assistant director. What? Lu Xianggang, who had just entered, was taken aback by Lu Xiangju's declaration. Younger sister, what has transpired? Seated in the living room, both Lu Xianggang and Qian Yufan were already aware of the events that had unfolded that morning and felt a sense of regret that Lu Xiangju had lost her esteemed position. It was indeed disheartening to think of the advantages their family would now forfeit. However, the cause of this situation stemmed from their own daughter, which left the couple feeling somewhat awkward. They could not simply accept this. What if Lu Xiangju became estranged from them? Even though Lu Xiangju had lost her assistant director title, she remained the head of the general merchandise division at the cooperative, which still afforded some benefits. After contemplation, Qian Yufan spoke to Lu Xiangju. Xiangju, Xiaoqian has indeed erred today. In a critical moment, she should have stood by your side instead of running away. However, I believe the most despicable ones are those 3 girls. If it weren't for their relentless behavior, you wouldn't have lost your position. Would you agree? Though Lu Xiangju was upset about being demoted due to Lu Qian, she could not bring herself to blame her beloved niece, who had been dear to her for so many years. Seeing Lu Qian's teary-eyed, pitiful expression softened her heart. Reflecting on Qian Yufan's words, she nodded. Indeed, if it were not for those troublesome girls, the director would not have confronted me, and the subsequent events would not have occurred. Precisely, Qian Yufan feigned a sympathetic expression. Those girls are the ones who caused your demotion. They have escaped unscathed while you have suffered. This grievance cannot go unanswered. Absolutely. Lu Xiangju responded indignantly. If I encounter those girls again, I shall not let them off easily. However, Lu Xianggang furrowed his brow. Younger sister, do you know who those girls are? They likely aren't from the town. Lu Xiangju recalled the gaunt appearance of Yi Tan and her ill-fitting clothes, speculating they might be from a nearby village. Finding them may prove challenging. With so many villages surrounding Chili Town, locating those 3 girls would not be easy. Regardless, I cannot let this slide, Lu Xiangju declared, her frustration palpable. It certainly cannot be overlooked. Qian Yufan gently nudged Lu Xianggang's shoulder. Wouldn't you agree, Lao Lu? Yes, Lu Xianggang quickly affirmed, younger sister. Let's first seek out these individuals. Once we find them, we can devise a plan to handle this situation. What do you think? Lu Xiangju considered this and conceded. Elder brother, you know many people. Please take the lead on this matter. Rest assured, Lu Xianggang promised, your affairs are my own, and I will thoroughly investigate. Very well. I entrust this to you, elder brother. Lu Xiangju concluded, then turned her attention back to Lu Qian. Qian Yufan smiled at Lu Xiangju. Xiangju. Xiao Qian must have been frightened today. She may have acted inappropriately. Please do not take it to heart. With a sigh, Lu Xiangju responded, let it be. After all, we are family. Xiao Qian did not mean any harm. I will let it go. Qian Yufan sighed in relief and gently patted Lu Qian's shoulder in front of Lu Xiangju. Did you see that? You must not provoke your aunt again. This time, she forgave you. But if it happens again, not only will your aunt be displeased, but I shall also not support you. I understand, Mom, Lu Qian replied, her voice small and filled with grievance. She glanced at Lu Xiangju and quickly added, Aunt, when we find those troublesome girls, I will help you deal with them. Having been unable to purchase the fabric she desired and receiving scolding from her aunt and parents, Lu Qian had resolved to hold a grudge. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Lu Xiangju felt a sense of relief, and any lingering dissatisfaction dissipated. She smiled. Very well. You shall assist your aunt. Indeed, Yi Tan and her companions were entirely unaware that the Lu family held a grudge against them. Upon returning to their village, it was still too early for dinner, and they each went to their rooms to rest. In her room, Yi Tan opened the package that had been sent to her. Wow, host, there's quite a bit of stuff. The voice of the dumpling was cheerful. Counting, Yi Tan realized she had now signed in 74 times. With just over 20 more, she could upgrade the system and gain even more energy. Yes, Yi Tan felt quite pleased as she organized the various items, laying out the materials she had previously acquired along with those sent by Zhao Hong on her bed. Since arriving at Taosan village, she had been preoccupied and had not had the chance to make new garments. But there was a significant problem. She did not know how to sew. Therefore, she needed to think about which Annie she could ask for help. Chapter 64. The soil and water indeed nourished the people. The following days passed in tranquility. Each day, during the lunch break, Yi Tan reliably went to the old willow tree at the village entrance, the fish pond, and the abandoned traps to sign in. In recent days, as Yi Tan indulged in a drop of century-old willow dew each day, she felt an increasing vigor coursing through her veins. Over the span of just a few days, she had amassed 4 or 5 large gray rabbits and dozens of fish. As for the remaining opportunities for check-ins, she decided to conserve them, planning to wait for a midday shift to explore the mountains. She wished to avoid the predicament of discovering a prime check-in spot only to find herself lacking sufficient opportunities. The construction of her house was progressing smoothly, and according to Huzi, it would be completed in about 7 or 8 days. Regarding the matter of clothing, Yi Tan contemplated seeking assistance from Tong Meifang. Thus, after dinner one evening, she brought fabric for the garments along with a bag of brown sugar and a pound of fermented cake to Zhou Changju's home. Upon learning of Yi Tan's intentions, Tong Meifang chuckled. Oh, what a trivial matter that you would bring such expensive items. Please, take them back. No matter how much Yi Tan insisted, Tong Meifang refused to accept the brown sugar and fermented cake. With a smile, Yi Tan replied, Aunt Zhou, please accept them. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed asking for your help with the clothing. You know I grew up without a mother, and no one taught me these things. It's quite awkward for me to trouble you. What trouble is there? Tong Meifang sigit, rijaling yetans shildut hardships. It's truly pitiful to grow up without a mother, lacking guidance in what one should learn, and enduring such suffering from a young age. She continued, once your house is built, you'll likely have little money left. It would be wise to save these items to nourish your body. At this point, Tong Meifang scrutinized Yi Tan closely and exclaimed, Oh, I must say, Yi Tan, you seem to have become fairer and gained some weight. Really? Yi Tan's eyes sparkled as she beamed at Tong Meifang, saying, Aunt Zhou, the water and soil of Taosan village truly nourish people. Indeed, Tong Meifong's eyes crinkled with delight at Yi Tan's praise of Taosan village. Once winter sets in, you may very well regain a fair amount of health. Absolutely, Yi Tan replied cheerfully. With a century-old willow dew, even a brick can be nurtured into a smooth pebble. This is why I feel a connection to Taosan village. Tong Meifong laughed heartily. Yes, there is indeed a connection. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tan slipped the brown sugar and fermented cake into Tong Meifong's hands, declaring, Aunt Zhou, my bond with Taosan village extends to you as well. These items are a token of my gratitude, so you must accept them. Very well, I shall accept them this time, Tong Meifong conceded, her resolve firm to make Yi Tan 2 beautiful garments. Examining the fabric Yi Tan had brought, Tong Meifong remarked, the weather is still relatively mild, allowing for long sleeves and pants. However, soon you'll need a cotton jacket. Do you have one? If not, you must procure some cotton. Otherwise, you won't survive the winter. Yi Tan recalled that the youth package she had previously checked in for included 2 cotton jackets, one thin and one thick. She thought she should get an additional set for changing and replied, when I arrived, the factory leaders prepared a set for me and even gave me some cotton tickets to make another for changing. With a smile, Tong Meifong said, all right, I will make you these 2 garments first. Once you acquire the cotton, I will help you with a cotton jacket. Thank you, Aunt Zhou, Yi Tan replied, her smile radiating sweetness. Tong Meifong affectionately ruffled Yi Tan's hair, saying, it's no trouble at all. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Ah, Tong Meifong chuckled again. I must say, your hair doesn't seem as dry as before. As she spoke, Tong Meifong led Yi Tan into the inner room to take her measurements. After carefully measuring, Tong Meifong began to discuss Yi Tan's upcoming midday shift. This would be Yi Tan's first time on midday duty, and Tong Meifong provided a list of important reminders. When we come by in the afternoon, you can return to rest. And don't forget to check in with Zhao Dexing. He is quite meticulous. If you forget to report to him, be wary of his counting you as absent. Okay, Aunt Zhou, I'll remember, Yi Tan assured. The following day, it was Yi Tan's turn for the midday shift. The meal was delivered by Wan Jing and Song Fei, who stayed with her for a while before returning to the youth point. Once they departed, Yi Tan instructed Tuanzi to keep watch for any potential dangers and retrieve several large meat dumplings from the system warehouse to quell her hunger. When it was time to start work in the afternoon, Yi Tan exchanged a few light-hearted words with the older women signed in with Zhao Dexing, and then returned to the youth point to fetch a bamboo basket before heading up the mountain. This time, with ample time, Yi Tan intended to venture deeper into the woods. Tuanzi, please keep an eye out for any snakes, Yi Tan cautioned. Rest assured, host, Tuanzi replied cheerfully. With the check-in opportunities Yi Tan had accumulated, it was only a matter of time before Tuanzi could upgrade the system. Its voice brimmed with excitement. Host, let us aim to use up all the check-in opportunities today. Absolutely, Yi Tan replied confidently. Just watch and see. She swiftly approached the abandoned trap to sign in, this time not encountering any wild rabbits, but rather a vibrant wild chicken. Pleased, she continued her ascent with the basket on her back. Wait, wild ginseng. This time, Yi Tan chose a different path up the mountain. In her quest for check-in spots, she avoided the dirt trails worn by villagers and instead traversed through a dense thicket of wild grass. With Tuanzi as her vigilant radar, she felt no trepidation regarding snakes. This forest was seldom visited, and the wild grass grew lush and nearly as tall as a person. Just as Yi Tan ventured deeper into the woods, she suddenly spotted a line of golden characters shimmering in the underbrush. Taosan Wild Ginseng Check-in Point. Wild ginseng. Yi Tan's eyes glimmered with excitement. Just days earlier, while resting at noon, she had gathered a fair amount of herbs from the back mountain, though none of them were particularly valuable. She hadn't expected to stumble upon wild ginseng so soon after entering the woods. Suppressing her bubbling excitement, Yi Tan prepared to approach for a check-in. However, before she could reach it, Tuanzi suddenly warned, host, be careful. There's a large green snake ahead, as thick as an arm. A snake. Upon hearing that word, goosebumps instantly prickled Yi Tan's arms. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a stick from the system warehouse. Where is it? Right over by the wild ginseng. Tuanzi replied hurriedly. That wasn't too far at all. Yi Tan shivered involuntarily, her voice trembling as she urged, Tuanzi, hurry and drive it away. Cough, cough, Tuanzi coughed twice. Host, I currently lack any offensive capabilities. Wait, what? Yi Tan exclaimed, recalling Tuanzi's earlier assurances of ensuring her safety. How does that protect me? Tawanzi chuckled awkwardly. Host, I'm still just a baby, so I naturally lack offensive capabilities. However, I can guarantee your safety. For instance, if you were bitten by a snake, the venom wouldn't enter your body. You would simply be injured, but your life would not be at risk. Yitan huffed. So your idea of protecting me is just to ensure I don't die, right? Tawanzi continued to chuckle nervously. Once you upgrade, I'll be able to provide you with some offensive capabilities. Yitan scoffed. I don't believe you. Yitan tightened her grip on the wooden stick, suppressing the tremor within her heart. She had successfully signed in at the wild ginseng checkpoint, and as for that large green snake, she was unafraid. After all, it was merely a long creature. The grass in front of her rustled slightly, and Yitan immediately held her breath, fixating her gaze on that patch of grass. As anticipated, moments later, a snake as thick as an arm emerged, its entire body of vibrant green. The large green snake had clearly noticed Yitan. It raised its head, staring intently at her, flicking its tongue and hissing ominously. Instantly, goosebumps rose on Yitan's arms, and she involuntarily shivered. Host, you have consumed the century-old willow dew these past few days. Your body has improved significantly, and you can certainly unleash the skills from your previous life. You were fierce while fighting. There is no need to fear it. Just treat it like a human trafficker. Do you remember how heroic you were with that kick? Urged the little creature, Tawanzi. Be quiet. Yitan guditit hertit. Kicking a trafficker is not the same as kicking a snake. I could end up getting bitten. Although she had gained considerable strength, it was still a snake. Host, you must not be afraid. If you are, you will lose right away. Tawanzi continued incessantly. Yitan thought to herself how she wished to silence Tawanzi, lamenting its lack of a mouth. Tawanzi, feeling somewhat insulted, remained silent for a moment. Yet, Yitan dared not let her guard down. Maintaining her focus on the large green snake, her wooden stick gripped tightly, ever vigilant of its movements. Half of the snake's body was now exposed, its head fixed firmly on Yitan. The standoff between the two began. Finally, the large green snake grew impatient, its cold, slit-like pupils gleaming as it lunged forward, hissing angrily. Yitan felt a rush of adrenaline and, disregarding her fear, adopted a baseball stance from her past life, swinging her stick forcefully at the snake. Having trained with her grandfather for many years in her previous life, her reflexes and accuracy remained sharp. Even if her current body was not in peak condition, the stick landed with a resounding thud on the snake's head, sending it flying backward. The snake, taken by surprise, rolled on the ground, its head throbbing with pain, prompting it to coil up and hiss in distress, striking its tail against a nearby tree and tearing off a significant chunk of bark. Yitan's heart raced. The power behind that snake's tail was no trivial matter. The infuriated snake, feeling humiliated by the blow, swore vengeance on the two-legged beast that had dared to hurt it. It flicked its tongue menacingly at Yitan, intent on sinking its fangs into her. However, this time, the snake wised up. It did not leap at her, but instead crawled rapidly along the ground. Observing the snake's swift movements, Yitan's legs wobbled slightly, despite her resolve to confront the creature. Her inherent fear of snakes was a challenge to overcome in such a short time. Host, don't let your legs go weak. This is a critical moment, Tawanzi urged. Anxious. While it could ensure Yitan's survival, it preferred her to remain unharmed. Tawanzi felt a pang of guilt. If it hadn't exhausted its energy while traversing the cosmos, it could have aided Yitan more effectively. Although it managed to replenish some energy, it was merely temporary, and by the time they reached Blue Star, much of it had dissipated. Ugh, there should have been any mistakes while replenishing energy, right? I recall a dark shadow colliding with the system. But I'm not certain. Tawanzi shook its head, pushing those thoughts aside and focusing on Yitan. The large green snake slithered closer, and Yitan, momentarily flustered, missed her shot at striking it. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to evade the snake's attack. Frustrated at her misstep, her competitive spirit ignited. She was determined to not let this snake best her. The snake, undeterred, flicked its head and lunged at her once more. Yitan steadied herself, and as the snake approached, she leaped aside, using a nearby tree trunk for support, and struck the snake's tail with her stick. The snake let out a painful hiss, twisting its head to coil around Yitan's stick. Startled, she steeled herself, knowing that her injuries wouldn't result in poisoning. With a firm grip, she seized the snake at its vulnerable spot, yanking it down from her stick. Having grasped the snake at its critical point, Yitan felt a surge of confidence. Seizing the moment while the snake was still recovering, she spun around, pinning it against the tree trunk, stepping on its tail, and unleashing a flurry of punches to its head. In that moment, all her fear was released. She pounded her fist down, exclaiming, "Yuval snake, you frightened me. Did you know I am most afraid of snakes?" The snake, bewildered, thought to itself, "Who is this girl that fears snakes yet attacks them so fiercely?" Chapter 66, System Upgrade Ahem. Host, you can stop now. This large green snake is already dead, Tawanzi coughed, astonished by the ferocity Yitan displayed when startled. Upon hearing Tawanzi's words, Yitan blinked in disbelief, glancing at the almost flattened head of the snake before her. Releasing her grip on its body, she sighed in relief. Goodness, that was terrifying. Tawanzi, keeping its distance from the snake carcass, felt a sense of distaste. Such frightening creatures would never find a place in its system warehouse. After all, Yitan had a profound fear of snakes and did not indulge in snake meat. Arriving at the wild ginseng checkpoint, Yitan signed in successfully. Ding! Sign in at Taosan Village for wild ginseng successful. You have received 1 80-year-old wild ginseng and 20 seeds. Seeing the wild ginseng and seeds safely stored in the system warehouse, Yitan felt elated. This was her first encounter with pure wild ginseng, over 50 years old. In her previous life, her grandfather had cherished a 30-year-old ginseng as if it were a treasure. Surveying the ground, she compared it with her herbal compendium and noted the presence of one wild ginseng approximately 50 years old, another around 10 years old, and several younger ones likely sprouted from the older ginseng seeds. Observing her surroundings, Yitan realized the dense underbrush suggested few had ventured into this forest, allowing these wild ginseng plants to remain undiscovered. However, she had no tools to dig them up today, resolving to return with a shovel another day. She camouflaged the area around the ginseng to ensure no one would find it before continuing deeper into Taosan. Ding! Sign in at the Wild Rabbit Den in Taosan successful. You have received 5 plump and delicious gray rabbits. Ding! Sign in at the Wild Chestnut Grove in Taosan successful. You have received 10 pounds of sweet and tender wild chestnuts. Ding! Sign in at the Yellow Cedar Trees in Taosan successful. You have received 10 yellow cedar logs and 10 pounds of yellow cedar bark. Successfully signing in at the Peach Longevity Mountains Red Pine Forest, I earned 5 pounds of pine resin. Yitan continued to sign in at 8 more locations, acquiring a wealth of wild game and medicinal herbs. The little companion, Tawanzi, was especially thrilled. Host, if you sign in one more time, you'll level up. You have 3 sign-in opportunities left. Oh look, their SA sign-in point just ahead. Yitan spotted it too, a somewhat dilapidated cabin nestled in the woods, with a few gleaming gold coins atop its roof. The sign-in point for the Peach Longevity Mountain Hunters temporary residence. The cabin had partially collapsed, clearly abandoned for quite some time. Host, shall we sign in here? Tawanzi inquired. Yes, Yitan nodded. Her curiosity piqued about what treasures this sign-in point might yield. Perhaps a hunting rifle or a crossbow. Ding! Successfully signed in at the Peach Longevity Mountain Hunters temporary residence. You have received a compilation of hunting skills. Yitan was momentarily stunned, then gasped in astonishment. What? A compilation of hunting skills? Does that mean I can learn how to hunt? This was truly splendid. Eagerly, she retrieved the book of hunting skills from the system storage and began to peruse it. Techniques for digging traps, identifying animal tracks, crafting crossbow bolts, and shooting arrows. It was indeed a comprehensive guide. Yitan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just a glance revealed over a dozen methods for trap construction, precisely what she needed in the vast Peach Longevity Mountain, where wild game was abundant. Host, the system can now be upgraded. Tawanzi chimed cheerfully, and a new interface appeared before Yitan. At the top was a sleek, smooth black glass frame, which, while resembling glass, felt distinctly different to Yitan. This black frame displayed a golden 0. Below, it was a large spinning wheel adorned with numerous prizes, all suitable for this era: meat, grains, fabrics, pastries, tobacco, even bicycles and sewing machines. However, Yitan's keen eyes discerned faint shadows of additional prizes beneath, though they were too indistinct to identify. Tawanzi explained, Host, the black crystal is a cosmic point. From today onward, each time you sign in, you will accumulate 1 cosmic point. Every 10 points grants you a chance to spin the wheel. Crystal? Yitan say attention shifted. What is a crystal? The crystal is a type of, or from the fairy planet, quite common, though absent on your blue planet, Tawanzi replied nonchalantly. Perhaps in the future. You might win one during a draw, or even sign in and discover one. But the spinning wheel doesn't have one right now, she noted. Not at the moment. Tawanzi clarified. Once you reach a certain level, you'll be able to spin it. Are those the prizes I cannot see? Yitanaskit. Indeed. And what level do I need to reach? I'm not sure. It's random and depends on your opportunities, Tawanzi said, refusing to admit that it had lost much data due to severe energy depletion and could only retrieve it as Yitan gradually upgraded the system. Yitan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the notion of blind box draws. Never mind, that's too far off. I will focus on accumulating points for the lottery. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Tawanzi, didn't you mention that once the system upgrades, you could provide me with some offensive tools? Where are they? Yitan extended, herhand ikpiktantli. Tawanzi chuckled nervously. Host, your level is still insufficient. You're such a trickster, Tawanzi. But, Tawanzi asserted, eager to survive, now that the system is upgraded. You no longer need to touch items to store them in the system's warehouse, living or dead, as long as they are within 3 meters. That's great. Yitan was satisfied. Had this feature been available when she encountered that enormous green snake, she could have simply stored it instead of exhausting herself in battle. After thinking for a moment, Yitan instructed Tawanzi to be vigilant of their surroundings while she attempted to draw a large rock from over 2 meters away into the system's warehouse. Indeed, the next moment, the rock appeared on the warehouse floor. Success! Yitan rejoiced, tossing the rock back out, just as she planned to seek out more sign-in points. A rustling sound from the nearby thicket caught her attention. Host, it's a wild boar, Tawanzi exclaimed. Wild boar. Yitan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, she would have fled at the mere sight of a wild boar, despite her martial skills, as her current physique was rather weak. It was uncertain who would be the predator and who the prey in a confrontation. But now, things were different. She could draw the wild boar into the system's warehouse from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, and once inside, it would be entirely under her control. Host, there are 2 large wild boars and 5 smaller ones, Tawanzi dutifully reported. That many. Yitan realized she couldn't afford a head-on confrontation. What if the wild boars ambushed her? Quickly surveying her surroundings, she devised a plan. She would first gather some stones into the system's warehouse, then swiftly climb to the base of a large tree, flexing her muscles before nimbly ascending to its canopy, where she settled securely. Climbing trees was her specialty. Moments after she perched herself atop the branches, a group of wild boars emerged from the thicket, 2 large ones and 5 smaller ones, totaling 7. The 2 large boars were indeed massive, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, while even the smallest among the 5 young boars appeared to weigh around 50 to 60 pounds. Clearly, the wild boars were oblivious to Yitan's presence. They ambled leisurely, the 5 smaller ones rooting around with their snouts and occasionally digging at the ground with their hooves. Yitan had no intention of letting them continue their leisurely frolic. This was precious meat. In this era, meat was a rare commodity. Retrieving a stone from the system's warehouse, Yitan hurled it towards one of the larger wild boar's heads. Her aim was precise. The stone struck the boar's head with a resounding thud, drawing blood immediately. The boar, dazed and disoriented, stumbled in place as if performing a waltz, then shook its head vigorously, scanning for the source of the attack. Who struck me? It grunted, but failed to locate her, with the boar still searching in vain. Yitan seized another stone and hurled it again at the same boar's head. This time, the boar caught sight of Yitan and, infuriated, charged towards the tree she was perched on, intending to ram it down and tear apart the 2-legged beast that had dared to harm it. But desires are often grandiose, while reality can be quite harsh. Before it could reach the tree, darkness enveloped its vision, and it suddenly found itself immobilized, unable to move or even express its fury with a roar. In that moment, the wild boar was consumed by rage. Yitan observed the wild boar, frozen in the system's repository while maintaining its charging posture, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. The functionality of the system's repository was indeed remarkable and exceptionally useful. Meanwhile, another wild boar, witnessing its companion's inexplicable disappearance, stared in shock, its small eyes widening in alarm. Wild boars are remarkably intelligent creatures. It immediately sensed the danger, grunted a few times as if calling for the younger boars, and took a few steps back, seemingly intending to retreat. Knowing this was an excellent opportunity to capture a wild boar, Yitan quickly retrieved a stone and hurled it at the boar. With a resounding thud, the stone, perhaps due to the boar's heightened alertness, missed its head and struck its body instead. It was sufficient to inflict pain, prompting the creature to grunt in distress. Yitan persisted, throwing another 2 or 3 stones with remarkable accuracy. Excellent. The wild boar, now enraged, had locked onto Yitan, who sat perched on the tree. The boar completely forgot the strange and unsettling disappearance of its companion. Panting heavily, it rooted the ground and charged towards Yitan with its head lowered in anger. Yitan swiftly summoned the creature into her grasp. Another one down. Now only the 5 young boars remained, with the disappearance of 2 adult boars. The remaining young boars were clearly flustered, circling in place, seemingly trying to ascertain the whereabouts of their elders. Yitan employed the same tactic, throwing a handful of stones at the 5 young boars, successfully luring them in, and subsequently, all 5 were captured and stored in the system's repository. A sharp pain coursed through Yitan's mind, akin to a needle's prick. The system's assistant, Tawanzi, hastily remarked, "Host, you have excessively collected items at once. You may be overloaded." Yitan replied, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Shaking her head to dispel the sharp discomfort, Yitan began contemplating the fate of the wild boars stored within the repository. She attempted to automatically disassemble the boars within the system's repository, only to discover that the current system could not process items not stored in cabinets. Thus, the options were either to preserve them or to destroy them. However, she had no experience in slaughtering pigs. The sight of the meat, though inedible, was quite torturous. At this moment, all the boars in the repository remained alive, albeit frozen in place, their eyes still capable of movement. "What do you plan to do with these boars?" Tawanzi inquired. Yitan pondered and replied, "Let's take one out and distribute it among the villagers. Not only will they have meat to eat, but it will also leave a favorable impression on the villagers, aiding my social standing in Peach Mountain Village. Quite advantageous indeed. As for the others, we shall keep them for future opportunities. But how will you explain this to the villagers? You can't just claim that you single-handedly killed a wild boar, can you?" Tawanzi expressed some concern. If the system had sufficient energy, the host would not need to devise such elaborate schemes for meat. A simple method could have neatly processed the boars. "Of course not. I am far too weak to take down a wild boar." Yitan raised an eyebrow and smiled. This boar met its demise by crashing into something. Tawanzi, puzzled, asked, "How will you manage that?" Yitan smiled mysteriously. "Just watch." Descending from the tree, Yitan made her way down the mountain, concurrently activating 2 more sign-in points. Observing the golden 2 on the black crystal stone, her spirits lifted significantly. Upon nearing the foot of the mountain, she sought out a large, jagged rock and released the first wild boar captured in the system's repository. The boar, already enraged from its confinement, upon regaining its freedom, was disoriented, only fixated on seeking revenge against Yitan. Thus it charged forward, propelled by instinct. With a resounding crash, the boar's head made violent contact with the sharp edge of the rock. Blood splattered everywhere. The boar staggered, collapsed with a thud, and, after a few futile grunts, resigned itself to its fate. Yitan could have put hands, exclaiming, "Mission accomplished." If Tawanzi had a mouth, it would have been agape in disbelief. Is this truly possible? It was uncertain whether to commend its host's cleverness or to criticize the boar's foolishness. Yitan, indifferent to Tawanzi's thoughts, gathered some leaves and branches from the surroundings to conceal the boar's carcass, making it appear as though a pile of foliage was simply resting at the base of the rock. Unless someone ventured close to investigate, no one would suspect that beneath the leaves lay a wild boar. Once the concealment was complete, Yitan adjusted her hair, loosening her braid, and rolled onto the ground, smearing dirt on her face and hands, even squeezing out a few tears. With that, she hurriedly carried her bamboo basket down the mountain. Upon witnessing Yitan's frantic run, the villagers, still toiling away, exchanged puzzled glances. Yitan was aware that Captain Zhou Changzhu was a diligent leader. Unless there were other pressing matters, he would be laboring alongside the villagers. "What on earth is happening with Yi Zhijing?" Aunt Lu exclaimed softly. Noticing Yitan's hurried form, Zhao Daidi, who held a disdainful view of Yitan, believing her to be too frail for her son, scoffed at Aunt Lu's remark. "TSK, she's quite the madcap. No one would ever want a girl like her." Hearing this, others nearby shot disapproving glances at Zhao Daidi. "What has Yi Zhijing done to you?" One retorted, "I merely spoke the truth." Zhao Daidi huffed, rolling her eyes. The other women, familiar with Zhao Daidi's reputation, pulled her friend away, silencing her with a glare. Zhao Daidi, puffing with pride, lifted her chin like a victorious rooster. "What is happening with you, Yitan?" The other youths at the youth station also noticed her distressed appearance. Wen Jing and Song Fei gasped in concern, rushing forward to support Yitan, who looked rather disheveled, covered in dirt and sweat, with signs of tears on her face. They had never seen her in such a state, prompting their worry. Fang Yuan and the others joined in, while only Han Lulu felt a sense of vindication, hoping that Yitan had encountered some misfortune to alleviate her own frustrations. Yitan wiped her sweat and inquired, "Where's Captain Zhou?" "Do you know?" "Over there." Du Xiaoyan pointed in a direction. Following Du Xiaoyan's indication, Yitan spotted Zhou Changzhu and called out, "Captain Zhou! Captain Zhou!" Zhou Changzhu, a distance away from Yitan, had been working and upon hearing someone call his name, looked up. Seeing it was Yitan, he asked, "Yi Zhijing, what's the matter?" As Yitan approached, Zhou Changzhu assumed something had gone awry at the threshing ground. He climbed out of the field, walking towards her, only to sense something was amiss. "What happened to Yi Zhijing? Why does it appear as though you've rolled in a mound of dirt?" In an instant, Zhou Changzhu believed there was a commotion at the grain-drying area, and hurriedly quickened his pace. Yitan stepped forward and addressed Zhou. "Captain Zhou, I encountered a wild boar on the mountain." "You went up the mountain?" Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then anxiously inquired, "You weren't harmed, were you?" Yitan shook her head fervently. "No, the wild boar attempted to charge at me, but I evaded it, resulting in it colliding with a rock and dying. I rushed to find you immediately." Zhou Changzhu, along with the villagers and educated youth present, realized the gravity of this discovery. Wild boars are ferocious, with tough hides and considerable strength. Who would dare confront one alone? As autumn harvest commenced, it was the season when wild boars descended from mountains. Typically, Zhou organized several young men from the village to keep watch at night to prevent any encounters with these beasts. However, now Yitan had bravely faced a wild boar alone and emerged unscathed, with the boar having perished by its own folly. Zhou couldn't help but admire Yitan's fortune and quickly gathered a group to accompany her back up the mountain. Tong Meifong rushed over upon hearing the news, and upon seeing Yitan covered in dirt and sweat, expressed concern. "Child, why did you venture up the mountain alone? Do you not realize the danger? What if the wild boar had charged you?" Yitan smiled reassuringly. "Aunt Zhou, I'm fine now. It was just a moment of fear." "How could you not be afraid?" Tong Meifong sighed, recognizing that a city child, new to their remote village and encountering a wild boar for the first time, would naturally feel fear. Fortunately, Yitan was a lucky girl, and the boar did not harm her. Upon reaching the site where the wild boar had met its demise, Zhou observed the evidence of the creature's accidental death, noting the blood on the stone. This was a significant impact. As he examined the branches covering the boar, he couldn't help but commend Yitan's courage and presence of mind to conceal the creature despite her fright. When they cleared away the foliage, everyone gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, this wild boar must weigh 300 or 400 pounds. The villagers' eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a massive boar meant everyone in the village could share in the meat. Though wild boar meat is generally tougher than domestic pork, it is still a valuable source of sustenance. Zhou Changzhu's eyes twinkled with joy as he turned to Yitan, saying, "Comrade Yi, I must inform you that while this magnificent wild boar was discovered solely by you, it is considered communal property, so the entire village will partake. However, as per tradition, you shall receive 1/4 of the net meat for your significant contribution. How does that sound?" Yitan beamed. "I have no objections. I will defer to Captain Zhou's judgment." Zhou smiled at her obedient and understanding demeanor, assuring her, "Rest assured, the entire village will not forget your kindness." He then addressed the gathered villagers. "Would you all agree?" "Yes." The villagers cheered, delighted at the prospect of sharing meat, their affection for Yi Tin growing stronger. "Comrade Yi, you are one of us in Taosan village. If anyone tries to bully you, we will be the first to stand against it. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Yitan smiled even more sweetly. "Thank you, everyone." Tong Meifong affectionately ruffled Yitan's hair. "In my opinion, this child is simply endearing." Yitan blushed and smiled bashfully. With Zhou's command, several young men used ropes and wooden poles to secure the massive wild boar and carried it down the mountain. The entire Taosan village buzzed with excitement at the sight of such a large wild boar. Chapter 69. Dividing the pork. The village had a butcher, a middle-aged man named Wang, known as Wang Yi Dao for his swift and efficient butchering skills. Today, the entire village had ceased work early, eagerly anticipating the butchering and distribution of the wild boar's meat. In the eastern part of the village, a small square, typically used for meetings, was ablaze with a bonfire and a large pot filled with boiling water. Since the wild boar had been dead for some time, there wasn't much blood, so the young men assisted Wang in scalding and plucking the hair from the boar. Once the boar was clean, Wang began to expertly carve and butcher the meat. Amidst the joyous and bustling villagers, Zhou Changzhu took to the loudspeaker, calling for silence. Everyone quiet down. Upon hearing Zhou's voice, the crowd hushed and turned their attention to him, as he commanded respect in Taosan village. Zhou continued, "Today, we are able to divide the pork thanks to whose efforts? Thanks to Comrade Yi." Several voices chimed in with laughter. "Yes, indeed, it is Comrade Yi," Zhou then declared. "Without her, we would not be gathered here today to share this wild boar. Let us express our gratitude to Comrade Yi." With that, Zhou led the applause, and the villagers joined in, many smiling kindly at Yitan. She felt a bit shy and lowered her head slightly, while Han Lulu couldn't help but scoff, thinking it was merely luck. Once the applause subsided, Zhou gestured for calm, and the villagers fell silent. He continued, "Comrade Yi has captured this wild boar, and we must not shortchange her. I announce that, as per customary practice, she shall receive 1/4 of the net meat, with the remainder divided equally among the villagers. Do we have any objections?" The vast majority had no issues with this distribution, as it was customary for those who brought in significant game to receive a larger share for their efforts. However, one person was not pleased. Zhao Hadaidi exclaimed, "Captain, Comrade Yi is just a young girl. Can she even consume that much meat?" The wild boar weighed an estimated 300 to 400 pounds. Even after removing the entrails and bones, there would still be over 200 pounds left. How could a little girl eat that much? Isn't she afraid of choking? Zhou Changzhu glanced at Zhao Daidi. "If you were to bring in such a wild boar, I would allocate the same share to you. How's that sound?" Zhao Daidi pouted. "I could never catch such a large wild boar." She then eyed Yitan skeptically. "Can you really believe that a young girl could take down such a massive beast? I don't believe the claim that it died by accident." Yitan fat ikaspiratit. It seemed Zhao Daidi had taken an instant dislike to her since their first encounter. Of course, Yitan harbored no fondness for Zhao Daidi either, making for little interaction between them. She was surprised Zhao Daidi was now so vocal. Before Yitan could respond, Aunt Hua stepped beside her, shielding her, and retorted, "What's wrong? Just because you lack luck, others can't be fortunate? Who is unlucky? Who is unlucky?" Zhao Daidi shot back. "My son eats premium grains in the county while your son scrapes by. Who is truly unlucky here? My son may be digging in the dirt, but all 3 of my sons are dutiful." Aunt Hua replied, hands on her hips, facing Zhao Daidi defiantly. "Your son may eat well, but has he brought you to the county to enjoy the good life?" In this moment, Zhao Daidi was truly infuriated, exclaiming, "Pang La Mei, if you have the capability, say it again." "I could repeat it 100 times, came the retort from Aunt Hua with a scoff. "My son is simply more filial than yours, and no amount of stomping will change that." Zhao Daidi, in her fury, seemed ready to confront Aunt Hua. Yet, Yitan could not bear to see Aunt Hua defending her while she hid behind her. She quickly stepped out from behind Aunt Hua and addressed Zhao Daidi, saying, "Aunt Zhao, although I am but a girl and cannot single-handedly take down a wild boar, if that boar were to charge at me and I managed to evade, resulting in its own demise, what can I say? It's simply the fortune of youth and agility. Wouldn't you agree?" Yitan felt a surge of irritation towards Zhao Daidi, had it not been for the significant age difference and the presence of many villagers. She might have been tempted to resolve matters with force, and perhaps enjoy some of the boar meat herself. Alas, sometimes one must assess the situation, though it did not mean she would refrain from vexing Zhao Daidi. Predictably, Zhao Daidi was incensed. What is this girl implying? Am I old? Am I slow? Am I unlucky? Zhao Daidi pointed at Yitan, ready to hurl insults. Aunt Hua laughed heartily and clapped her hands. "Indeed, Zhao Daidi, if your luck is poor, do not begrudge others. Comparison leads to despair, and one must realize that some are simply more fortunate than others." At that moment, Zhou Changzhu raised his voice through a megaphone, declaring, "Everyone, quiet down. Anyone who continues to chatter about nonsense shall not receive their share of meat." This statement struck a chord, and silence fell over the crowd. Zhao Daidi shot a resentful glare at Yitan and Aunt Hua, but dared not speak further, for she too coveted the meat, especially with her son in the county craving it. Seeing the group settle down, Changzhu continued. Does anyone have objections to what I just said? Silence reigned. No objections? Then I shall assume consensus. He declared, let us proceed with the distribution. On the other side, Wang Yidao had already processed the wild boar, and after removing the innards and head, there remained over 290 pounds of pure meat. Thus, Yitan was entitled to 75 pounds. In the end, she requested 50 pounds of pure meat and 25 pounds of ribs. The villagers were delighted, as this meant a larger allocation for everyone. Wang Yidao skillfully sliced a substantial piece of pork belly and a hind leg for Yitan, along with a large chunk of pure lard. He shook his head, thinking the girl was unaware of what constituted fine fare. Bones offered little sustenance. Reflecting further, he also provided her with a sizable portion of lard, a prized ingredient for rendering fat to enhance culinary dishes. Chapter 70. A resounding slap with over 240 pounds of meat remaining. The villagers of Taosan village, along with the educated youth, numbered 225 in total, ensuring each person would receive more than a pound of meat. The entrails were given to Wang Yidao, and the remaining pig's head, trotters, and blood, alongside sauerkraut, potatoes, and green beans, would be cooked in large pots in the square, allowing everyone to enjoy a hearty bowl of stew. The capable village women were already bustling in the square, preparing the communal meal, while several male educated youth assisted Yitan in transporting her share of pork back to their quarters. Everyone was jubilant, having received more than a pound of pork, which would last them a long while, especially as the weather turned cool. Ultimately, they decided to cure the wild boar meat for preservation. Yitan, are you going to cure your pork? Fang Yuan inquired with a smile. Yes, I shall cure it, and I will also preserve the ribs, Yitan replied. As for the lard, she planned to render it for cooking, coinciding perfectly with her house completion in a few days. She envisioned using the rendered fat to salt her dishes, ensuring delectable flavors. Hao Lulu, overhearing this, could not help but interject with a tinge of jealousy. Yitan, with so much meat, can you possibly consume it all? With so many people at the educated youth point, can you bear to let them watch you eat alone? Yitan merely smiled at Hao Lulu's remark. In that instant, Hao Lulu felt a chill run down her spine, regretting her words intended to provoke Yitan. However, it was too late. Before Hao Lulu could react, a resounding slap landed on her face, leaving a red, swollen imprint. The older educated youth had never witnessed Yitan strike anyone before, and they were taken aback by her decisive action. Lu Wenliang hurriedly interjected. Let us speak kindly to one another. But some individuals were beyond reason. Yitan raised an eyebrow and addressed Hao Lulu. Hao Lulu, did I not warn you not to provoke me? I prefer action over words. If you lack memory, I shall teach you once more. Hao Lulu was left speechless, clutching her face, feeling not only the sting of pain, but also the humiliation of being struck before so many witnesses. Yitan coldly remarked, you wish to morally bind me? You must first consider your worthiness. The very meat you received, over a pound, was from the wild boar I brought down. Yet you complained before even tasting it. How can one be so shameless? Hao Lulu was left breathless by Yitan's words. Yet before she could respond, when Jing interjected with a scoff, Yitan, she has always been this brazen, with a face thicker than city walls. Indeed, Song Fei added. How could she simultaneously target Yitan while claiming a share of the boar meat? You three are in cahoots. Hao Lulu shouted in a fit of rage, directing her ire at Yitan and her companions. Yes, we are united against you. What will you do about it? Yitan retorted, ingensit. The other educated youth sensed that Hao Lulu was overstepping, and aside from Lu Wenliang's mild attempt at mediation, no one else spoke up, allowing Yitan and her friends to unleash their frustration upon Hao Lulu. Even Zhao Cheng remained silent, more concerned with his own possessions than with shamelessly coveting what belonged to others. You, Hao Lulu, seeing no one come to her aid, flushed with anger, pointed at Yitan and her friends, exclaiming, are you all just going to watch them bully me? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Hao Lulu, you have gone too far today. If it weren't for Yitan, would we have received any wild boar meat? Instead of gratitude, you speak ill of her. Exactly, Zhao Cheng chimed in. If you crave someone else's meat, do not implicate us. We are not so shameless. Being publicly branded as shameless by a man made Hao Lulu want to weep. She was on the verge of a breakdown, crying out, why do you all only know how to bully me? I was just speaking up for you. After spending some time together, Du Xiaoyan grew increasingly disenchanted with Han Lulu, and with a slight curl of her lip remarked, "Are you speaking on our behalf? Or merely using us to attack others? You know in your heart that Yi Tan and her companions are not the troublemakers." Wen Jing coldly regarded Han Lulu and retorted, "Han Lulu, if you have the audacity to speak ill of Yi Tan, then don't indulge in the wild boar meat she procured." Although Han Lulu longed to assert her indifference towards the wild boar meat, she refrained from voicing it, knowing she could not resist such a tempting feast. She shot Wen Jing an irritated glance and snapped, "Mind your own business." "How brazen," Song Fei commented, directing her words at Han Lulu. Unable to contend with Yi Tan and her friends, and with no one to speak in her defense, Han Lulu stomped her foot in frustration, contemplating retreating to her room. However, she realized that a large pot of stew was simmering in the square, and thought it would be a shame to miss out on the meal. She quickly turned to the kitchen, grabbed her bowl, and headed out to the youth station. "Oomph. Not only did I miss out on the wild boar meat Eaton brought back, but I also intend to enjoy the pork stew in the square to my heart content. I shall not deprive myself. After all, what matters most is what I can savor." As Han Lulu dashed out with her bowl, the other youths exchanged amused glances, finding her antics quite bewildering. Song Fei wrinkled her nose and asked Wen Jing, "Was your cousin always like this?" Wen Jing shrugged, "Not at all. In the past, she had me, her foolish confidant, catering to her every whim, so she was rather demure." Du Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Now that she can't gain any advantage, she's gone a bit mad. "Indeed," Song Fei added, "she has an inexplicable fixation on targeting Yi Tan. It's truly absurd." Yiting couldn't help but chuckle and suggested, "All right, let's not dwell on her anymore. We should head to the square. The stew must be ready by now." Upon mentioning the pork stew, the seasoned youths grew excited, eagerly sharing tales of its delectable flavors, which only heightened the anticipation of Wen Jing and the other new arrivals. When they arrived at the square, they found several large pots bubbling with the stew, its enticing aroma wafting throughout the area. Aunt Hua, who was in charge of serving, beckoned to Yi Tan. "Yi Tan, come over here and join the line." Chapter 71. The police arrive in the village at last. Yi Tan smiled as she led Wen Jing and Song Fei to queue behind Aunt Hua. Soon, it was their turn. With a large ladle, Aunt Hua scooped a generous portion of stew into Yi Tan's bowl, which was filled predominantly with meat and included plenty of pig head meat as well. "Thank you, Aunt Hua," Yi Tan said softly, winking at her. "Don't mention it. Hurry back and eat before it cools," Aunt Hua replied. Knowing that Wen Jing and Song Fei were close to Yi Tan, Aunt Hua also filled their bowls generously. The three exchanged quiet words of gratitude and happily returned to the youth station with their meals. This distribution of wild boar meat invigorated the villagers, and each day the fields buzzed with activity. Zhou Changzhu wore a constant smile and told village secretary Hodahai that this year they would surely deliver their grain earlier than other villages. In Taosan village, Hodahai was essentially a figurehead. Apart from attending meetings or receiving officials, he left all matters to Zhou Changzhu. As he put it, he only needed to ensure the general direction was correct. When Hodahai heard Zhou Changzhu's words, he smiled. "That's excellent. Let's strive for it and see if we can achieve the status of an advanced brigade." In truth, Taosan village was officially known as the Taosan Brigade under the Lugang Commune, but the villagers preferred to refer to it as Taosan village. Zhou Changzhu nodded in agreement, pleased. Yitan was also delighted. Hu Zai informed her that their houses would be ready tomorrow, and after a couple of days of organizing, they would be able to move in. She had checked the backyard and discovered that her house was adjacent to Wen Jing and Song Fei's, separated by only a few steps. Each house consisted of a single room and a kitchen. Her Kong had been properly set up and was nearly dry. Lu, the carpenter, had come by a couple of days ago to install the doors and windows, which were beautifully crafted. Although they lacked ornate designs due to current circumstances, they were both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Lu not only applied a coat of varnish to the doors and windows, but also waxed them to prevent cracking. Overall, Yitan was thoroughly enamored with her house. In recent days, she had diligently signed in every day, even at the granary, where she had faced a snake and was no longer afraid of rats. She had begun collecting grain and had even decided to humanely dispose of any captured rats. Consequently, she had accumulated 4 chances for a lottery draw, which she planned to use all at once on moving day as a celebration of her new home. Wen Jing and Song Fei also visited their new houses and were equally pleased. The 3 of them decided to tidy up together and move on the same day. Han Lulu, aware that the 3 were soon to move into their new homes, was filled with resentment. She could clearly sense that the other youths at the station were growing distant from her, even Du Xiaoyan, who outright ignored her. Frustrated and helpless, she awaited her aunt's letter, hoping it would scold Wenjing, knowing that Wenjing was most obedient to her aunt. However, before Han Lulu could receive any news from her aunt, she noticed the police arriving in Taosan village. That afternoon, feeling a stomach ache, Han Lulu requested to leave early and headed back to the youth station. On her way, she encountered two police officers, one of whom was Qiao Yimin, accompanied by a colleague. With the villagers working diligently in the fields, the village was relatively quiet, allowing Qiao Yimin to approach Han Lulu. "Comrade, may I ask if this is Taosan village?" "Yes," Han Lulu replied, first glancing at Qiao Yimin's bicycle and then at his police uniform, before asking, "What do you need? Could you direct me to the village committee?" Qiao Yimin inquired with a smile. Han Lulu pointed him in the right direction. "Thank you," Qiao Yimin said, then casually added, "By the way, does your village have a youth named Yitan?" At the mention of Yitan, Han Lulu was startled. The police were looking for Yitan? This couldn't be anything good. Normally, who would attract the attention of the police? Her heart raced with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "Yes, we do have a youth named Yitan. Officer, may I ask what business you have with her?" While asking, Han Lulu secretly wished for the police to apprehend Yitan. Once she was taken to the station, her reputation would be tarnished, thus putting an end to Yitan's arrogance. Qiao Yimin smiled. "For now, that remains confidential." With that, Han Lulu felt it inappropriate to press further. She smiled at Qiao Yimin and returned to the youth station. Upon her return, the more Han Lulu thought about it, the more delighted she became. The police had come to Taosan village, surely intending to take Yitan away. Given Yitan's propensity for trouble, she must have caused some incident outside. The more she contemplated, the brighter her eyes gleamed, until she finally flopped onto her back on the bed, rolling around in glee. When Qiao Yimin and his colleague arrived at the village committee, only accountant Du Jiaming was present. Upon learning they were looking for the village secretary and brigade leader, Du Jiaming hastily invited them to sit and rushed off to find Zhou Changzhu while sending a child to fetch Ho Dahai. As noon approached, both Ho Dahai and Zhou Changzhu were taken aback to hear that the police had arrived in the village and quickly returned to the village committee. "Dear officers, your efforts are commendable for having traveled such a distance to our village of Taosan," said Ho Dahai with a warm smile, extending his hand to shake that of Qiao Yimin as he gestured for Du Jiaming to pour water for them. "I am Ho Dahai, the village secretary of Taosan." Zhou Changzhu felt a twinge of anxiety and inquired, "May I ask what brings you esteemed officers to our humble village?" Noticing Zhou's unease, Qiao Yimin quickly reassured him. "Please do not be alarmed. We are here to present a reward to our village Yitan for her commendable actions." "Yitan?" Zhou Changzhu and Ho Dahai exclaimed in astonishment, perplexed as to what Yitan had done to merit such recognition from the town's police department. Qiao Yimin recounted the recent incident where Yitan had apprehended two human traffickers, a middle-aged woman and a young man, who were, indeed, mother and son. Following an investigation by the police, it was revealed that they were habitual offenders, having previously trafficked several women and children in other towns. Remarkably, they had just arrived in Chili town when Yitan caught them, leading to further arrests. It was evident that Yitan had rendered a significant service. Otherwise, many more women and children in Chili town could have suffered dire consequences. Consequently, Qiao Yimin had taken the initiative to apply for a reward on Yitan's behalf, and this visit was to bestow that reward. Upon learning the purpose of Qiao Yimin's visit, both Ho Dahai and Zhou Changzhu were filled with joy. As it was already noon, they eagerly invited Qiao Yimin to share a meal with them in Taosan. After lunch, the entire village would gather for a meeting to publicly present the reward to Yitan, marking a momentous occasion for Taosan. Perhaps this recognition would even elevate the village's standing. Despite their overwhelming enthusiasm, Qiao Yimin insisted on providing financial compensation before accepting their invitation. Later, when the young intellectuals returned to their station, Han Lulu remarked, "I encountered some police officers visiting our village today." She paused, glancing triumphantly at Yitan. "They specifically came looking for you." Chapter 72. The reward. The other young intellectuals were taken aback by Han Lulu's statement. Fan Yuan frowned, asking, "Why would the police be looking for Yitan?" "How should I know?" Han Lulu retorted with a smirk. "Perhaps someone has committed a crime, and the police are here to investigate." "Han Lulu, mind your words." Song Fei glared at her. "Be cautious, or you might face repercussions." The threat sent a shiver through Han Lulu as she instinctively took a step back, glancing at Yitan. Ubsharbin Han Lulus Kubardisa, República del Yemen, tan skufa. Thinking to herself how aptly the phrase inexperienced and timid yet eager to jump into the fray described her. Yitan surmised that the police were likely there to discuss the recent incident involving the traffickers, perhaps to provide her with an update. However, she chose not to divulge her thoughts, knowing that the truth would soon reveal itself when the police approached her. Seeing Yitan's dismissivissimile, Han Lulu felt a surge of anger, declaring, Yitan, do not be too pleased with yourself. Your time of reckoning will come. Who will be weeping remains to be seen, Yitan replied coldly. What's wrong? Have you lost your nerve? With that handprint on your face fading, are you desperate to regain my attention so I can continue to remind you of your misdeeds? You, Han Lulu, both furious and frightened, retorted before hastily retreating indoors, fearful that Yitan might actually strike her again. Du Xiaoyan scoffed, what a coward. The little one remarked to Yitan, host. Someone appears quite distressed upon hearing the police have come to the village. Who is it? Yitan inwided. That male intellectual who sneaked out at midnight. Yitan posit. Yi Hunsing. Yes, that's him. After lunch, the loudspeaker in the village square blared. Attention, everyone. All residents, please gather at the small square for a meeting. I repeat, all residents to the small square for a meeting. The villagers were momentarily confused, wondering if there was an important announcement. The young intellectuals, with the exception of Han Lulu, cast worried glances at Yitan, suspecting the meeting was related to the police's visit. Yitan smiled reassuringly at them, but said nothing. On their way to the small square, Yitan encountered Aunt Hua and Aunt Lei, who pulled her aside. We wonder what this meeting is about at such an hour. Yitan smiled, we'll find out soon enough. Upon reaching the small square, the crowd had gathered, with Zhou Changzhu and Ho Dahai standing before the assembled villagers alongside two police officers. The villagers murmured in confusion, uncertain of the police's purpose for their visit. Aunt Hua exclaimed, why are the police here in our village? What do they possibly want? Aunt Lei added, who knows? Their unexpected arrival is certainly unnerving. Historically, the populace harbors trepidation towards authority. To the villagers, police officers represent that authority, and few are eager to encounter them without reason. Seeing Tong Meifong nearby, Aunt Hua inquired, Meifong, do you know what this is about? Tong Meifong shook her head. I have no idea. My husband, Zhou, hasn't returned home for lunch and hasn't mentioned anything. During lunch, Zhou Changzhu and Ho Dahai had dined with Xiao Yimin at the village committee, sending Tong Meifong to prepare their meal. Yitan remained silent while Wen Jing and Song Fei, visibly anxious, clutched her hands, casting worried glances in her direction. Yitan smiled back at them, and upon raising her gaze, she caught Han Lulu glaring at her with malice. Yitan flashed a toothy grin at Han Lulu, mimicking a slapping motion with her hand, which caused Han Lulu to quickly avert her gaze in fear. As the crowd gathered, Zhou Changzhu took to the microphone, everyone, please quiet down. Instantly, the chatter ceased, and all eyes turned to him. Zhou Changzhu continued with a smile, Dear villagers, we have convened today to announce a momentous occasion. What kind of occasion? A celebration involving the police? Curiosity piqued among the villagers. Captain, what is it? Yes, please tell us. Zhou Changzhu gestured for silence, then stated now. Our village secretary will unveil this joyous news. With that, he handed the microphone to Ho Dahai. With a beaming smile, Ho Dahai took the microphone and proclaimed, Today, officers from the police department have come to Taosan village to reward our own Yitan, who recently assisted the police in apprehending 2 human traffickers. Not only did she dismantle their operations in town, but she also led to the capture of several other offenders. Thus, the police have come to present Yitan with a reward. Let us all give her a round of applause. As he spoke, Ho Dahai initiated the applause, and the villagers, astonished, soon followed suit with enthusiastic clapping. Aunt Hua clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming to Yitan, Well done, girl. You're remarkable. She then gave Yitan a thumbs up. Aunt Lei, Tong Meifong, and the young intellectuals at the commune all smiled and celebrated with Yitan, while only Han Lulu was fuming, her head buzzing with anger. She even claimed that the police would take Yitan away, yet instead, they came to present her with an award. What an immense honor this was, if she were to secure a spot at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. Wouldn't that be an effortless triumph? At that moment, Ho Dahai on stage cheerfully called out, Please invite young intellectual Yi to the stage. When Jing and the others urged Yitan, quickly go up. With a subtle smile, Yitan made her way to the stage under everyone's watchful gaze. Utterly surprised that capturing those two individuals would earn her a reward. Upon reaching the stage, Qiao Yimin greeted her with a smile. Young intellectual Yi, we meet again. Indeed, we meet again, comrade police, Yitan replied with a smile. Qiao Yimin then handed her an enamel mug and an envelope, saying, this is a reward from the Bureau. Thank you, Yitan accepted the mug and the envelope. The crowd erupted into applause, filled with excitement, as whispers circulated that the envelope surely contained money, though the police did not confirm this, making it inappropriate to inquire further. Hoda Hai encouraged Yitan to say a few words, and she humbly offered a few modest remarks. Afterward, Hoda Hai expressed his gratitude to both Yitan and Qiao Yimin, and the gathering dispersed. Before Qiao Yimin left the village, he said to Yitan, by the way, we have met several times, yet I have not introduced myself. My surname is Qiao. Qiao Yimin. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to visit me at the town police station. Okay, thank you, Officer Qiao. Yitan thought she probably wouldn't have any reason to visit the police station, but she felt it necessary to express her gratitude, as he meant well. Throughout the afternoon, the entire Taosan village buzzed with discussions about Yitan receiving recognition from the town police, and Aunt Hua and others lavished her with compliments. Yitan felt elated about the award, but even more so about the fact that the house in the backyard was ready. Carpenter Liu had moved all the items she had previously bought and stored at his place into her new home, and she could finally settle in tonight. Tomorrow would be a day of rest, perfect for practicing her hunting skills in the mountains. Chapter 73. Moving to a new home as the workday concluded. Tong Meifong said to Yitan, I heard from my husband Zhou that you can move into your new house today. Is that true? Yes. Yitan replied with a smile. Tong Meifong continued, oh, how wonderful. I'll have my son Shirtu bring over a cast iron pot and other items for you shortly. Zhou Shirtu was the son of Zhou Changzhu and Tong Meifong. Previously, Yitan had asked Tong Meifong to help her find kitchen necessities, and the Zhou family had a cast iron pot. Yitan had given Tong Meifong some fabric coupons and a few sugar coupons. As for the water jar, kitchen knife, and spatula, those were sourced from her maternal village by Tong Meifong, particularly the knife and spatula, which were brand new and unused, coming from a family that had a blacksmith. Yitan had entrusted Tong Meifong with some fabric, sugar, and grain coupons. Thank you for the help, Shirtu, Yitan said gratefully. Nearby, Aunt Hua, Aunt Lei, and others chimed in. Moving into a new house is a joyous occasion. Later, we'll bring you some eggs to celebrate your housewarming. Yitan quickly declined, stating, no, everyone's lives are tight these days. How could I let you spend money on me? This is a must, Aunt Hua insisted. It's just to bring you good luck. Unable to refuse, Yitan graciously accepted their kind gesture. Tonight's dinner at the commune was a farewell meal, as after Yitan and her companions moved to the backyard, they would no longer dine with the other young intellectuals in the front yard. Chef Fang Yuan had prepared a sumptuous feast, and Yitan contributed some marinated pork belly and ribs for a hearty stew, as she had enjoyed pleasant interactions with the other young intellectuals, except for Han Lulu. Wen Jing and Song Fei also brought some dishes to share. Not long after the meal, Zhou Shirtu delivered Yitan's cast iron pot, water jar, spatula, and kitchen knife, along with 2 new outfits that Tong Meifong had made for her. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Hua and the others arrived at the commune, each presenting Yitan with 5 eggs. And to Yitan's surprise, even Aunt Bai came, gifting her 10 eggs. When Yitan looked at her in astonishment, Aunt Bai maintained her usual poker face and said, what are you staring at? It's just some eggs. Yitan found her somewhat endearingly awkward and quickly replied, it's not surprising at all. Please feel free to visit me anytime, Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai blinked awkwardly, glancing around Yitan's home. The house was quite spacious, approximately 15 or 16 square meters. Directly opposite the entrance were 2 large windows, with the kitchen adjoining on the left, its door draped with a bamboo curtain. In the right corner stood a wooden basin rack with a basin, towels, and soap. A large Kong bed occupied the window side, extending the width of the room and taking up half of the space, covered with a beautifully patterned bamboo mat. At one end of the Kong, against the wall, were 3 large wooden boxes neatly arranged with bedding, while the other end held a Kong table. Next to the Kong table, against the wall, was a nightstand topped with a thermos and an enamel mug, beside 2 wooden chairs with bamboo cushions. After examining the room, Aunt Bai nodded, it's simple, but overall quite nice. Aunt Hua whispered to Yi Tan with a smile. I told you. Aunt Bai may seem unapproachable, but she is not a bad person. Yi Tan smiled and nodded in agreement. Noticing that Yi Tan had a kitchen, the other aunts understood she would be cooking for herself from now on and began offering advice on how to use the stove, heat the kong, and store food, little life hacks to help her settle in. Once the aunts departed, Aunt Bai returned with a jar of homemade chili oil and several pickled vegetables. Your kitchen is bare. How will you cook? Yi Tan was eager to decline, especially since oil was a precious commodity nowadays. However, Aunt Bai's stern demeanor made Yi Tan swallow her words, changing her response to, thank you, Aunt Bai. She resolved to return the favor later. All right, I'll head back now. Make sure to lock up at night. Aunt Bai waved goodbye and left the commune. Soon after, Wen Jing and Song Fei arrived. Song Fei remarked, Yi Tan, you get along so well with the village aunties. Yi Tan laughed. These are the aunties I've worked with at the drying yard. We've always gone along well. After a moment of reflection, Song Fei looked around Yi Tan's room and enviously remarked, wow, your place is so well furnished. Wen Jing and I still need to buy quite a few things. Indeed, Wen Jing added with a smile, tomorrow is a day off. We plan to go to town to buy some supplies. Would you like to join us? Yi Tan pondered for a moment and replied, I want to go. But could you please help me mail a letter at the post office? The letter was one Yi Tan had written the past few days to Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong, updating them on her situation here to reassure them. Sure. Wen Jing nodded, just give me the letter later. All right. Song Fei chuckled. Today marks our move to a new home. We lack the time for a celebration. However, we plan to prepare some ingredients tomorrow and come to your place to cook a meal together. Sounds good, Yi Tan replied with a smile. I have quite a bit of meat here. No need for that. We agreed to provide the ingredients last time. When Jing and Song Fei hurriedly interjected. What's the big deal? Yi Tan laughed. I have plenty of wild boar meat. I can't finish it all by myself, so it's perfect for our celebration tomorrow. Upon hearing Yi Tan's words, Wen Jing and Song Fei said, all right then, we will prepare some other items. The three of them agreed. And Wen Jing and Song Fei returned to their own rooms. Suddenly, Tuanzi bounced out. Host, shall we start the lottery? We've accumulated 5 chances to draw. Chapter 74. The lottery. Yi Tan nodded. Let us draw. With that, Yi Tan focused on the lottery interface. At that moment, the golden number on the black crystal at the top of the screen had transformed into 57. And the golden 5 in the center of the large spinning wheel indicated that she had 5 chances to draw. Gazing at the grand wheel, Yi Tan rubbed her hands together. Uncertain of her luck, Tuanzi chimed in, Host, you can initiate the spinning by thought or by moving the pointer manually. The choice is yours. Yi Tan nodded. Since she was alone in the room, she felt it would be more engaging to do it manually for her first draw. Let's begin, Tuanzi said with a bright smile. Egerli anticipating Yi Tan's fortune. Yi Tan agreed, drawing the curtains tightly and checking the door lock before returning to sit on the bed. She clasped her hands together, silently praying to Buddha, Guanyin, the Supreme Lord, and the 5 fortune gods for good luck before opening her eyes to gaze at the spinning wheel. The prize that piqued her interest the most was a bicycle, as the distance from Taosan village to Chili town was over 20 miles. Having a bicycle would mean a round trip of just over an hour. Yi Tan placed her hand on the pointer of the spinning wheel and gave it a firm push. The pointer began to whirl rapidly, drawing the attention of both Yi Tan and Tuanzi. After spinning for a dozen rounds, the pointer gradually slowed down, and as it approached the bicycle section, Yi Tan's heart began to race. Unfortunately, when the pointer reached the bicycle section, it did not stop there, but skipped over to the pork, fabric, and finally landed beside the sewing machine. Yi Tan's eyes widened in disbelief. Thank you for your patronage. Tuanzi sighed. Host, your luck seems rather poor. That thank you for your patronage slot is so tiny it could be overlooked, yet you landed there. Yi Tan kalach harchist, fading, disearthenit. It seemed her prayers to the fortune gods had gone unanswered, as she hadn't even won a piece of candy. Looking at the minuscule space marked by thank you for your patronage, Yi Tan felt an urge to bang her head against the wall. Her luck was truly abysmal. Don't worry. Host, you still have 4 more chances to draw today. Keep trying. Tuanzi encouraged her. All right, let's continue. Yi Tan was unwilling to believe her luck could be so dire. Still drawing thank you for your patronage repeatedly. Yet sometimes, one must acknowledge that certain matters are beyond belief. For the second draw, the pointer once again gravitated toward thank you for your patronage. In the third attempt, thank you for your patronage remained steadfastly attached to the pointer. On the fourth attempt, the pointer slowly settled on the sewing machine slot, only to be embraced by thank you for your patronage. Yitan collapsed back onto the bed in utter defeat. Enough. I'm completely numb. Is thank you for your patronage in love with me? Or is it enamored with my pointer? Tawanzi was equally speechless. What can I say about this luck? But as a diligent system, I must comfort you. Host, it's really nothing. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. You still have one more chance to draw. Another thank you for your patronage? Yitan Sait Ve'aridi. How could that be? Tawanzi replied, lacking confidence. Yitan raised her hand to check. Is my luck truly this poor? If your luck were that bad, how could you have met me? Tawanzi quickly responded. I am the super system of the universe. Quite impressive. But you're still a baby, Yitan retorted. Tawanzi fell silent. Yitan took a moment to compose herself before suddenly sitting upright. Let us draw again. I refuse to believe I'll land on thank you for your patronage yet again. That's the spirit, host. Keep it up. Tawanzi cheered. Yitan inhaled deeply, deciding to pray specifically to the fortune god this time. She reasoned that perhaps she had prayed to other deities too much earlier, leading them to believe that the other gods would take care of her, thus neglecting her. Yes, it must be that, she concluded. This time, she focused solely on praying to the fortune god, thinking that she could also give attention to the others later. Just as she was about to begin her prayer, Yitan paused, washing her hands at the sink. If conditions allowed, she would have liked to bathe and change clothes, even lighting incense. Returning to the bed, Yitan clasped her hands again, closing her eyes in earnest prayer. Fortune god, please bless me with a win. It desire all basicould, all basicould, all basicould. After her prayer, Yitan took a deep breath and spun the pointer once more. Her eyes followed the pointer closely, and at last it landed on the bicycle ticket. Congratulations, host, you've won. Tawanzi's voice was filled with evident excitement. Yitan felt immense joy. Although she hadn't won the bicycle itself, a ticket for one would suffice. She had plenty of money saved, several thousand indeed. Even when she saw the bicycle ticket being tossed into the system's storage, treated as mere clutter among the pile of currency, she didn't mind. With the ticket in hand, the bicycle would surely follow. Having won the bicycle ticket, Yitan felt reconciled with the previous 4 thank you for your patronage outcomes. From now on, she would pray to the fortune god before each lottery. Humming a tune, Yitan made her bed and nestled into the warm quilt, feeling utterly content. Reflecting on her journey since arriving in this era, she realized it was her first time lying on a proper bed. Whether at the Yi family home in Fengtang Town or later at the U station in Taosan Village, she had always slept on simple wooden planks. There was nothing quite like a real bed. Snuggling happily under the covers, Yitan retrieved her collection of hunting techniques. Now that she had her own house and separate kitchen, many things would become more convenient, such as going up the mountain to hunt small game. Taosan Village had no restrictions on this. Whatever one hunted belonged to them, and how she managed it upon return was entirely her prerogative. Noticing Yitan perusing the hunting techniques, Tawanzi expressed confusion. Host, you have the system storage. You can collect prey from afar without needing to learn this. That's not the same, Yitan replied while browsing through the collection. In the future, I intend to hunt plenty. Others will inevitably become aware of it. And if I lack the skills, it might raise suspicions. She waved the book of hunting techniques and added, I can easily claim I found this at a recycling station. And all my skills are derived from it. One must have a credible source. Tawanzi pondered for a moment and nodded. You do think ahead, host. Of course. Yitan Sait proudly. After the incident in Fengdang Town, she has learned to be more cautious, ensuring that she does not reveal any vulnerabilities while undertaking tasks. Chapter 75. Junior proficiency in hunting skills. The next morning, when Yitan awoke, it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock. At this hour, Wen Jing and Song Fei had long departed, leaving the entire backyard in serene silence. Yitan stretched lazily, completed her morning routine, and resolved to prepare herself a delightful breakfast, as she planned to venture into the mountains today and needed a hearty meal to start the day. She brewed a pot of cornmeal porridge, added chunks of sweet potato into the mixture, and gently nestled 2 farm-fresh eggs within. She placed a bamboo mat over the pot and sliced some of the salted wild boar meat she had previously marinated, arranging it on the mat. While waiting for the porridge, she concocted a dipping sauce. The essential condiments, included in the generous package she had signed out earlier, were surprisingly comprehensive, especially considering the limited variety in this era compared to the future. Crushing some garlic, she harvested a green onion from the backyard, chopped it finely, and added a spoonful of white sesame seeds along with 2 spoonfuls of chili oil provided by her elder. She then mixed in half a spoonful of sugar, a spoonful of vinegar, and drizzled a few drops of sesame oil, creating a delectable dipping sauce for the salted pork belly. She sliced a small plate of pickles and retrieved 2 large meat buns from the state-run restaurant in Phonang Town. Remarkably, despite having signed out so many initially, she still had over 20 remaining in her system warehouse. The thick cornmeal and sweet potato porridge, the tender and flavorful eggs, the fragrant meat buns, and a plate of savory dipping sauce with salted pork belly seemed to tantalize her companion, Tawanzi, who had never tasted human delicacies before, gazing at the food with longing. "Host, does it taste good?" Tawanzi inquired eagerly. Yitan chuckled, as if she could hear the sound of drooling. "Tawanzi, you wouldn't want to eat, would you?" "I do," Tawanzi unabashedly admitted. "Then you can only dream about it." Yitan shrugged, taking a hearty bite of the bun. Tawanzi thought, "Just wait until it has enough energy to manifest into a physical form. It will surely indulge in a great feast to satisfy its cravings." After breakfast, Yitan locked the door and first checked in at the old willow tree before heading into the mountains with her bamboo basket. Today, she intended not only to practice her hunting skills, but also to gather firewood, as she now lived alone and needed to collect it herself. Among all the hunting techniques, the simplest was setting traps. Although it required patience, it was considerably easier than archery, which demanded a certain level of skill. Yitan planned to dig a trap for catching wild rabbits. In truth, setting a trap was relatively straightforward, but to successfully catch rabbits, one needed to identify their frequent activity spots. As the saying goes, cats have their paths, mice have theirs, and similarly, rabbits follow their own trails. If the location was incorrect, even the best crafted trap would be futile. Following the descriptions in her hunting skills compendium, Yitan meticulously discerned the signs of rabbit activity and, beneath a large tree, dug a pit over 2 meters deep and more than a meter wide using an iron shovel she had signed out from an abandoned cabin. Alongside the shovel, she had also obtained a crossbow and several bolts, though the crossbow was slightly damaged and required repairs. For Yitan, digging this pit was not a daunting task. With the system warehouse at her disposal, she could store the excavated soil and, once the pit was completed, redistribute the dirt to create a slope. After exiting the pit, she would simply store the soil again until she found a suitable place to dispose of it. However, the effort of digging the trap consumed considerable time and energy. Once the pit was finally complete, Yitan sat at its edge, exhausted and drenched in sweat. "I'm utterly spent." "Host, just think of the delicious wild rabbit," Tawanzi suggested, suddenly developing a keen interest in food, perhaps stimulated by the morning meal. Yitan couldn't help but laugh. "You still can't eat it," Tawanzi retorted. "I must say, host, your words are increasingly irritating." After resting for a while, Yitan followed the compendium's instructions to find a few sturdy branches slightly longer than the pit itself and laid them evenly across the top. She then arranged smaller twigs in a crisscross pattern over the larger ones and scattered dry leaves evenly on top, finally covering the leaves with a thin layer of soil to camouflage the trap, making it indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. With that, the trap was successfully set. After a moment as thought, Yitan placed a small mound of cornmeal at the center of the trap. She clapped her hands, ready to converse with Tawanzi, when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Ding. Junior proficiency in hunting skills has increased by 2. At that moment, Yitan noticed a progress bar appear above the lottery interface, under the black crystal stone, indicating her hunting skills proficiency now stood at 2. She hurriedly asked Tawanzi, "What is going on?" Tawanzi quickly explained, "Host, all the skills and tutorials you have signed out through the system can gain proficiency to earn cosmic points, which will be displayed on the crystal screen above. Why didn't you tell me this before?" Yitan asked curiously. Tawanzi feigned innocence. "Oh, I must have forgotten." In truth, it had just recently retrieved that data, but Tawanzi deemed it best not to disclose this to avoid further mockery. Yitan merely asked out of curiosity. She would learn eventually, but now she was intrigued about how these cosmic points could be upgraded. After 100 sign-ins, she had leveled up once. What about the next time? Naturally, she posed a question. Tawanzi, relieved that it had also retrieved the complete data regarding upgrades, replied, "Host, your current level is 1. Once you accumulate 1,000 cosmic points, you can advance to level 2, unlocking more lottery prizes and expanding your sign-in range. For instance, you would then be able to sign in at the 7 Treasures Taoist Temple. When you collect 10,000 cosmic points, you can upgrade to level 3. which will not only unlock more lottery prizes and mysterious sign-in points, but also grant you a mysterious gift package. As for further upgrades, due to my limited privileges, you will need to explore that yourself. Yitan nodded, glancing at the golden 52 on the crystal screen. Alas, a long road lies ahead. I still require over 900 points. It seems I must work harder. Once she accumulates 1,000 points, she would definitely check out the 7 Treasures Taoist Temple to discover what it had to offer. Wait a moment. Chapter 76. The origin of Tuanzi. Recalling the 7 Treasures Taoist Temple, Yitan suddenly remembered that Tuanzi had been unable to sign in there for reasons unknown. She squinted at Tuanzi. What do you have to say about the 7 Treasures Taoist Temple? Tuanzi felt a chill run down its spine and responded with feigned innocence. Host? Is there nothing you wish to share with me regarding the 7 Treasures Taoist Temple? Yitan chuckled. Host, what is there to say? Tuanzi decided to play dumb. Having already guessed what Yitan was about to inquire, you continue to pretend. Didn't you say you were still a baby, not understanding why you couldn't sign? Yet just a few days have passed, and you seem to have matured quite rapidly. Are you a wind gourd, growing with the breeze? Yitan instinctively sensed there was something she was unaware of. She needed to clarify why Tuanzi had initially concealed the truth from her. Tuanzi, what the hell? A wind gourd. Will you speak or not? Yitan raised an eyebrow and said to Tuanzi, Tuanzi, you have helped me and provided me with so much. I am truly grateful to you. However, I hope we can be candid with each other, especially since we are now bound together, correct? You are fully aware of my background and experiences, yet if you are withholding information from me, I might reconsider our agreement for my own protection. You being the system should comprehend the principle of energy conservation. I also understand that to gain something, one must pay a price, but I wish to know what that price is and whether I can bear it. Host, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Tuanzi hurriedly replied after hearing Yitan's words. If you mean me no harm, why then conceal things from me? The last secret you kept has surfaced today. In the future, will there be more that you hide from me? Yitan spoke solemnly. Tuanzi, I hope we can trust each other and be partners who can rely on one another. All right, I will speak. Tuanzi hastily replied, knowing Yitan's willingness to sign was imperative. If Yitan refrained from signing, how would it regain energy? Without a constant energy supply, it would dissipate as its energy gradually dwindled. Fine, tell me, I am listening. This story is rather lengthy. Tuanzi sighed. Yitan interjected, then let us keep it concise. Tuanzi, through my explanation, Yitan learned that Tuanzi's original destination was not Blue Star, as it was far too primitive in the vast universe, lacking spiritual energy and advanced technology. The humans on Blue Star were remarkably weak. It could be said that the planet was so fragile that if any celestial body discovered its existence and attacked, Blue Star would stand no chance of defense. However, by a twist of fate, while traversing the cosmos, Tuanzi unexpectedly collided with a black hole, which nearly siphoned away all the energy from its system. In a moment of crisis, Tuanzi narrowly escaped the black hole and could only draw energy from the vicinity to ensure its survival. After absorbing energy, Tuanzi fell into a dormant state and fortuitously arrived at Blue Star, subsequently binding with Yitan, who had traversed back to the 1970s. It was only when Yitan signed in at the hospital for the first time that Tuanzi gradually began to recover, though its energy remained low. It was precisely due to the black hole's absorption of energy that Tuanzi lost substantial data, which could only be replenished through Yitan's continuous sign-ins, allowing Tuanzi to gradually regain what was lost. In conclusion, Tuanzi added, Host, our bond requires no sacrifice on your part. Our relationship is inherently mutualistic. I replenish my energy through your sign-ins, and as your level rises, so shall mine, eventually allowing me to manifest into a physical form, free from the system, and return to my own planet. Yitan was astonished. Your own planet? Indeed, Tuanzi affirmed. When I said I was a baby, I truly meant it. All the inhabitants of my planet are spiritual beings. Each spirit, upon its birth, is randomly absorbed into a system to seek a suitable partner in the universe. Only by acquiring sufficient energy can we gain the freedom to return home. So that is how it is. After hearing Tuanzi's explanation, Yitan no longer harbored ill feelings and said to Tuanzi, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. No worries, Tuanzi quickly replied. I also have my shortcomings. I should not have concealed things from you. I was merely afraid you would mock me, since I had never heard of a system being so inept, having to ascend from the lowest level. The more Tawanzi spoke, the more embarrassed it became. Yitin chuckled. How can I mock you? Now that we have cleared the air, we shall become the most trusted friends from here on out. Friends? Tawanzi's voice brimmed with excitement. Host, do you consider me a friend? Naturally, Yitan replied. From now on, you are my friend. You need not call me host. You may address me by my name or simply as Xiao Tan. Wonderful, Tawanzi exclaimed joyfully. I shall call you Xiao Tan from now on. Good. Afterward, Yitan curiously inquired. Speaking of which, where was your original destination? I had initially intended to go to the fairy planet, which is said to be particularly beautiful. Tawanzi remarked. However, that is no longer necessary, for I have found the best host. Yitan smiled. Yes, I too have bound myself to the finest system. Rest assured, I shall strive to level up and assist you in returning to your planet sooner. Though Yitan understood that as she and Tawanzi spent more time together, parting would surely be bittersweet, she recognized that freedom is the ultimate aspiration of all beings. Thank you, Xiao Tan. After the two had opened up to each other, Yitan began contemplating her hunting skills and realized that the simplest method was to dig traps. Noticing it was just past noon, she decided to dig 1 or 2 more traps. She took out 2 meat buns for a quick lunch and then sought out 2 locations to dig 1 large and 1 small trap. She marked all 3 traps to avoid losing track of them later. Sure enough, by the time she finished digging the 3rd trap, her hunting skill proficiency had increased to level 5. It was already afternoon. She estimated that in an hour or 2, Wen Jing and Song Fei would return. Yitan placed some mushrooms and a wild chicken with a broken neck in her bamboo basket, gathered some firewood, and planned to head back. Just then, as she reached the foot of the mountain, a small boy emerged from a nearby thicket, crying and rushing toward her. Sister Yi, something terrible has happened. Chapter 77. Wang Bao is injured. Yi Tan recognized the boy as Dan, the grandson of Granny Lei. Seeing Dan's tear-streaked face and sweaty brow, she quickly asked, Dan, what is wrong? Dan ran to Yi Tan, crying, Sister Yi, please save Wang Bao. He might die. Yi Tan was taken aback. What happened to Wang Bao? She knew that Wang Bao was the only grandson of Aunt Lu, who cherished him dearly. We were playing on the back mountain, and Wang Bao fell from a rock. He hasn't moved since. Dan sobbed, his voice growing louder. There was so much blood. Both Wang Bao and Dan were around 7 or 8 years old, the age when children are particularly mischievous, often climbing and playing. But today, witnessing Wang Bao's severe injury had terrified Dan. Where is he? Take me there quickly, Yitan urged. Is anyone else with Wang Bao? Or is it just you two? It's just me, Wang Bao, and Sanya. She's watching over him now. Dan, recognizing the urgency of the situation, wasted no time and led Yitan to a nearby thicket. This way is closer. Sanya is the granddaughter of Aunt Lu and is a year older than Wang Bao. Yitan followed Dan to the place where Wang Bao had met with misfortune. From a distance, she could hear the heart-wrenching cries of a young girl. Wang Bao, please wake up. Don't scare me. Sanya was utterly terrified. If anything happened to Wang Bao, her mother would surely punish her severely. Both her mother and grandmother doted on Wang Bao, and within the household, no one could surpass Wang Bao in their affections. Wang Bao lay motionless on the grass, a gash on his forehead bleeding profusely, his complexion pale and unconscious, unresponsive to Sanya's desperate calls. Sister Yi, look, Wang Bao is right there, Dan exclaimed, pointing at Wang Bao's prone form. Upon seeing the wound on Wang Bao's head, Yi Tan's heart sank. Head injuries could be serious. Though she had recently familiarized herself with some herbs, she was not a doctor and dared not move him recklessly. After a moment's thought, she instructed Dan, I will try to stop the bleeding. You hurry to the village and call for help. Okay. Dan, already flustered, turned and dashed down the mountain, exclaiming, I'll go get someone. Xiao Tan, that drop of the 100-year willow dew could be given to the child. Tuanzi suddenly interjected. That dew is beneficial for strength and has healing properties for wounds. Very well. Yitan understood the urgency of saving a life and would not hesitate to use the precious willow dew. However, she could not retrieve it in front of Sanya, for fear of rumors spreading and causing unnecessary trouble. Seeing Sanya's swollen eyes from crying, Yitan gently said, I need to stop the bleeding for Wang Bao. But look at all the blood on his face. We need to clean it. Could you fetch me some water? Not far from there was a small stream flowing down the mountain. Its waters crystal clear. Sanya nodded eagerly. Sure, I'll go right away. With that, she hurried toward the little stream. Seizing the moment, Yitan took out the white porcelain bottle containing the 100-year willow dew, poured a drop, and placed it in Wang Bao's mouth. Next, she retrieved some thistle leaves from her supplies, knowing that they could help staunch the bleeding. She crushed the leaves and carefully applied them to Wang Bao's wound. Just then, Sanya returned with water, and Yitan used it to gently wipe away the blood from Wang Bao's face. After a quick examination for other injuries and finding none, she felt a slight relief. "Sister Yi, is Wang Bao going to be okay?" Sanya asked cautiously, her voice still trembling with sobs. "Rest assured, Wang Bao will be fine." Yitan reassured her softly, observing the anxiety etched on Sanya's face. Hearing her words, Sanya felt a little less apprehensive, wiping her tears away. "That's wonderful. As long as Wang Bao is all right, even if I get scolded, it won't be too serious." After tending to Wang Bao's wounds, Yitan found herself at a loss for what to do next, so she stayed by Wang Bao's side with Sanya, anxiously awaiting Dan's return with help. Before long, Yitan heard a stranger's voice crying out, "Wang Bao, my dear Wang Bao, please respond to your mother." The voice of Aunt Lu joined in. "Wang Bao." As the cries of Aunt Lu and the woman echoed, a crowd hastily gathered. Aunt Lu and the woman rushed to Wang Bao's side, tears streaming down their faces, while several other women attempted to console them. It appeared that the woman was Wang Bao's mother, Lu Chui. When a child from the village was in trouble, Zhou Changzhu would naturally come over. He had already learned from Dan that Yitan was present, and upon seeing her, he inquired urgently, "Yitan, what is Wang Bao's condition?" Yitan replied, "Captain Zhou, I have managed to stop the bleeding for Wang Bao, but he has sustained a head injury. We must take him to the hospital in town for a thorough examination." Zhou Changzhu nodded and instructed a few men carrying a makeshift stretcher, "Quickly, carry Wang Bao down the mountain." He then ordered Hu Zi, "You hurry and get the ox cart waiting at the foot of the mountain." "Understood," Hu Zi responded, rushing down the hill. Seeing several people lift Wang Bao onto the stretcher, Lu Chui attempted to throw herself onto him, her cries choking her voice, "Wang Bao, please respond to your mother." The surrounding women quickly restrained her, whispering for her to calm down, as they could not afford to waste time. Wang Bao's injury looked severe. Lu Chui, noticing Sanya standing trembling nearby, approached and aggressively poked her forehead. "If anything happens to Wang Bao, I will make you pay." Sanya flinched and couldn't help but cry again. Yitan witnessed this scene, and before she could intervene, Aunt Lei pulled her aside and subtly shook her head, indicating that Lu Chui was unreasonable, and it was best not to provoke her. Dan had mentioned that Yitan was merely trying to help, and she should not be subjected to unfair treatment. However, some matters were unavoidable. Lu Chui, who usually treated Wang Bao like a treasure, was unable to contain her anger upon seeing him unconscious. Naturally, she sought someone to blame and unleashed her fury on Sanya. Turning her gaze to Yitan, she glared, threatening, "If anything happens to my Wang Bao, I will tear you apart." Chapter 78. How long do you plan to drag this out? Aunt Lei, overhearing the threat, stepped protectively in front of Yitan and admonished Lu Chui, "Who do you think you're threatening?" "Lu Chui, don't be ungrateful. Yitan came to save your Wang Bao. Are you really going to repay kindness with malice?" The women who had been trying to comfort Lu Chui also chimed in, asserting that Yitan was not to blame. They exchanged glances, realizing they had shown sympathy for Lu Chui out of concern for Wang Bao's serious injury. But reflecting on Lu Chui's usual behavior, they felt it was best to let her grieve in peace, lest she lash out again. "Is she a doctor?" Lu Chui was being unreasonable, often causing distress for Aunt Lu, who frequently found herself exasperated by her behavior. "How do I know if Yitan caused Wang Bao's injury to worsen?" With a fierce glare at Aunt Lei, she added, "I still have a score to settle with you. My Wang Bao was injured while playing with your Dan. Why is it that my Wang Bao is gravely hurt while your Dan is unscathed? There must be something amiss." "Enough," Aunt Lei shot back, her temper flaring as she confronted Lu Chui. "It was your Wang Bao who insisted on climbing that big rock and fell because he couldn't hold on. Are you really going to blame others for your child's recklessness? You're saying it was Dan's fault?" Liu Kui scolded, knowing full well how mischievous Wang Bao could be. "I don't believe it for a second. I suspect your Dan is hiding the truth about how my Wang Bao got hurt. This matter is far from over. How do you intend to drag this out?" Aunt Lei crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at Lu Chui. "I will make sure that you and your family pay for what has happened to Wang Bao," Lu Chui threatened, her expression vicious. Yitan interjected, Are you actually considering inflicting harm? Let me remind you, that could land you in prison. If you dare to harm Dan, I will report you to the town's police. Lu Chui was taken aback by Yi Tan's words, suddenly recalling that the police from the town had specifically come to the village to reward Yi Tan, which implied that Yi Tan had connections with the police. Although she was quite reckless, she was ultimately a village woman, naturally intimidated by the police station, and at that moment, she found herself a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Yi Tan continued, "Moreover, there were more than just Dan and Wang Bao present at the scene. Sanya was also there. If you wish to understand what truly transpired, why not inquire with Sanya?" Although Lu Ant saw that Wang Bao was gravely injured and was deeply concerned, she did not react irrationally like Lu Chui. Noticing several young men from the village carrying Wang Bao on a stretcher, she became aware of the argument between Lu Chui, Yi Tan, and Aunt Lei. Listening intently, she hurriedly interjected, "Oldest son's wife, please stop talking. Every day, your loose tongue offends others. I am at my wit's end. How did our family end up with such a troublemaker for a daughter-in-law? There is no peace at home or outside." "Mother, mind your own business," Lu Chui impatiently retorted, turning to glare at Sanya. "Sanya, tell me, was it Dan who hurt your brother?" Having just been harshly scolded by Lu Chui, Sanya was crying on the side. When she saw Lu Chui glaring at her, she instinctively shrank back and quickly replied, "No, it was Wang Bao who insisted on climbing the rocks. Both Dan and I advised him, but he wouldn't listen, and then he fell from the rocks." Upon hearing this, Lu Chui slapped Sanya across the face, causing her to stumble. "You worthless child, that is your brother. How dare you side with an outsider instead of your own brother? What good are you to me? It would have been better if you had drowned in the toilet before you were born, saving me from this anger." Though Lu Ant was more concerned about Wang Bao, she did not neglect her granddaughter like Lu Chui did. Seeing Sanya being hit and scolded in front of so many people, she angrily said, "Lu Chui, that is your own daughter. Mother, stay out of this. This ungrateful girl has come to collect debts," Lu Chui exclaimed, raising her hand to strike Sanya again. Yi Tan, witnessing this, rushed forward and pulled Sanya behind her. Sanya covered her face, clutching Yi Tan's clothing, hiding behind her, looking nervously at Lu Chui, who she genuinely feared. "Lu Chui, I am disciplining my own child. What business is it of yours? Step aside. I will settle accounts with you later." Liu Si shouted at Yi Tan. Lu Ant was infuriated. "Oldest son's wife, be quiet. Yi Tan has saved our Wang Bao. Who knows if it's a rescue or a harm?" Liu Si born retorted. "Aproaching to show Yi Tan aside. Get out of the way." As she spoke, she reached for Sanya behind Yi Tan, determined to teach her a lesson today. Yi Tan's anger faded. She had previously restrained her temper, considering Lu Chui was from Taosan village, but now seeing Lu Chui's audacity, she decided to no longer hold back. Raising her hand, she delivered a sharp slap to Lu Chui's face. Lu Chui was stunned, incredulously covering her face as she stared at Yi Tan. "You dare hit me? Why wouldn't I?" Yi Tan replied coldly, "I had the good intention of saving Wang Bao, not expecting gratitude from your family. Yet, you not only failed to thank me, but repeatedly accused me of harming him. Are you implying that if Wang Bao is ever injured again, and someone sees it, they should just ignore it? Let him suffer or die. For intervening not only brings no reward, but also invites your venomous retaliation?" Hearing Yi Tan mention Wang Bao suffering or dying, Lu Chui, furious, lunged at her, shouting, "You're the one who will suffer, you little brat. How dare you speak of my Wang Bao in such a way? I will kill you. Stop it, oldest son's wife. Don't act this way." Just then, several people nearby were stunned by the sight of Yi Tan slapping Lu Chui. They had not anticipated such boldness and rushed to intervene as Lu Chui attempted to retaliate. But they were unable to reach her in time. Yi Tan was not about to let Lu Chui come close. As Lu Chui charged at her, Yi Tan swiftly pulled Sanya aside, gently extending her left foot forward. Lu Chui was moving too fast to halt her momentum, and with Yi Tan's subtle maneuver, she stumbled and fell to the ground, hitting her chin hard and biting her tongue. Instantly, Lu Chui let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah!" Aunt Lei, feeling vindicated, remarked, "Serves you right." Lu Chui, fuming, got back up and was ready to charge at Yi Tan again, shouting, "You little brat, you harmed me." Meanwhile, Zhou Changzhu, hearing the commotion, noticed Lu Chui's increasingly outrageous behavior and was about to intervene when he witnessed Yi Tan slap Lu Chui. He was momentarily taken aback, But upon seeing Lu Chui rise to attack Yitan again, he barked, "Stop it!" Chapter 79. Have you had enough? Before Zhou Changzhu could finish his sentence, several aunts had already stepped in to restrain Lu Chui. Aunt Lei positioned herself in front of Yitan, scolding Lu Chui, "You really are something else. See if anyone dares to help your son after this. With your behavior, no one wants to get involved." Having learned from Sanya that Wang Bao's injury had nothing to do with her grandson, Aunt Lei felt emboldened. Lu Aunt trembled with anger as she pointed at Lu Chui, chastising, "Keep this up, and you will offend everyone in the village, and then you'll be quiet." Lu Chui completely ignored her mother-in-law, struggling to reach Yitan, shouting, "Can't you all see? This little wretch hit me first. I am so much older than her. How dare she slap my face? Oh, I can't bear it. Being slapped by a little girl." With that, Lu Chui attempted to sit down on the ground. Aunt Lei spat, "Serves you right. If it were me, a single slap wouldn't be enough. I'd kick you a few times to teach you a lesson." Zhou Changzhu quickly approached Lu Chui, his face stern as he said, "Your son is still on the stretcher. Are you certain you want to cause a scene here?" Upon hearing Zhou Changzhu's words, Lu Chui immediately cried out, "My Wang Bao, my poor Wang Bao. If he dies, I won't live either." Lu, Aunt furious, stepped forward and slapped Lu Chui once more, saying, "My grandson is still alive. Why are you mourning?" In front of everyone, Lu Chui was slapped again and immediately protested. Aunt Lei shouted, "Lu Chui, do you want to strike your mother-in-law as well?" Zhou Changzhu was nearly driven to his wits' end by Lu Chui. Among the few reckless individuals in Taosan village, she was undoubtedly one of them, and anyone mentioned her would grimace. "Have you had enough? Don't you want your son to go to the hospital?" Zhou Changzhu shouted at Lu Chui again. "If you say you don't need to go, I will immediately order them to take him down, and you can take your son home." "That won't do." Lu Chui immediately forgot everything else. "Captain, that won't work. If it won't do, then why are you still causing a scene?" Zhou Changzhu glared at Lu Chui. "If you keep this up, I will let them take him down." "That won't do. That won't do." Zhou Changzhu's words finally silenced Lu Chui, and she hurried off toward the stretcher. "Quick, take my son to the hospital." Lu Aunt sighed deeply as she watched Lu Chui and said to Yitan, "Yi Zhixing, I genuinely apologize for today. My daughter-in-law is quite troublesome. I will scold her when I return. Please don't take it to heart. I am grateful for your help in saving our Wang Bao." Yitan replied, "Aunt Lu, Wang Bao's injury is serious. We should hurry to the hospital." Ah. When we return, I will send you a token of gratitude." Aunt Lu observed that several young men were already carrying a stretcher down the mountain, so she hurried to say a word to Yitan before following them. Seeing that Lu Chui and Aunt Lu were also accompanying the stretcher down the mountain, Aunt Lei turned to Yitan and said, "That Lu Chui is nothing but trouble. Don't be afraid. If she tries to pick a fight, just come to me. And as for your Aunt Hua, she is wary of her. With Aunt Hua around, Lu Chui wouldn't dare act up." Yitan smiled in response. Aunt Lei chuckled, "Speaking of which, that slap you just gave was truly satisfying." The other aunts, who had not yet left, chimed in, "Indeed, Lu Chui is infuriating. You helped her only to end up in the wrong. She has always been that way. Well, have you ever seen her reason with anyone? Exactly. Who in this village would bother with her?" Aunt Lu is exasperated. Her assistance to the Lu family has nearly offended the entire village. Yitan listened, realizing that Lu Chui's reputation in Taosan village was indeed quite poor. Engaging in lively conversation with the aunts, they soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Yitan bid farewell to them before returning to the youth station. Upon arriving back, she found that Wen Jing and Song Fei had not yet returned, so she placed the collected firewood in the firewood room. This firewood room, though labeled as such, was merely a small partitioned area of the kitchen, sufficient for Yitan's needs. However, if it proved inadequate, she could always store more firewood in the system's warehouse, tucked away in a corner, as it was just as despised as currency by the system. After placing the firewood, Yitan took some salted meat and ribs and went to the backyard garden to gather some vegetables and garlic. After separating their meal from the other youths in the front yard, the three of them shared some grain with the older youths as a form of exchange for this year's backyard vegetables, given that the older youths had cultivated them, and it wouldn't be proper to take advantage of them, considering that the three of them were not skilled in gardening. Once the vegetables were gathered and wild chickens and mushrooms were sorted out, Wen Jing and Song Fei returned, chatting and laughing. As they entered the backyard, the two eagerly approached Yitan. Song Fei excitedly said, "Yitan, guess what Wen Jing and I bought in town today?" Wen Jing stood beside her, smiling but silent. "What is it?" Yitan asked with a grin, sensing the excitement in their demeanor and knowing they had stumbled upon something good. Look, Song Fei revealed her hidden hands. In her left hand, she held a fish, and in her right, a piece of lamb weighing about 2 pounds. Yitan was not surprised by the fish, given that her system space was filled with various types of fish. However, the lamb caught her off guard. You two managed to get lamb? Yes. Song Fei replied mysteriously. We wandered around that place today and happened to spot someone selling lamb and fish, but unfortunately, we only managed to grab one fish. You two should be careful not to get caught, Yitan warned, realizing they must have ventured into the black market. For now, she had no intention of visiting the black market herself. Firstly, she had enough supplies and didn't need to buy anything. And secondly, she preferred to hold on to her current possessions for a while longer. Don't worry, we're being cautious, Song Fei said, raising an eyebrow with pride. I have experience. Yitan couldn't help but laugh, realizing that this girl must have frequented the black market back home. Now that they had brought back their purchases, it was time to cook. Upon seeing the wild chicken Yitan had caught, both Wenjing and Song Fei were astonished. Yitan, you can hunt? Seizing the opportunity to share her newfound skill, Yitan smiled and replied, I found a hunting notebook at the recycling station and learned a few things. Surprisingly, it's quite effective. You're amazing, Song Fei exclaimed, giving Yitan a thumbs up. Living close to the mountains and being able to hunt was truly enviable. Chapter 8. Warming the pot, calculating the dishes to be prepared for dinner. Yitan realized there was quite a lot: pork belly, ribs, fish, wild chicken, lamb, and vegetables. With so many dishes, the three of them wouldn't be able to finish it all. They decided to invite Fang Yuan, Du Xiaoyun, and Wu Yuqian to join them. However, they excluded the male youths, as the room wouldn't accommodate everyone. Once the meal was ready, they could send some dishes over to them. I'll go call them, Song Fei volunteered, heading toward the front yard. At that moment, 4 female youths were gathered in the front yard room. Upon seeing Han Lulu among them, Song Fei took the opportunity to engage them, cheerfully saying to Fang Yuan and the others, Today, the 3 of us are celebrating our move into the new house, and have prepared some dishes. You're all invited to join us for a meal, just to warm the pot. Fang Yuan quickly replied, Oh, we can't impose. You should enjoy it yourselves. Du Xiaoyan chimed in, Yes, you should eat without us. We can't possibly take part. They all knew that if several of them went to eat, it would require a substantial amount of grain. And it wasn't yet time for rations. Everyone was low on supplies. Song Fei insisted, Come on, we've prepared plenty of dishes. There's more than enough to go around. As she spoke, she pulled Fang Yuan and the others outside. Unable to refuse, they each grabbed something to take along, feeling it would be rude to arrive empty-handed. Han Lulu, noticing that Song Fei completely ignored her and did not invite her to join, felt quite displeased. When she saw Song Fei dragging Fang Yuan and the others outside, she felt even more resentful. She wanted to express her anger, but was afraid of being embarrassed. So she simply sulked on her bed, making a racket in frustration. Meanwhile, Han Lulu grew increasingly resentful of Wenjing, as they were cousins, and it felt wrong for them to be so distant. Not being invited to the new house was one thing, but even being excluded from this meal was another. She couldn't help but wonder when her aunt's letter would finally arrive. Wu Yuqian, observing Han Lulu's demeanor, quietly asked Song Fei outside, Aren't you inviting Han Lulu? Song Fei scoffed. Why would we invite her? Just to create trouble? You know how she feels about Yitan. Besides, the 3 of us aren't on the same wavelength as her, so it's better not to associate. Du Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Why should we be targeted by her and then have to invite her to eat? We owe her nothing. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, shook her head in silence. She felt Han Lulu was being unreasonable, but as the eldest sister among the youths, she could only mediate and didn't want to openly take sides. When they arrived at Yitan's place, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Yitan's kitchen stove could accommodate 2 pots. And since Wenjing and Song Fei were also cooking, Song Fei had somehow procured a large iron pot and equipped the kitchen with the necessary utensils. Today, to expedite the cooking process, Wenjing had also brought their large iron pot to Yitan's kitchen. At that moment, one pot was simmering pork belly, ribs, and potatoes, while the other was stewing lamb and radishes. How fragrant! Upon entering, Du Xiaoyan smiled and remarked, What delicious food are you making? Wenjing poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling at Fang Yuan and the others. You all sit for a bit. The food will take some time to be ready. No rush, Fang Yuan replied, intending to help in the kitchen. Is there anything I can do? Yes. Du Xiaoyun and Wu Yuqian also chimed in. We'll help too. Yitan smiled and said, no need, everything is ready. We can start right away. You all go sit in the room. Song Fei cheerfully gathered Feng Yuan and the others to the Kong, exclaiming, today, Yi Tan is the chef. Let's all savor her culinary skills. Soon, the dishes were prepared, and some were sent over to the male youth workers. The 6 girls settled on the Kong, ready to feast. Feng Yuan and her companions took out their gifts. Feng Yuan presented 2 pounds of pastries. Du Xiaoyan brought a can of yellow peaches, and Wu Yuqian offered a packet of sugar. The gifts were substantial, and Yi Tan and her friends could not decline. So they welcomed the 3 to join in the meal. The table overflowed with a feast: braised pork ribs with potatoes, lamb stew with radishes, braised fish, sauteed mushrooms with wild chicken, stir-fried meat slices with green beans, and a vegetarian stir-fry of bok choy, accompanied by rice and a large bowl of egg drop soup. My goodness, this is too lavish, Du Xiaoyan exclaimed, taken aback by the spread. You must have spent a fortune on this. I've never had such a feast. Even during the new year, Yitan chuckled and replied, we're just celebrating our new home, indulging a little. It didn't cost much. The pork and ribs are from the wild boar we divided last time, the wild chicken I caught in the mountains, the mushrooms were foraged, and the vegetables are from our garden. Only the lamb and fish were purchased from town. Feng Yuan was surprised. Yitan, you can hunt too? Yitan recounted the same story she had shared with Wen Jing and Song Fei, leaving Feng Yuan and her friends in awe. If Yitan could evade a wild boar's attack, surely she is adept at hunting, they mused. With Yitan as the chef today, her culinary skills were indeed impressive, and the 6 girls enjoyed their meal thoroughly. As night fell, Feng Yuan and her friends helped clear the dishes before bidding farewell and returning to the front yard. Wen Jing and Song Fei exchanged a few words with Yitan before carrying their large pot back home. Once everyone had departed, Tuanzi drooled and remarked, Xiao Tan, your cooking smells heavenly. Yitan chuckled, unfortunately, you cannot enjoy in your current form. Xiao Tan, you always know how to poke at my heart, Tuanzi pouted. Yitan raised an eyebrow. Do you even have a heart? Tuanzi replied. Tuanzi is feeling down. Tuanzi is unhappy. Sensing Tuanzi's mood, Yitan quickly reassured, all right. I will strive to earn points so you can accumulate energy. All right? That would be wonderful. Xiao Tan, I love you. Tuanzi perked up immediately. Yitan smiled helplessly. Her Tuanzi was indeed childlike and easily appeased. Considering how to earn cosmic points, Yitan realized there were 2 main avenues: daily sign-ins, which were unyielding at 5 times a day, and practicing various skills for proficiency. The skills she had signed up for were limited: a hunting skills compilation, a practical guide to Northeast cuisine, a tutorial on making large meat buns, and herbal medicine guide. However, the herbal medicine guide seemed devoid of any proficiency indicators. Thus, she decided to explore the large meat bun tutorial first. With so many wild boars in her system's warehouse, she could not let them sit idly. The hunting skills compilation included instructions on how to process game, making it a perfect opportunity to hone her skills. Wait, she realized she did not know how many cosmic points she would earn for completing proficiency. Tuanzi, how many cosmic points can I earn for completing proficiency? Yitan felt it necessary to clarify this. Tuanzi paused before responding. Xiao Tan, I haven't retrieved that data yet. All right, I'll explore it myself. Yitan retrieved the large meat bun tutorial, intending to familiarize herself with the content before preparing the necessary materials for practice. As she opened the tutorial, a virtual kitchen suddenly appeared before her, astonishingly resembling her current kitchen. Yitan gasped in surprise. Tuanzi, feeling proud, exclaimed, Xiao Tan, isn't this a delightful surprise? This is the simulation room. Tuanzi continued. It contains all the ingredients you need for practice. You can continually hone your skills without worrying about any aromas giving you away. Yitan felt a wave of joy. She had been concerned about this very issue. With the sign-in system, materials were readily available, but frequent practice would inevitably draw attention. How could she explain the abundance of meat and flour, especially given how rare flour was in this era? Now, with this simulation room, she could practice without attracting notice. Tuanzi added, however, Xiao Tan, I must inform you that the dishes you prepare with the ingredients from the simulation room cannot be taken out, as they're not real ingredients. If you wish to create genuine dishes in the simulation room, you will need to supply the ingredients and various seasonings yourself. Yitan nodded in understanding. Stepping into the simulation room, she examined the stove, firewood, and various ingredients and seasonings laid out before her. The overlap between the simulated kitchen and her actual home created a disorienting effect. The first step in making meat buns was kneading the dough. Yitan found this task effortless, and after preparing the dough, she set it aside to rest before starting on the filling. The counter was equipped with a piece of pork and a gleaming knife. Was she to chop the filling first? Fine, she thought. No one would hear her in the simulation room. Yitan had ample experience with chopping. In her childhood, her grandfather had her practice her wrist and arm strength by chopping various fillings. Eventually, she had become quite adept at it. Removing the sinews from the pork, she diced it into small pieces and switched into her efficient mode. Yitan winced as she massaged her right wrist. Having underestimated her current body's endurance, it was incomparable to her previous strength. Nonetheless, the filling was prepared. After a few stretches of her wrist, she began seasoning the filling. Heating a bit of oil, she set it aside to cool before mixing in minced ginger, salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings into the pork, ensuring it was well blended for marination. Once the ginger scallion water was ready, she added it to the marinated pork in several increments, stirring in one direction until the mixture absorbed all the liquid. Finally, she poured in the cooled oil and mixed it thoroughly before adding the chopped scallions. With that, the filling was complete. By this time, the dough had risen, and Yitan proceeded to knead, cut, roll, and fill the buns in one fluid motion. Soon, a large steamer of dumplings was ready to be cooked. As the dumplings emerged, a mechanical sound resonated in Yitan's mind. Ding. Proficiency in the big meat dumpling skill has increased by 5. Yitan was taken aback. Only 5? Surely not. In her previous life, she believed her cooking was quite delectable. Whether it was stir-frying vegetables or crafting noodles, her dishes were well received by friends. Thus, when making meat dumplings, she was filled with confidence, convinced that even if her proficiency didn't reach 100, it would at least be around 70 or 80. But now only 5. Doubtful. Yitan took a meat dumpling and tasted it. Though crafted from virtual ingredients, the dumpling was indeed palatable, allowing the creator to discern the flavor of their creation. It was quite delicious. Yitan sighed and glanced at the proficiency level display for her basic dumpling skill. Was it possible she was too easy to please? Was her palate not discerning enough? Regardless of the reason, her current ability to make meat dumplings had not even reached an elementary passing grade. In fact, it was embarrassingly far from it, leading her to question her entire existence. According to this system's standards, her previous cooking was akin to swine feed. Don't be disheartened. Shout Ann. Let us practice slowly. We will improve with time. Tawanzi chimed in to console Yitan. Nodding in agreement, she replied, You're right. It's just a matter of skill. I'll keep practicing. Seeing that there was still time, Yitan steamed another batch of dumplings. This time, her proficiency reached 6, and with another batch, it climbed to 7. Progress was slow yet steady. Yitan left the simulation room, closed the tutorial, stored it in the system warehouse, and went to bed, preparing for another day of practice. The next morning, as she arrived at the threshing yard, she was surrounded by Tong Meifong and Aunt Hua. Tong Meifong asked, Yitan, you saved the Wang family's Wang Bao yesterday, didn't you? Having been at her family home the previous day, Tong Meifong learned about Wang Bao's rescue from Zhou Changzhu upon her return. Yitan smiled and nodded. I just happened upon him and had some hemostatic herbs on hand. It was a simple matter. You're such an honest child, doing good deeds without seeking credit. Tong Meifong grew increasingly fond of Yitan. Indeed, Aunt Hua and the others chimed in with laughter. Recalling yesterday's events, Aunt Lei expressed her frustration. That Lu Chui is insufferable. Yitan hindi savit harson, and she wants to blame Yitan? What a wretched woman. Curious about Wang Bao's condition, Yitan inquired, By the way, how is Wang Bao now? Ah, Wang Bao. Tong Meifong replied, According to my husband, the bleeding was stopped in time, so there is no serious issue. However, the doctor recommends he stays in the hospital for observation. After all, he is just a child, and after such a bump, one can never be too sure about any potential brain injury. The Liu family is all at the hospital keeping watch over him. That is true, Aunt Lei added. I saw a lot of blood by the boy's head yesterday. It appeared he had a significant bump. With growing agitation, she continued, If Wang Bao is fine, that is great, but if there is any problem, Lu Chui will surely go mad. One Aunt interjected, Lu Chui is a real piece of work. Just look at how polite the Xiaotian family is. How did they end up with such a daughter-in-law? The Xiaotian family refers to Aunt Lu, whose husband is Lu Xiaotian. They have 2 sons and a daughter, and Lu Chui is Aunt Lu's eldest daughter-in-law. Exactly. Aunt Lei shook her head and cautioned Yitan. Yitan, When you see Lu Chui, keep your distance. That woman is not good news. Don't let her take out her frustrations on you. It's best to carry something for self-defense. Who knows if she might go berserk? You're too fragile to confront her. Aunt Hua quickly advised Yitan, yes. If Lu Chui causes you trouble, just run to my house. My 3 sons will protect you from her. Laughter erupted among the aunts. Indeed, in all of Taosan village, Lu Chui fears you the most. Tong Meifong chuckled. Look at you all, scaring Yitan. Don't frighten her further. Yitan laughed. I'll remember that. I'll keep my distance from her. If she really tries to confront me, I'll 1T back down. Aunt Lei clapped her hands in amusement. Speaking of which, your slap to Lu Chui yesterday was quite satisfying. What? Yitan slapit you see? Several aunts were clearly unaware of this incident. Yes. Aunt Lei animatedly recounted how Yitan dealt with Lu Chui the previous day. The crowd erupted in laughter, exclaiming good, that is how she should be treated. Let her learn her lesson. They praised Yitan, lauding her as someone who had helped the police capture human traffickers and had even fought wild boars in the mountains. Truly formidable. Yitan felt somewhat embarrassed by the compliments. Finally, Aunt Bai chimed in, not bad for someone who isn't timid. The aunts were taken aback, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief at Aunt Bai's unexpected praise. At noon, as Yitan returned to the youth point, she encountered Wen Jing and Song Fei, and the 3 of them walked back together. Song Fei smiled and said to Yitan, the ants in the fields were all talking about you today. What about me? Yitan inwitted. Wen Jing laughed. They were discussing your heroic rescue on the mountain yesterday, as well as how you taught Wang, Bao's mother, a lesson. She then expressed a hint of envy. If only I could be as decisive as you. Had she been more assertive, she wouldn't still be brooding over her grievances regarding Honolulu. She would have long since dealt with her frustrations. Yitan and Song Fei, aware of Wen Jing's issues with Honolulu, advised don't dwell on it. Just ignore her, pretend she is not family. As they conversed, they approached the courtyard of the youth point. Before they could enter, a postman rode up and called out, "A letter for Wen Jing." "My letter?" Wen Jing was surprised. She hadn't expected any correspondence so soon. "I'm Wen Jing," she replied eagerly. The postman handed her the letter. "Thank you," she said, and then she walked with Yitan and Song Fei towards the back courtyard. Not far behind them, Honolulu saw Wen Jing receiving a letter, and her heart leaped with joy. Her aunt must have written to her, and her life was about to improve. Once inside her room, Yitan planned to quickly eat some lunch before checking the traps on the mountain to see if they had caught any wild animals. Just as she took out a plate of sweet and sour pork and 3 large meat dumplings, she suddenly heard a loud bang from the neighboring room, followed by Song Fei's anxious voice. Wen Jing, stay calm. Recognizing that something was amiss, Yitan hurriedly stored the sweet and sour pork and dumplings back into the system warehouse and rushed to the front yard. In the front yard, the young intellectuals were preparing for their meal. Honolulu emerged from her room and caught sight of the bowl of sweet potato and corn porridge on the dining table. She wrinkled her nose in disdain, having grown weary of it after indulging in a meal at the state-run restaurant in town the previous day. Now, faced with this simple fare, her distaste deepened. Before she could take a seat, Wen Jing came rushing from the backyard like a gust of wind, delivering a stinging slap across Honolulu's face. "I told you not to complain." Caught off guard, Honolulu, bewildered by the sudden attack, retorted angrily, "Wen Jing, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? What have I done to you?" The other young intellectuals were taken aback. What was happening between these 2 cousins? "You didn't provoke me?" Wen Jing sneered. "You wrote home to complain, leading my mother to scold me. Is that not provocation?" "I certainly did not write to Aunt to have her scold you," Honolulu replied, feeling a pang of frustration. In the past, Wen Jing had always heeded her aunt's words without question. Had her aunt's recent letter been particularly harsh? Wen Jing, however, dismissed Honolulu's protest. "If you had the courage to tell my mother what you did, you wouldn't be so defensive now." At that moment, Yitan and Song Fei arrived in the front yard, quickly positioning themselves beside Wen Jing. Upon hearing her words, they squinted at Honolulu, having long suspected that she must have done something to provoke Wen Jing's ire. However, Wen Jing had never revealed the specifics of their conflict, leaving Yitan and Song Fei hesitant to pry further. Honolulu's heart raced at Wen Jing's insinuations. Could it be that she had learned of that past incident? "What are you talking about?" She stammered, attempting to maintain her composure. "We are relatives, sent to the countryside together. Yet you disregard our kinship and conspire with others against me. Is it wrong for me to write home to my mother about my grievances?" "I did not ask Aunt to scold you." Why are you taking your anger out on me? Isn't this your usual tactic? Wenjing's cold laughter sent shivers down Han Lulu's spine. You manipulate others to remove obstacles from your path, all while appearing innocent. The benefits accrue to you, while others suffer. Am I right? Wenjing, you're talking nonsense. Han Lulu's anxiety mounted as she became increasingly convinced that Wenjing knew about the past incident. Wasn't that your intention all along? Wenjing continued, her words plunging the group into silence as they exchanged glances, speculating about Han Lulu's true motives against Wenjing. Wenjing, be quiet. Han Lulu exclaimed, exasperated. My aunt's scolding has nothing to do with me. It's not like I wrote to her to complain about you. Why take it out on me? Wenjing, undeterred, struck Han Lulu again, relishing the moment. You truly are insufferable, she thought, feeling a sense of vindication akin to what Yi Tan must have felt when striking someone. How dare you? Han Lulu retaliated, her anger boiling over as she lunged at Wenjing. However, Yi Tan swiftly intervened, kicking Han Lulu off balance. As she held the spot where Yi Tan had struck her, tears streamed down her face. You're all bullying me. Bullying you? Wenjing's eyes burned with fury. Han Lulu, I initially chose to distance myself from you, thinking it best to pretend you weren't even related to me. But your relentless provocations leave me no choice. If you insist on harassing me, then I shall reveal everything to everyone. Wenjing, please. Han Lulu desperately pleaded, having previously been puzzled by the changes in Wenjing's demeanor. She had tried to uncover the reasons behind it, but she never wished for Wenjing to disclose their issues in front of so many people. Yet, Wenjing would not relent. Do you know why I came to the Northeast? Wenjing inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze on Han Lulu. I want to tell you that my intent was to avoid you entirely. I heard everything you said to Chendong. At the mention of Chendong's name, Han Lulu's eyes widened in shock, her suspicions confirmed. Yet she could not fathom how Wenjing had learned of their private conversation. Wenjing seemed to read the confusion on Han Lulu's face and smirked. Are you curious about how I knew what you said to Chendong? Let me enlighten you. No matter how secluded you think the little woods behind the school are, your malicious intentions cannot remain hidden. You are fully aware of Chendong's feelings for me, and I have told you more than once that I do not like him. Yet you, for a mere 100 yuan, plotted against my reputation, betraying me. No, I didn't. Panic surged through Han Lulu as she realized the implications of Wenjing's words before the gathered crowd. How would they perceive her now? Would she still be able to remain at the young, intellectual station? Frantically, she attempted to cover Wenjing's mouth, but Yi Tan and Song Fei restrained her. Yi Tan chuckled darkly. You can't just let us hear half the story. Realizing she was outmatched, Han Lulu struggled against their grip. With the truth now laid bare, Wenjing was determined to continue. What is it? Did you not accept Chendong's 100 yuan? Or did you not conspire to ruin my name? Haven't we been cousins for over a decade? Wenjing's voice trembled with anger. I never expected you to be so vile. I always listened to my mother, accommodating you, believing you felt slighted at home. But look at you. As Wenjing spoke, her body shook with a mix of indignation and fear at the memories of overhearing those conversations. Had she not fortuitously discovered the truth, her fate might have been sealed. You truly are a wonderful cousin, Wenjing seethed through gritted teeth. You aimed to ruin me, leaving me in disgrace, forced to marry Chendong. You thought my parents would scorn me, believing your bond with Aunt would elevate your status above mine, didn't you? Han Lulu trembled, realizing the depths of her jealousy towards Wenjing. She had resented her cousin for years, envying her status as the only daughter, showered with affection by her uncle and aunt. If only she had been Aunt's daughter, she wouldn't have had a scheme for Wenjing's approval or benefits. All the possessions of the Wen family would have been hers, and she could have basked in the same adoration Wenjing received. However, within her own household, her parents displayed a clear preference for sons. Although they did not treat her harshly, her status was always overshadowed by that of her elder brothers. From a young age, her mother had instilled in her the need to appease her aunt and Wanjing, with the rewards disproportionately benefiting her brothers. Han Lulu felt like nothing more than an instrument, weary of such an existence. Thus, if Wanjing were to encounter misfortune and bring disgrace upon the Wen family, might she then have the opportunity to be adopted by her aunt and uncle? After all, her uncle was the second in command in Qingshui City, and her family could not afford such a scandal. In the courtyard of the educated youth station, silence reigned. Everyone was taken aback by what Wanjing had revealed, glancing at Han Lulu, instinctively retreating a step. If she could be so ruthless towards her own relatives, how would they fare as outsiders? It became evident to all that Wan Jing's cold demeanor towards Han Lulu was justified. Han Lulu was truly untrustworthy, akin to a venomous snake, capable of striking when least expected. Yi Tan sighed inwardly, reflecting that Wan Jing was still too kind-hearted. Had been her, she would have ensured that anyone daring to conspire against her would receive a sound thrashing. She exchanged a glance with Song Fei, and together they released Han Lulu. Returning to Wan Jing's side, Yi Tan shook her hands in distaste. Associating with such a person was truly unlucky, and she would need to wash her hands thoroughly upon returning home. Han Lulu, acutely aware of the expressions surrounding her, felt her facade crumble and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wan Jing, I despise you." Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her meal and fled back into the house. Chapter 84. The ticket is about to expire as Han Lulu dashed back indoors. No one thought to console her. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Wan Jing then spoke up. "I apologize for interrupting your lunch." Fan Yuan quickly replied, "It's no trouble at all," though even she, typically one to mediate, found herself at a loss for words. What could she possibly say? Should she ask Wan Jing to overlook Han Lulu's actions? Or perhaps summon Han Lulu to apologize? Given the gravity of the situation, it was clear that peace between them was now unattainable, and it was commendable that Wan Jing had endured so much for so long. Wan Jing managed a strained smile. "Please, continue your meal. We'll take our leave now." With that, she turned to depart. Yi Tan and Song Fei nodded towards the educated youth station before hastily following Wan Jing, who was evidently in a foul mood. In their room, Wan Jing sat on the Kong, lost in thought, while Yi Tan and Song Fei remained nearby, offering gentle encouragement. "Don't let it upset you. Such a person isn't worth your anger. If you let this fester, it's you who will suffer in the end." Wan Jing sighed. "I intended to keep this matter to myself. I even considered discussing it with you, but I thought better of it, wanting to spare Han Lulu some dignity, especially considering my mother's good standing with her family. However, I never anticipated that Han Lulu would go so far as to have my mother write me a scolding letter." As she spoke, tears streamed down Wan Jing's cheeks. The letter from her mother had been harsh, accusing her of neglecting familial bonds and threatening to sever ties between their families. At times, Wan Jing felt her mother favored Han Lulu over her, which explained her decision to conceal the truth after learning of the incident. As for her father, while he loved her dearly, he had been preoccupied with work lately, leaving her reluctant to add to his burdens by sharing her troubles. Yi Tan interjected, "You should inform your parents about this situation. Keeping it bottled up is counterproductive. If they only hear Han Lulu's slander, they might blame you for being naive. You shouldn't shield someone like her." "Exactly," chimed in Song Fei. "Wan Jing, you should write to your parents and explain everything. Han Lulu is far too dangerous. Your parents need to be aware of her true nature." As to your aunt and uncle, Yi Tan added, "I'm not being petty, but as the saying goes, one does not enter the same door as one's family. Han Lulu's temperament surely reflects her upbringing." Nodding in agreement, Wan Jing resolved, "I will write to my parents immediately." She recognized that she could no longer keep this matter to herself. Yi Tan and Song Fei made valid points. Who knew if Han Lulu and her family would attempt to manipulate her parents? Upon hearing Wan Jing's decision, Yi Tan smiled. "Write it today and give it to me. I plan to take a trip to town tomorrow and can send it for you." "Yi Tan, why the sudden trip to town? Isn't it difficult to take leave now? You just had a day off yesterday," Song Fei remarked. "Unfortunately," Yi Tan replied sheepishly, "I discovered a bicycle ticket among my belongings that is about to expire. I intend to visit the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow to see if I can find a suitable bicycle." Yi Tan felt a twinge of frustration. She hadn't realized the ticket would expire so soon, especially since the bicycle ticket drawn from the lottery had only a 5-day validity. "Then you must hurry," Song Fei insisted. "If the ticket expires, it will be worthless. I also want to buy a bicycle," she continued. "If I can get one, it will make trips to town much easier, without having to rely on the village donkey cart." Yi Tan nodded in agreement precisely. At that moment, Wan Jing was too preoccupied with her anger toward Han Lulu to consider a bicycle, especially since she was upset with her mother for siding with Han Lulu. However, with the encouragement of Yi Tan and Song Fei, Wan Jing's mood lightened somewhat, allowing Yi Tan to return to her own room. After such a commotion at noon, it was clear there would be no time for a trip to the mountain. Yi Tan took out some sweet and sour pork and steamed buns to eat before resting in her room. When it was time to work in the afternoon, She informed Tong Meifong about her planned day off and the impending expiration of her bicycle ticket. Tong Meifong assumed that the bicycle ticket had been arranged by a factory leader from Yi Tan's hometown and readily approved her leave, advising her to return early. Upon returning to the educated youth station after work, Yi Tan had a light meal before seizing the remaining daylight to head to the mountain. Xiao Tan, I wonder if the traps caught anything, Tuanzi eagerly urged her. Hurry, let us go check. Yi Tan smiled. I'm going as fast as I can. We'll be there shortly. Arriving at the first trap she had dug the previous day, she noticed signs of disturbance. A thrill of excitement coursed through her as she rushed to the trap's edge. To her astonishment, she found 2 wild rabbits captured within. One was struggling to leap out, while the other appeared injured, curled up quietly in the corner. Utilizing the system's warehouse, Yi Tan swiftly collected both rabbits from the trap, then reset it, placing a small mound of cornmeal in the center before proceeding to the other 2 traps. Regrettably, the other traps yielded no catches. One remained entirely undisturbed, while the other had been tampered with, but no prey was found inside, suggesting the animal had managed to escape. After re-establishing the damaged trap, Yi Tan turned her attention to the forest where she had discovered ginseng. Now equipped with tools, she intended to excavate the 50-year-old wild ginseng to send to Kong Chonghao. Had it not been for Kong Chonghao's timely assistance while she was in Fonang town, she would not have experienced such smooth sailing, nor would she have amassed such a substantial sum of money. Moreover, since her arrival in northeast China, both Kong Chonghao and Zhao Hong had been considerate enough to send her packages and cotton tickets, a kindness she felt obliged to acknowledge. After much effort, Yi Tan successfully unearthed the 50-year-old wild ginseng, adhering to the guidelines from the herbal manual by leaving ample soil clinging to the ginseng's roots. She also gathered some moss from the surroundings to envelop the ginseng, a method that would effectively preserve its freshness, particularly with the cooling weather. Once sent to Kong Chonghao, the ginseng would remain intact. Additionally, Yi Tan inscribed a talisman on the ginseng and obtained a 60-year-old wild ginseng along with some seeds. Upon returning to her lodgings, she organized some cured meats and ribs alongside the 50-year-old wild ginseng, all intended for sending to Kong Chonghao the following day. Early the next morning, Yi Tan made her way to the old willow tree at the village entrance to wait for Uncle Kang's donkey cart, unexpectedly encountering Zhao Daidi. Zhao Daidi shot Yi Tan a disdainful glance, only to be momentarily taken aback. Zhao Daidi had always looked down upon Yi Tan, not only believing her unworthy of her son, but also harboring an inexplicable aversion towards her. Their previous disagreement over the distribution of pork had further deepened her disdain. However, upon seeing Yi Tan today, Zhao Daidi instinctively cast her a glance, only to notice that Yi Tan seemed to have changed. Once gaunt and sallow, she now appeared somewhat plumper and fairer, with her naturally attractive features enhanced. Zhao Daidi thought, this girl has undergone quite a transformation. Aware of Zhao Daidi's scrutiny, Yi Tan chose to ignore her, engaging in cheerful conversation with other women heading to town as she boarded the donkey cart. Zhao Daidi, with a huff, adjusted her burden, intending to visit her son in the county. After previously receiving wild boar meat, the 2 of them had been allocated a total of 2 jin and 2 liang. She retained 2 liang for herself while preparing to turn the remaining 2 jin into jerky for her son. Upon reaching Chili town, she noticed Yi Tan joyfully bidding farewell to several women and couldn't help but smirk. With her load, she headed towards the bus station, lamenting the cost of the bus fare, which would take a significant portion of her limited resources. Her son's salary in the county was meager, barely 12 or 13 yuan a month, devoid of benefits. She found it peculiar that official salaries were so low, but her son explained that he had only recently started working, and such wages were typical, assuring her that they would gradually improve. Zhao Daidi mused about her son's living situation, still residing in a single dormitory and relying on the cafeteria for meals. With his limited wages, even simple dishes like stir-fried vegetables required careful budgeting, let alone more elaborate meals. This thought caused her great distress. She wished for her son to find a partner, believing that a stable relationship would lead to housing benefits, allowing someone to care for him. However, she felt that any potential partner must come from a decent background, lest they struggle even to afford meals. As she contemplated this, Zhao Daidi increasingly favored Wenjing and Song Fei, believing both to be suitable candidates, as they could afford their own homes. This led her to consider Yi Tan, who had also built her own house indicating a level of financial stability. The ability to hunt wild boar seemed a valuable asset, potentially benefiting her son. Furthermore, today, Yitan appeared considerably more attractive, and she thought her son might take an interest. As for her personal grievances with Yitan, she dismissed them, realizing that once Yitan entered her household, her opinions would carry weight, and any dissent could be labeled as disrespect. Unbeknownst to Yitan, Zhao Daidi was lost in her daydreams. Even if she were aware, she would likely disregard them. After all, was her son a prince to be selecting a bride? If he fancied someone, would he be obliged to comply? Such notions were absurd. Yitan first visited the post office to send a letter for Wenjing before proceeding to dispatch her package to Kong Changhao. The postal worker assisting her was a young woman in her 20s, who, upon seeing the contents of Yitan's package, which included a decades-old wild ginseng and several cured meats, was taken aback. While the ginseng was beyond her means, the meat and ribs were quite appealing. "Are these all for shipping?" the young woman inquired softly. Yitan smiled and replied, "Yes." There was no evading the inspection of package contents at the post office. A standard procedure, and everything was visible to the staff. "Do you have any extra meat or ribs?" the young woman asked, lowering her voice further. "I could trade for something." Yitan shook her head. "I have nothing left. This meat is from the wild boar that was distributed in the village, and I'm sending some to my elders. There isn't much left." With her ample supplies, Yitan had no desire to engage in transactions with strangers. Wary of potential deceit, the young woman realized that even if a village caught 2 or 3 wild boars at once, the distribution would yield limited meat. She sighed, feeling a sense of loss. Yet, she was not deterred. After efficiently packaging Yitan's parcel, she whispered, "My name is Jean Yin. If you ever acquire more meat and wish to exchange for cash tickets, come find me at the post office." Yitan similet alricht. Whether or not that would transpire remained uncertain. For now, Yitan was reluctant to expose herself to risk. As they conversed, a frantic voice erupted outside the post office. "You can't burn it. You can't burn it. It's all gone. It's all gone." The words were laced with sorrow. Startlet, Yitan peated outside. Spotting an elderly man in ragged robes and a Taoist bun, frantically gesturing as he passed by the entrance of the post office. The onlookers appeared unfazed by the scene. Noticing Yitan's surprise, Jean Yin quietly asked, "You don't know?" "Know what?" Yitan blinked, uncertain if she should be aware. Before she could continue, Jean Yin assessed her and remarked, "You must be a young intellectual from a nearby village, and quite new too." Feeling a bit shy, Yitan admitted, "Yes, your observation is keen." Jean Yin chuckled. "Only new intellectuals are unaware. This mad Taoist is known to everyone in Chili Town and the surrounding villages, even to seasoned intellectuals who have been here for years. Indeed, he is quite a character." Yitan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is this a genuine Taoist priest?" "Indeed." Jean Yin nodded. At that moment, the post office was rather empty, and she was keen to converse with Yitan, so she continued, "This eccentric Taoist is the former abbot of the Chijin Taoist Temple in Chili Town." The Chijin Taoist Temple. Yitan's curiosity deepened, and even Tuanzi was intrigued, urging, "Xiaotan, ask quickly, what happened at the Chijin Temple that led to such a thorough erasure of traces?" Chapter 86. The Past of Chijin Taoist Temple. Yitan feigned heightened curiosity. "A Taoist temple? We have one here?" "Of course," Jean Yin whispered. "But that was in the past. There is no Chijin Temple anymore. Now, the only one left is that mad Taoist. He completely lost his mind after the events of those years. Who would care about a madman? So he wanders about the town, and no one pays him any heed." "What happened?" Yitan pretended to be even more intrigued. "Is it related to those events from years ago?" Though Yitan did not articulate it, both understood. Jean Yin shook her head. "It's more than that." Then, in a hushed tone, she confided, "I heard that the place where the Chijin Temple once stood shows no signs of its existence anymore. It's been utterly cleansed." Yitan had seen what remained of the Chijin Temple. "Really? Why?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident. Tuanzi remarked wistfully, "Xiaotan, it's a pity you didn't become an actress in your past life." "I'm not sure of the specifics." Jean Yin glanced around and whispered to Yitan, "However, I've heard a rumor about the Chijin Temple. I'm sharing it with you on the condition that you don't spread it around." "Understood." Yitan nodded vigorously. "I won't say a word." However, Yitan reflected on how this girl dared to share everything with a stranger, suggesting her innocence and likely comfortable background. Yet, she chose not to mention it, as she was eager to learn more about the Chijin Temple. "I heard," Jin Yinyan leaned closer. That incredible things occurred in that temple. A living person vanished into thin air. Vanished? Yitin blinked in astonishment. Could it be that someone harmed them? No, they simply disappeared without a trace. Investigators looked into it, and the conclusion reached was neither a robbery nor a runaway. It was simply a mysterious disappearance. After that, the Qijin temple became particularly effective, especially for those seeking children. Anyone who prayed there soon had their wishes fulfilled, Jin Yinyan said mysteriously. Eventually, those events led to the temple being reported, and it was demolished with claims of rooting out the problem. Not only was it destroyed, but the temple was also burned to the ground, leaving nothing behind. What happened to the Taoist priests? Yitan quickly inquired. How did only one remain? I can't say for certain. Jin Yinyan shook her head. That's all I know. It's been many years, and I heard it from an old person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. Yitan nodded, realizing she would not extract any more information from Jin Yinyan. She smiled and whispered, rest assured, I will keep what you told me confidential. However, don't share with others, especially not with someone you've just met. You never know if they have ill intentions. Jin Yinyan laughed at Yi Tan's reminder. I understand. I only share because I felt a connection with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken. Don't worry, I have a strong intuition, and you are certainly a good person. Yi Tan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed she had received a good person card. After conversing with Jin Yinyan, Yi Tan called Kong Changhao, who was delighted to receive her call while at the office. Yi Tan, how are you doing over there? Did you receive the package Aunt Zhao sent you? I did. Thank you, Uncle Kong. Please extend my gratitude to Aunt Zhao as well. Yi Tan replied with a smile. I sent a package to your workplace today. Please remember to collect it. You shouldn't be sending us things. Next time, don't do that. Just take care of yourself, Kong Changhao said. But inwardly he felt warmth. Yi Tan was indeed a delightful child, and it was no wonder that old Zhao often spoke of her, worrying about whether she was eating well and keeping warm in the Northeast. Yi Tan chuckled, refraining from mentioning what she had sent, knowing the operator could hear everything. She simply advised Uncle Kong when the package arrives in a few days, make sure to bring it home and open it there. She worried that Kong Changhao might open it at work and attract unwanted attention. All right, Kong Changhao responded cheerfully. I'll open it at home with Aunt Zhao. After all, it was a package from Yi Tan, and he wanted old Zhao to see it first. By the way, your stepsister seems to have departed for the Northeast a couple of days ago, possibly to Harbin, though I'm not sure of the exact location. Just be careful, he added. Okay, I understand, Uncle Kong. Yi Tan hadn't realized that Yi Xiaojin had also come to Harbin. However, the area was vast, and she assumed they would be far apart. So, she dismissed it from her mind. After leaving the post office, Yi Tan checked the time. She had lingered too long chatting with Jin Yinyan, and lunch would soon be served. Contemplating her options, she decided not to visit the supply and marketing cooperative but instead strolled around the town, stopping by the bank, grain station, flour mill, and recycling station to check in. At the bank, she withdrew 10 yuan. At the grain station, she managed to obtain 5 kilograms of white flour. The flour mill also yielded 10 kilograms of white flour. And finally, at the recycling station, she was able to sign out a Wang Wally folding bed. Calculating her gains, she realized she had acquired 3 pieces of Wang Wally furniture from the recycling station in Chili Town, a set of 8 immortals table and chairs, a vanity, and now this folding bed. Yi Tan felt a thrill of excitement. Perhaps she could eventually sign out a complete set of Wang Wally furniture. Recalling the exquisite jade jewelry she had previously acquired in Fengtang Town, her heart raced with anticipation. The recycling station was indeed a treasure trove. After exhausting her opportunities in Chili Town, she planned to explore the recycling stations in Yinshou County and Harbin for more hidden gems. Upon checking the sign-in opportunities, she found that she had used them all for the day. It was unfortunate that she couldn't check in at the grocery store, state-run hotel, or the cooperative hospital. However, Yi Tan felt no regret, as she already possessed an abundance of valuable items. After checking in, she stopped at the state-run hotel to enjoy a serving of dumplings before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative, making her way directly to the second floor. Chapter 87. The Unfiltered Tongue. The second floor of the supply and marketing cooperative featured several counters dedicated to large items such as bicycles, sewing machines, radios, and watches. Yi Tan approached the bicycle section, where only a few customers were present, as purchasing a bicycle required a ticket and was not inexpensive. Today, Yi Tan wore a new outfit made by Tong Mei Fong, which fit her perfectly and looked pristine. As she approached, The attendant at the bicycle counter eagerly inquired. Are you looking to buy a bicycle? Yes, Yitan replied, surveying the bicycles on display. It was said that there were several bicycles, but in reality, there were only 3. In these times, a bicycle has become a precious commodity, not only expensive but also scarce. In the supply and marketing cooperative of Chile Town, having 3 bicycles is quite a feat. Yitan examined the 3 bicycles. 2 were the standard 28-inch models, and 1 was slightly smaller, adorned in a pleasing shade of blue. The sales clerk, noticing Yitan's scrutiny, inquired, would you prefer a men's bicycle or a women's? A women's, Yitan replied hastily. She had no intention of considering the larger models, at her height of merely a little over 1.5 meters. Despite feeling as if she had grown a bit taller recently, she was certainly not close to 1.6 meters. Riding a 28-inch bicycle at her diminutive stature would be preposterous. Naturally, the women's bicycle suited her better. Suddenly, Tawanzi chimed in, Xiaotan. You can be quite unladylike when you're throwing punches. Yitan retorted, Be quiet. The clerk pointed to the only women's bicycle, a Phoenix brand 26-inch model, saying, This is the only one we received, just arrived yesterday. It requires a bicycle ticket and 178 yuan. Quite steep indeed. The bike is in good condition, right? Yitan asked, unable to physically inspect it from across the counter, as testing it was not an option in these times. Rest assured, they are all in excellent condition. The clerk assured her. All right, let us proceed with the transaction, Yitan said, pulling out her bicycle ticket and 180 yuan. The clerk, seeing her efficiency, quickly processed the transaction, clipping the money and ticket together and pushing them towards the cash register with wire. Just as the clerk completed the transaction, a woman hurriedly approached, pointing at the Phoenix 26-inch bicycle without acknowledging Yitan. I want to buy that bicycle. Issue me a ticket. Yitan recognized the voice. It was a familiar face. What a coincidence. The woman was none other than Lu Qian, the one who had quarreled with her and Wenjing Songfei at the cooperative. It's you. Lu Qian, clearly recognizing Yitan, did not know her name but remembered her face vividly, despite Yitan having gained a bit of weight and looking fairer. Her appearance hadn't changed significantly. Lu Qian had been searching for Yitan and her companions, but to no avail, and now she had unexpectedly encountered her again. Yes, it's me. I've already purchased this 26-inch bicycle. Yitan replied coolly, the ticket is issued, and the money has been paid. I presume you did not reserve this bicycle in advance? Lu Qian felt a surge of anger at Yitan's words. This woman, along with her 2 companions, had caused her aunt to be demoted to a mere group leader in the department store, making her shopping inconvenient. Lu Qian had long desired a 26-inch women's bicycle, but the cooperative in town had never had one. She had checked in the county and city cooperatives, but found no luck there either. Had her aunt still been the deputy director, she would have received the news about the bicycle's arrival and could have procured it directly without it ever reaching the display counter. Now that her aunt was a mere group leader, the information flow was not as swift, resulting in her hurried journey only to find that the bicycle had already been purchased by Yitan. Lu Qian's frustration boiled over. She remembered the last incident with the fabric and now with the bicycle. She shot a glare at Yitan, who was dressed in new, well-fitted clothes. Unlike the last time she had seen her in tattered garments. You were dressed like a beggar last time. Now you have money to buy a bicycle. Where did you get it? I wonder if your money is clean. Yitan, taken aback by Lu Qian's words, swiftly slapped her across the face. Tawanzi exclaimed, Xiaotan, I've noticed you have a penchant for slapping faces. But well done, I like it. Yitan scoffed. Why don't you call her mouthy? Indeed, it is. Tawanzi agreed. Having spent some time in this era, it understood the significance of reputation for women, and it found it hard to believe that Lu Qian didn't know better. Lu Qian, having failed to acquire the bicycle, intended to speak a few words to provoke Yitan, but was caught off guard when Yitan retaliated. With so many people watching, she felt humiliated. Why did you hit me? Lu Qian demanded, her face flushed with anger, as she prided herself on being a city girl, a lady incapable of the rough habits of rural women. She had never engaged in a fight before, and now she was stunned by Yitan's sudden aggression. Because you're mouthy, Yitan retorted with a cold laugh. Didn't your parents teach you that being disrespectful comes with consequences? Society will teach you how to behave if you don't learn it at home. You scoundrel. Tears welled in Lu Qian's eyes as their altercation drew the attention of numerous onlookers. The more people gathered, the more Lu Qian felt her pride wounded. To avoid being struck, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you'll receive more blows, Yi Tan stated, turning her back on Lu Qian to ask the clerk. May I collect my bicycle now? Ah, yes, replied the somewhat astonished clerk, taken aback by the fierce demeanor of the young woman buying the bicycle. Having returned the change, she quickly handed it over to Yi Tan and presented the 26-inch women's bicycle from behind the counter. Yi Tan accepted the bicycle, inspecting it thoroughly, nodding in approval of the quality, which was commendable for that era. Lu Qian, enraged at Yi Tan's nonchalant demeanor after the slap, disregarded her previous decorum and charged at her. You better explain yourself. What gave you the right to hit me? For being so mouthy, Yi Tan replied, swiftly slapping Lu Qian's extended hand, causing it to turn red as she felt a sharp sting. Tears brimmed in Lu Qian's eyes as she stared at Yi Tan. Are you insane? Yi Tan shot her a cool glance. Do you have a remedy for that? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Just then, Lu Xiangju arrived. Witnessing the scene unfold, the sight of Yi Tan ignited a mix of old grievances and new resentments within her. Having sought out Yi Tan and her companions for days, her frustration had been building, prompting her to confront Yi Tan angrily. What are you doing? Causing a scene again, Yi Tan encountered Lu Xiangju and couldn't help but smile, saying, perhaps you should inquire with your niece as to why she felt compelled to tarnish another's reputation without cause. Lu Xiangju instinctively turned her gaze towards Lu Qian. Lu Qian, filled with indignation, retorted, I did not. Nearby, a woman in her 40s chimed in, you did say it. I heard you claim that this young lady's money is tainted and her means are questionable. Gasps echoed among those who had arrived late and had not heard Lu Qian's initial remarks. Such accusations were not to be taken lightly. In these times, a young woman's reputation was of paramount importance. Tuanzi exclaimed, this woman is quite the busybody. Yi Tan smiled at Tuanzi, remarking, there is never a shortage of well-meaning individuals. Even in a world filled with deceit and betrayal, there remains a steadfast stream of kindness. Lu Xiangju, having heard the woman's comment, shot a glare at Lu Qian, pondering the gravity of such reckless words. The present age differed greatly from years past. A careless statement could lead to dire repercussions if such claims were made without evidence. And if the accused were unyielding, it would be Lu Qian who suffered the consequences. After some contemplation, Lu Xiangju resolved to defuse the situation, recognizing that her position as the head of the department was precarious enough without further turmoil. Nevertheless, Lu Qian's words had sown a seed of discontent in Lu Xiangju's mind. Little Qian, your words are out of line, Lu Xiangju said, blinking earnestly at Lu Qian. Such statements cannot be made lightly. Lu Qian, feeling unjustly reprimanded, recalled her parents' stern warnings after a previous incident to avoid causing trouble for her aunt. Thus, although she felt resentment, she refrained from speaking further, merely pouting and shooting a fierce glare at Yi Tan. Lu Xiangju then addressed Yi Tan with a smile. I apologize. My niece can be rather impulsive. She meant no harm. If she has spoken inappropriately, please do not take it to heart. How about this? Please share your name and address, and I shall ensure she prepares some form of apology for you. Tuanzi quickly interjected, Xiao Tan, do not disclose your information. This person surely has ulterior motives. Trust me, my instincts are rarely wrong. Indeed, Yi Tan thought, even without Tuanzi's warning, she would never divulge her personal details to Lu Xiangju, especially given their past disputes. No need. Yi Tan replied to Lu Xiangju with a dismissive smile. I have no interest. As long as you two refrain from confronting me in the future, I shall be content. I have a rather volatile temper. I prefer to resolve matters through direct action. I believe your niece has already experienced that firsthand. With that, she raised an eyebrow at Lu Qian, a hint of provocation in her expression. Lu Qian felt the heat rise in her face and the back of her hand at Yi Tan's mocking glance, and she was incensed to retort, but Lu Xiangju interrupted. Little Qian, let it go. With that, Lu Xiangju shot a glance at Yi Tan, her smile devoid of warmth, saying, if that is the case, let it be. After all, her elder brother would eventually uncover the names and addresses of these troublesome girls, and when that time came, she would ensure they faced the consequences for their actions. It was astonishing that she could endure such grievances without retaliation, without waiting for Yi Tan to respond. Lu Xiangju dragged the reluctant Lu Qian downstairs. Thus, the commotion dissipated, and the onlookers, having lost interest, scattered. However, many continued to whisper among themselves, some praising Yi Tan's strong character, while others cautioned that her rigidity could lead to trouble. Each held differing opinions. Yi-Tan paid no heed to their chatter, as she intended to leave on her bicycle. Suddenly, she noticed a stall selling cotton, and since she had a cotton ticket sent by Zhao Hong, she decided to purchase some. How much for the cotton? Yi-Tan inquired at the stall. The vendor replied, 1 pound of cotton requires 1 cotton ticket and an additional 25 cents. Very well, I shall buy 3 pounds, Yi-Tan stated without hesitation. The vendor glanced at Yi-Tan's bicycle, but said nothing, promptly issuing the ticket. The transaction was completed seamlessly. Soon, Yi-Tan exited the supply cooperative, her bicycle carrying 3 pounds of cotton on the rear seat. With her bicycle, she planned to ride back to the village. However, Uncle Kang's donkey cart awaited her on the route back, and as it was the time for returning, the women operating the donkey carts spotted Yi-Tan's bicycle. "Oh, Yi Jiqing, you have bought a bicycle?" one woman exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she admired the bicycle, which was quite a luxury requiring a ticket. Zhao Daidi, who had just returned after delivering some jerky, also gazed at Yi-Tan's bicycle with interest, glancing between Yi-Tan and the bike with quiet satisfaction. Chapter 89. What is the meaning of this encounter? It would be impolite not to greet them, so Yi-Tan stopped to exchange pleasantries with the women and Uncle Kong. Indeed, I had a ticket that was about to expire, so I hurried to purchase one, she explained. This bicycle is truly beautiful. The women carefully examined the bicycle, even forgetting to admire the pristine cotton on the rear seat, expressing their admiration for the young Yi Jiqing's apparent wealth. In the village, few families possessed bicycles. Only the team leader's family, the village secretaries, and Aunt Bai's had one. Others simply lacked the funds or the means to obtain a ticket, leaving them only to envy. Look at her. She is building a house and buying a bicycle, and she can even go hunting for wild boars. Some of the women mused, contemplating potential matches for their eligible nephews and nieces. However, considering that Yi-Tan had only recently arrived at Taosan village and was merely 16, they reluctantly suppressed their thoughts. After exchanging a few words with the women and greeting Uncle Kong, Yi-Tan swiftly rode her bicycle back to Taosan village. It was not yet time to finish work, but several elderly villagers who regularly gathered under the old willow tree at the village entrance spotted her and remarked, "Young Yi has bought a bicycle." Yi-Tan smiled and engaged in a brief conversation. "Yes, it will make trips to town more convenient." Indeed, an elderly woman in her 70s replied with a smile, "You young ones are enjoying the good life. In our youth, we had none of these conveniences. To go to town, we had to walk many miles, and we wore straw sandals that left our feet blistered after a day." "Quite so," another elder nodded. "Today's world is indeed better. We have food and drink, and we no longer live in constant fear. We are fortunate." Indeed, the elderly reminisced about their youth, sharing stories of hardship and gratitude. Yi-Tan joined in their conversation for a while before returning to the youth station. Upon returning to the youth point, Yi-Tan found it deserted as everyone was busy with work. She promptly wheeled her bicycle into her room and began to take stock of the items in her system warehouse, realizing she had not done so in quite some time. After a thorough inventory, she discovered quite a considerable collection. From the recycling station in Fengdang Town, she had signed out an entire set of jade jewelry over the past few days, which included a jade bracelet, a pair of jade drop earrings, a jade ring, a drop bead jade necklace, and a jade plum blossom hairpin. The recycling station in Chili Town yielded 3 pieces of Wang Wali furniture, a set of 8 immortals tables and chairs, a dressing table, and a bed. Additionally, she had acquired several practical skills, a herbal guide, a tutorial on making meat buns, a northeastern cuisine tutorial, and a compilation of hunting techniques. Among her possessions were a box of fabric, a set of martial arts stamps, 2 ginseng roots from the 1980s and 1960s along with seeds, a food package, and a youth package. She had dozens of pounds of corn flour, 15 pounds of white flour, 2 pieces of meat, a bounty of wild fish, hares, wild chickens, and a sizable wild boar. Furthermore, she had meat buns, meat dumplings, and guabao roe from the state-run restaurant, plus a dozen bags of flour from the flour mill. As for her money, after accounting for her expenses on building a house and purchasing a bicycle, she still had 4,600 yuan and a stack of receipts. In truth, she had already utilized a fair amount of the food package and the youth package, having enlisted Lu the carpenter to help with furniture and asked Tong Meifong to find a cast iron pot, among other things, and had even used some of the fabric. Nonetheless, even with these expenditures, her remaining goods were still quite impressive. As Yi-Tan was inventorying her belongings, Yi Xiaojun was seated on a train heading to northeast China. Leaning against the window, she appeared despondent, This time she had not brought much money with her. All in all, Qian Huaihua had given her 50 yuan and some basic necessities receipts, as the family was currently short on funds. Her parents' wages had been significantly reduced due to Yi Tan's situation, and the meager amount of money she held had been painstakingly gathered by Qian Huaihua. The thought of reaching her destination, spending money to procure supplies, and then having little left filled her with agitation. After all these years at home, she had never been short on money. The prospect of going to the countryside made her even more anxious. She no longer needed to go to the Northwest farm. Yi Liqing had used his connections to arrange a different location for her. However, she could not fathom why Yi Liqing had placed her in Taosan village of Lugang Commune, the very village where Yi Tan had been sent. It made her feel as though her father was intentionally trying to pair her with Yi Tan. And recalling the chaos Yi Tan had caused at home before her departure only added to her discomfort. Her mother had mentioned that Yi Tan had become quite formidable and could inflict pain without any visible marks, appearing deceptively well-mannered on the surface. Had it not been for the lack of visible injuries, Qian Huaihua would have already spread the word about Yi Tan's violent tendencies. However, reflecting on her own predicament, she realized that her assignment to the countryside could not have been arbitrary. It must have been orchestrated by Yi Tan. Enraged by her father's decision to send her away, she blamed Yi Tan for the situation, believing that the latter had manipulated matters to ensure she was sent to the Northwest farm, a place where one could easily be overwhelmed. This thought ignited a fresh wave of anger within Yi Xiaojun, altering her expression. Indeed, Yi Tan was now quite affluent, having received 200 yuan and a heap of tickets from the machinery factory. Oh, and her father had advised her to keep an eye on Yi Tan's spending. As if it were necessary to be vigilant, it was evident that Yi Tan was not lacking in funds, possessing far more than the paltry 200 yuan she had ever held. Across from Yi Xiaojun sat a girl who feigned reading, yet was discreetly observing her. They had been on the train for 2 days, and this girl had scarcely spoken, merely leaning against the window, lost in thought, her emotions shifting seamlessly from despondency to fury and then to worry, her demeanor akin to a masterful performance of changing masks. It was common knowledge that life in the countryside could be arduous, yet with the decision already made, such behavior seemed rather perplexing. Chapter 90. Borrowing the bicycle in the village, gossip spread swiftly. The following day, as Yi Tan went to work, nearly everyone was aware that she had purchased a bicycle. Upon arriving at the grain-drying yard and finishing her tasks, a group of people gathered to chat, and several aunties approached Yi Tan, laughingly expressing a desire to see and touch her bicycle. Yi Tan, agreeable, welcomed their interest. The aunties who were close to her did not suggest borrowing it, as they understood the bicycle was a considerable investment, and none in their families could ride it. The last thing they wanted was to damage it, causing Yi Tan distress, especially as they themselves could not afford to compensate her. Unexpectedly, an aunt who was not familiar with Yi Tan approached her. "Little Yi, the youth," she cheerfully exclaimed. "I heard you bought a bicycle, is that true?" Yi Tan, though not well acquainted with her, replied, "Yes." "Oh, that's wonderful," the aunt continued, her smile broadening. "I heard it's a lady's bicycle. Is that so?" Yi Tan nodded. The aunt, now even more amiable, remarked, "Little Yi, since you've come to our Taosan village, you are one of us. We villagers are all kind-hearted and helpful to one another. That is only natural." Sensing the true intent behind the aunt's visit, Yi Tan replied, "If you have something to say, please speak plainly." Another woman chimed in, "Yes. Just say what you need. Don't beat around the bush." The first aunt shot her a look and retorted, "Who's being indirect?" Then turning back to Yi Tan, she said, "Little Yi, I'll be direct. I need to borrow your bicycle for a few days. I'll return in a week, no? Just 10 days will suffice." Yi Tan's brow furrowed slightly at this request. Tong Meifong also frowned, saying, "Aunt, Yi Tan just bought the bicycle yesterday. She hasn't even had the chance to ride it yet. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask for it now?" "Exactly," another woman added, "Aunt. You don't have a daughter, just 2 sons. That's a lady's bicycle. It's not meant for men. Moreover, borrowing it for 10 days or so. What is that about?" The aunt waved her hand dismissively. "I may not have a daughter, but I do have a daughter-in-law, truly." Then, smiling at Yi Tan, she explained, "You see, my eldest son recently got engaged. Both families are quite satisfied and intend to formalize the engagement. However, the bride's family insists on having a bicycle as part of the betrothal gifts." Before the aunt could finish, another woman gasped, "Aunt, you're not thinking of using little Yi's bicycle as part of the dowry, are you? That is quite unseemly." Yitan frowned and said, Aunt, that is not appropriate. In jest, she had just purchased her bicycle and had hardly ridden it before it was borrowed for 10 days. The matter of bride price was involved, and she certainly did not want to wade into such murky waters. Oh, Xiao Yi, don't be so quick to refuse. Hear me out. Upon noticing Yi Tan's disapproval, Aunt Zhu hastily explained, it's not that we intend to use your bicycle as a bride price. We're simply struggling to gather the funds for one, and finding a bicycle ticket is exceedingly difficult. I thought perhaps we could borrow yours temporarily to demonstrate our sincerity to the girl's family, allowing them to show it off to their relatives and neighbors. We would return it to you in a few days. What do you think? Yitan shook her head. Aunt Zhu, I'm truly sorry, but I cannot agree to this. Oh, Xiao Yi, don't be so stingy. We all live in the same village. What is the harm in helping one another? Aunt Zhu, sensing Yi Tan's refusal, appeared somewhat displeased, her expression darkening. Aunt Hua chuckled. Shanqing's mother, why the long face? What prompted this idea? Who has a long face? Aunt Zhu retorted, irked, I'm merely discussing this with Xiao Yi. Yi Tan reiterated, Aunt Zhu, there is no need for discussion. I cannot lend you my bicycle. Once again, Yi Tan declined, and Aunt Zhu, feeling her pride wounded in front of so many, responded sternly, Xiao Yi, you are mistaken. As a newcomer to our village, you will find there are many occasions when you'll need our assistance. If you close your doors now, you may find yourself without help when you truly need it. And then where will you turn? Hearing this, Tong Meifang became displeased, Shanqing's mother. If Yitan ever finds herself in trouble, we will be here for her. Indeed, echoed several other women, if Yi Tan needs assistance. It's South not your place to step in, especially when you're not close. Aunt Zhu was incensed by their remarks. Aren't we all from the same village? Why help outsiders instead of our own? Just as she was about to retort further, the usually quiet aunt interjected coldly, I have a bicycle too. Would you dare borrow that? Aunt Zhu was taken aback and quickly replied, well, never mind then. If you want to lend it, you want to. Who in the village would dare provoke Aunt Bai? Moreover, she coveted Yi Tan's bicycle because it was new and feminine. Otherwise, sending an old bicycle to the girl's family would be quite absurd. After speaking, Aunt Zhu turned to leave, casting a glance at Yi Tan, muttering, what's so special about having a bicycle? Look at her flaunting it. Tuanzi seethed with anger. Xiao Tan, this person has such a thick skin. Yi Tan, however, was unfazed. It's no matter. Such people exist everywhere. Simply ignore them. The other women consoled Yi Tan. You did the right thing by refusing to lend your bicycle to Shanqing's mother. Who knows if they would even return it after sending it to the girl's family? It could lead to unnecessary disputes. Thank you, everyone. Yi Tan smiled gratefully. The women began to express their astonishment at Shanqing's mother, who usually appeared pleasant, yet today was so unreasonable and insistent on borrowing. Isn't it simply because she sees Yi Tan as young and naive, thinking she could easily persuade her? Who even borrows a bicycle as a bride price? Even temporarily, it muddles the waters, and it could leave everyone with tarnished reputations. Exactly, they all agreed. Yi Tan turned to the silent Aunt Bai, smiling. Thank you, Aunt Bai, for your support. Aunt Bai replied, there is no need to soften your stance with anyone. You must refuse when necessary. Yes. As the conversation shifted toward the Liu family, Aunt Lei exclaimed, oh, Yi Tan, Liu's family brought their Wang Bao back from the town hospital last night. Yi Tan was taken aback, so soon? Why not observe him in the hospital a bit longer? A nearby woman remarked, I heard Wang Bao woke up yesterday morning. But after waking, he seemed somewhat dazed. The doctors at the town hospital said he had suffered a brain injury that they could not treat there. If he needed treatment, it would require a transfer to the county or even the city hospital, and the cost would be substantial, reportedly at least 1,000 yuan. The Liu family simply could not afford it, so they decided to take him home last night. Has Wang Bao's brain truly been damaged? Yi Tan found it hard to believe. She thought that the century-old willow elixir she had given him would prevent any serious issues. Tuanzi hurriedly explained, Xiao Tan, while the century-old willow elixir has some benefits for wounds, it is not specifically a healing medicine. Moreover, your current level is too low. The items you can sign for now are quite ordinary. I had thought the century-old willow elixir was comparable to that brain-boosting pill, Yi Tan replied. Tuanzi chuckled. That brain-boosting pill was part of your beginner's gift. Normally, you would have to reach level 2 to sign for that caliber medicine. Yi Tan realized. So that was it. She had thought the century-old willow elixir was impressive, but in Tuanzi's eyes, it was merely commonplace. She wondered what extraordinary items she would be able to sign for once she reached level 2. Indeed, the woman continued, he was indeed injured. Last night, I heard Lu Chui making a fuss at home. At this, the woman cautioned Yitan, by the way, you should be careful. I vaguely heard Lu Chui threatening to settle a score with you last night. It was only thanks to Lu Aunt and her husband that she didn't come looking for you. Who knows if she might try to confront you when her family isn't paying attention. Just be cautious. Aunt Lei exploded in anger. What right does Lu Chui have to confront Yitan? If it weren't for Yitan stopping the bleeding for Wang Bao, who knows how serious his injury would have become? If too much blood had been lost, it could have been fatal. Exactly, chimed in the others, equally aggrieved. What kind of situation is this? Helping someone only to find ourselves in trouble. Tong Meifong pondered for a moment and then advised Yitan, in the future, when you go to work, make sure to accompany other youth from the commune. Don't be alone. Lu Chui is not a reasonable person. Yes. Why not come to my house and join me for work? Aunt Hua quickly suggested. Aunt Bai interjected, where you could stay with me for a few days. The other women looked at Aunt Bai in surprise, and she replied sternly, what? Do you think I have a soft spot for this girl? Of course, why not? Aunt Lei laughed et artidi. Yitan smiled, there is no need for that. I usually walk with the youth from the commune, and it's fine. I'm quite capable and not afraid of Wang Bao's mother. Seeing Yitan's confidence, the women reiterated their advice, reminding her that if Lu Chui really sought trouble, she should go to Aunt Hua's or find Zhou Changzhu. Yitan eagerly agreed. At this moment, within the Lu household, Lu Chui sat on the heated Kong, cradling Wang Bao in her arms, weeping profusely. Alas, how can we continue living like this? My dear Wang Bao, my heart aches for you. Wang Bao, held tightly by Lu Chui, remained seemingly entranced, staring blankly at a fixed point before him, utterly motionless, not crying or making a sound, showing no reaction to Lu Chui's lamentations. Outside, Aunt Lu and Lu Chui's husband, Lu Shusheng, sat in the outer room, their faces clouded with distress as they listened to Lu Chui's cries. Lu Xiaotian squatted at the threshold, puffing on a pipe of dry tobacco, silent and contemplative. After a time, Lu Chui's wails transformed into curses directed at Sanya, followed by an onslaught of vitriol aimed at Yitan. Unable to bear it any longer, Aunt Lu abruptly rose and strode to the doorway of the inner room, exclaiming to Lu Chui, Young Yi, the educated youth, saved Wang Bao. If you lack gratitude, at least do not blame her. What is wrong with you? She rescued our Wang Bao, and you say she did it wrong? How will our Lu family ever face the villagers with this attitude? Whom should I blame if not her? Liu Kui retorted vehemently. If she had not intervened, perhaps Wang Bao would not be in this state. It is entirely her fault. She has rendered Wang Bao foolish. I merely scold her. I have yet to lay a hand on her, which is already quite restrained. You are speaking nonsense. Aunt Lu, trembling with anger, shot back. If you dare to confront young Yi, I will have Shusheng send you back to your mother's home. Fine, do it. Lu Chui banged her palm on the edge of the Kong, defiantly responding. Wang Bao is foolish now, and I have no hope left. Send me away to spare me the humiliation in your house. Aunt Lu clutched her chest, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Mother. Seeing Aunt Lu in such distress, Lu Shusheng hurried to support her, turning to Lu Chui and shouting, Enough of this. What are you trying to achieve with all this commotion, both inside and outside the house? Who is causing the commotion? Lu Chui cried. Isn't Wang Bao your son? Do you not care? Look at what he has become. Oh, my only son, my dear Wang Bao. Lu Shusheng, torn between anger towards Lu Chui and sympathy for Aunt Lu, glanced at his son's condition and felt a deep sorrow. This was their only child, once lively and spirited, now reduced to this state, an unbearable reality for anyone. He too felt anguish, yet the family simply lacked the funds. Nearly 1,000 yuan would be needed, and with the household still intact, all finances were overseen by the elders, leaving them with only a meager sum. When the doctor had previously mentioned the high cost of treatment, Aunt Lu had promised to cover it. Yet now the family possessed only a little over 400 yuan, barely enough, and part of it belonged to the second brother. Lu Chui continued her lament. Wang Bao is the sole grandson of the Lu family. If you do not cherish him, how can you forbid me from grieving? With that, she broke down again, crying, Wang Bao, my poor son, I have no money for you. You will be a fool from now on. At that moment, Lu Xiaotian, sitting on the threshold, emphatically struck his pipe against the ground and declared, We shall find a way to treat him, even if it means selling everything we have. What? Just as Lu Muxing and his wife Zhao Xiaojun entered the house, they overheard Lu Shoutian's words, and Zhao Xiaojun immediately protested. "Father, my husband Muxing is also your son.